Just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Oh, happy weekend! How are we all doing on this fine Saturday day? You know it's tournament time when I put on a waistcoat and a tie, right? You gotta have the right attire for the occasion. Yes, there is going to be a tournament today. In fact, that tournament starts in just a sliver over 2 hours. In fact, that is going to be Mutez's Reverse Showdown. The way that it works is that you will ban 3 civs. Those 3 civs are you telling your opponent you will not play those civs. And then from the remaining picks in the pool, they will choose 2 and then you will snipe one, securing the other one for yourself. So interesting little format, a little bit different. It is invite only. I'm sorry, Mira. I'm sorry anyone else who's hoping to hop on in. I'm cooking. I'm trying to figure some stuff out. Honestly, the biggest challenge right now is figuring out the schedule. Obviously, we just had the announcement at the EGC tournament, which would have been nice to have had more heads up. It's kind of why I'm trying to really dissect where I can stick a tournament, because I do want to try to run 1 or 2 tournaments this year. And on top of that, I want to try to find some room for some show matches. I'm also exploring the possibility of a league format, because I don't know why we don't have a league format. It just makes so much sense to me. So I'm cooking. But I'm also trying to think of ways of creating different styles than your standard 1v1s. I think I'm already working to get my modders cooking on a mod set to introduce the victory point system for company heroes, because I actually think that could be a very entertaining and interesting direction to take AoE4 in. Some people aren't going to like that I'm creating those type of tournaments. I'm sure they'd rather just have 1v1s, but my mentality is the problem isn't a lack of, it isn't an issue if you can't do different tournaments. It's actually being too similar while being dissimilar, if that makes sense. That's why Empire Wars did not go down well with the community recently, because the reality is it's too similar while being too different, if that makes sense. But if you have something that changes the rule set pretty heavily, introduces a different mechanic or whatever, those are different styles. That's something I'm definitely looking to explore. But obviously not just that, there will be something a little bit more attuned to the norm of what people are used to seeing in Age of Empires 4. So I'll figure those details out. I think I'll end up digging into those much deeper when I get back from holiday, as I am going to be going on holiday on the 8th. So last stream will probably be the 7th for how many days? I think 10 days. I'll be back in position to probably stream on Saturday the 18th, I think. 18th, 19th. And then we'll probably squeeze into the remainder of that month more streams than half streamers on Twitch do into a month. So yeah, we'll get back to being busy. First holiday in over 4 years, actually. And first one out of the country. Yeah, I travel a lot, but I mean, the closest to having a holiday while traveling was when I went to Greece back in, I think it was 2019, I want to say. So yeah, I don't take much time off. All work, no play. I guess in some ways, the work can be your play. That's why I do what I do, because we love it, baby. But yes, the way it's going to work, because we've got about 2 hours to burn, we're going to check out some pub games while we wait for the tournament action to kick off, get everything warmed up, get everyone in their seats nice and firmly. By the way, you guys know what I got. You know what I got. I'm doing it today, because I might need a second one. The day is going to be so long. I have a feeling this is going to be a 10-hour stream, potentially. We'll have to see, though, because we got some Protein Works. What up? What flavor do you think I'm baking with today? Oh, look at that, dude. The pink, that actually looks quite wonderful. That's full milkshake feeling. So this is the one I've been waiting for. Wow, we start with blueberry cheesecake, but then I'm like, okay, let's not just immediately jump in the one we know we're gonna like. But it's a long day. Long day deserves a treat. This is the white chocolate and raspberry flavored replacement meal. Oh, that's good. The white chocolate and the raspberry come through really nicely. But it wants, the thing I like about these, they almost have that kind of baked goods undertone, if that makes sense. Like I mentioned yesterday with the biscuit kind of undertone. They keep that in a really nice way. I think I'm going to sneak off later to make a second one of those. What are pubs? Pubs are pub matches. Public matches. I think it's a pretty standard form, a term around multiple genres at this stage. So pub matches refer to publicly accessible, viewable matches. It's just queuing on the ladder. But typically top queuing on the ladder. Actually, we're going to start off by seeing if by any chance someone is queuing into a known someone. So we'll have a quick glance of Live from the Ladder. It's fine if not. We've got plenty of replays lined up. Whew. It's always the thing I have to be careful of when we do back-to-back-to-back days, especially when yesterday was, what was that, a 10.5-hour stream, whatever. You run the risk of, like, you just cast everything that is going on at the highest level, right? Especially with all the free-for-allers at the moment. So Tox is back at it trying to grind up. Elyon has an opponent. I'll have to check what rank they are. Okay. So, Dragovan is not in a pub game. Looks like Louis is practicing in scrims. Elyon is up against what, 1554 player? Yeah, that's a little bit skewed, right? I mean, that would make that person what, like rank 400-ish, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Kind of curious on this one. Rank 340. Oh, look at me and my numbers. So English versus Abbasids. Do we want that for a live game? Or we have Crackety versus Wham. We've got Gully versus... Who is this person? If it's Gully versus the rank 35 Chinese Giggles. We've got Dragovan versus Wham. We've got Gully Deckle versus Ismood. And then we do have some Chinese players that have 1700 elo. Gully is great. It's great to watch Gully lose, you're right. Wait, what? Oh, and we also have Starflark versus Puppy Paw. Where do we begin? Because this is not going to be viewable. This is private matches. There's no way you're going to be able to see Louis stuff. He's probably, what, practicing with Anatan maybe on his Smurf today? Guess it could be CSO. It's a possibility as well. I'll tell you what. Let's start off with Crackety versus Wham. I like that. So let me just got the update. Okay, so I just need to open that. You're looking at my ugly mug rather, so it doesn't spoil the outcome of the games for you. So I think, if I remember correctly, we watched the Cliffside one. That was China versus Abbasids. Oh, sorry, Rocky River is that, right? So we want the Dry Arabia game. Yes, Byzantines versus Iobids. That's the one we did not watch. But I reckon, so in terms of the format, by the way, it's going to run best of 3, best of 3, best of 3, best of 5. So we're going to actually start off this tournament by doing Louis MT versus Lucifron, which will be a best of 3. And then, depending on where we're at, we'll hop into Puppy Paw versus whoever, or we'll go back and check out the remainder of Killjadi versus Anatan while we wait for that game to finish, because whoever wins that will face off against Puppy Paw. And then we'll follow through that side of the bracket. Opposite side of the bracket is going to have Zerton, Dumu, Beastie, Wham, and Vortex in it. You know, I like casting myself some Louis. Like, I don't think I've watched much of Louis versus Lucifron, which is why I was quite enticed to that. And let's be real. We know the other side of the bracket is going to have a decent amount of stream representation. So we like to balance it out. Okay, but let's kick off with our first game of the day, shall we? Ooh, I'm going to have to unload that icon to begin with, aren't I? Yeah, it's nice to get the sizing right now anyway. But let me unload that so that it's not showing because we're not doing the tournament yet. I'll have to remember to add that back in. Hopefully I won't be a pleb and forget. We have the identity. We know who it is. This is indeed the one and only Wham, the Whamsicle, one of the Canadian twins. That is in fact AOM player. I mean, that must be a tribute to Magic, you know. They like to tease him, they like to flame him, they like to see they whip his ass, but truly, you know, he's their RTS papa. And it looks like Wham is going to be going up against Crackety here. Crackety on the Byzantines. Wham over here in the red on the Iobids. Crackety on his Cozy Civ. I mean, surely this has to be an easy win. This is an interesting matchup, actually. I think the Byzantines do quite well here. The initial pressure that comes out for free, the follow-up play into Castle Age works quite well. It usually turns into Varangian versus Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers, of course, can just cycle charge their way to victory. And even if it turns into Gulams versus Varangian, I'm a very big fan of actually how Varangian could perform there, due to the fact that you spam so many of them, and the Ibids don't really have a ramp up in terms of production. I think that's what makes the Byzantines a formidable force to be reckoned with in both Feudal and Castle right now. It's that production rate that just really cannot be matched by many civs. You know, you might fear this fast castle, but if we're being totally real, the Byzantines on the other side aren't exactly weak on reaching castle themselves. Just with a level 1 system, they already have that Golden Age buff that the Ibids get at 10 buildings. So you have to remember the first few minutes of the game, Byzantines are already gathering better than Ibids. Then you move in a bit deeper, another systems get added in here or there. You think about the mercenary olive oil detail, and all of a sudden, it's quite easy to see why Byzantines can feel ahead on economy. But are they going to be ahead on sheep count? Rough start. Only 8 so far. Looks like 7 on the other side, so something has definitely gone awry here. Both players seemingly missing out on quite a bit. But I think Crackety is going to be making up for it. It looks like in the end, Wham. What? How have you got so many sheep right up against the edge like this? This game sometimes is quite frankly absurd. So it's going to be a 10 sheep haul. I think Crackety should end up with more though. He's got 10 already, but there's still going to be, what, about 3, maybe 4 sheep left in this area? Or he could get scammed. That's also an option. Crackety did go for the initial Olive Grove drop, by the way. This has become very, very popular, courtesy of actually the guy on the other side and his bro. Puppapaw and Wham really did innovate this build, the idea being between 1 and 3 Olive Groves super early. Just inflates your olive oil a little bit more efficiently, allows you to be gathering before you even go into the Grand Winery, and also pads quite nicely into that building choice anyway, considering all of a sudden, instead of getting a small sliver of your olive oil, you're going to get a decent increase. Remember, the Grand Winery buffs gathering by 60%, which in the case of an olive grove, it means that you aren't getting 20% olive oil from gathering on farms. You're actually getting 32%. Pretty nice little bump up. Not as nice as the insanity of berries, though, remember. Berries start at 50%, so you give them a 60% increase. You gain, I think it's 82%? I want to say it was. It's pretty ludicrous just how much you get out of berries in the Byzantines case. It's interesting because I wonder if that was a mistake or if the UI read was a mistake. So if you guys remember, when the Byzantines first came out, this whole little tooltip thing read very differently. It said that the Byzantines would get, I think it was meant to be 30% from berries. I'm kind of glad they kept the 50%. I think the Civ definitely needed it. They need a reason to care about berries. But admittedly, right now, with these new Merc timings, I think what we're learning very quickly is that the systems now might be a little bit too tuned. Ibids definitely not a Civ without their own problems. By problems, I mean they are a problem for whoever's on the other side, and this is a big part of why. Desert Raider opening's coming out. Now, of the civs that can deal with the Desert Raider opening very well, Byzantines is high up on the list here. You notice that Crackety is not taking any chances, though. He is going to set up the outpost. He's not going to risk having to rush onto berries and wait for the Javs. This is smart. It is possible to get enough olive oil here so that you can get a Javelin contract out, but you would have a gap getting that contract out, right? So the Desert Raider would be able to idle you on the berries for a good 30, 40 seconds. Crackety doesn't want that, so he's just going to invest the 100 wood. He also has the stone available to build into the arrow slits, remember, because when you play as the Byzantines, you basically get payday on stone anytime you build a structure. Take out complete. Desert Raider now on the way. This will most definitely be a fast castle. I'm not really expecting Wham to even play a little bit of presence for Feudal Age. I just don't think there's much value to it. There's not really much meat on the bone for him, right? Instead, you just want to compact all your food into a wonderful, safe location, which will happen very quickly after he takes the berries, and then rush up. Nice. Might have even been able to be a bit more optimal about it. If you use that code on the protein works. Because here's the thing about this, right? You've got 10 sheep up against 10. You have got the berries. What I don't like is the fact that he feels threatened so much that he has to completely strip the berries dry, right? The problem with this in this type of game is like you're just getting so much less value out of Growth Wing. In a matchup where Byzantines actually can kind of zerg you, so although you have the sheep, you won't have the superior berry gathering rate, right? That's a pretty big loss for an Ibid player. I'm always against this idea of just basically munching through the berries fast, unless you are definitely planning to not go for growth. It's quite possible that Wham is not going to go growth wing here, right? Like, we've actually seen a few times logistics can be quite popular. I think those are the two choices, though. Advancement has fallen off the side of a cliff. There's just not really many reasons why you do it anymore. There are very few matchups where it's forced. For most games right now, it's military wing reinforcement into growth wing. In fact, I've said that statement so many times because I cast so many games that I genuinely want a balance patch like tomorrow. I would actually welcome it at this stage. Longbow contract coming out from Crackety. That's kind of interesting, right? Like, you might expect someone in this situation to go for the Javelin contract because then you have the Camel Riders. I actually think in this matchup, Silk Road is a lot more sensible than Western. The reason is that when you go for Silk Road, you can destroy Camel Lancers with Camel Riders. You still have Javelins to deal with the Archers. It is a little bit dicey. The Archers gap close you. But, you know, the only advantage I really see in going Western contract is you are more defensively locked. And what I mean by that, it's the Lombos with the extra range, hiding underneath TC. Very hard to dive. The problem with it in this matchup is your opponent's goal shouldn't be to go into your base. His goal should be to get all the relics, right? And that hurts you because you are playing Grand Winery. You definitely want these relics as well. Tech up should be getting queued up. Growth Wing is on the way, so a minute and 20 seconds away. Nothing too unorthodox here. So far, a very standard game of Iobid play. Crackety is going to be moving out into gold now. He has got a decent amount of food already. Level 2 systems coming in. This should just be a fast castle now from him. He's going to build a few Limitane because they have value up against the Desert Raiders and up against the eventual Lancers. This is interesting, though, because you've gone for the Limitane. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wham go for the Golems. Golems can make a lot of sense here, especially considering your opponent. There we go. Especially considering that your opponent has made the choice to go into Lombos, which means he's got a lower base damage unit than he would otherwise, right? Remember, Jabs at 8, Lombos 6. And while Lombos do attack more frequently, have extra range, they are much worse at running away. So, what is Crackety's plan here? A lot of defenses are being forced. I don't like the fact that he's wasting an extra sliver of time on this outpost right now when you know that Castle Age is on the way. Lombos are at least going to find value up against the Desert Raiders, but, you know, this is one of those interesting situations where, once again, Jabs would have felt a bit better, right? Lombos hit for 6 damage, the Jabs are 8 plus 4. So you're going to have an output of 48 damage against the Desert Raider, or you can have an output of 35. Sorry, 30. 35, I'm being generous. And although you attack a little bit quicker, like typically the logic as well is you move quicker with jabs so you can stay in range. So tech up complete. Golems have been queued up, and Crackety doesn't know what he's up against yet. He didn't scout it out. That's kind of problematic. The way he's posturing is like someone who thinks they're up against Camel Lancers. Typically, a player in Crackety's position will move out of his base like this when he's up against Camels because Spears will hold it back, right? But if you run out of your base like this and run into a handful of Golems, you're just going to get stack wiped. So pretty wasteful. Crackety is at least looking for the tech up behind this. Desert Raider is on the way to intercept. But the outpost, as a result, is going to be a little bit valuable here. Lombos, in the meantime, camping on the gold. But we can see Wham has already calibrated his economy for this pressure. 500 gold in reserve, enough to get into the Blacksmith techs, get into the Dervishes, with little to no resistance of note from Crackety. In fact, Crackety, the way that he's escalating, it's almost like he wants to go for a ram, but with no blacksmiths, there's no way this is going to be a siege play. This is definitely just fast castle, but he's trying to find some value. This is always the issue with Iobids as a Civ. Like, you know, it's almost like the way this Civ functions, you don't want them to have berries being good for them because they're able to take the risky resource first and then fall back to the standard level of sheep you'd expect out of a map and bide their time before breaking out of the base. I think he's almost ready. He's almost at that time. Double archery angels are being popped. 5 Golems incoming. And Crackety will look to back up. I think Crackety's goal now is going to be to guard these relics. He doesn't want to give them over for free. It'd be really smart if he just does this, like sneaks a Limitane or 2 at the safest relics, because it's likely that Wham will send his Golems out into the mid-map and then send his Dervishes into the helplessly pointless arms of the Limitane. By the way, what I mean by that is they will die very quickly. So, Crackety, Golden Horn Tower in the way. There's not really going to be a focus on Landsneck here. They don't really have a value at all. What's Crackety's out here? I mean, knowing that you're up against Gulems, you just have to prep archery ranges, I think. If you don't go crossbows here, it's kind of a losing comp. You could go for the Varangian. I just feel like the timing is so much later here. Right, typically I just say Varangian, drop triple racks and spam Varangian. And while it's not triple racks, it does seem to be the motive here. Immediately queues up the Varangian boys. In the meantime, double Dervish are now moving out for the relics. The Matane are going to be waiting. So yeah, Wham gets the bad news. That was really well played by Crackety. Just wasting the initial Dervish's time is huge here. Because now Wham's like, well, I could have had 2 more Gulems instead. Which is very important because you need to make sure you got mass. Remember what we said about Varangian? They can destroy Gulems due to quantity. It's just so easy to get so many of these guys out, right? Like Gulems, they take 26 seconds. Look at this right now. 18 seconds with just level 2. And that's before we get into the cost association, right? 150 versus 130. And then the stat. Now I'm going to start. The list goes on. We've been over this before. It's actually one of the more frustrating men-at-arms matchups for the Ibids or Bassids. I think the only one really that's worse is going into men-at-arms from Armorclad. Now you could argue maybe HRE, but like I'm talking defensive capabilities, right? Archer's now pushing out. Gulems are arriving, so Crackety is going to have to vacate the area. In the meantime, he has at least got 1 relic on the way home already. He needs to yoink more than that, though. Dervish is on the hunt for additional goodies. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it, though. The question mark, no. Does Wham know? He does not. So 2 relics dragged home. It's a 3-2 split. This is actually pretty decent for Crackety. He has fallen behind a little bit in worker count, but that's to be expected due to the growth wing, right? Like, instead, he's actually found some worker kills, which is impressive. The problem right now is the Golem count is getting quite large, so Crackety needs to just basically smash his foot against the pedal and full send it with Varangian. And I don't like that he's still on 1 Rax for that, right? Like, if you want to make this work, you need to go up to 2 or 3 Raxes to get maximum push. Crossbows now being queued up as well. Starts to feel like he may have missed his time because of that. The Lombos are still going to be useful, though. It genuinely is about getting enough Varangian. Needs to be fast about it, though. Has to run home. Has got Steeled Arrow in the way. Very late Blacksmiths. Has not got Teardrop Shields on the table for at least probably 2 to 3 minutes. Crackety, here we go, finally. Took a while, but he has got the extra 2 Raxes coming in. So it's going to be a Varangian Flood. The problem is he's quite late now. Right, like 10 plus Gulems is the point where your opponent can get a little bit more tasteful with their composition. It's what I love from Wham here, right? Like, he's still scaling Gulems, but now he's prepping with the crossbows. What's even more interesting is this is a Civ that can build siege in the field. And Lombos, that's another reason why they feel worse than Javelins. Lombos struggle to dodge those mango shots a lot more than Javs do due to the movement speed. So if you don't see those shots coming, if you don't start anticipating them, you're not going to be the chosen one here. You're just going to get splattered on the floor. Was going up. A lot of back food as well for Wham, which means he doesn't have to take risks. Now, Crackety is in a pretty good position with all these farms. The reality is this Civ is absurd for farm transitions. I'd actually argue they have the best farms in the game. So it's not like Crackety has to rush out. However, if he wanted to get a lot more mercs, he really needs to consider these berries, and I think that's exactly why you're seeing Wham just camp here with S1 Desert Raider, so he knows when his opponent makes that move. Desert Raiders are so good against men-at-arms. In Feudal Age, yes. Not in Castle. They're pretty rough in Castle. It's just a terrible unit to trade with. But yes, in Feudal, because the men-at-arms have pretty low damage, right? They have 10, and you have 5 melee armor, and you hit 13 by base against what is usually a 2 melee armor unit. Yes, you disintegrate MAA. First Manjanique now coming in. Crackety should be anticipating this, surely. I mean, it's the most logical move in this matchup that an IB player is going to try to pivot into, especially when you're against an opponent who has not built Camel Lancers. I would be very suspicious if I was Crackety that I'm running into Siege. Mango reveals itself. Crackety actually dodged it perfectly there. Practically no damage done. Longbows in the meantime are going to strike at the archers, but you need to be careful these Golems. Mamluk's bravery is already in. This is huge. Means you can't run away anymore. You have to turn to fight. Varangian trying to get around the backside, but the crossbowman now able to just break away because of that. Big mistake made there. Krakeny has to trade archer on archer instead of getting rid of the anti-armor units. Golem line is holding firm here. Varangian count not looking good, and he exposes the longbows in the retreat. The misclick on the deer. Oh dear, that one's going to cost him. The only upside right now is the Golems. There's so many of them left that the buffed ones keep ending up at the back of the formation, but everything else is a downer here. Krakeny, not with the mass that he needs to now break this. Only 14 Varangian, trying to get more out. But when you split them off and run them into crossbows like this, it's never going to end well. Mango, he's going to be protected. I mean, he can hold this hostage, right? As long as he doesn't abandon the Mango, Krakeny realistically can't fight this. He actually needs to consider going for Siege. And Wham's going for more Siege. What? That's wild. And wait, are you saying Desert Raiders have 9 armor in castle? I don't think that's right, right? Isn't it 7? Flash coming in to contest the Tower of Memes. What if you just leave it here as a tank? Manjanique's going in for a wallop. And it hits absolutely nothing. However, I think there may simply be too many Golems for him to get through. Varangian count is down to 6. We've only got like 5 Golems on the front line right now, but more trickling in, and you have no anti-armor. And this game is over. Nah, there's no way back now for Krakeny. It's 3 relics, 2 sacred sites. It's more than enough gold to keep pumping. The food behind it, the second TC as well. I mean, Wham, while turning the screws on Krakeny, also has a second TC build. I think that says everything. And I don't know if this was BM or if he really thought that this was needed to end the game, but either way, it's fabulous to see it actually coming out and getting a win in the game. I guess it means the longbows can't fight you, right? And like the base damage isn't terrible against the Varangian, right? You're hitting for 9 per strikeout. And there's no way small counts of Varangian will be able to attack this, right? Like you can't berserk it at all. Berserking it is death. And yeah, no, it's 7 melee armor in Elite for Desert Raiders, 6 in Veterancy. I had a feeling that those numbers sounded too high. There's no way you get 9. Maybe with Blacksmith X, but no. What you're probably thinking of there, Arcanello, is you're thinking of the camel interaction with infantry for Ibids, where they get +3 armor with infantry. Okay, when there's 2 Tower Assaults in your base and you don't have a way of dealing with them, it's probably a good time to call GG. He's got a single Springle coming out. That poor guy's going to have his work cut out. Golem sneaking around the back in the meantime. Thankfully, Krakeny will move the army there to keep the Springle alive. However, the rest of his base kind of has a living issue here, guys. They don't want to live in this world anymore. Yeah, clean execution by Wham, actually. An interesting choice by Krakeny. I think the mistake was just not prepping extra Varangian quick enough here. The economy just seemed to be lacking for some reason. It might have been because he didn't go into the berries and was setting up additional groves, but either way, you know, usually you're expecting 2 Raxes, if not 3 at the start of Castle Age. And when you see Golems, you definitely double down on that idea. Varangian are fantastic up against Golems due to that production pacing, but in a game where you're even on count is a game where you're behind. And now, this is a game where you're most definitely dead. Wham. Very clean execution. I'd expect nothing less from someone who I think it's fair to say is a top 6 player right now. Krakeny still got some work to do. Yeah, no. It would be broken if you got 9 armor by 13 base armor. Like no. Like the numbers don't make sense there. So you get 7 on Desert Raiders Imperial Age, and then you can get, I believe it's +3 with the infantry nearby, and then you can add your melee tech. So yes, you can technically up to 13 armor in total, but that's like a heavy investment, right? That's the classic bait of like, look how insane this is. And it's like, you never get there, right? Like, you got to be realistic about like how you get to these things. Do Town Assaults have attack ground? No. Because they attack with rams and archer shots. It wouldn't make sense. It would be hilariously weird, though. But yeah, no. It's moving arrow. Yeah, it's pretty much the way you can define it, because it basically has got arrow slits on 4 shot positions, And then when you put more people on, I think it moves quicker, right? But it's a ram that hits 3 times harder than the standard ram, while having archers inside as well, right? And you can garrison units inside. I legit think in the late game there might be something to like siege, well not late game, but like once you've got an eco lead, just siege tower with 2 or 3 villages in to repair. Bastard can have 10 armor golems. Can they? Where are you getting that from? I think you're thinking... Oh, sorry, sorry, I thought you said Ibids. Yes, Abbasids can. Ibids can't, though. Ibids don't have the extra armor from the camel. It's the other way around, remember. So yes, you are correct. Basically, your default armor will be at 5. You get 3 blacksmith levels, and then you get 2 armor from the camel as well. But when you play as the Ibids, the buff is the other way around. It's that when there are infantry near camels, camels will get 3 extra armor. It's a bit of a weird one. I don't think I've ever seen a game yet, and I've cast a lot of Ibid games at this point. I still have yet to see an Ibid game where that was useful. Okay, let's get ready for another one. So, we'll mark that one off. I think Vortex had a game against a guy called Flotterotto. You can maybe check out. There's also the Dragavan versus Wham. Should we do Dragavan versus Wham? Yeah. Yeah, well, it's the opposite and it's better, remember. It's +3 armor. Kind of needs to be because it's so situational. One of these days, I'll see a game where it's used and looks good. One of these days. Probably take quite a while, though. Okay, so let's have a look here. Is this the one? Okay, Abbasids versus HRE. So Dragavan's on his speciality. Please tell me he... Please tell me he's going to do it. You know what I want him to do. He's against Wham, right? Oh, there's one obvious thing I want here. Dude, why does my shirt look so creased still? Proxy Burgrave? No. Wham's on HRE. You thought Dragavan would go up against a top 6 player in the world and he wouldn't pick Abbasids? Come on. That's right. AOM player over here on the HRE. What a filthy spammer. This is one and only Wham. That's right. The Canadian bro. On the other side, we've got Dragavan, who you guys may be becoming more and more familiar with. We've featured him more and more on this channel. Dragavan is quickly becoming one of my favorite people to watch because he's just so weirdly different. Although, everything tends to gravitate around the same thing when he picks this Civ. It's the Abbasids. We've seen him do some proxy bases. We've seen him do clown carring siege towers. Would he do it against not only one of the best players in Age of Empires right now, but would he also do it against one of the fastest moving infantry civs in the game as well? Surely there's no way. Well, that's what I'm here to find out. Is it wrong? Is it potentially biased that I'm sort of fingers crossing, hoping that he does? No, dude, that's just entertainment value. I have to let the game get a little bit deeper, though. Opening-wise, Sheep Count is going to be sitting pretty decent for Wham, actually. Ends up getting 10 sheep so far. He's still got a giant area to cover. I kind of find it interesting how often I see this from players where they don't actually go the full distance to check the corner. Sometimes these corners can have up to 4 sheep in them. So kind of weird that Dragavan pulled back like that. If you don't see the enemy scout, just keep on going is my motto. Especially when you're playing a Civ that doesn't really need to come back so soon. But I think, you know, these players, they've been playing a lot of Gorge, right? Like you see it worked out on Wham's side where he missed out on 1 sheep, but... Or 2, sorry, but he like wasted a lot less time going all the way around the back. So I assume there's a logic behind this. It's probably because of the tree lines. That if they go a little bit too deep, they're going to have to circle all the way around, and they're going to burn an extra 10 to 15 seconds on the rotation. What was the tournament today? We're going to be checking out the Mutez Reverse Showdown. It's going to be a tournament where you pick civs for your opponent. So you're ban civs away that you don't want to play, 3 of them in fact, and then your opponent will pick 2 civs for you to choose from to play. Military Wing now coming in, so we'll get that initial pressure. I'm not really convinced that Military Wing is the way to go for Abbasids against HRE now. Old HRE maybe, because you forced Outpost to defend, right? But new HRE, where they're playing Long Feudal, I actually think Military Wing is a bait. it doesn't really give you any value point if you think about it, right? You get 4 units, congratulations, firm handshakes. Your opponent's going to build archers anyway, so you die. Then his archers come and harass you, and all of a sudden you're now the guy who needs to build an outpost, right? Because if you try to play a long feudal now with neither of these wings, you don't have any real eco upside. Golden Age 1 isn't there yet. By the time it is, your opponent doesn't care. He's already going to have a 40% gathering speed buff to 15. So yeah, a little bit of a weird choice. We'll see what Dragovan has in mind. I'm actually a bigger fan of maybe even the Eco Wing and 2TC. It sounds kind of wild. You have to be careful because if you get caught doing it, your opponent might fast castle. The alternative is a fast castle build yourself. I'm just not really sold on that either, considering the tools Atri have. Trade would be an intriguing choice. I don't know, man. The more I kind of think about it, the more this is just a really awkward matchup for Abbasids, right? Then again, this is insanely greedy out of Wham. He Arkin drops the stone. Now, this is going to be a very efficient grab on a TC, right? Because he's actually got a drop-off point for the wood and the stone here. And eventually he's got a fantastic spot for farms because there'll be no blocker at all. But in the interim, this is very dangerous. And also what you've just done is you've told your opponent what you're doing. Right? Like, there's no alternative play here. You can't fast castle now because your gold isn't buffed on the Arkin. Dragovan, what are you up to? Wait, is he's doing... Oh, no! He done what we wanted, but he done it. And Wham knew it was coming. He sensed it. He scouted the right area. Now, the crazy part is, despite these shenanigans from Dragovan, note that Wham has not shied away from the second TC. That is still the goal he's going towards. He's gathering the stone at a stupendous rate. He's already got the wood required. The crazy thing about Arkin that you're going to see here is, like, the time it's going to take Dragovan to do anything with these archers is going to make it kind of irrelevant. Like, worst case scenario, you're forcing Wham to drop a TC on the wood line, right? But that's great. On the wood line, fantastic, thumbs up. That means we can just go into archers. One problem that you might have here is he's not going to have the primary wood line buffed. So he's going to have to consider trying to sneak in on the trees here. Instead, it's going to be on the gold. Okay, so we're fast castle now, right? Yeah, this has to be fast castle. Like, when you drop on the gold like this, at least got the berries as well protected, but I'd be surprised now if Wham tries to engage. Because he can't gather the wood here, right? The primary wood line's not going to be buffed, so anything else kind of feels like you're behind. Now, the interesting part is Dragovan could go for a second TC himself, but I think he's focused on an all-in now. Second archer range gets dropped even close to the enemy base. Archers are going to move in, but unfortunately, with just 3 of them, although you can force some idle time, maybe get 1 or 2 kills, you shouldn't be able to stop the TC from going up. First blood drawn. Dragovan finds himself 1 eco up, but 1 TC down. Wham. The problem now for Dragovan is all pressure is on him to deliver. Lumber Camp has been dropped. It looks like the Prelate has shifted over, right? Because he's not buffing anything here. Actually, that's not true. He could have buffed the food, but now because you've got this TC on the berries, you're probably just going to have most of your food gathering happening here. Because it looks like, actually, we're not just going to get a fast castle build. And for good reason. He's doing it again. Dragovan has deployed the clown bus strategy. Actually, is it a bus? A bus has more capacity than a car. The clown tower is on the move. Let's just put it that way. He's doing this against one of the best players in the game. There's no way. I mean, if it works here, it's going to get nerfed. TC Garrison. Villagers actually just have to torch down. Dragon's trying to get cheeky and get those snipes out, right? So anyway, he's doing damage, remember. This is a poor man's Tower of the Sultan. You have to come outside to use your weapons. So 2 worker kills so far in the game. So this dive has only killed 1 worker, but it has idled a lot as well. I'd argue that the idle time has been worth it, because if you think about it, the amount of gathering he's missed out on, what did you spend for this? 125 wood, and it's still alive. Still got almost half its HP. Villagers are going to pull out. Torches to try and take it down. Archer's going to stand their ground now. And Siege Tower is going to get lost. A few more kills gained for it, though. 3 more workers going down. Yeah, I think the thing I didn't like about this, and you saw the issue there, right, is like Dragovan, he had the spearmen inside, not just archers, which means he didn't have enough to kill very quickly or very efficiently. And now, although you have been a pain in the ass, Dragavan, you now find yourself in a situation where the HRE are on their tree line. They do have prelates that can buff them up somewhat. And they are 2 TC versus still what is only a 1 TC build for Dragavan. Blacksmith coming in though. Steeled Arrow will be coming through soon. The question on all our minds is, if at first you don't succeed, do you give up and go home, or do you try again? He's got 20 people on wood. I'm pretty sure he's going to try again. And who wouldn't when they got this many archers? 2 archer rangers delivering quite a bit. Does he just go Rams instead is the bigger question mark now, right? You get more troops inside, so it's more easy to guarantee a 1-hit, and also it gives you a way trying to break the TC. Against other civs, yes. Against the HRE, no. Because the E-repairs, right? It would take way too long. Build 2 towers? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You want him to micro that much? I have said this, by the way. There's going to be a micro god that comes into AoE 4 that can actually micro like 3 towers perfectly. Like some sort of juggling god that will just make everything look broken. Because the reality is, like, if you're going to have multiple towers going on, it's very hard for your opponent to react, right? The reason why, although this looks absurd, is somewhat controllable is because so far we don't have a person who does that, right? It's always one clown car. I am waiting for the day that we get the triple clown car lord. I guarantee if this catches on, Marine Lord will be the one to try it. Double ram garrisoned. Time for the party. All right, we've got the 2 clown car juggler. Now this is bold. We said because the E repairs, this is not going to be an easy kill. Archers immediately begin to snipe out. Villagers are going to have to be pulled here. Archers begin to snipe down. Textiles is leased in, so it makes it much harder to kill. And the torch commitment's coming through. Wow, I'm looking to just break this down quickly. But it's going to cost him. Archer Mass favors Dragavan right now. In fact, he's done playing the clown car shenanigans. He stands his ground. E-repairs yet to be used, but the archer count now so low that I don't know how you kill these rams, especially when you're attacking the archers. 24 to 10. Dragavan, a little bit overzealous, needs to hop back in his car and drive home. I don't like this, by the way. This ram should have been pulled further away so the archers can't focus fire it down because he's about to lose one of his defenses. But wham! And he's got all this wood but no food. He needs to rush on the food right now because he's running out of archers fast. Dragavan, this is pretty bad, actually. He's ran away from the ram. All he needs to do is camp in it right now. In fact, the one way he loses this is if he keeps running around the TC. Needs a second ram built as well, to be honest with you. Archers are trying to sneak in towards the wood line, but that's simply not going to work. Dragavan, back to the shenanigans. This is going to get fixed. It has to at this rate. This is absurd. The amount of archers is killing here. The villagers are having to be pulled again. Dragavan with the second wave coming in, though. TC almost destroyed. In fact, it looks like it's guaranteed to go down at this pacing. Wham! Can he get the repairs just in the nick of time? 10 HP left, but now behind on economy. Dragavan, however, has burnt a lot on this. He's got no ram to hide in. So close, yet seemingly so far. For all that effort, he has only dented Wham by 5 villages. The Canadian survives. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a misplay by Dragavan. He spent way too much time walking around the TC for no good reason. He should have also pulled back the injured ram behind the full health ram. Those were his big mistakes. He seemed to just assume that Wham was out of food for long enough. But as we saw between the sheep, between the berries, and clearly because Wham also picked up some protein works, he had plenty of food to get him through the night. And now things are going to take a turn for the worse. Dragavan burnt a lot on that push. He's trying for the horseman switch. We've seen this before. It's proven to be super effective. Is it going to work again? Can the biggest My Little Pony fan in Scandinavia pull it off against the Canadian? Will Wham even sense it? It's the bigger question mark, right? He's only on archery ranges right now. the issue with this Horseman, you need to get so many to end the game, right? Because trying to burn this down with the torch being what it is and the E-repairs being as ridiculous as it is just isn't really feasible. Now, Undermesh is at least on the way. And Dragavan is going to be adding in Rams to assist this. So I imagine the idea this time is to garrison the Rams with Horsemen. Oh, that is actually diabolical. Because think about this realistically, guys. If Wham wants to kill the archers when they ungarrison, you need to be closer. That's the kind of crazy thing about this strat. The only chance you have of sniping these archers is if you're close enough to hit them as they're shooting you. Otherwise, they'll re-garrison, right? So Wham might try and move closer to them now because of that. And if that's the plan, and Dragavan just fills one of these full of horsemen, that will be GG. This is so sick. This is actually disgusting. This kid's a genius. Horseman count up to 14. Wham, the problem as well is he doesn't have a scout, right? The scout died, so he doesn't know what's coming. The clown car bait. No, Dragavan. Dragavan. No. No, 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 no. Go in the ram. In it. Now I just sound like a Brit from the streets in it. Oh, no. He's going to run in just to the horseman anyway. I mean, this will still work on the TC, but he actually could have just insta-ended the game with just the horseman hidden inside the ram. E-repairs hasn't been triggered yet. Undermesh is in, so these horsemen are ridiculously tanky. Archer's trying to focus far them down. Horsemen aren't going to commit. E-repairs has been triggered. Housing also might become a problem for Wham soon. The horseman into the base, and I think he made a mistake here. I don't think he has enough horsemen here yet. Right? No. No, this works. This has to. It's 20 horsemen in total on the map. He just needs to reset. He's jumping the gun, but he gets the space. TC is definitely going to be going down. In fact, if you just climb inside these rams, you won't even take any return damage. Town center about to die. Wham, only 2 villages ahead in this game. Dragavan lost 10 horsemen in that charge, though. And what now? Like, okay, Dragavan, dude. I usually talk about the difference between a strategy and a tactic. I feel like in a way we're seeing that here. Like, Dragavan has a strategy in mind, and the strategy is I'm gonna clown car him. But he's doing tactics within that, right? Like, where is the win condition? What is the win route here? Maybe if Wham runs out of his base like this, it could be way though. The problem is with the marching drills, it's so difficult to run past these targets to pinch them. I actually think Dragavan needs to be trying though. He's just not getting any value out of this, right? Like, he's stabbing it down, but the melee count isn't getting on top of this. This is getting expensive. 16 horsemen diving in. 26 archers remaining. Triple archery range production as well. Archers diving through. Dragavan needs to get around the back of the formation ASAP. Nice use of the archers turning onto the textile villages. Horsemen keeping those archers busy. It looks like it's going to be a good trade now. Is it going to be enough though? Dragavan starting to stockpile a bit of resources, but immediately recommits it. The horsemen are about to have a problem. Spearmen now on the way. And folks, this actually might be the point where it starts to fall apart. He needs to get as much value right now before the counters come out. Horsemen targeting down the villages. Archers dealing with the spearmen, and he's done it. He's broke him. GT comes out. Dragavan, the second wave in, guarantees it. I cannot believe this. The clown car is crawling up the ladder, and it may be coming to a tournament near you soon. Oh my god. Clown carring even beats top 6 players. Actually, no. Clown carring can beat the best players. Something like that? Unbelievable. That is so dirty, man. I do think Dragavan like made it a little bit harder, like the time when there's horsemen, right? But yeah, I'm a little bit heartbroken he didn't just hide horsemen inside. That would have been the best one. Oh, blimey. Alright, sorry, I just had to respond to a message quickly. Horseman inside. Oh, wait, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. I keep saying this. You can't put horseman inside the ram. I'm an idiot. We talked about this yesterday, didn't we? Oh, I know I'm going to get flack on YouTube for that now. Whatevs. I tell you, I keep forgetting. It's such a dumb strategy. That it just scrambles my brain. Oh, absolutely fantastic. All right, let's see who's playing. I think, is Louis queuing on the ladder? He might be. Oh, come on. When is the tournament starting? In about an hour and 20 minutes. We will be opening with Louis versus Lucifron. Like, I better refine that strat. I mean, just to clarify, like as I was just saying there, I was wrong about the horsemen. I don't know why my brain keeps thinking you can stick horsemen in rams. You can't. You can only stick infantry inside, right? I think the reason devs made it that way is because someone in testing probably put elephants in a ram. So, command for tourney info. The publicly available info is limited. ! Tournament will bring up a little bit of detail, but there is no Liquipedia page or rulebook or anything. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I want... Like, I think I said this yesterday. It's where we got in the discussion. I was like, imagine you put 16 knights in a ram, and then you just ambush someone, right? Liquipedia doesn't have a page on it. Unless they added one in the last hour. I literally checked when we went live. There isn't a Liquipedia page. Unless someone's found one. In which case, please do link. But I couldn't see one. For some reason, one wasn't made. Which is weird because the Elyono versus Voldemar show match has made one. I did feel bad for those guys, by the way. Really big shout out to Lyra. They reached out asking me if I'd cast the Elyono versus Voldemar match. We will be casting that on Monday. It's going to be happening today at the exact same time as the Reverse Draft Showdown. But obviously, because it's a whole tournament versus show match, we decided it made more sense to do the whole tournament as much as possible now. It just means on Monday, we will cast the best of 7 show match between Elyono and Voldemar, as well as any other series that didn't get cast in this tournament on Saturday. So we got there in the end. And I done that way intentionally because my thought process is like, if we don't do the tournament, that's what people are going to moan they wanted versus Voldemar and Elyono. And then Voldemar and Elyono don't actually get the presence and credit they deserve because they are two very entertaining players. So this felt like the nice mid-ground, the fair point. Speaking of Elyono, who are they up against? The Mutez Reverse Draft, Reverse Showdown rather, is indeed a one-day event. Ah, we've got Kiljardi up against Elyono. Oh, I love this matchup. Delhi versus Japanese is really cool. Yeah, so one-day event. It'll be best of 3, best of 3, best of 3, best of 5. All right, should we wait for this one? I think we wait for this one, right? And then we still have a few other games to fall back on. Yeah, honestly, I genuinely think the ladder needs more people like Dragavan. Yeah, Gully, can you find a unique gimmick, please?
Hey.
Outpost rush with HRE. With all of the dragon. Boom, there you go.
We know a hotel that's ready to unwind this weekend. Book hotels with spas in the
Nope,
hotel
I already think I said like twice in the last 20 minutes the tournament hasn't started yet.
Janet Jackson, Together Again tour, coming to venues
God,
across
ads,
the
please.
UK.
Let me see. fact, I'll even add it into the command. Starts at 4 p.m. CEST. Boom. Wait, I thought you heard it a second ago when I said it. All right, no problem. I've added it to the thingy now. Let's say someone wanted to sponsor a tournament. What does that process look like? Reach out. We can figure it out. We can talk about it. If someone's going to provide pretty much everything and there's something in mind they have, I'm willing to entertain that thought process and basically pretty much do consultancy esports work for free to try and get that off the ground, right? I'm already trying to talk to 1 or 2 people in the community. I need to get back to one of them on it because they had actually a very big proposal I wasn't expecting. So I need to figure that out into the calendar. But I've said I want to try to do more tournaments and figure out more, try and give back to the community, right? Like, it's much easier when there's people that want to fund tournaments, because the reality is I can't afford to fund tournaments because I think I talked about this before. Sorry, I feel like it's I'm a poor man, please fund me every time I say this, but like, I lose money streaming currently each month. So it definitely helps when there's people that have money that they want to put into prize pools, funding tournaments, whatever, because it makes them doable. Whereas, like, the reason why I haven't, because I just want to clarify this, because I've been casting this game for 3 years now, and I haven't hosted a tournament myself yet. And I know it's gonna be like, well, Drongo has or whatever, but like these people that have usually can afford to. The audience they have is big enough to pay for that. In theory, we're still getting there, but fingers crossed. Do I have a price range? No. Once again, like, reach out and figure it out. There's no harm in asking, right? Obviously, the more money, the easier it is to get the bigger players and the bigger the tournament overall can be. But there's ways to do small things. Like, if someone wants to fund a show match for like $50, $100, those can be doable. The logic is, like, I'm not even getting paid in those situations, right? It's just going to the prize pool because I'll just take it as content on the channel. Gimmicky tournaments like Choose Your Enemy Civ. Yeah, that's kind of what's going to be happening today with the Mutez Reverse Draft. So the way it works is that you can ban free civs. What those bans are is you're telling your opponent you cannot pick these civs for me. And then from the remaining civs in the game, your opponent will pick 2 that you can play. And then you'll choose which one you're going to play out of those 2. So that's kind of happening today. There are loads of other cool things. Like, I've talked about the fact I want to do a crafted map tournament before. That would require a bit of funding because I need to get some people to make maps. But there's also other things, like we were talking about the idea of a tournament that plays out in a game mode that uses the Company of Heroes victory point system, which is basically like the Sacred Site's win condition will be slightly changed. All right, let's get ready for this one, though. This is actually one of my favorite matchups at the moment. Delhi versus Japanese. There's a very big debate. Some people feeling like the Japanese have a way. It used to be felt the Japanese were dominant in this matchup. More recently, some of the high-level players have come out saying, actually, Delhi are one and truly favored. Like, there's no easy way for Japan to win this. So I thought it'd be interesting to check out 2 very talented people in this matchup. We have got Elyona on the Delhi, and on the other side is the Dark, the one and only Killjadi, the Finn, as the Japanese. We are going to be in Rocky River. It's kind of interesting, actually. This map just doesn't really see the usage it used to for the Japanese. When the Civ first came out and the map was released, you'd usually see Japan just play out onto the pond straight away and then play Koka Township because everyone cared about fishing. But ever since that nerf now, with the ponds only having 2 shoreline fish, it is incredibly rare to ever see anyone care about it. Now, why is this so Delhi favored, is what you're probably wondering after that intro. It's quite intriguing, actually. The issue that the Japanese have is usually timing. Theoretically, in a long enough feudal age, Japan could look really good between things like the Yumi massing and the Horseman with Bannerman, the extra melee tech. These things would feel good. The reality is, though, to get to that deep into a feudal age would require a Delhi player to be pretty negligent. It would require them to not take sacred sites. It would require them to not kind of all-in you around 25 minutes. And that doesn't usually happen. So what used to be the way, actually, for the Japanese in this build that was getting them a ridiculous win rate. Like, we're talking this Civ used to be an 80% win rate against Delhi. Now, it's, I think, like 40%. It's doing really bad. The thing that really allowed this Civ to just dominate the Delhi was Fast Castle. Delhi struggled with it, right? Because if you think about it, the whole idea of going Fast Castle here, drop an outpost, what does the Delhi do? They couldn't all-in you. They couldn't kill you. So they had to tech up. And that was a problem, but what some players very quickly identified is actually, you know what? There is a pretty clean build to get you up fast. What a lot of players started doing was, for example, instead of doing Tower Victory, they would go for the Eco Landmark and get the extra scholars for cheap. And that would give them enough to quickly move out for the Sacred Sites, and then that would also give them their unlocks quickly when they get Castle Age. Another one was just to rush on the Sacred Sites, still go with Tower Victory, go for one ram, break the defenses and slow down the tech timing, and then still go for Castle. But like the discovery that people realize is when Japanese go Fast Castle, what Delhi players realized really quickly here was that their Civ also does Fast Castle quite quickly. And that is when the Japanese meta started to unravel, right? Because at first, at the start of this year, you guys might remember, Japan was kind of on top of the moon. They were dominating a lot of matchups just by fast castling. There's some they still do. But I'd say in about the last month, half of the civs that they were stomping with that build are now doing it in return. So someone has to change here. And one build that I've seen that was quite fascinating to me was the 2TC build. I think we might be getting that. 3 out on the stone. Tree is being chopped. This looks like it's going to be a forge drop. Now, the interesting part about this build that we've seen is that the whole idea is you go for 2TC, and then you'd eventually get the Daimyo. And that Daimyo would allow you to get mass horsemen that could contest Ghazi. Because that's one of the big issues with playing long feudal, right? It's like you build horsemen into Ghazi, and Ghazi are just better. When you get that Bannerman aura, it gives you 15% more damage on a 9 base damage unit that has an extra melee tech compared to your opponent. That closes the gap. But then you still have the advantage of paying 20 resources less per cav unit compared to your opponent. And we will know very quickly if this is going to be the stables into Yuumi build by where this TC gets dropped. If the TC gets dropped on the gold, likely it could still be some sort of delayed fast castle. If it's on a wood line, it's 100% going to be long feudal. Now, the annoying part for Elyon is typically that choice is very easy to identify because your opponent's gold won't always be right next to the wood. Unfortunately for Elyon in this game, the dart got a very useful detail. Because his gold and his wood are right next to each other, he can just drop a TC here, and Elyon can't be certain which build it's going to be. Elyon, meanwhile, is going to be going for that standard Ghazi opening we see all the time. Sanctity has already been queued up, so 2.5 minutes away. Now, the other interesting thing actually about opening stables here that I really like is it stops this play out onto Sacred Sites freely. You have to take a little bit more of a slow and calculated approach. I think it's a big part of actually why Japan started to lean into playing a bit feudal, is because when you just blind rush Castle Age, what the Delhi players start doing so well is just hoovering up Sacred Sites at too early of a point. The gold trickle was just hard to contest. But considering that you're going to TC now, you are going to be looking at a longer feudal. And if you're going to be stuck in feudal for longer, you want to make sure the Delhi aren't getting their eco advantage for free. Talk about a big eco advantage there. 17 sheep. 15 on the other side, but pretty impressive considering that the Japanese usually need to come back quickly. I do think that Duck immediately went out onto the bushes though, right? Like, this is a cool thing. When you get into the Tawara, and then especially when you got Takazaiku, you gather berries insanely fast. In fact, fun detail for you guys. Once you have Takazaiku, you gather from berries quicker than the Delhi do. The only upside they have then is that the Delhi have more berries due to the extra 100, right? Speaking of that berry patch, Ghazi are going to arrive on it. Behind this, TC about to be dropped. It is indeed going to be on the gold. Oh, now that is very interesting. So he's worried about the Ghazi, right? That's pretty smart. If he drops the TC here, he's gambling, because if Elyon comes out, he's dead. So instead, gets rid of the Forge. This keeps him in range of the primary TC, and it means that Elyon can't just block the town center out. All right, what do you guys think? 1's if you favor the Dark in this one, 2's if you like Elyon better. Because I think that this 2TC build is the way. There aren't many civs that can justify 2TC against Delhi all in, but I actually think Japan's the one that might be able to make it work. And it's because of the value some of their units have in the feudal, right? Like I mentioned Yuumi, I've mentioned Horseman, but let's not forget Onibugisha are a thing as well. A thing that can actually beat Ghazi and beat Spearman. In fact, I quite like the idea of Onibugisha Yuumi. I wonder if that might be the iteration that solves the Delhi, because so far we've just been seeing a lot of these Horseman Yuumi metas. And we haven't really seen the Onibugisha used in any meaningful way, right? Like, any time it has come out in the Delhi-Japanese matchup, it's like a desperation play at the very end of the game. So we've got Siege Engineering being queued up as well. Double Blacksmith play is very smart here. You have to make sure you're quick on your techs. It's not just about the range techs here or the rams. What really matters as well for Elyon is getting the melee tech. You can already see that Duck's got the first level coming in. But remember, the Japanese get 2 levels. Another problem in this game now for Red is he deleted the Forge, right? Typically with these type of builds, like why I'm a very big fan of the 2TC build is you end up with double Forge. So it's very hard for you to ever fall behind on tech. In fact, often you end up ahead. Undermesh will be coming through soon. 2 Sacred Sites now being locked in. Red needs to get out of his base ASAP. He needs these Horsemen to go and intercept right now. Got to give it to him, right? Like, the Undermesh isn't even in, but this TC is tickling. This is the absurdity. You'd think 15 extra health wouldn't make a big difference, but it really, really does. And it's not just the 15 extra health, right? It's the threat of that damage existing still for longer fights, because they don't die. That's an extra 12, right? So although it only is, what, 1 extra flurry of arrows from the TC, if that leads to a 12 damage exchange, that's actually not a bad deal for the Ghazi. So we've got the 1-1-1 build coming in from Elyon. Siege Engineering is about to complete. And Archer's moving across. This should be an immediate ram just built next to the tree line. And then to push in. Yeah, Red's comp feels like it's coming online very, very slowly here. It's still only Horseman for the time being, but they're going to have to switch it up ASAP. Villager is going to be intercepted. No wall going up there. And Red, at this point, with only a free eco lead, isn't exactly looking scary compared to 3 Sacred Sites. Oh, God. Red. Looks like Killjadi is going to go for the intercept, but unfortunately, just kills a single archer for a Horseman. Yeah, these are not the trades that win you the game. It's unfortunate as well, because if this had been standard archers, you would have got double archer for a Horseman, which is great. But it's not standard archers. It's Tower of Victory archers. 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. So, how does Killjadi win this now? He has to play wide flank. He just has to block Sacred Sites, dance around the map, and then go and raid his opponent. Needs to make sure he's got his walls up, and you know what? What did we just say was the build? That people don't try, but they should. He's doing the Onibugisha build. I am a fan. Can I have your autograph on my chest, please, sir? Like, I want Yuumi to work, and I think there are some matchups where they can be useful. But admittedly, this one, every time it seems to fall flat, short of raw outplays. The reason Onibugisha is a lot better is although archers can counter you, it's a mobile comp that doesn't just need to stay in the base, it can flank raid quite quickly. And it's also a much better defense against this ram all-in timing. Because when Elyon dives that TC, let's say you actually garrison 7 Onibugisha inside. You can just come out and oh god, he's building Samurai. Wait, why? Horseman in the meantime. Trying to raid, aren't going to be able to do so. Sacred Sites are at least starting to be decapped though. In the kindest way possible, why? Why is Samurai here? With their plastic swords. And the armor made of cardboard. Against Ghazi, it's just such a weird and polarizing build to do. Onibugisha actually deal with Ghazi really well. Onibugisha deal with Spearman phenomenally well. Onibugisha get countered by archers, so I kind of get where it's come from there, but you're defending here. It should be much harder for these archers to ball and go in. And that's before we talk about the fact that Samurai take notably longer to build than Bugisha. Awesome raid in the big time is big here, though. Look what happened over here. Elyon gets caught on the flank resources. You greedy son of a gun. He did not have textiles. Wow. Okay, that is a blunder and a half. You want to see an additional blunder? look at what Killjadi's done. He snuck out onto the berries unnoticed. Elyono is so fixated on this gold TC, he's neglecting the detail that's going to lose him the game. Also, in the meantime, are going to peel back. No Daimyo upgrade at all, by the way. No intent. Just a fixation on the Samurai Mass. Second round now being built. Elyono needs to go in very soon. If he waits too long here, the quality of the Samurai, weirdly enough, will win. I know I just criticized it. I still kind of stand by it. Like, I think he's got a good enough economy to actually have either more Raxes or Unabigisha instead. Clever lad. He has now got the fit level work on the way. Actually, I don't like that he left that until last. Fit level work feels a lot more important than the +1 melee damage for you. Your main DPS should be Archers and Ghazi. And Ghazi have such a high melee damage that +1 doesn't really change much. But a +1 melee tech against a full melee army on the defense, especially with the possibility of Unabigisha, a lot better. Horsemen are going to have to pull back. I don't know what that one was doing. Samurai aren't engaged just yet. TC now being dented though. Elyono should be able to break through here. Samurai line is holding in the center for the time being. Horsemen are pinching a small group on the right side. They need to get in the main fight ASAP though. There's only so long these Samurai can stand their ground. TC looking like it's about to go down in the meantime. Elyono will take nothing less but the greed away from Killjadi. However, can he now win the follow-up fight is the question. 4 Samurai remain. I think there's just too many Archers here. Spearman will be able to retreat and reset this. It means that the Horsemen should get cleared up. Archers, weird micro there. Elyono, I'm not sure why he pulled the Spearman away and left the Archers unguarded. But damage done. TC is down. It's a 14 eco lead. But at the same time, you're up against 3 Sacred Sites of the Delhi. And the military lead is still undeniable. 11-42. A lot of Ghazi still left alive. Archer count is a bit weak. I'm a little bit surprised Elyono isn't adding more in there, but it's because it's against Horsemen and Samurai, right? Like, if it was just Samurai, you'd kite them, you'd Archer up. But now it's mass melee. Weirdly enough, you have to kind of answer with mass melee as well. Still, a good time in the game to be doing so. You know, you think this Spearman would just lose against Samurai, but the reality is, although the Samurai are tanky, it's the melee exchange, right? Like, it's 12 damage versus 9, but the attack speed is pretty decent. 1.62 compared to the 1.38. Usually, the Spearmen are a much, much bigger disadvantage because they don't have this Tower of Victory buff. Then you add in the Ghazi detail, Ghazi being completely uncounted. Yeah, I'm glad Killjadi's finally doing this. You need to go Spearman. A little bit surprised he didn't come in sooner, but remember, Elyono had a lot of Archers. So what Killjadi's doing is he's trying to dictate the next step. He's baiting his opponent into stopping building this one thing that would save him. Because now if Elyono waits and goes into a fight against 15 Spears with just 11 Archers, he's going to lose. Would be Gavin on the right side. Horsemen are getting intercepted though. And it looks like Elyono might be aware of what's happening on the flanks. Definitely shifting towards it. I just love the way that Killjadi's building his base. I feel like I'm watching a Bronze League Legends game, but it's actually not. It's because he's trying to hide the information, right? It's less likely to get seen if it's right up against the edge of the map. Killjadi. Oh dear, big mistake made it. Villagers. Wait. I don't think any of these should get out. If the Ghazi just run past right now, they're dead. Archers continue the chase. Horseman Spearman reacting, but a heavy hit there. Eco lead still remains for Killjadi, but has been notably shrunk. And now with the Sacred Sites as they stand, there's no denying that Elyono is ahead on economy. It might be more so still soon. Archers just tugging down the spears and now moving across on the villagers. No textiles either, so this hurts. Killjadi, despite that 2 TC build, now finds himself truly behind in this game. I mean, this might just be over. The Samurai are outnumbered. We talked about that attack speed buffer as well, making it so much easier for Spears to win this. He's just getting cleaned up one by one. It's 17 Ghazi now, up against a handful of Samurai and Horsemen. Yeah, this is pretty over. I'd be surprised if Killjadi could somehow get back into this. Elyono still has to close the game with clean execution, but Yep. Elyona's been practicing his Deli a decent amount. I think Deli's, at this point, when you're in the top 20, top 30, top 40, it's that civ you come to understand to a reasonable degree, at least for the first 20 minutes. And, well, he's going to make the right choice here. Compound defender on the way. He has a big enough army to keep Killjadi contained. And Killjadi, nowhere near what he'd need to go for Castle himself. Yeah. I do wonder if Onibagisha could have worked better. I mean, in fairness, I get why he didn't want to with the archers, right? I think another big problem in this game is that Killjadi never found a way of getting the Daimyo, so he never had Bannerman. If he had Bannerman with those samurai, actually the damage is quite impressive, right? Like 12 damage plus 15%. All of a sudden, you're whomping these Ghazi much harder than they hit you. Now it just feels undeniable. Killjadi looking a little bit lost here. Mass farms coming in. He has to survive quite the storm. He doesn't even have level 1 Daimyo. His food income is quite pathetic at this stage. Charge comes in. Ghazi looking to extract eco kills. Not going to find much, but they don't need to. Ellyona now in Castle Age, and Killjadi truly does have his work cut out for him. And it's not often you see that in games against the Japanese. Ellyona immediately queues up the men-at-arms. Why? Because he knows Castle Age isn't coming for Killjadi. All on the flanks. Whoopsie. I maintain that you should not be able to delete in a Wololo. 3 relics now on the way home. Killjadi's going to try to get into Castle Age. He's going to take one punt at this, right? But if he loses the fight, if it's anything less than a resounding win, he'll call GG. He's not that delusional about the outcome here, right? Like, he knows this lead is big. His one hope is going to be Yorishiro dropping a Rax, upgrading Samurai into a Adachi, and then hoping he can hold. The downside, however, is you're going to lose all relics on the map, right? So the biggest value play off the back of Yorishiro drops isn't going to be there, which is map control into relics. That detail has already been removed. 5 relics on the way home rather for Delhi. In fact, if you just Wololols, yep. The worst possible feeling here. Killjadi, even having to back up for 3 seconds hurts you in the retreat. And now this floating gate, I don't think it's even good enough anymore. If you had 10 plus samurai that you could upgrade, maybe, you're going to have no units by the time you get Castle Age. If you get Castle Age. Does at least have the Daimyo upgrades coming through, but you've got nowhere near enough stone to get a Shogun at Castle. That's the reality check, right? Like, you need 2 stone outcroppings to get that. Now Yona, now getting ready to dive on in. This is before the men-at-arms even arrived, by the way. He's actually missed-microed in quite a few places. Which you'd think would give hope for Killjadi, but this game is so far gone, it really doesn't. I actually can't believe I'm watching him build the floating gate outside of his base. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and he has built farms everywhere else in the base. First Yorishiro drop coming in. It's going to be in the racks, so looks like it's going to be an upgrade into speed. What? Oh my god. Was Ellyona secretly Giga Brain? Because not flooding the men-at-arms has led to a very unorthodox choice from Killjadi. He's prioritizing spears to defend. If he went Odachi tech, he'd be able to hold back these men-at-arms. But I think his worry is there's already so many knights, right? So he needs spears first. I don't even know if he knows the MAA are coming. He's about to find out the hard way, though. First wave arrives. 8 of the bad boys ready to rock and roll. Dive in towards the TC. Wait, Ellyona? Bro, calm down. Go for the economy. Calm, cool-headed. Let's not overreact here. Farms now inactive. A lot of the work is going down. This game slipped away several minutes ago, but Killjadi refuses to slip away into the Dark Knight. I don't think he's got much of a say anymore. Spinman just trying to hold in the choke point of the gold here. But once the men-at-arms reach that, once you're out of gold income, there's no coming back. In fact, there's no coming back right now. He's trying to get Spilled in placements to protect him, but with no food income and wave after wave of men-at-arms coming, this is quite the rare sight. Japan losing against a men-at-arms spam. If you're not HRE, this ain't really meant to be possible. But when your opponent has a grand total of 0 military units, anything is possible. And Killjadi needs to learn when to GG. I respect a guy who looks for a comeback, but your comeback is about 10 minutes in the past. Oof. Brutal game there. So Japan's going to get buffed, right? Yeah, like maybe? They are looking pretty rough right now. They're definitely not having an easy time. I think they're like the win rates have just been plummeting, surely. Like, should we check that on the ladder? Actually, I'm kind of curious. Okay, Japan's actually at a 50.8% win rate. Who are they winning against? It's usually when they really come out. English, they have a slight lead over. We talked about why. It's actually a pretty good matchup for them. Abbasids and Ibids. So they're actually performing a bit better against Ibids now, which is cool to see. The big victor is against Chinese, though, which makes sense because if you let China get to the stage of the game where they can beat you, it's your fault anyway. Like, you just boom a lot quicker. And the others are Mongols. Yep. Order the Dragon. I mean, everyone's going to have positive win rate against Order the Dragon. Barely anyone doesn't. And then finally French. Yeah, so all the popular civs, they're kind of getting beaten by, right? I'm a little bit surprised by how much javelins, Japanese struggle against Malians. I'm expecting the fact that they struggle against Byzantines, against Delhi, and against HRE makes a lot of sense as well. Not to mention Ottomans. We already talked about that. That's literally the worst matchup in the game for Japanese. I don't think that one's uploadable. Alright, let's see. Who have we got playing now? So, pretty sure Louis still playing free-for-alls, right? Interesting way to warm up, right? For a guy who literally has a tournament game in an hour. But he vibes. The memester that he is. Ooh! Let's do this. Balsoon versus Killjadi. Yes, please. Yeah, you can't convert neutral units anymore. We've seen that in a bunch of free-for-alls. It doesn't work anymore. Like, they took it out, I think, 2 patches ago. Yeah. I mean, it can be a bit silly sometimes. I kind of get it. I honestly think that Wallol still need another tweak. I mentioned it a little bit earlier in that one. The whole idea is that you should not be able to delete units that are in a Wallol ring. It's so dumb. I know you're still losing the unit, but like, that's dumb that you can take the risk and then not get punished for it. You know what I mean? Like, you should get punished for it. If you miscalculate or your opponent body blocks you or whatever, you shouldn't just be able to hit the delete key and not get double punished. Wait, what's this? More people moaning about the Marine Lord invited to the Grand Finals by default. It's kind of tough, right? Like, I don't expect it to change to be 4 on LAN for AoE 4 because it's just the logistics and the budgeting is like so many months in advance. I'd be surprised they can actually do that now. But it definitely would have been ideal because then you have 3 matches, right? Or even 4 because you can do the 3rd place if you want to as a show match. Bit of a tough one. I get where people come from, Marine Lord being like automatically invited, but it's like, the problem is the format that they run where they invite the previous person works when you have more than 2 people, right? Like, even if it was 4, I don't think anyone would argue with Marine Lord getting an auto-invite to Rebel Wallol. This is Baltoon, yes. Well, I think so. I'm pretty sure it's Baltoon. Let's have a look. Number 2 Avali fan is definitely Baltoon. I guess I'm just assuming he has both of these accounts. Let's have a look. They are both from Sweden. Could it be Numadon? I don't think it is. I don't know. Like, Kazuyohan hasn't been that active either, right? So I'd be surprised if it's KJ. I don't know what happened to Kazuyohan recently. I just haven't seen him really playing much. Like, Jesus, his main is Diamond 2. He played 7 games. Could be Dimu. It's not Dimu. It's either Baltoon or Numadon, but I think it's Baltoon. I think he just has both the Avali fan accounts. Don't mind sticking with it this year as long as they go at least 4 or 8 next year and bump us to like 75k. That's the thing that people need to realize. It's like you have to rebuild confidence in the scene. Like AOE4, you know, has been on the decline. It's in a great place, but we need to rebuild it. Sadly, I wish Microsoft was doing its part, but in a lot of ways they're not. Roger Scruton, but people thought that was Baltoon. And no, yeah, I know that that was KJ. All right, let's get to it. Killjadi up against what I believe to be Baltoon here, actually. Avali fan number 2 is Baltoon. That's the rank 14th account. This one, I think, is ranked about 40th. We were just discussing it's either Baltoon, it could be Kazuyohan or Numadon. I think this was Baltoon. Numadon has been a little bit inactive the last few days, actually. I don't think he's been playing as much. His Balu account has just kind of gone dark, if I remember correctly. Like, actually... Could this be Balu? Alright, either way, it's a very talented player. They're 47th in the world with 1902 elo. On the other side, the Dark, aka Killjadi, needs no intro. His main is top 10 in the world right now. Seems like he's having a day practicing Japan. I actually really like Japan in this matchup. I favor them. I think the statistics support this. It was 53% win rate for Japanese up against English. But it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Even this Council Hall build or the Abbey of Kings build, either way you go, Fast Castle tends to hit pretty hard. Kind of an ambitious choice coming in here from Orange, though, to go for the Council Hall build on a map that feels very easy to defend for the Japanese, right? Like, if he just short walls this piece and then outpost drops here, Lombos can't do anything to the gold, and you just Fast Castle. And Fast Castle is bloody strong on Japanese against both forms, because if it's the all-in English and Feudal, you just spam out Mounted Samurai. If it's the Fast Castle English one where they go Knights, would you like to guess what unit you spam still, guys? Mounted Samurais. You can do Onimusha as well, but Mounted Samurais work just as good and don't really have as easy of an encounter. Most had their loyalty split between SE2 and AOE2. Sort of. The problem is, like, in a way, you have to build your own identity. But I think Age of Empires 4, I keep saying this, and I stand by it truly, like, hand and heart. The game, if the marketing efforts behind it, from a Microsoft standpoint, were actually, like, done well. If the marketing plan wasn't being drawn up by 4-year-old crayons, AOE 4 would be twice the size it is right now. Give it time. I also think there needs to be some work done on the development side to allow for certain things. Like, Capture Age is still not up to scratch on where it needs to be. And do not get me started on how custom games is honestly, like, it should be like making mac and cheese. That's the ideal way to make a custom games tool. But instead, it's like trying to mirror what Gordon Ramsay makes in one of his Michelin-star restaurants. I know because I've tried to make micro maps in the map editor. And as a person who is almost 31 years of age and has played RTSs since I was like 6 years old, I can hand on heart say I have not played a game that is harder to make maps in. Which is wild. So let's talk about what Orange is up to here. We don't really see Council Hall builds that much anymore, but this is something that I really like on Cliffside against Japanese. Any map where you're smaller and closer to your opponent, you hit fast enough. But on this map, you're about to see the fallacy, the flaw in this plan. Outpost being rushed up. A little bit late by Killjadi, but considering the amount of villagers doing this, he shouldn't really lose any for it. It's going to be a little bit of a nuisance, though. Killjardy. Oh! A little bit of a miss micro there. Does not get away. Big mistake made there. And he's got an extra villager left over here. Does garrison the correct one, though. So outpost defense up. I do not like the way that Killjardy approached this. He either should have short-walled the gap, or he should have put the outpost up earlier. So that was a very big mistake made. It looks like he was anticipating an Abbey of Kings build. That's the only reason I could think that you wouldn't get this up sooner, because against Abbey of Kings, remember, the king takes 35 seconds to come out after you tech up, and thus you have ample time to react. He is doing the correct thing now. Unfortunately, he has now placed the outpost in a pretty terrible position, because now Averly Fan has a second opportunity to strike. If he goes around the back here and stands archers here, you'll still be idle on gold, right? So you still need to add in another outpost, and you need to do it quickly. And this gives an opportunity, because while you're adding another outpost, yep. Oh, this is reeking of Baltoon, honestly. He's going to be going for siege engineering. You prioritize siege engineering here, because one ram breaks this. This is the way that England can win in this game, when the Japanese kind of misplay it a bit. Typically, okay, whoa, hold up. All right, pause it. I was about to say, typically the way that you solve English Council Hall is this. I love it. I usually like to see horsemen as well, but in fairness, doing the archers first, now you're this deep, makes sense, because your opponent is going to already have spearmen. So you don't want to open up with stables on a delay. You open stables if you do it straight away at the start of Feudal Age, because you know an English player is going to open longbows first. But when you're a minute or two in, it makes no sense to go horseman. And we are getting mass Yuumi. Triple archery range. Good lord. I mean, he kind of needs it to catch up, right? Like, you do produce Yuumi quicker than longbows come out. But remember, you're up against double archery range production already, right? So 13 versus 15 seconds, and your opponent has double archery range already. Because of Council Hall, you need to make up the gap. Yeah, I actually do think that this is probably one of the best matchups for Yuumi spam, by the way. The logic is, although longbows have more range, they move much, much slower. It means the Yuumi can gap close. But it's not just that. The other thing that makes Yuumi bonkers is the fact that because they are so squishy, longbows in mass overkill. Like, they waste extra arrows into targets. Yuumi will never do that, right? Because the damage is so low. It's much harder to be in that situation. Also, he's marching out already. Longbows, they actually went around the back. What? Orange! I mean, he might be losing the trickle of reinforcements, but he's blocking out all production. The Yuumi can't even spawn. Like, he needs to cancel them all right now. This doesn't work. Okay, so, really rough situation. Blue is at least cutting reinforcements, but now Orange with a reset can just wait for 4 longbows and come back out. That is sick. I didn't expect him to go all the way around that deep. But Killjardy, remember, these archery rangers got scouted early on by Orange. This was a sick move out of them. I can't even believe he's trying. Like, what? If you do it this way, you literally have to spawn them and attack. You can't run away. Yeah, he cancels them all. What is he waiting for? Is he hoping that he's going to back off? He's built additional archery ranges. This is now turning into a 5 archery range game. He's going to attack this. The timing as well. 3 more archers come out. Killjardy knew he had to defend it. It's the best thing he's got right now. And actually pretty smart here. Look, Undermesh already in, no steeled arrow. But on the other side, Orange does not have any blacksmith techs. This is the cleanup. Wow. Okay. Second strike is coming in, though. Longbow's moving on the villager line. 5 of them is good enough to double tap a villager down, but can't hang around long enough here. Is he actually recovering this game? That's insane. This game looked like it was practically GG, but that was sick. Killjardy perfectly times the production for when the Yuumi reinforcements arrive. Now, he can reclaim the back of his base. Meanwhile, other side of this, Orange has moved out to DR. I love that detail. Pocket resources here. A little bit dangerous because of this, though. Check what's happened. Killjardy scout this out. If he can repel this assault now of longbows and sneak out a handful of Yuumi, he can shut down the food and actually kill a lot of economy. This game is actually so cool. It's crazy as well because usually this comp is Yuumi and Horseman. But this is raw archers only. At least mixing up a bit now of men-at-arms actually coming through from Orange. And the Ram, a few minutes later than we were originally anticipating, has finally been queued up. Killjoy needs to get Steeled Arrow ASAP. He's actually about to be at a humongous disadvantage here. I think he knows it as well. The problem with this Ram is it's going to force Killjoy to fight sooner than he's ready. That's a big deal. Because Orange is ready to fight in 40 seconds. Palisade Gate being knocked on. Wow, he's going to go for the trade. That is so ballsy. AoE 4? AoE 4? Okay, hey. We're back? We're back. It's okay, guys. You know, like, Dota 2 was in beta for, like, 10 years. We're only 3 years in. Now, the question mark is whether Orange is going to read this as coming. I mean, he has no reason to, right? Here's the crazy thing. Killjoy has been waiting for this moment all his life. All 11.5 minutes of it. Okay, maybe not that much. About 3 minutes or so, I think he's been sitting here waiting for this. Orange, in the meantime, taking a slower, more methodical approach, as the English often do. Second wave of Yuumi are being stocked up behind this. This strike could be huge. 12 villages. 1.12 movement speed. Wheelbarrow is going to be too late. A 1 minute difference that could define this game. Yuumi march in. Villagers trying to shift away. But they're actually not running. They're just running the extra food. No textiles here. The Undermesh is at least keeping some of these alive, but the Yuumi can keep running and gunning here. 1.38 movement speed means it's almost impossible to get out of range. And at the tail end of it, somehow Orange only losing, what, 4 villages for that? All because there's no Steeled Arrow. You've got to be kidding me. This game, I don't even know how Killjoy looks like he's still in it. If he just had Steeled Arrow earlier, the difference it would have made in this game. Because then, that would have been 8 villager kills easily. Now he still has to wait to even defend his base. More Raxes being sieged down in the meantime. Killjoy is at least bringing all the troops home. However, there is a handful of men-at-arms in here that are going to muddy the water. He needs to make sure he's focus firing the Lombos. Any time wasted on men-at-arms is a step closer to defeat. 2 more Archer Rangers being burnt to a crisp. Scout gets taken out. Orange is riding blind. Oh my god, no, that's terrible. Too late. He won't be able to get away from this. Yuumi are going to go for the assault. Has to move past them. Ignore the men-at-arms. Worst possible thing you do right now is attack them. Lombos are the only thing that matters to you right now. Weirdly enough, though, he attacks the MAA. Finally gets on top of the LBs. And there is no backing away from this. Full surround coming in. And it looks like, once again, Killjoy will be able to reclaim his base. Comes at a high price, though. So many Yuumi have died for this. Second wave of Lombo and Men-at-Arms are on the way. And this one is probably going to be more heavily Men-at-Arms focused. Means that if you're the Duck, you need to get something else. Because Yuumi aren't going to be able to beat mass Men-at-Arms. They will lose. Like, actually, Yuumi are probably the one archer in the game that make feudal Men-at-Arms look good. Ram, in the meantime, has obliterated the back of the base. 3 archer rangers, 2 houses, not bad. Even going for the farms now as well. Who do I favor now? I think Orange has kind of got this, right? Like, he's prepping farms behind this. This is, if we're being totally real, a weak point in this game, where he's been forced to condense his base because of the Yuumi raid. That Yuumi raid, I can't believe it, man. If he just had Steeled Arrow, the damage it could have reaped there. Another round coming in now from Orange. Another situation where you need to rebump production as well if you're the Japanese. And look at this sneaky snake. He's going into the Raxes. If this is Samurai, I don't like it. Samurai against Lombos feels terrible when your opponent's got Men-at-Arms. If this is Owner Bigisha, it's going to be a bit dicey, but at least I can see the logic in that, like a mobile comp. The Yuumi are once again going around the back. Archer Range is once again being attacked. We're remember that Killjadi, by the way, is playing in a tournament in half an hour against Anatan. Anyone else think he's intentionally cooking here? I think these two players are going to be the funnest ones to watch from Japan. Like Anatan and Killjadi, at least, rather, are going to be the funnest ones to watch from Japan in this tournament. Walls not going up. And this time, he recalibrated. 14 Yuumi, more than enough, especially with the +1. Farms on the backside are stretched out a bit as well, so he could raid there. Smarter time being achieved. Rams, in the meantime, are going to be pushed back. Villager did get denied on that outpost in the end, and berries are being gathered. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Orange, I think the walls were slightly too late here. He's trying to get more up now. Unfortunately, Yuumi just so quick to get in position here. Eco lead now sitting with the duck. Are you kidding me? No. Big mistake made there. Pulls the villagers just in time. But somehow, someway, Killjadi gets another eco kill. I think Orange was considering gradual tech up here. But now he's had to reboom, right? More men-at-arms coming. Samurai count. Not that scary, and this is what I was worried about. Building longbow samurai, like that matchup favors longbows, right? The samurais just get sniped out too easily here against a premium range unit that's been masked. Onibigisha would die, but like think about it this way. Onibigisha would die in an overkill fashion against this many longbows. And you'd have a better chance of gap closing. Looks like the walls should be getting up now with the longbows and men-at-arms on the flank. Killjadi. Is he going to look for a way out of Feudal Age is what I'm wondering. I'm not so sure. Melee Tech 2's coming in. Outposts still on the gold, right? So no easy sneaking. Walls still up. He could just snake into castle. He's got a decent amount of food left over. He's playing pocket resources far away from the English. And remember, the English suck at flank play. Men-at-arms, longbows, like I can't think of a more immobile comp. Maybe if you were only ramming. Yeah, this is the definition of like the old men. It's the irony is that Japan has one of the highest average ages in the world. Yet England in this matchup are the ones that move like old men, right? I always used to say like longbows just look like old men with walking sticks, right? Out for a trek. It definitely feels like it when you check their movement speed. That is a lot of samurai. What's interesting is the dynamics of this matchup, if they both castle at the same time, or mass men-at-arms. Japan's actually favored there due to Odachi tech and the melee. You just offset armor-clad. Now, the difference is if you fight in the English base. But this is a matchup which should be defined by the mid-map if it turns into a castle. All about them relics. But who said anything about castle in this game? Orange now looking to go in. And look at this wrap. Killjadi. It's almost like he's inviting him into a trap. Can he really commit here, though? Combo counts thick. Outposts now on the way. Orange, only one villager to do this, though. Hit on the villagers. 2 going down. Outpost of garrison. And here we go. Round the back he goes. Killjadi. He laid the trap. And now it's time to snap. Samurai with the charge in. Longbows have to get out of range of the Yuumi. It's time for a taste of his own medicine. Choke point being used for the time being, but Orange, I think he's been flooded here. There's just not enough MAA to hold. What a turn of events here. Yuumi time and time again, but this time the Samurai to make a dominant win in this fight. And there's no getting away from this. The Yuumi will gun you down. The only upside is you are at least running towards a pocket eco, so maybe you can idle them out there, but a big loss for Orange, and for the first time in this game, Killjadi now looking like he's in control. Oh, that was one of the sickest flanks I've seen all week. The patience shown by Killjadi as well, right? He's just dangling the cat toy in front of him. And Orange is like, ooh, me see shiny, me need shiny. Lombos are at least going to trade out. So we said this is probably the best value he's going to find. A little bit of a missed micro there. Killjadi should have been pulling those villagers away. But a lot of Lombos dead now. Outnumbering, which we just didn't expect in this game. 28 military to 52, now in favor of the Duck. Navli fan needs to duck out this age. It's going to be a tech up. It actually will have to be a white tower. If he does Abbey of Kings, he's dead. Or King Palace, rather. Oh my god, he's... What? That is a lot of units coming towards your base. And look at the tech timing. That's the funny thing, right? When you lose a fight like that, you might be like, oh man, Blue put a lot more into that. No, they were even Stevens, and this shows it. Wow. King's Palace versus Floating Gate. I think the English have made a mistake here. Orange needed a white tower to defend himself. Like, Duck could just go in, right? I don't like the backing off. I mean, they do have the tech coming, right? But when you see the trigger, you should be checking what they've teched up with. Because I feel like Orange got away with murder here. I wonder if Killjadi suspected white tower, and that's why he didn't dive. Upgrades coming through now. A stave execution for Avli fan number 1. But a rough game to now claw back into. This is the point in the game where Japan can feel quite strong. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Yorishiro drop into a stables. Where did he put it? He puts it in a forge. You greedy mother ducker. I mean, why not, right? Like, there's no rush. This isn't your standard game where the Yorishiro drop in a Rax or something makes the world of difference because you immediately get 1,000,000 units, right? You already have 1,000,000 units. So you might as well slow upgrade them, play for economy instead, get the majority of that, and then come at your opponent in a few minutes. Yumi Odachi coming in as well. Crossbows have already been queued up, but this is why I like he's sticking Yumi. His opponent has seen him spam a lot of samurai, so he should be reacting to those samurai with crossbows, most likely. Yumi's the perfect way of contesting that. I'm wondering, do we see a quick second TC as well? With this level of greed, it wouldn't surprise me. He's already got the Daimyo level 1. Katana Bannerman is on the way in. Armor-clad being queued up on the other side, but guys, I was not kidding when I said that Samurai destroy men-arms. Look at the damage here. You've got the Naginata right now, but Dachi Tech completes. Boom. Another 4 like that. Men-arms on the other side of this are going to have 1 less melee attack overall, but 2 more melee armor. It doesn't offset the Odachi. Yeah, you have to think of it like a 5 versus a 2, right? So 3 extra damage going through. And then it gets even more absurd when you remember deflective armor as a thing. So your opponent is actually removing your first attack, but still doing theirs. That's a pretty insane difference, actually, right? Like, you've got 18 there. You've got the armor clad, which would usually put you up to, what, in this case, it would be 7 armor. So it actually turns into a 31 damage difference, right? Because your attack isn't going through, but theirs is. Orange grabbing some relics, though. A little bit surprised this was given over. I still don't like the fact that Killjadi backed up like he did. I think he missed a golden opportunity to even end the game. Yeah, kind of wild, right? Like, we have God Vision. You have to remember both these players did lose their scouts. But you'd think after taking a dominant fight like that, I think what was maybe going through Killjadi's mind is he thought his opponent wasn't teching up. He might have thought that he was reinvesting. So if he dives the enemy base when they're reinvesting while you're spending 1,800 resources on an age up, you're going to die, right? But at least he's now making his move. Has got the mangoes as well. Reveals it on the outpost blueprint. I don't like that. That was a golden opportunity missed. Remember, this is a game where neither player has additional vision range. The Lombos aren't too bad, but remember the mangoes have surplus range. Wall's going to break. Orange being pulled off the Fort Gold. Still got 600 in reserve behind this. Mass men at arms stop piling up. I'm not sure I like this, though. I mean, yes, you're up against Yumi, but the Samurai is the bigger problem here. And you do not have many crossbows for that. March into the main. Well, well, well. The irony in this moment of the game. After a good 15 minutes of this happening to your own production, Killjardy now gets the chance to return the favor. Mango, gonna whiff. Samurai lines are thick enough though. Orange can't take this fight. He needs to wait for the Spring Ults. I don't like the Siege Workshop location though. A big wall up to the center. Whoa. Calm down, son. You're getting ahead of yourself. Mango is a little bit overly deep. Actually goes for the wall. That was a mistake. I don't think he respected the network of castles there. Spring is going to get sniped out though. Second Mango is on the way. A temporary reset. Once again, a slight state of execution for a good reason, and Orange sees exactly why. Second Mango now arriving. Behind this, third Relic now on the way home for Blue. Torches out, aims on the Siege Workshop. Mango shooting in the choke point. Sprill comes out. Mango needs to back up, move away. Instead, it's going to go deeper for a wallop onto the crossbows. Siege Workshop down. Yuumi need to actually go for the crossbows right now. This is a big mistake being made. Killjardy standing his ground and just allowing the crossbows to win this. It's going to be a breakaway. Oh my god. Somehow, Orange holds. Killjardy, this was a drop of the ball for sure. That diving on the Siege Workshop is one thing, but bringing the Mangonel in range is so unnecessary in this game. He just threw away the lead. And now he's in a game against 2TC. He needs to add in one of his own. That's at least coming through. All of a sudden, an opportunity to strike, but he needs to be quick about this. Orange moving out. The Mangoes are going to be there to meet him, though, and an immediate turnaround. We are once again shifting gears here. Don't like this, by the way. Triple Katana Bannerman. Buff the Yuumi. Like, it's actually insane at this stage. Just get that extra damage in. Your opponent does have 8 armor, but if you're going to use these Yuumi as intended and attack the back line, the lombos, the crossbows, it's going to make the world of difference. Orange starting to back her up. Is he thinking of sneaking him? It'd be very dangerous. Double Springle now in play for the Duck. Second Springle now on the way for Orange. And a switch in strategy here. Instead of going right, Duck starts to aim left. He still needs to calibrate his Bannerman properly. He doesn't even have the Katana Bannerman here right now. So if a fight breaks out, he'll actually lose to Orange. Orange has 45 men at arms. House is being targeted. Orange now making a move. 2 Springles versus 2. But that attack speed difference matters. And also, I don't like what's happening here. Big mistake made. Killjardy attacked the men at arms. It means he's going to lose both the anti-siege. Mango's shot comes in. Not quite confirming the kill. Killjardy now having to back up. Bannermen are at least now here. Sacred sites have been locked in. But if you back off, I fear that Orange is just going to go Imperial Age ahead of you. Oh, and if he gets that in, this is actually going to be over. Killjardy's army is really not as strong as it appears. You have to remember, half of that is Yuumi. That is a cheap unit. It's not a strong unit. Your opponent, meanwhile, has mass men at arms, crossbows to assist. Right? Like, if you were talking men at arms versus samurai, I would favor just samurai. But add the crossbows in with a network of castles and you have a completely different affair. Military Academy now on the way. Shogunate Castle coming through. And interestingly enough, a switch now into Onimusha. I wondered if it would come to this. I wasn't really sold on the idea. The problem with Onimusha is you're still up against a bunch of Lombos and their attack speed isn't great. You know, this is a unit that's quite expensive and it feels like it's more suited in small combat scenarios in raiding situations. What you have here is a condensed fight. Like, I'd argue actually just building more Mangoes would be better, but I get where Killjardy's coming from, right? Like, he just doesn't have the siege advantage anymore. Especially when he's diving into that attack speed aura. Sacred Site decap on the right. So that win condition is going to be removed. And Orange, well, Imp is starting to feel more and more inevitable with this type of load in reserve. 2,000 food sitting in the bank. Killjardy putting everything into this attack. Trade out begins. Mangoes get the wall up onto the men-at-arms. Spring on count, getting low. No attack speed over here. Orange makes a mistake and has to pay the Popa. Killjadi denies the outpost going up, and Orange learns the exact one reason he's still in this game. Attack speed. It's the only reason he's holding on. He needs to respect that detail and not extend beyond his means. Mango's now marching in. Springall's there to trade them out. One shot to the back. Actually, I don't even know where that shot went. It didn't make sense, but the men-at-arms are about to break through. Or rather, the samurai are. Yuumi just need to get past this. Honestly, every time he waits and attacks men-at-arms, it gets worse for him. If he just goes straight for the crossbows, this is over. Moving in now. Yuumi are getting deep enough. They're even starting to snipe out some villages. That eco lead is shrinking. The military lead could quickly build here as well. Yuumi on top of the crossbows means the samurai are being ignored. And Killjadi about to take the villager lead in this game. Yuumi even deeper on the farms. This might be over. It's looking strong. Military count is still neck and neck, but I'm just noticing death after death in the English economy here. I don't actually think he can hold anymore. Like, the crazy thing is, sure, Killjadi's going to lose a lot for this dive, but it's worth it for what he's getting in return. Even targeting down the Springals now with the villages. Or with the Yuumi, rather. God, I call them villages so they feel that pitiful. Now, Killjadi did throw a lot into this, but a lot of damage was done. That entire eco lead that existed for Orange is now gone. On top of that, remember, on the other side, you're talking about Shogunate Castle. You're talking about the Yorishiro gold drip and Relic and Sacred Site advantage. So although that looked like a lot of bodies hitting the floor for Killjadi, economically, he feels a lot better about this. The problem for Orange is he needs Imperial. If he gets Imperial and gets enclosures, he doesn't care about these type of trades. But if he's kept away from that, he's kept away from his win condition. Castle drop coming in now. I wonder, does he just greed up now? Does he try to find his way into Imperial? Because I think that really is the win condition here. The thing that he needs. And then there's Killjadi, who needs a win really, really quickly, guys, because the tournament starts in 17 minutes. So chugga chugga choo chooing slow, not really an option in this one for him. And it looks like Orange is going to make it a bit more speedy for them. It's definitely going to be Imperial Age. And yeah, network of Citadels, right? Like, this is the thing that has been missing this whole time. This, by the way, is why, this is the real reason why the 2TC English fast castle build looks so broken. It's the keep. It's the double production keep into eventual easy network of Citadels. Set him for a set again. The problem with this Civ is the attack speed aura. It's why everyone's so happy when English aren't meta. Right? Think about before this English buff came in. I feel like everyone was having a good time. The meta felt good. Ibids was kind of annoying, sure, but like loads of viable civs, loads of fun times. The moment that this change happens with the king, the moment that you find a way into the white tower build, you find your way towards that late game, all of a sudden you've got one of the most impressive civs. Up there with the Chinese in terms of, I'd say, most hated civs to face off against. Is this going to be a Berkshire? I hope not. It's looking like a Berkshire, guys. He's moving the villagers now. It's going to drop on the gold. Yep. Okay, not even on the gold. He's scared. You do not go Berkshire unless you're forced to. Killjadi now moving in with a siege. Killjadi, who has put it all back into military here. Spring trade out begins. The Berkshire on the front, though, may be a mistake. Orange! No! Not like this! Killjadi needed to go for that tournament game. And you know what? He's going to go with a win. Spring trade out continues. Mangonel count is big, though. Killjadi, if he just goes for the villagers now. Oh! Straight to the groin. I mean, you just double down now, right? Like, Killjadi actually is looking like he's getting ready for a tech up himself. And in the meantime, it's a breakthrough on the flank. Samurai find their way in to the backline economy. And it's a panic Berkshire. 55 villagers in the middle of farmlands. But a heavy loss elsewhere. Wow. This actually might just still be over. Kiljardi's getting deeper now. Sprills aren't even reacting anymore. Berkshire's at least going to go up. But you're barking mad if you think this is a good one. Wow. And the wallop! The mangoes! Where's the standing army right now? Orange has nothing to fight with other than a Berkshire. The mangoes are still hunting. This one looks practically over. Mango can't quite get another shot out. It's going to be taken out, but look at Kiljardi's economy. He's ready to go. Tanagashima Gunsmith now on the way. 3 Sacred Sites also locked in. Gold access not looking great in this game now for Orange. And his economy looking roughed up. Wow. Dude, this game is sick. Remember how this game began, by the way. Council Hall rush into Masayumi, into mistimed outposts, ram shenanigans. Like, so much about this early game that could have ended it in less than 15 minutes. And yet, here we are now, 36 minutes later. I said it about a game yesterday, and I stand by it. This is how Age of Empires 4 should be played. When you get to this as a standard form of play, where it's not just boomy fun time, it's actually bring the clappening. That's when I approve of 50-minute games. None of this, let's spend 10 minutes building TC's crap. These guys may have went to TC each, but they had to spill a lot of blood to earn it. Closure's now coming in for Orange, so at least even without good gold access, they're going to have some comeback plan there, right? They're going to have something to work with, but look at what's been queued up. Uzutsu now on the way. Elite Samurai upgrades, and I wouldn't be surprised for Unitech in the form of Oda Tactics is quickly behind it. Katana Bannerman have been queued up. Needs to get a Yumi Bannerman. Remember, that does buff the Uzutsu by +5 damage. Rams now shuffling in on the keep. Cannon placement is in, but you're barking mad if you think Orange wants to try and contest this, right? His army's too small. The Rams will be able to break through this. In fact, the fact that he's trying to contest it is a mistake. He hasn't even upgraded his army either. Keep down to 2k HP. Crossbows. Looking like they may be able to just about hold him on here. The problem, though, is you haven't got many melee units, right? So the castles just still be going down. Like, that's the problem. Did you notice that? Kiljardi focused on all of the men-at-arms first. So that even when he loses the back line afterwards, the Rams should be able to clear up. And they do so just barely. New keep has to come up. Expensive loss there for Orange. Let's do a Euroshira check. We should have most in Forges now. Forge, Siege Workshop, Forge. Probably more in Forges, right? Actually, oh, did he not get the tech? He's only got 4, right? So a little bit of a whoopsie. No. Yeah, big mistake by Kiljardi. He's floating 2.5k gold and he hasn't got Bunrei. Bunrei is amazing. It scales you so well into the late game. The Zutsu count is looking fantastic as well, though. This is a pretty dicey game to have to face off against a Zutsu in because of the choke point in the center, right? Like, you almost feel like you're playing on Mountain Pass with that detail. Keep drop on the right side. Looks like Orange was trying to sneak towards the goal, but good block out there. Kiljardi gets ahead of him. And no, Kiljardi doesn't have 0 eco upgrades. God, I feel like a broken record. And you know what? I actually hate how often I've had to highlight this because it reminds me how long they haven't done anything about it. Capture Age is completely outdated and not correct. Capture Age does not register the wheelbarrow tech. It does not register the melee tech. It does not even matter about these techs. For some reason, like, these ones don't even have an excuse, right? Like, he's gotten the tier 2 lumber upgrade, but it doesn't show. This doesn't exist for Japan. This doesn't exist. They have a unique form of wheelbarrow and he's got all 3 levels. And then melee tech doesn't make sense because this Civ has 4. It doesn't register them at all. Rocket launcher? Wait. Killjoy doesn't care. He's not even reacting to this bombard play right now. He's going down the center. Oda tactics, the arm tactics both on the way. That is a hell load of Azutsu. Keep drop also coming in. What? Okay, that's actually sick. Yoinking the gold away, giving him a staging point. Second castle up. Azutsu. Samurai. Need to spread out. Azutsu need to actually just find the clump at the back to take out the crossbows. Smart plays by Killjoy. Oh my god, this is going to be a rout. You can feel it, you can see it. Just so many Samurai in the mix, and Oda Tactics is going to be there before EAT, which means that they are going to get eaten instead. Stack overflow. Samurai now just breaking past the front line. So pushback in entirety. Azutsu should just now be able to finish off the castle. Samurai tanky enough that they're wasting the crossbow's time. Buying time for the next wave. In fact, the only downside right now is Killjoy should probably have more Ford Raxes, but everything else is looking thumbs up. Second castle. Made that the third crumbles, right? Like, this is getting absurd. The amount of keep ruins in the area for England feels like modern day English. We can just go through the countryside and find about 50 different castles. Killjoy versus who? So, this is either, we think it's Baltoon or Numidan. Baltoon has the Alvifan #2 account, which is 14th in the world. This one's about 40th. I think it's either Numidan or Baltoon. We were talking about the possibility of Kazuyohan, but Kazuyohan's been a bit inactive. What I will say is, like, it could be Numidan because I can't find the Balu account anymore. And the Numidan account doesn't show on the leaderboard. So either A, Numidan has stopped playing AoE 4, or this is him. Chemistry coming in. Yeah, I don't like the lack of Yumi Bannerman still. Like, it's such a lot of damage being missed out on here, right? The 15% increase on 28 base is huge. Especially when you're not attacking buildings. That's where you really miss it. If you're wondering, by the way, why does Killjoy attack the crossbows with Azutsu instead of attacking the men-at-arms, it's because you deal range damage. So you lose a lot of that damage against 9 armor. Not so much against 2 armor. Then you add in the health difference, and it's so brain-dead obvious, right? Like, 95 health unit instead of a 216. And that's before we calculate the effective HP. Nice castle, bro. Well, it was a nice castle. My brain is now in content creator mode on how I define this one on YouTube. I actually think the defining point in this game was the Yumi backstab. If it wasn't for that backstab, if it wasn't for the English diving in at that early point in the game, I don't think we'd even be this deep. I think this game would have been done in 15, 18 minutes. Instead, now, deeper, 44 minutes in, it just shows how important that recovery arc was for Killjoy. Now firmly in the driving seat here. Azutsu stabbing around the side. We're creating a choke point here. Azutsu, if they just move on to the crossbows, this could be big. Right now, the A-click's a bit questionable coming out from Killjoy. Can't even die for the mango, right? We're barely doing any damage. Instead, he has to start backing up. Samurai line is spreading out. And wait, where are the outposts? Where's the aura? What? Oh no. His men-at-arms can't win this fight. Crossbows are at least assisting, so considering defender's advantage, he'll be able to push Killjoy back, but because there's no network of Citadels, his ass is getting clapped right now. And yeah, the aura should be happening. It's not there. That is wild. It's crazy as well because you see how he still wins that fight. Imagine how big of a difference it would be if you had the attack speed aura. When did this happen? Killjoy, we said he needed to move a base up. Here you go. Good lord. And yes, thank you, Corvinus. You can see on the TC it's gone as well. It's even gone the keeps. So you basically need outposts. For some reason, this bug came back. 'Cause, you know, bugs are seasonal. They hide in the winter. Okay, that was a terrible joke. Samurai now starting to hit the economy. A lead building. Gold is going to be a problem, this pacing for Orange. He does at least have the incendiaries. He's got a lot of crossbows for the time being, but if that line gets wiped, I don't think you can afford men-at-arms and crossbows on a full reboom. So many villagers going down as well. Oh my god. 79 to 135 eco. Killjadi, all he now needs to do is activate the meat grinder. Because Orange will not be able to contest this economy. First wave gets cleared up, needs to get more out ASAP. Bombards in the meantime are starting to blitz into the castle. Network of Citadels is activated. Killjadi, surely there's no way he could lose this game. In some ways, his economy is a bit too big, right? 135 to 80. You know, if you can survive English's first wave, great. But if they bulk up to 110, 120 and you don't kill it, that's when having a lower eco count isn't a bad thing. Samurai diving in, Mangoes. A little bit overextended there, but enough crossbows to defend. This attack speed is absurd. I'm sorry, but this has to go. I want you guys to realize the network of Citadels is busted. The only reason English aren't at 100% win rate right now is because it's bugged. This may just be the best Civ in the late game now. And this is without Wingard. I want to remind you guys of that. He went Berkshire to save his game. Imagine how much more bullish and dominant this would look with Wingard. I can't believe it. I can't believe from Killjadi's position, from how this game looked, from the way he recovered to get back into it, the way he played this mid-game. And yet it all may be for nothing. Samurai count just doesn't look good enough. And he has Military Academy. You could argue he needs more production, but with this attack speed aura, I'm not even sure that would be good enough. This has to be so tilting. If you were Killjadi right now, like, here's another thought for you guys. He's about to hop into a tournament, right? Imagine you get this game and then you have to go play a tournament. How tilted would you be? How hard would it be to not be thumping your keyboard into your head right now and screaming? I know I'd be. So how does Killjadi potentially still win this? You could try Ona Bagisha, but it's so difficult against armor-clad men-at-arms. You have to just get on top of the crossbows, which is somewhat feasible to a certain degree, but I think the difficulty is this map, right? This is Lipany choke point. So getting around the back is difficult. And yeah, this whole argument that he only built Samurai and Ozitsu, I'm sorry, what else are you meant to build? If you build hand cannoneers, the English build longbows, you die. If you don't build Samurai, like, you have nothing to do with men-at-arms. You actually have to build Samurai. You could maybe argue hand cannoneers because his opponent currently has crossbows, but the attack speed aura just makes crossbows that ridiculous. It's a better crossbow stirrups. And all you have to do is build an outpost. Samurai hand cannon? No, I disagree. Samurai hand cannon against English doesn't, like, no. It's the only reason you see Roost do that and it works is because they have siege advantage. You don't have siege advantage, right? You have siege disadvantage against Springles. Hand cannons would only work if Orange didn't have wood to then go longbows. That is the problem. So, like, what you're gambling on is that you just outplay siege. You just have to outplay siege, is what you're saying there. And if you don't outplay your opponent on siege, you lose the game. Because remember, that network of Citadels doesn't just work on crossbows, doesn't just work on mangoes, works on siege as well, right? So, unless you are like Roost with banded arms or Mongols with the +1 extra tar range, You can't just play Springwood and Springwood. Hello. Killjardy, I think he's had enough of this crap. I mean, this is the one way he can maybe win this game. He can't fight directly. We actually might need to speed this one up a little bit. I don't think we were exactly live. We might need to go a little bit quicker. Otherwise, we're going to be late to the tournament. Let's speed it up. I hope this game is over for him, or he's going to be late to his games. Gold is starting to be reaccessed as well. Like, the other problem here is you're playing a Civ that can't really function without gold. And oh, okay, no, guys, we're as live as we. Oh my god, he's gonna be late to his. Okay, no, that's good because we're starting off with Louis MT versus Luciferon. Yeah, there's Anatan. Anatan is the guy who's meant to be playing Killjardy right now. I'm sorry, Killjardy. Can you maybe stick to your times? By the way, like. We've had a lot of talk about Red Bull Warlord recently and people wondering why Empire Wars. This is why. This is why they thought they needed Empire Wars. Now, this is a rarity, but think about it from a tournament organized perspective. You do not want to have the situation where a game could be infinitely long. Right? Now, I'm not saying Empire Wars is the right call, but I'm just trying to explain to people, because I know it's a big discussion point in AoE4 right now, why they were trying to find something else. Because the worry that these games can happen. Tournament organizers will always try to find formats that alleviate that concern. Killjardy, I think when it's time to throw in the towel, buddy, it's time to throw in the towel. Like, weirdly enough, Orange is down to 64 economy. I just don't see how you use this to your advantage unless you blob and go for a landmark snipe. Right? Landmark snipe might be his one way to win this. We've got a little bit more 2 times to work with. He's going Mass Horseman. Against crossbows, I get it, but the men at arms just destroy you. The only way Mass Horseman makes sense if you go for a burn down. But like, if you're going for a landmark snipe, actually, Onibagisha make more sense because they have more torch damage, right? I just don't see how this works. I don't think Horseman saves you in this game. Teensy tiny army. Big boy army. Get ready for the fight. If he can't win this fight, he might just call it. He's lost too much map control as it is. Walls are going to break. If only Azutsu had more reliable AoE damage. Mine starts to spread. Crossbows. Starting to shred through it. The Samurai had to break through onto the siege, but that means they're ignoring the crossbows entirely. This is the problem. Can he break it? Mango's just baiting him in even deeper. He's just getting no DPS output out of those Samurai. And the Mango hit to the back. Azutsu, all 20 down to half HP. Can he do it? Military lead right now is with Killjardy. Can he maintain it though? Orange still remaining at 68 economy. Mango's starting to break through. Horsemen now arrive. Crossbow count down to 27. What is going on? Orange has got 10,000 food, 2.5k gold, and is producing nothing. What is this macro? There's no way. I mean, Killjardy should be dead. Let's be totally real about this. The production levels just weren't there. If Orange was pumping troops throughout that fight, it's a complete stomp. Instead, Killjardy somehow doesn't lose the fight. I'm not going to call that a win, right? He's not in the base. He's not doing a victory lap of the map. But he didn't outright die like he should have there. Killjardy now queuing up hand cannoneers. You know what? I still stand by my statement that Lombos just come out and they kill you in high-level games. But if we're being totally real here, Orange didn't consistently produce units in that fight. He got so distracted, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't knee-jerk pivot quick enough into Lombos. In fact, right now, he's prepping Spearman. Possible Samurai. Moving in. Mass Spring. What the Okay, so Azutsu weren't good enough at killing crossbows, I guess. Meet the new better crossbow. The Samurai line is barely holding on. There's just so many men-at-arms coming in. Tisutsu trying to snipe out the crossbows. But I simply don't think they're quick enough here. Men-at-arms are starting to break through. Siege is going to crumble. And with that, I think Killjari's hopes of winning this game. He just can't keep it up. GG is cool. Killjari says, no more of this. No 2-hour game. I can't keep Anatan waiting any longer. What an insane game. After the way this should have ended at 15 minutes, the English get their justified win 56 minutes in instead. What a wild game, dude. I can't with that. Awful game? I think the early game made that a really cool game. How they got there was intriguing. I think that was a pretty good game. Like, the issue is the English is stupid in the late game, but like that was actually quite a back and forth aggro based game. Did we go? I think I make the focus point about that the Yuumi at the start of the game, right? It was the perfect Yuumi backstab, I think. The perfect trap, and then we call it the perfect Yuumi backstab. Yeah. I think that one might be worth uploading. All right. Anyway, tournament time, guys. So we've got a tournament that's about to start. I don't think Louis and Lucifron are into their game just yet. Oh, wait. No, they are. Hold on a sec. They moved fast. All right, guys. We're going to be doing Louis versus Lucifron. Let me update the details. Let me update the title. Oh, no. We've got a minute or two. That's good. So I might be able to quickly grab the details in time. So here you go, guys. We're not in yet. Let me update title. So we're going to be kicking off with Louis MT versus Lucifron. The way this works is that you basically kind of draft for your opponent, interestingly enough. So let me actually get the draft up and I'll explain it. So basically, you will ban 3 civs, and what you're saying is that your opponent cannot pick those civs for you, and then they'll pick 2 civs. And from those 2 civs, you will pick one that you're going to play. So let me go ahead and see if I can find the draft. There it is. Predictions? Yeah, that can wait a sec. That's like the lowest priority right now. Like everything else takes higher priority. Sorry, gamblers. Wait, where's the tournament logo? Into pictures. Look at the Mutez thing. Boom. And then also, let me go ahead. Toggle score. Boink. All right, and then I can bring us across quickly. Boom. Okay, so the way this worked is that the first 3 are bans. Like, you cannot pick this for me. And then the other one was the alternative pick. So, for example... Okay, no, actually, like the UI kind of shows this funky. Basically, the way this worked out is Louis MT had to pick either Order of the Dragon or Malians, and Lucifron had to pick either Mongols or French. And it ends up being an Order of the Dragon's Mongol game. All right, that's kind of spicy. I'm looking forward to this. Oh. Have I got a mod to sort predictions, actually? Oh. I'm going to need to get more mods, aren't I? Who will win? Two minutes. Predictions start now. Oh, wait, I need to up. That's not player 5. We're on BO3s, guys. All right. Catching all the details right now. Boom. And everything's right. This is actually a tournament. You're seeing this correctly. Order of the Dragon and Mongols. two of the worst civs in the game being picked by two of the best players in the game. Why? Because we've got a unique tournament format here. That's right, folks. This is Mutes's reverse draft showdown. The way it works is that you basically draft your opponent. So what these players done is they banned free civs and told their opponent, you cannot pick these free civs for me. Then their opponent picked 2 civs from the remaining in the pool for them to play, and then they picked one of the 2. And this is why we ended up with Order of the Dragon versus Mongols on Gorge. Lucifron is going to be on the Mongols, no stranger to it. Louis MT, honestly, if there was any player right now in this tournament that I think could make Order of the Dragon work, it's this guy. I actually think he's the one player I've kind of been convinced has some ways. Like, actually, if you think about it, the Elite Classic 2 had, I think, about 3 Order of the Dragon matches. And if I recall correctly, 2 of them were Louis, with 1 win, 1 loss. And what an interesting opening. Guys, we're going to have a spear fight. Wait, so Lucifron has to engage with what is a nerfed form of Mongols. Remember, this got crippled. Your stone generation went from 80 to 70. Spearman is, funnily enough, going to back off. Second one is on the way. How long do you think they do this for? Well, it's interesting because they both have exposed forward resources, right? The gold would have to be guarded. So you either go for an outpost or you engage in spears. What's interesting is, like, over time, the Mongols can get an edge. But it's a very long time because the Khan doesn't hit very hard, right? 2 damage into a 160 health unit. Louis, it looks like he is going to keep gunning for it. This is such a Louis build, man. I've seen him do this type of build before. If you guys remember, when we were watching the S-tier tournaments, there was a few players that were doing like 20 or 30 plus Mongol all-in Dark Age Spearman builds. Louis was chief amongst them. He'd done it more so than anyone else in the tournament. Louis. Weird that he backed off this much, actually. Is he hoping that Lucifron will come to him? That's kind of crafty, right? Because it's defender's advantage. And then also you can weigh up whether your opponent's all in. The tough part right now is what I don't like for Louis is although he's looking to gather some sheep and he's going to find a few extras, what he's not doing is sniffing out what his opponent is doing. Also, in the meantime, it looks like Lucifron got a buckload of goodies here. Look at this, 13 sheep. What happened to Louis' rotation? He got scammed. Yeah, I don't think he got as many sheep on the left side. You have to remember, he is playing as a civ that gathers sheep quicker because of the 28% built-in base rate. But it still feels like a map where Lucifron got more. Spearman now marching across. 5th spear's coming out, so Louis should be able to win this fight. What's interesting, though, is in theory, when you get a lot more spears, you have this ability to micro out the injured ones a bit more freely and bring replacements in, while Louis doesn't have that same capacity, right? Like, if an injured one has to break the front line, he has a huge gap in his front line. And yeah, exactly there. That's what I was talking about. See? He just wraps around the back, and over time, the idea is that all these health bars get too low. It's not playing out that way, though. Louis with an interesting split. 2 to the left, 3 to the right. And he's ready to get down tonight. Turns onto the villagers now. Big mistake made there. Lucifron not going to be able to get the outpost up. Loses the villager for it. And is now going to lose the spear battle as well. That was sick. Louis knew that if he kept playing a forward line, he'd gradually lose because Lucifron's wraparounds. So what does he do? He splits it up. He makes sure that he can divide these fights into manageable quarters so that there's no kind of wide arc wraparound that bites him in the ass. And all of a sudden you now have a game where Lucifron has 7 spears to 5 gilded spears. Louis is ready to try and get a tech up. Lucifron isn't ready to stop trying what he was doing though. Scout is going to move in. This is really important actually because Lucifron, without Yam, because you're not age 2, you can't really hide what you're doing. Your opponent's going to know if you're going Castle Age, Feudal Age rather, is going to know if you're building more spears. We can see it's going to be Feudal, and so can Louis, because all he needs to do is click on this and see the gold gathered. So Louis is going to be later into this Feudal, but something that worries me is what Lucifron just done. He's going Silver Tree. It's interesting because typically Silver Tree is valuable when you think your winning condition is Keshiks, but you're up against mass spears already, right? And the issue I have is actually, if Louis just builds into a few horsemen, they're incredibly formidable at taking out traders, right? 15 damage per strike, and the movement speed to stick on top of it. Spear's now marching across. Now, this might be the first mistake Louis makes in this game. Because that tech is coming through. It's inevitable. If Luciferon backs up a little bit, he can get his Dark Age Spearman into Feudal Age. Louis actually getting a good fight in the meantime, though. The retreat not looking so good. 2 go down, and the activation of the Speed Arrow means more to fall. Louis, in his folly, made a critical blunder there. 12 Spearmen now marching towards his base. Hardened upgrade now being queued up. Mindwork Palace is nowhere near complete. Louis may have just dropped the ball. Mindwork Palace will be complete soon. 7 villages is quite a big commitment for OOTD. The good news, at least, is Spearman will not be able to dive underneath the TC. The bad news, however, is if you were planning to go Castle Age or switch into your good old Men-at-Arms, that just became infinitely harder. I actually think Luciferon's in a very firm position here. What is your play now if you're Louis? You're going to have to rush the wood. The only play out of this is Gilded Archers, but that makes you very predictable because now Luciferon's choice to go Silver Tree is a very clear win condition. Scale Traders go Keshix, and all of a sudden, the Archers go bye-bye. Meanwhile, Luciferon says hello, comes back with the villagers again. He's committed to this. Louis doesn't even see it right now. He's about to scout it, but you can't stop it in time, right? If you rush out now, I feel like you lose this fight. Spearmen are at least coming in for the upgrade. But I think he knows that if he rushes out early, he's just going to get bogged down. Maybe if he burns the outpost. What was that? Like, oh no, they attacked the Falcon. I thought they fixed that. Apparently not. They legit just stabbed the bird. Yeah, I was told that was fixed because Knights can't charge the Falcon anymore. Because remember, like, for anyone who like play Mongols, they'll remember what I'm talking about. If you were getting charged by a Knight, you could just lob your Falcon at it while yelling Pidgeotto, use Headbutt. But they fixed that. But apparently Spears still do it. That sucked for him, actually, because it just wasted his charging, so he couldn't even then commit. Archers now arriving from Luciferon. Gilded Archers are being added in. Men-at-Arms now being queued up as well. But we should have trade starting soon, right? No. Interesting. So Luciferon's just going to try to play Spears Archers. Wait, is he going Castle? Okay, this build is pretty wild. I thought he'd just build Keshix, because Keshix destroy early Gilded Men-at-Arms. Because you can just micro them, right? Like, think about the cost association here. 240 versus 200 spent, and you have trade, which booms you up. But it seems like Luciferon is just planning to tech up. Which is intriguing because, you know, most people would agree that Mongols don't really have a big power surge at the beginning of Castle Age without having an army. You know, think about those games where you see someone tech up with Kurultai and they have 10 units left. Typically lose the game. Games where they've got an army of 50, 60 is like the easiest GG in the world. So yeah, I'm glad of this. It looks like he is now reinvesting. Just waiting for the stables to be dropped. Outpost. It's going to be target down. Louis, in the meantime, dies 4 for the Gilded Archers. Attack Speed Arrow is going to get activated, though. And Spearmen are being taken out. He just doesn't have the torch damage here. He's at least going to set fire to it. Still, this is an expensive fight to be taking. Most spears have been cleared up, and let's be real about this. We know what's coming behind. I mean, Louis should understand this has to be Keshix. Pretty sure he did scout out the Silver Tree before. And this gets tough, right? Like, because you're going to feel like you need to come out of the base quite quickly because of the risk of trade. Trade that has just been initiated. Yeah, this can be a pretty good map for Mongols when they start ramping trade as well. Like, you see the distance, right? It's insane. On top of that, the thing that I really like about Mongol trading here is although it's not great, you have a backup option if you get cut off. So your opponent has this tough decision to make where they can either guard here or they can try to cut here. But then, you know, the only one's really optimal is going deep. If you try to guard the trade post, your opponent changes gears. So what that does is that basically drives you towards the center of the map. and then deeper towards the opponent's side, which gives very big defenders advantage across to Lucifron. And also it becomes tough for Louis, right? Because on the one hand, you could just flank with Cav, but then you're surrendering the center. And if you try to now go Cav anyway, you're already behind. There's no worse feeling than now building into Horsemen when you know you're outnumbered by Keshiks. That's how Keshiks always win, right? Is like they are able to peel back the injured and then engage with the full. And then the injured one comes back and heals off of you. They're goddamn vampires. Louis, hard committed into the archers though. Steel arrow, undermesh coming through. Wait, does he must know that he's up against Keshiks. There's no way you play this game and you don't suspect Keshiks. Anytime I see a guy drop a silver tree, my first thought is he's building Cav. It's the most logical reason, right? If you're not going to fast castle, why else do you need gold? Louis has actually moved on to the back deer as well. Remember, this is a phenomenal gathering rate. 28% base rate increase, survival techniques for the extra 15%. It's a ridiculous eco inflation. Means that when you're on deer here, like you've already got that kind of arcing effect with survival techniques. Lucifron getting a little bit ambitious here. Timing isn't really there yet. I think he's paranoid about the scaling from Louis. Really, Lucifron's goal is just to check his opponent and then move away. You don't want to go in, because the reality is in this game, Louis needs to come out. The only thing you're scared of is if Lucifron is sitting here, he might be thinking Louis is going Castle Age, so he needs to check occasionally. But that's another thing that makes Mongols kind of broken from a vision perspective is Scout and Falcon. You can very freely, without any risk to yourself, get information like that and continue to obtain that information for a bloody long time. Keshiks. Louis spears out of position here. Archers move in as well. Oh, that's a big mistake. Keshiks. Few of them are going to be targeted down, but Spearman count feels way too low here. Dive comes in, and a dive past as well. Great fight now for Lucifron. I think Louis misplayed this completely. Gilded Archers came out a bit too quickly. Spearman count was not high enough, and now all of a sudden, you have a difficult time getting through this. That was a sick time by Lucifron. Love the fact he used the movement speed arrow. A lot of people would have opted for the attack speed, but it wouldn't have given that gap close. So he keeps his opponent in check, all the while continuing to scale trade behind. Now, Louis has another problem. Raid onto his eco incoming. And the funny thing is, Lucifron doesn't need to kill economy, by the way. Louis is actually behind, and he will continue to fall behind now because of the trade. So really, the onus is on Louis to come out and do something. How can he address this? Men-at-Arms aren't tragic against Keshiks, they're just not great either. Because remember, the Men-at-Arms, they attack really fast. 1.12 and 15 damage, right? And decent armor. I could see Golden Cuirass, Men-at-Arms working against Keshiks. My worry, though, is that Lucifron will just micro it, right? All he needs to do is charge in, then move away. Just play the edge of it. Don't fully engage, because these lance charges will make for good trades. So that's kind of my worry, is like, it seems like a good idea for Louis to get into Men-at-Arms, but he needs to make sure he has plenty of Gilded Archers to punish that type of behavior from Lucifron. Lucifron stacking up even more archers now. Even has the Bloomery coming in. Actually, at this stage, getting the melee defense is a huge deal, now that your opponent's adding in more Men-at-Arms. The problem with this matchup now is, like, sometimes you look at this, you say, okay, if it goes deep enough in Feudal, Order of the Dragon get 10 plus Men-at-Arms. With Golden Cuirass, they make you look like an ass. But the problem here is that trade detail, which is right now up to 8, about to hit 10 traders. And that bracket hasn't been updated yet. I need a mod to update it, or we'll sort it afterwards. In fairness, the Liquipedia page literally got added about an hour ago. Louis now marching out. This is dangerous, though. One slip up and dead. Think about what happened near his base, right? It wasn't GG because he was close enough to home. Keshix. And try to force the Mana. Baits the Spearman out of position. Attack speed out gets activated. And here we go. The commitment in. Keshix just goes straight for it. Gilded Archers now attacking the wrong target. And this is exactly what I was worried about for Louis. Archers just immediately targeting down any spears that come in. The Kesha count is good enough here. That's going to be a complete army wipe. And from here, it should be a snowball effect. Yikes. You just wish you had scale armor in the feudal age, don't you? This is brutal. Kesha count is just good enough to reduce this to nothing. And behind it, even if you clear up the heavy cav, you're going to be 2 archers against 30+. Lucifron played this right. This is really smart. Looks like one of the Spearmen did sneak out, but it just doesn't matter, right? That's not enough damage. You're now in a game against 10 traders. That means the Silk Road is at level 2, aka food and wood as well. And that's going to come in handy considering the comp. Food and wood, exactly what you need for more archers. The tough part I'm seeing in this game for Louis is he's kind of just playing the same thing again and again to a certain degree, right? Like archers, spears. Had he done it the right balance straight away, he would be in a decent position in this game. But now you're starting to see the snowball effect. Each time the fight's looking more gruesome, more painful. Because that eco is inflating behind. And you know, the reality is what Louis is essentially doing, what he's saying he's doing with this build, is that I'm going to have to outplay you. Now, I love that he has that confidence, but you're talking about one of the best micros in the game, right? Lucifron is no joke. There's a reason why he's still been competing after all these years. On top of that, it's not like you're playing a Civ that is known to be dominant, right? Order of the Dragon is a big question mark still in a lot of people's eyes. This build is definitely not doing any favors to alleviate that concern. Archers. Nalkov the dive in with the maneuver speed arrow. Looks like Louis is going to have to start standing his ground here. Weird choice. Lucifron should just commit. He doesn't need to worry here. It's not a fight this many archers can ever win against this many Mongols. Now, one thing that I want Lucifron to look for is the flanks. The thing that's keeping Louis in this game are the pocket ecos. He's out on the berries, he's out onto the deer, eventually the boar as well. If Lucifron senses for even a second that he's doing this, it will be GG. Considering he's got more and more Keshix coming, and there's less army to fight, it's more likely that he's going to find out about this soon. Keshix. Will they see it? He finds him on the berries. Louis, even if he reacts straight away, it's going to be losses. And look at this. Tech up coming behind. The only reason they're almost neck and neck on military pop is this. Lucifron is going castle. Honestly, Louis might just call it. This is a tricky one now. I mean, theoretically, if you can rush your castle age and get scale armor, Gilded Archers will beat these archers. My concern is more the Kurotai buff offsetting most of that. And also the extra villages being lost along the way. One Spearman has found his way onto the trade, but it's a pretty minor detail here. This one, much more substantial. The other problem, and what was highlighting with the Kurotai versus Scale Armor, Scale Armor gives +3 ranged armor, but the Kurotai with Veterancy on Archers will give +2 damage, right? So you actually offset most of that impact. If this was a game where you were even Stevens, then sure, actually Kurotai versus ranged armor, great, Order of the Dragon better. But it's not. It's 52 versus 36 military. It's 78 eco versus 47. It's trade that is now up to 18, aka all 3 tiers of the Silk Road unlocked. Not just that, all the economy is being found. Feels like there's just no breathing room in this map now for Louis. This is usually the difficulty and why I'm a big fan of Gorge. Is like Gorge forces you out to the flanks quite quickly. I love that because it means you can't just boom at home and be a happy camper. Louis, there's not much to be happy about in this game. He has at least found the resources for Castle Age, but by the time you're there, you're going to be talking about Kurotai in your face. You're going to be talking about Step Lancers, Veterancy for the Archers, and the Undermesh level 2, which is huge up against these Gilded Archers. Considering that Gilded Archers, for their cost, a lot of their extra firepower is actually into the attack speed, not into the base damage. Just a reminder, by the way, this is game 1. These are best of 3s all the way through to a best of 5 grand final. So don't worry if Louis MT loses this, you'll get a chance to see him redeem himself. He says, I'm not done yet. Burn Fruit coming in. I mean, this isn't bad for Lucifron, right? He is essentially healing up injured Keshix. And Kurotai right up in his face. Now, Louis can't fight just yet. He needs to wait for the veterancy. Signal arrow also on the way. This could be big. That attack speed, lasting so long in these battles, basically turns these guys into Gilded Archers. Speaking of archers, looks like the gold gathering has been found again. Dive now coming in. Louis trying to force the fight out of the range of the Kurotai, but that's difficult to do against the archers. And another big problem, guys. No scale armor. This is what Louis didn't want. He needed another minute. He needed some extra gold, but getting hit on the gold vein like he did and getting dove at this time means he won't have an army to upgrade. 2 spearmen left, and that's it. GG gets called. Lucifron, in the Battle of the Trash Can, comes out ahead with the Mongols. Woo! Why Vil Count not up for Louis? Why would it be? He's up against trade, and also you produce villagers slower with the Order Dragon, right? So 2 difficulties there. You'll never have the same number of villages as a standard Eco Civ, because yours take 24 seconds to produce. But then on top of that, it's Silver Tree for the Mongols. Okay, so that was game 1. This is skill gap. I'm not going to just agree with that. I think Order of the Dragon versus Mongols, you've got to consider how much more well-versed all players are with Mongols. And if it's skill gap, explain to me why Louis is doing better in tournaments than Lucifron at the moment. Oh, yes, thank you. Command bracket. Look at you. Good old Andy. Did that work? Is that the correct command for Nightbot? No, that's not. What's the one for Nightbot? I always forget. Why does Cal have to be on his deathbed right now? Yeah, I can't remember what the command is. I'll just literally open the panel and change it. But yes, funnily enough, that wasn't there like an hour ago. Because I remember checking. Alright. Boom. So game 1, let's have a look at what they're going to get up to for game number 2. Oopsie. Ooh, a bit loud. So, draft number 2. Ooh, okay, that okay, that's quite comical. They both picked Byzantines and Ottomans for each other. This is such a Louis way of drafting. But the weird part is how it came out. Usually I would expect Louis to be the one who wanted Ottomans, but because of that, Lucifron's like, I need to ban Ottomans from him. And then he gets sniped, right? Alright, that's comical. Wait, actually, let me double check. I think I'm right on that, right? It's that you choose from the 2 what you pick. Yeah. You ban civs you don't want to play yourself, and they show up on the enemy side. You pick 2 civs for the opponent, and you snipe one of the 2 civs your opponent chose for you. Yes. So he chose Ottomans instead of Byzantines here. Interesting. And game 1 went to Lucifron. Let's update that. Boom. There we go. What other civ would you curse your opponent with? Malians. What else could you throw at them? I'm trying to think like what else you want to lob in their lap and laugh. What do you guys think? What's Lucifron's weakest civ? What's Louis' weakest civ? French? Dude, no. I actually don't think you throw French in his lap, right? It's Lucifron. Lucifron is one of the few players that can actually make French work in competitive. Order Dragon, maybe, yeah. I do love that Louis said no to Order the Dragon this time, though. Because, yeah, these have to be flipped around, right? Because, remember, Byzantine ban. So, like, these are the ones that Louis said he didn't want to play, if I remember correctly. I'd have to get confirmation of that. The drafting format's a bit weird to follow in its current form. We didn't have time to create something specific for it. All right, let me pause the music, make sure we've got the details correct. I'll do one Holy Island. Wait, what? Oh my god. Lucifron. Doink. Redo the predictions. Okay, I don't think I've ever cast this on Holy Island before. And I've cast, I think, more games on Holy Island than anyone at this point. Ottomans versus Byzantines. I totally forgot this map was in the rotation. Now the picks and the bans make sense because both of them, the options they gave each other was Byzantines or Ottomans. These are the two options they had. And instead, we don't get a mirror, which I'm happy about. Byzantines, I think the only player I've seen willingly pick Byzantines on Holy Island is B. And B just isn't active right now in AV4. The Ottomans, meanwhile, makes a bit more sense. Do you guys remember Ottomans looking dominant on maps like Kawasan and Canal? In theory, you could Rax drop and rush your opponent. Weirdly enough, that's not going to be happening here. Instead, Lucifron looking to play this like a more standard map. And that might actually favor him, by the way. Because, for a start, Lucifron is definitely one of the kings of Holy Island. Him and his bro are two of the best at playing water on this map, full stop. To add to the difficulties for Louis, Louis has picked possibly the worst Civ on water in the entire game. Now, I'm about to hear someone go, hold on a sec, KP, what about... No. You're not gonna justify Dromers to me ever. Alright, I could drone on for an hour about why these things are trash. I have yet to be convinced in even a single game that this is a better choice than having a Springald ship. And that's the problem for Byzantines. That's the one thing keeping them back from being a viable Civ on water maps. Louis, let's see what he can show us here. I've got a feeling we're going to be looking at Hippodrome build. The way that B tried to play Byzantines on this map was the idea was that you would go for Hippodrome, gradually mass Horsemen for your fishing, and then you would all in your opponent's base before the naval force got big enough to kill you. Which is a smart idea, right? Like, the other cool thing about Byzantines is this is one of those civs that get stone generation without going on stone, by building buildings, right? So they have a way of getting naval arrow slits that keep them on water for longer. Wait, did I just see the score correctly? Holy... I actually can't believe the predictions are quite even. I mean, Ottomans aren't terrible on water maps, to be honest with you. If they have some sort of production play. Because like, the logic is you pay less for the docks. You still have some decency on land, right? Like some Vizier points that are going to do some justice. Military schools can be snug, can be quite nice. 1 or 2 Sipahi raiding can be effective. They definitely are, I'd say, like bottom 3 for water maps like this. They definitely function a lot better on thinner maps, rather, like Canal. But you're already seeing some of the value of this dock drop that I talked about. Remember, the Ottomans get a discount on all their production buildings. That does include docks. They save 50 wood. And that's why you're going to see him scale this up a bit quicker than Louis. Louis, who's sticking on 1 dock. I think he might just stick on that until he's in feudal. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Ottomans aren't really going to get insane value straight away out of going feudal age. The Byzantines will get more value due to Hippodrome. And the cool thing for Lucifron is he actually doesn't need to rush feudal age because he can defend himself on land without having feudal, right? Because the Byzantines' play should be to go full horsemen. So you just build spears. Actually, yeah, in a way, both of them were bad at sea, right? They both relied on galleys. They didn't really understand how to build carracks or giant ships to play the main seas. I just realized we have actually got an Ottoman-Byzantine game. Is it me, or is this one of the rarest matchups we get in general in AoE4 right now? It feels like it, right? Like, no one really wants to play Ottomans, and everyone wants to play Byzantines. And before, Byzantines didn't feel good, Ottomans were OP. So Tech Up now coming in. It is indeed going to be the Imperial Hippodrome. So I would not be surprised if what you see out of Louis is 1 galley, 4 horsemen queued up, raid. And the whole idea is he's going to idle the eco here on water and idle on land. He doesn't want to have to get into a direct scaling battle with warships, because that's a losing battle, right? Because Springalds are so much better than Dromans. And yeah, Sultani Trade Network, 100% expected here. Remember, this can generate quite a lot of passive gold these days. They increase the garrison spots up to 10 from 8. They decrease the gold on each trader by 2. But overall, it's more gold than it was before. So, Hippodrome, moment of truth here. Is he going to queue up the galley? I'd be surprised if he doesn't. One galley always feels worthwhile to get a reaction. He has got enough stone also for an arrow slits to defend himself afterwards. Instead, though... There we go. Wait, Louis... Oh, you sneaky git. I need to put my glasses on. I was busy cleaning them, clearly. He goes for a forward dock. That's really cool because this dock, remember, yes! My boy, Louis. This is really smart. Remember, this is kind of like a Seagate Castle effect, right? Like historically the real one. Because you're just creating this pass that can't be accessed, can't be breached without taking damage. He could have went a little bit further forward. It would have been better if it was right here, because then the Naval Arrow Slits reaches out all the way to here. But this gives him a full production point. It gives him a reset point with Arrow Slits, and probably gives him the one way that you might be able to win water as the Byzantines. Galley showing up. Lucifron already scouted this out, so he knew it was coming. He's already got the Spring ship on the way. Still, it's going to be a little bit of idle time in the meantime. In fact, he might even lose some fishing boats for it. Okay. Lucifron with the mini games right now. Louis, he should get at least one fishing boat out of this, surely. Sure, please. Please. He'll look for it elsewhere. He'll look for a land raid. Unfortunately for him, nice walls by Lucifron. Blocks himself in. The interesting thing about Lucifron here, right, is like by going for the Sultani trade network, usually you need to kind of scale gold eventually, so you'll be exposed here or have to build more outposts. But because he's got gold trickle from the landmark as well, you don't really suffer as much. Louis, oh my, no, don't build that. Build anything but that. It looks like a giant turd floating down a river. So let's talk about why Dromans don't really work. All right, thanks for coming to this talk. It kind of speaks for itself, right? The tower range, the attack speed. You have to stand still for ages on a ship that doesn't move very quickly and gets easily outranged by hulks on the other side, right? It's 6 tower range versus 4. That's the problem. It's a steaming pile of crap. And Louis, yo, guys, it's the poor man's Seagate Castle. He's going to set up a dock on the other side. This is sick. Unfortunately, Lucifron reads it at a perfect time. You could actually lose the transport ship. Because, guys, your counter to this is a Droman. And the Droman doesn't move quick enough. Goes inland. Villager sneaking across the north side. If he gets this up, he creates a choke point. With these naval arrow slits, it's going to be very difficult for Lucifron to get through. At which point, Louis can focus more on land. I think that's his real goal here. Spearmen are at least coming in, so he's going to have to get deeper with that goal. Here you go, yeah, dock. Now starting to be built up. Needs to be careful with this villager. Already took 7 damage. If he takes one more flurry arrows, puts him down to 35, the Hulk could finish him off. This is intriguing. Louis trying to force a fight with the Dromans by doing something that requires Lucifron to commit. The problem is the damage these Dromans are taking gradually, right? Like, you need to be very careful in the health bars. Love this, though. He's just about stepping up to block any free shots on the Villager. You need to be stepping up again, though. Mistake's about to be made here by Louis. Villager goes down. Demo doesn't hit either. Oh, no. Louis is going to have to pull another Villager. This feels terrible. I can't believe that. That was such a miss micro by Louis. It wasn't necessary to pull the Dromans back that quickly. And you can't pull them back so far, right? This unit doesn't react quickly at 1.38 movement speed. And all of a sudden, you're now stuck with a deadweight dock that's never going up. Because if you try, you're likely to die here. Lucifron already in perfect position. And with 5 boom ships, he's ready to blow up Louis' chances of winning this tournament in the first round. Remember, Lucifron already on match point in this best of 3. A little bit of lag there, Louis. I think he's a bit stuck now. Dromans, they're so thick, they're so fat, they're so easy to target for the demos as well. And land raid is coming in. The spearmen are actually raiding better than the horsemen here. This is over. Lucifron He's squeezing the map now. Fishing boats have to pull away. Louis MT would have to micro like a god to win this. Demo ship count is at least escalating, but with the idle time and the gold, that's difficult to maintain. Meanwhile, Lucifron has all the access in the world. He has the villages and the gold. He's got the Sultani trade network as well. Demos. Oh my god, he gets it. Several fishing boats going down. Demos in. A little bit overkill. Didn't need 3 to kill it. But Droman down. 8 Springled ships versus 5 Dromans. If Louis can't get a good hit with these demos now, when will he? Louis, is he thinking of switching on the land? He's finally got enough olive oil to get into Lombo. So this, I think, was part of the crafty concept that came out from B as well. It was like with B, it was more horseman oriented, but the thought here for Louis is over time, remember, the fishing generates olive oil. So gradually you will get into mercs. Lombo is the perfect contract as well, because right now your opponent is just massing spearmen. The timing just doesn't feel great though. Demos. Oh no. No, 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 no! Oh yes! Biggest hit imaginable. Doesn't get the follow-up, but it's still looking good. Hulks pull away. Droman's trying to head in. Second wave of demos are coming through, though. And it looks like they might be able to connect. Heavy damage again on the Droman. Springled ships in return, taking some losses. But Louis MT's fleet has seen better days. Rotted wood at this point. Louis has snuck back onto the island, though. So this is going to be arrow slits into what? Demo ship creep? The problem right now is I think it's too late. Another demo hits. 2 more Dromans go down. Lucifron just out microing with the fleet right now. Too many Springles as well. The demos are just being torn new. I mean, this is a cool idea by Louis. Unfortunately, that one slip up means that even on a delay, like, it feels too late now for this play. He no longer has fishing. And without that food eco, with that huge advantage, it's just a matter of time. GG is called. Louis, so close to showing us a way that the Byzantines can actually play Holy Island. But Lucifron, one of his signature maps for a reason, shows you the power he wields on Holy Island and knocks Louis MT out with a 2-0 victory. Yeah, bit of a rough one. So, Louis MT versus Lucifron G1. Okay, but the good news is that might mean we're in time for Kiljardi and Anatand. So let me check the state of that series. So I think, let me put the 2-0 up for the time being. So I'm pretty sure Kiljardi versus Anatan will still be going on. I don't think they were going to be that quick compared. Let's have a look. Because, guys, we want to do the Puppy Paw series next, which means we need a victor between Kiljardi and Anatan. Wouldn't say it was close. No, I actually think if he gets that dock up, it's a very different game. Like, legit, that dock going up changes a lot about the game. Not even capping. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Kiljardi versus Anatan is only in game 1. So let me have a look here. Well, actually, maybe they're in game 2. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, no. Kiljardi and Anatan are in game 2. Let me double check what happened with the score. And then we'll hop into... I think they just done Mongol Order the Dragon as well. Alright, 1 second. So let me update the score. Oh, they had a mega random? Delhi Ottomans... sorry, Delhi Order the Dragon, rather. Order the Dragon wins. So Anatand is on match point. Let me get the draft for game number 2. And then we'll hop into that one. Alright, there we go. So. Sorry, guys. One-man production crew. Alright. Fantastic. So let's get that one loaded in and then we can hop in. Yeah, so Mongols versus Order the Dragon. So Anno is playing OOTD twice in a row. We're going to Gorge again, though. So literally the first game that we saw between Lucifron and Louis doesn't mean the same outcome exactly, though. Remember, whoever wins this will be going up against Puppy Paw, and then whoever wins that series will be going up against Lucifron. We're going to follow the bracket through on that side, and then it'll be a BO5 Grand Finals afterwards. So let's get ready to go, guys. Ooh, I really need to rebind to my Stream Deck, my Spotify. It's being a bit buggy. All right, so we're hopping in mid-series for this one because we just watched Louis MT versus Lucifron. A bit quicker of a series than I was anticipating means we get to catch up with My Insanity's Anatan leading in his best of 3 up against Killjadi in the reverse draft showdown sponsored by Mutez. So the way that this tournament works is you basically ban 3 civs. Your opponent can't give those civs to you. They then pick 2 civs for you, and you choose one from those remaining 2. And we've seen this one once already today. Louis MT versus Lucifron. We had the Mongol versus Order the Dragon matchup. We get a rerun of it with different players this time. I'm going to hit the fast forward just for the early game because I want to be as live as possible because I don't want to miss the next series when it catches up. But yeah, Mongols versus OOTD. Last time we watched this, it was a lot of rack spamming. This time is different, though. Anatan doesn't care. He has a different style, and this is very Anno-like. I've seen him do this a lot. Actually, I think Anatan has convinced himself that this is the optimal build because we've seen him multiple times on the ladder do this double farm opening with the dragons. It's a pretty cool idea if you think about it, right? Like, you can stay out a lot longer with your scout, which you see already. He went all the way to the deep and then comes back for the maximum haul here. So I'm actually quite a big fan of this build. You've seen similar out of English as well. You're seeing similar out of Byzantines. It just gives you a bit more breadth to keep your scout out on the map and make sure that you don't get conned when it comes to the sheep haul. Because right now, if there's one big frustration I think a lot of people have in AoE4, it's the RNG factor of sheep game. Little frustration we used to have more of was the Mongol play, but this one has been pretty hard nerfed, right? It's taken a shot to the knee. Used to be you'd have 4 spinmen at the stage, now you only have 3. Nice cancel immediately on the mining camp. That tells you Anatan is going to be playing Feudal Age. You should be expecting that here. Arkan Chapel is pretty cool as well. Anatan seems to be leaning pretty hard into Arkan quite a bit at the moment. I think sometimes he goes mine work in mirrors of OOTD, but otherwise he's leaning on that buff. I personally like this because I think unless you're looking to utilize the Golden Cuirass, there's no real value out of mine work in Feudal. And you're against a Civ that builds heavy cav in the Feudal. So I don't think you actually want to be going Men-at-Arms. Instead, this additional buff is going to allow you to get a lot more food and wood to spam into those Gilded Archers. Oh, did we get predictions up? I should probably do that. Let me quickly do that for you guys. So, who will win? Killjadi. I know. And I'll give you guys 1 minute on this one, as we are a little bit in the game already. So, Outpost going up. Like, honestly, if this is a fast castle build or a Men-at-Arms build, I'd be worried for Anatan. The one negative for him right now is if Killjadi identifies what this means and rushes archers with a blacksmiths, he will have an edge over the OOTD here. But that's the big if, right? And I'm expecting this to be Silvertree, so realistically, Killjadi shouldn't have gold issues himself. Deerstone, to me, is a bit of a bait in this type of matchup. There are some games where that extra movement speed matters. I don't think it's worth it here. Oh, Killjadi. Hold on a second. This is actually big. The outpost, if Anatan doesn't realize this, he's not going to be buffed with the Arkan. And that's a big loss. An extra 15% gathering rate means a lot here for that archer spam. And it is indeed going to be the archers. Well, we've got 16 sheep versus 10. So another really good detail for Anno. First Gilded Archer is on the way. If he spots this, if he even for a second suspects this, this archer could actually kill the villager in time, right? It's going to be tight. 5 seconds till it comes out. It's going to take him, what, another 6 seconds to walk across? Gilded Archers are fast, but I don't think he's quite that fast. Find out. Anno, he does know now. He sees it. This is going to be tight. 1 archer. And you just need to stand your ground. Ignore the spears. It's all about this kill. And if you can get it. Villagers frontline, and it works! Anatan barely, by the skin of his teeth, forces the cancel. Wow, that is huge. That is actually the world team right now. Anatan, if he had lost that, if the outpost goes up, then all of a sudden this Archon is pointless. You might as well have built Mind Work, right? Because you're buffing a little bit of food, great, but you're doing an archer comp, right? You want the buff from the Archon for wood. So that's crucial to him. It now keeps the comp alive and gives him inflation. Extra archers coming through. Killjadi now teching up from what I'd say is a disadvantageous position. I love Anatan's comp. Gilded archers out into the mid-map, horsemen to follow up. This is very difficult for Killjadi to initially dent because he hasn't got the silver tree operational to start scaling mass Keshiks yet. Looks like it is indeed going to be Keshiks. So first Gilded Archer is going to be sacrificed because of that. If you can get the Horseman out here quick enough, you can actually beat that initial Keshik. Because it's not a double... Okay, it is. I wasn't sure if he saved enough. I mean, who am I kidding? Yeah, double pump means you need to get this Archer out. Until you got 2 Horsemen, you don't fight this. And are you kidding me? He came back? Well, there's no extra Gilded Archer coming. Wait, Anatan? Yeah, okay, there it is. I'm blind. He was coming. So, Villager down. Small advantage now already building. Second Horseman on the way, and Killjadi is going to pack up that Silver Tree and get it moving. So this is going to be Keshik Spears versus Gilded Archer Horseman. I actually think Gilded Archers dominates this matchup, but there is one big asterisk in this game, and it's on this outpost. The gold is what Anatan needs to do. He needs to find some gold, but guys, you may notice something unfortunate about the spawn in this game for Anatan. This is exactly the worst nightmare of someone facing off against Mongols. This is a Mongol's wet dream, right? When they go to sleep at night, count sheep as they hop through the sky, this is the thing they pray to their gods for. Every single gold vein for Anatan is on one side. So there is no sneak play to go out onto other gold. You can't even sneak this gold because look at it. Look at the vision this outpost gives. He's going to have to mass horsemen and torch this down. Keshik's just trying to be a nuisance in the meantime. I'm going to find too much value there, but oh my, hello. What are we doing out here? Anatan with the immediate boar aggro. Oh, that was fantastic. He might even end up getting a villager for it now. In fact, is it going to be 2? Oh, it's so close. Scout will be able to back away as well. In fact, he might even just end up getting a kill at this rate. This is pretty rough for Killjadi. 2 heavily injured villagers here. And the horseman! Oh no! There's no one here. Second horseman arrives. This is huge. Killjadi, no wheelbarrow, no outpost, no assistance. Anatan finds it at the perfect time. Anatan has more horsemen coming as well. Keshik's trying to move across to defend this, but feels a little bit too late. Villager losses are already going to be mounting here. Spearman might be enough to finally force this away, but Anatan, on point with the micro, should just be able to snipe out almost all villagers in the area and walk away. Not unscathed, but definitely not dead. Unbelievable. 6 worker kills now in this game for Killjadi. Or against Killjadi, rather. Anatan a mile ahead. And Killjadi... Dude, we've got to talk about your obsessions here. He's back attempting an outpost again. Unfortunately, I don't... Does this hit? Okay, he should be able to. So this is big for him if he can get it up. The problem right now is, idle time alone, it doesn't really matter as much because this new lumber camp. Anatan won't care now. He mattered before, but now he's going to be out of range anyway, right? So he doesn't care about the Archon. So now when this outpost goes up, he just says fine and moves the lumber camp here. Or even just keeping it here. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think Killjadi became a bit obsessive with this. It's cost him dearly. I mean, you're now in a game where the Order of the Dragon has more entities than you do. Look at the pop. There's 15 military units for Anatan. It's about to be an even bigger lead. Killjadi is going to lose the outpost. Spearman can't even turn around for the fight. And I love this. Anatan with a switch up into spears as well. Our boy's got Killjadi's number. Keshiks, I'm going to try to commit in. This is a terrible fight. You can't win this at all. Oh my god. The damage on these spears. 52 damage per strike. Now the question mark is, does Anatan just go fast castle now? Or does he go all in feudal? This is a really cool build from Anatan. I've seen similar builds, but this was a very different approach to the Arkin. I think he proved the value in it as well. Like, he didn't have gold access, so Mind Work would have been terrible as well. Like, this was such a sick read. Some players would focus Mind Work on this, but, like, think about the gold situation. If he got Mind Work, the game's over. The extra food gathering, the extra gold gathering, the extra wood gathering, all these things matter for the Arkin. Because now he can go out with the gold. He can rush those upgrades. At a time where Killjadi isn't really in a position to negotiate. Dive through with the Keshiks. He does at least get some eco kills. Notice he gets 4 for that. But the problem I now have is the size of the army. It's a huge difference here. In fact, Anatan should sense weakness here. If he moves across now, you can shut down the trade as his beginning. In fact, he's already doing that. God damn. Villager got sniped out here as well. This might just be over. Worse still, the Keshiks on Death's Door can't even run away. You have the same attack damage as these horsemen, remember. Only you have a worse movement speed. Spearman will at least be able to recover it, but the archers are also on the way. Spearman as well. And I think we are seconds away from Killjadi losing a fight that definitely loses them the game. This is out of control right now. Horseman see an opportunity to march on in. Spearman chasing on the Keshiks. You just can't hang around for the fight. This is going to reach your TC soon. At which stage, the only thing Anatan really needs is a Blacksmiths, in a few upgrades, and an immediate GG. Whew. Remember, by the way, this is single elimination, so if you're wondering, okay, why does Killjadi not just GG and go lower bracket and come back later? There is no lower bracket. You get 2 shots. Shoot well. It's BO3, single elim all the way to the grand finals. At which point, we'll be into a BO5. That is cool. What? Heavy torches. Oh, that's sick. That's for the Uvu attack, right? Although, if I'm not mistaken, Killjadi was ahead of this. Look at the difference. There's just enough distance here that the tile splash should work. We'll find out. Oh, man. Killjadi might be getting his ass kicked here, but I've got to give him credit for reading ahead of that. He can, however, now hit these, right? And I think it should splash. This tech is always so weird. Looks like it's going to be a trade. Keshik's marching into the main. Good at Archer in the meantime. Killjadi not reacting to this. He's got an outpost right next to him. What? Finally gets inside. Spearman now diving into the main, though. Let the mainland mosh pit begin. Gilded Archer's in range as well. A terrible fight for Killjadi to have to take. Even with an outpost and a TC, it feels like a battle you're never going to win. He has no steeled arrow, no undermesh. Anatan has that defense arrow. And he's also got the attack speed, attack damage rather, coming through soon. Villagers are barely going to dodge death. It just feels like these Keshiks aren't finding hunts they can win though, right? Like the issue is you can see that Anatan doesn't care about gold. He gathered just enough for the ranged upgrades and then shifted away. Oh, so it is only on a 2-tile building. I've seen it used on farms and houses. So yeah, you're right. There's literally nothing you can attack on the Mongols unless you think they're massing at outposts. I personally think that that heavy torches tech needs to be changed. Like, this is the one place it gets value, right? This is it. I actually think heavy torches should be, if a building's connected, it takes damage. It shouldn't be a hard thing to calculate either, right? So in the event, for example, let's say heavy torches, I hit this, it should burn this, 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 this. That makes more sense. Then it's a decent tech. Because right now, it just feels like a meme. Killjadi not even able to trade now. What is his comeback? Next tournament. His comeback is Mutez's Reverse Draft Showdown number 2. I hate to be harsh about this, but this game, it's more an Anatan making a mistake than Killjadi doing something right. This could be a good start, I know. A little bit of a mistake made there. This is definitely a mistake. Will Barrett at this stage makes a lot of sense. Keshe is getting insane value with the dive. And Anatan, like, I don't like this focus on the silver tree. It's kind of irrelevant. You'd rather have your opponent build traders and then you kill them than you waste all this time burning a 5k landmark. Now, maybe it's that Anatan's like, Killjadi, you know who he is. He doesn't GG. I'll have to landmark snipe him. But if that's the case, take a more calculated approach to it. Villagers. Oh my god. You have to keep in mind just how hard this game is right now for Killjoy. Anatan is everywhere on the map. He's blocking all flank resources in this game. So Killjoy has to find the weak guard point and send everything there. Anything less and you lose. Anatan. Do we just see some Rams to make this cleaner? You could. I have a feeling Anatan's just going to keep brute forcing it. He doesn't want to give an opportunity for Archer Keshiks to get equal numbers because they might be able to recover. Love the fact that Anatan just keeps coming in and out. This has to be so frustrating for Killjoy. Right? Because he'll be looking at this like, okay, now I'm safe to move out. It's like, oh, I found the horseman. I'm great. All of a sudden, Archers come in from the other side again. It's interesting how different this game is from the last one, right? Same civs, very different playstyle. Gotta say, I'm a bigger fan of what Anatan done here. I think ignoring the Dark Age pressure and just going feudal smart. You know, for HRE, it's always been about the melee units. Arguably, Archers included are good nowadays. But since All the Dragon came out, my feeling was straight away Gilded Archers is one of the MVPs. And I love that Anatan has it on full showcase here. Building's being lost now. It's quite a lot of spears. I think Anatan might need to consider getting more archers. Seems like he's more interested in melee units, though. That's because he's looking for a way to end the game, right? Like, archers can kill your opponent quite a bit, but they can't take out the buildings. Killjoy has at least got the pocket resources now. I say that. The horseman is finding additional kills. Even when you have textiles. Oh god, it's 24 worker kills in this game now. I think if Anatan just goes Castle Age, Killjoy is likely to tap out. But Anno doesn't want to give a small opportunity for a heavy cav feudal civ to sneak back in. Which I respect. New Spirit Arrow chase down, but you can already see the hunt is on. Anatan shifting the entire army down here. The villagers need to get out. Looks like they might be able to sneak by. Horsemen are going to go hunting, though. The problem right now for Killjoy is it's a giant game of cat and mouse, but you never get to be Tom. You always have to be Jerry. But this is the unbroadcast version, where Jerry got eaten in the first episode. Killjoy, he at least has condensed food now. That's the one positive, is that, you know, he doesn't have to come up with this food anymore. The negative is that you just can't do anything with the Silver Tree, right? Like, if you can't trade in this game, you're just gradually going to fall further behind. Like, at this stage, Anatan legitimately could just go castle, and it would be an immediate win. More villagers being sacrificed as well. It's rough when you go textiles, and this many workers still have died in the game, right? Like, I feel like we've pretty much covered everything to say in this game. Killjoy has a habit of doing this, where he's like, the 0.01% chance. You know how, like, BC says, if there's a 1% chance I can win, I'll stay in? Killjoy is like the extreme version of that. It's like, if there's the 0.0000000000001% chance, I'll hang in. This is a 0.0000000000000000000000000000001% chance of winning this game. This might be the fight to convince him, though. The archers just aren't even killing the spears quick enough. Army's definitely going to get wiped. The Keshiks have not been able to do enough. This should be the point at which he truly just admits defeat. Anatan might just have to start building rams to convince him it's over. He's at least microing well to try and keep the archers out of range, but there's enough gilded archers to mop this up now. So, Puppy Paw versus Anatan is what we've got next. We had that recently, right? And it was very close. I'm actually excited for that matchup. I think Anatan, he can be very aggressive and it's intriguing to watch, but Puppy Paw has been relentless recently. So it might be a tough one for him to crack, right? Puppy Paw Definitely a top 3 player right now. I say as if Killjadi is going to call this game before 50 minutes. I mean, in fairness, he kind of deserved this. Remember, Killjadi was playing like an hour-long game in pubs before this, and Anatan was waiting. They were like 15 minutes late to start their series. Why does Order the Dragon get picked so much in this tourney? I know, right? Like, holy crap. Clearly it's an OP Civ and we need to nerf it. It's a reverse draft Civ. For those tuning in going, why would anyone pick Order the Dragon Mongols in a best of 3? It's because your opponent picked these Civs for you. The whole intent of this drafting style is you basically force your opponents into Civs they don't want to have to pick. I think we have a little bit extra time, right? Because we were a few minutes from live. I genuinely think we hit the 2 times, because Anatan should just tech up, and then Killjadi should wave the white flag. I think Anon realized it now. He's like, for God's sake, man. Like, if you're not going to call the game, let me tell you why it's over. Regnit's now on the way. Killjadi on the other side of this. He has at least got infinite food, but access to anything on the map really feels non-existent at this stage. He's not really in a good position to guard relics either, right? He has 2 Keshiks, 2 more coming. Anatan. Is he just going to flood him with Castle Age Men at Arms? That's kind of vile. Not a build you do often, but when you're this far ahead, it's the one that gets the end of the game, right? Because if you're going with spears, you're going with archers, defensive TC advantage, right? If you go in with Cav, your opponent can build spears and defend. But if you go in with Men at Arms, there is legitimately nothing you can do about it. So let's speed it up again with the 2 times. All upgrades coming in the meantime. Anatan prepping for a fight. Killjadi needs a fight. If you can't get a good trade right now, you never will. Got some Men at Arms going in, and the bad news has arrived. Those are Castle Age Men at Arms. Even the Keshiks will not protect you. Yeah, they're just going to get dented pretty quick. Archers will exchange on the backside. That's the one up. But more horsemen are on the way. Spears are sneaking back into the base as well. Killjadi, he has no tech upcoming. Like, this is all feudal or game is over. Veteran Seaver Horseman just came through, and they now hit for a wallop. 36 damage, which means they 2-hit archers. That's it. Even the scale armor. Because let's be real, Killjadi's never going Castle Age now, right? So his only hope is to get a giant archer ball going. Scale armor means you're never trading with veteran gilded archers. Now I think we are actually at the end. 2 times. Get me out of this. Killjadi. This is a crotch stomping, sir. I'm even going to 4 times it, just to convince you it's over. Wow, oh my god. Order of Dragon's so OP. Look how quickly this Men at Arms attack. I've never seen an attack speed this quick in my life. GG called. Anatan with a 2-0 victory. He's going to be going up against Papipo. Yeah, I mean, before anyone's like, oh, why does Killjadi just not leave? Okay, you're in a situation where you've like carved out the time for a tournament. If you lose this game, you're out of the tournament anyway. You might as well force your opponent to end the game to see if he makes a mistake, right? So like, I can't entirely blame him for that. So that means we move on to Anatan versus Papipo, which should be starting in a few minutes. Let me get that up. So I think they're prepping the draft right now. When is Beast of the Hill? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to that one. Probably tomorrow? I don't know. How's Anatan's Order Dragon better than Louis? Because he prioritized archers. He didn't bait himself into this long spear trade. Because like the spear trade, the issue is, it was great when he defended, but the moment he comes out of his base, defender's advantage, right? Like double produced Mongols, easy peasy. That's his problem. He spent way too long in Dark Age. He didn't tech up quick enough. And then when he did eventually tech up, although he went into Gilded Archers, the difference is that he was in a game where he needed additional spears. So if he hadn't lost those initial spears, he would have had a good enough defense to win the game. Instead, he threw away a lot of spears, ended up with not enough to defend against Keshiks, and thus he lost. The difference in this game is that Anatan immediately prioritizes getting into archers because Keshiks aren't going to be spammed that early. So he shuts down the spearman comp, he follows up with his own spears, on a delay. He goes Horseman first to have map momentum to shut down trade, right? It's a very smart dynamic there. And also, I actually think Arkan was really smart there. Like, I think Arkan, when you're going archers first, just makes a lot more sense. What we got next? Next matchup is going to be Killjadi versus... sorry, Anasand versus Puppypaw. So we are seeing the draft right now. Okay, we've got the map draft. It's going to be Regions, Dry Arabia, and Holy Island. So we should be opening with Regions, if I'm not mistaken there. Interesting. So I imagine you want civs that don't get gold starved easily. Okay, this is... Hello. Let me get this one up for you guys. Check this. Delhi versus Order of the Dragon. Again. So I was looking into this, actually. It's quite intriguing. Did you guys know that Order of the Dragon is favored against Delhi? It's literally one of their very few matchups where they do okay. 61% win rate over 30 games. When you look back at the previous patch, it's more confirmed, right? It's a 57.3% win rate on the last patch. So this is actually one of the few matchups where Order of the Dented seems viable. Yeah, all of a sudden people are like, whoa! So if I queue into a Delhi main, I just need to learn Order of the Dragon. There you go, guys. All right, they're starting the game now, so we'll be a few minutes from live. And big shout out, by the way, to ProteinWorks. Dude, we talked about how this is useful for saving me from snap breaks, but we're going to be doing the whole tournament. We're going to cast the whole tournament. So I'm probably going to have to make a second one of these, because this is a thing that's going to keep me alive. Are you going to cast any XQC games? I don't know. Do we really want to lose that many brain cells? Has he just been like have his games been worth watching? I mean, I guess it's, dude, it's easy clickbait content, right? Best corpo shill ever? Nah, dude, look, shill makes it sound disingenuous. I actually do think these are good. Like, you guys want to know what I'm drinking today? It's already almost gone, by the way. We're only a few hours in the stream. So this is actually really cool. It is white chocolate and raspberry. Even has like the pink tone to it. It actually, like, it kind of has a cookie, white chocolate and raspberry cookie taste to it. Like, this is something I've noticed with the ProteinWorks ones, is the taste almost has that kind of undertone of, like, you know, baked goods, like cookies to it with the flavors, which is actually really nice. I mean, I wouldn't survive. I'd have to, like, go cook. And then all of you would be like, oh, no, screw this, I'm out of here, right? So, boom. Am I at least working out? No. These are the replacement meal ones. You guys can check these out, by the way. Exclamation mark ProteinWorks will take you through. So the replacement meal ones, the way they work is that you have these in lieu of, like, snacks and whatever, right? You can even have them as lieu of a meal. It's 200 calories, about 20 to 24 grams of protein in most of them. Only about 2 to 3 grams of sugar and barely any saturates. So they're actually quite healthy from that POV. But they do also do protein-specific ones. And those ones are like, I think 24 or 26 grams of protein per 30 grams. So they do have you covered there. They also did send us the greens. Maybe I should try the greens. What do you guys think? Should I have another white chocolate and raspberry one? Or should I try the super greens? The super greens one is apple and lemon. Oh, he just overreacts? Okay. All right, let's dish out the points. Anatan with a win. Let me get the next prediction ready. We'll do a 2-minute prediction from now. Do contests where highest sub donation? Dude, that's a great idea. There you go. Genotizer coming in with the idea. The highest dono in the next hour gets to choose whether I drink apple and lemon twist, blueberry cheesecake riot, speculoos biscuit heaven, millionaire shortbread, or white chocolate and raspberry. All right, let me pause the music. It's time, guys. Hype it up in chat. Let them know on the YouTube video later what they missed out on. The party's arrived. Poppy Paw versus Anatan in the reverse draft tournament. A best of 3 to see who is going to proceed through to a showdown with Lucifron in the semifinals. Anatan forced to pick the Order of the Dragon. Poppy Paw forced to pick the Delhi. You know, honestly, I've got to give it to him. I actually think Anatan outdrafted him on this one. This is a really cool matchup. Don't know if you guys know this, but Order of the Dragon barely have any positive win rate matchups. This is one of, I believe, only 3 that they currently have. And this is actually one of their best. Last patch, they were about 58, 59% win rate against the Delhi. This patch, they're already looking better. I think they're up at like a 70% right now on limited games. It's a phenomenal matchup for them. Sick read as well, because the way the draft played out, the picks choices was Ottomans was the alternative for Anatan, and Juji was the alternative for Poppy Paw. So really solid choice here, actually, by Anno. Especially when you also consider the Sacred Site spawns on this map. There's only 2, and they could not be further apart. You think it's terrible for Order of the Dragon? Okay, I'm going to quote a man who inspired me in esports. The wonderful Nahaz. Stats don't lie.
Yeah.
So, Anno, double farm opening. He loves this one. I think, I agree, this is a really good type of approach, right? It allows him to stay out on the map very long for additional sheep. Looks like, did he get cut off in the center? No, he's just going to take his back corner afterwards. So looking at the haul so far, it is going to be, what? Probably, yeah, 9 to 10. And remember, he's gathering, so this is really good for him. Berries will always be first for Delhi. And yes, Delhi will open Ghazi Raiders. They have an initial surge point, but the thing you have to keep in mind is that initial surge point is useful on maps where the sacred sites are nicely spread, because you can just move out very quickly. You can block sacred sites. This is not one of those maps where that type of eco booster comes as easily. So that's important because it means the Order of the Dragon player doesn't have to panic rush out of his base with Horseman himself. He can calm down, take a more calculated approach. I also think, by the way, that the way the Order of the Dragon can win this is when you shift into the Archer Ball in mid-feudal. That's when Order of the Dragon look really good, because Gilded Archers versus Delhi Archers, attack speed on these Order of the Dragon archers, there's a reason I call them Gatling guns. Every 1 second. And although the Tower of Victory is strong, it doesn't really compete with that. So tech ups coming through. Arkan up against TOV. I really do think Anatan's onto something with the Arkan build. This leans him into that archer idea, right? Like, if you actually think about it, if you're against a Civ where you do not want to build men-at-arms, I actually do not think there's enough value in mine work. You have to have a Civ where Golden Cuirass is a possibility. Golden Cuirass wouldn't work here. Men-at-arms just don't play well against Delhi. The mass archers with attack speed can gun you down, and Ghazi have bonus damage against heavy. So you're much better off going for Arkan, and then getting your hands on additional archers and additional cav. I do think there's a little bit of pain later in the game, and that's Zornhau. I've talked to Myriad about this. Like, he's a big fan of Zornhau, and I agree. In certain matchups, Zornhau's incredible. But I just don't think it's worth the hassle around everything else. Like, the Zornhau tech on its own doesn't justify giving up a 15% gathering speed buff on basically your entire economy at this stage of the game. And yeah, no, it's not a case of one is better than the other. Actually, that's something I like about Order of the Dragon right now. They may be weak, but one thing I'll say is, unlike HRE, it's not just a no-brainer, oh, this is better. Like, 95% plus of games, Arkan is better. But with Order of the Dragon, it's situational based on the Civ you're up against. For example, if you're up against a Civ that doesn't really have a strong feudal, Mine Work feels really good because you can play into the men-at-arms spam with the Golden Cuirass, right? But Delhi is a very powerful feudal Civ. You do not want to be doing men-at-arms into them ever. So Poppy Paw up in the feudal age. We should be seeing a stables opening immediately here. Pretty standard choice. Is going to give him the flank control right to actually go for the sacred sites as well. And Anatan is going to mirror it. So stables is coming in. Now there's an initial surge point. What? Oh, that is interesting. So Poppy Paw is going to wall in the sacred sites. Because if it's the Horseman you're worried about, you just have Ghazi, right? You get double Ghazi pump, you can beat Horseman. That's fine. it's not until you're mid-feudal where scale cavalry, cavalry scaling rather becomes a awkward issue for Delhi because all the dragon get enough of them. But at the start, Delhi will be ahead. But what this says to me is that Puppy Paw is planning to wall in the sacred sites, and yeah, there you go, confirmation straight away. That's a really smart play. Remember, you spend half the resources you would on a standard map to wall these in on the corner. And this means that now you're against a Civ that can't play wide, and when they try to play wide, they're going to struggle to take away your win condition. What a creative approach by Puppy Paw. And he knows it's going to have to be a Horseman, right? Like, that's the only thing that can contest the Delhi outside the base. Because if you go Spearman, if you go Archers, you're not going to rush out, right? So that's actually a sick soul read by Puppy Paw. Looks like we are going to get a Rax following up here. Does he go Men-at-Arms now? That would be a very intriguing build. On a delay to go Men-at-Arms without going Kuras. I know I said it's a bad idea, but it's kind of like one of those classics. You react to what the game state gives you, right? You could just go Spearman, but you know you're kind of just playing into a little bit of a disadvantage there. Although your Spearmen are individually more powerful, you have to remember that the Delhi have that attack speed aura. Or rather, embed in the unit. It's not even an aura. So it's not that you're fighting 1 versus 2, right? Because Guild Spearmen are worth like 2 spears. It's more like you're fighting 1.15 versus 2. Which is not true. If you're using the same resources, that then turns into a 2.3 versus 2. Numbers. With shenanigans around the deer, so no shoving coming in there. Love the small wall by Anatan, just making sure there's no kind of wrap in and out in case it was going to be Ghazi. And we are now going into the mass farms. What's my opinion on this map? It's an intriguing map. I do not think this is a top 5 map. I understand the competitive viability of it. It has some cool elements. The big thing I really love isn't even the specific regions, it's the gold. The gold really forces you out into mid-map well. I actually think if you look at the best designed maps in AoE 4, almost all of them have something in common, and that's the gold spawns. Dry Arabia can be a little bit weird sometimes, but for the majority, what you see is good maps. The design has 8k gold near your base, and then the rest is contestable. But a lot of people focus on the food. I just don't think the food is as important, right? Like Abbasid, these type of civs aren't doing that well. Delhi can leverage this map well and get out here, but that's another reason why Anatan is playing in the Horseman. Beautiful snipe. That's huge. Puppy Paw, he only has 1 more Scholar. Wow, how did he get in there with all this? I can't believe he just done that. That's huge. Puppy Paw doesn't want to have to go into the gold, right? Like, you screw your kind of game plan up quite a bit here. So if he gets sniped again, you feel like you're at GG's door here. And it might happen again. The Scout coming in, the Horseman. Oh, this is perfect. If he just goes for the Scholar. Anatan ignores it, though. Horseman on the wide. Missed opportunity here. He chooses the Archers instead. This is tough. Although Puppy Paw can gather for additional Scholars, he's now getting no inflation. He's behind on economy by quite a bit now. He needs these Sacred Sites ASAP. It's already going to be a big enough lag, a big enough delay, because you have to go across the map for the other one, right? But if you do not get this Scholar in, I've seen games like this that get GG'd at 15 minutes. You guys remember the Puppy Paw Vortex game? Where Puppy Paw took out both his Scholars and he just called GG. Anatan makes a critical blunder here, though. He had a perfect opportunity to take out that Scholar with the Horseman and then have the Men-at-Arms tap twice on the follow-up. Instead, Puppy Paw gets inside. He will be getting some gold. Now, that being said, Anatan may have missed out on the Scholar, but he did kill a few Archers, right? He found some value there. And he has now hard-baited Puppy Paw into Mass Spearman. He's turning into Mass Men-at-Arms without Golden Cuirass. That's very important here, right? Like, if there was Golden Cuirass, even against Ghazi, it's very hard to win. But now, with no Ghazi, the fact you don't have Golden Cuirass makes it a bit more even. And he can afford this indefinitely with this amount of farms, right? More still to come. It's kind of cool to see this. Like, typically you see all the Dragoners at kind of mid-map Civ where they play pocket ecos, but Anatan has no reason to. This fight. This is absurd. Is he losing, kids? Not really. Like, maybe now with the second wave of Spearmen coming in. And Arms are just going to march past. Idle out on the food. Speaking of which, if you want food, you see that? There's going to be a link in the chat right now. That's the one I was talking about. Click that. I'm drinking delicious white chocolate and raspberry milkshake right now. I'm chomping down on this as hard as Anatan's been chomping down on Puppy Paw. And Anno, I think he's going for Castle Age now. No, okay. Jumping the gun a bit. It's going to be a reinvestment. And Ghazi now coming through for Puppy Paw. I actually think this is one of those weird matchups where going fast castle is a lot better for Anatan. And Puppy Paw's doing the same. Wow. Okay. Power of the berries, right? And also the efficiency of the area because you don't have to walk long to get to another berry patch. So it's very fluid now for Puppy Paw. It's kind of crazy the way he played this. I don't think this is a game where he wanted 2 sacred sites. He just wanted one in the corner with the food. One criticism I do have of this map, I actually think the regions should be random. Change the flow of the game a little bit. Maybe not all, don't like random the gold, but what you do start off with is random the berry and the deer location. Because I don't like that you can predict which side the food you want is on. You should have to scout for that. Keep the gold central, but random the other 2. Compound defender now on the way for Puppy Paw. Horseman not going to be able to stop this. Anatan is going to be taking up from behind in a game where his opponent is now pumping skulls. Already has one in position in the mid-map. This is bad, guys. Anatan, I think he read this wrong, spamming so many men-at-arms. You have to keep in mind, it looks like 8, double the count. That's the cost. Such a slow-moving unit as well. And also a unit that just isn't in a position to really do anything. This is crazy. Puppy Paw just raw outplayed Anatan. Anatan saw the mass spears and he assumed this was a long feudal. That's why he pulled away with the men-at-arms. Had he realized what was really happening here, these MAA would be here, here, and everywhere in between. He got outplayed. No doubt about it. Tech up complete first for Puppy Paw. Crossbows have been queued up. Knights as well. And remember, without the Golden Cuirass, these guys aren't very tanky. All on the flank. Ambitious, the Piety. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Piety coming in clutch! That's a huge advantage. You just got yourself 2 free chunky men-at-arms. Anatan with the blunder. Desperate to block the relics. Now finds himself with his back up against the wall. Dive on the villagers, no textiles there. So at least some out of time achieved, but this is getting out of hand. He just lost any momentum he had in this game. Men-at-arms count is too small. He hasn't got stables produced behind this, right? So we're not getting into a night pump quickly. He's only got the 1 stables. Hasn't got the resources. This is going to be a 5 relic game. Maybe 4 if Anatan's lucky. Insane performance out of Puppy Paw. This is why this guy is arguably, what, 2nd best player in the game now. The only one ahead of him, Marine Lord. I actually think Puppy Paw's improved that much. Easily a top 4 player. Anatan, we talked about him as well, right? His improvement. I actually think he's easily top 10 now. Probably top 8 with the way he's been playing recently. But this is just a brutal beatdown. Delhi on such an unorthodox map, and yet Puppy Paw finds a way to make it look so surgical. Knights going around the flank. It looks like Anatan, by some miracle, has picked up 2 relics. And, oh, okay, that was sick. Wait, but mistakes made. What? Anatan, that was almost perfect. The Spearman pulled the Lancers away, but then he walked in. What? He's panicking. It's going to be 4 relics. I can't believe that. That was almost Gigabrain. Anatan. He baited with the spear. 2 Lancers followed him, and instead of just walking home, Anatan darts down. I think that must have been a miss micro there. I think he accidentally selected the Prelate with the Spearman. And oh my god. I'm sorry, did you not? That was just built. Please tell me you've still got the receipt for that, because I want a full refund. Ah, this is over. Anatan, no way he's going to be able to hold this with so few troops. Lancers are kind of headbutting the fight in an awkward way, but just let the men-at-arms take over. So game one is going to be quite the strong showing out of Puppy Paw. It's crazy as well, getting into this, remember what we said, Delhi versus Order the Dragon, one of Delhi's worst matchups right now. Order the Dragon, one of their best. But it turns out Puppy Paw is just built different. Anatan even felt like he had a good map for Order the Dragon here, but it matters little now. Villagers on the back started getting idled up. He's got no standing army to defend with. Game one will be going to Puppy Paw. There's no doubt about it anymore. Wait, what? Wait, did he just give the men-at-arms back? Okay, that was completely unnecessary from Puppy Paw. Hey man, you know, you give him a Wallow, he gives you a Wallow. What I love is that he got more back than he gave over last time. That's the definition of a good investment. Still, even with that detail aside, it's a 4-1 relic split in a game where you haven't even picked up the relic and put it back in. And remember, as time has gone on, Village Fortresses has crawled closer and closer. This is going to be a keep drop if it's already there. I was about to say under the gold. We've seen how this map plays, right? Whoever keep drops the central gold first has an overwhelming advantage. I believe we should have a second keep coming in soon. It's got 4 people still gathering stone. So how does Anatan now win this? Because he seems to think it's not over. You can't fast him. With Delhi in this type of advantageous position, fast imping will just kill you. The other problem with fast imping is you have 1 gold vein that has no gold left, right? And then a 4K you have to fight for. So if you fast imp, if you somehow even got the gold, you get 0 upgrades. You just die. So Anatan needs to find a play out. He could try and play flank resources, right? Raid with Gilded Knights on this villager line, but that's very predictable. I almost want to say he has to try and sneak towards the central golds before the keep comes up. So timing is going to be critical, but Anatan, the question remains on whether he'll even be able to get an army big enough to attack, let alone win. Mass archers for Anno? The problem is you're up against men-at-arms as well, right? And he knows he's up against men-at-arms. He's seen them coming. He knows about the lancers as well. Spearman Archer could be away. I just think the problem with going archers here is like you know there's going to be castle drops in the center. You can't win this off of archers alone. I almost want to say you need siege. But once again, it's gold. He has no gold at all. He can maybe afford a single mango, and that's it. My worry is, like, Puppy Paw, what's the chances he's getting close to marching drills? Or forced march, rather. Okay, the good news for Anatan is Puppy Paw only went 1 blacksmith and isn't rushing it. I hate that, by the way. I think forced march is worth rushing. We talked about that Gilded Knight. Interesting choice. Puppy Paw commits a keep onto the berry mass. Knight, sick micro by Anatan, but there's only so much you can do. Here's one guy. Still quite a few berries in the area, so that's pretty smart by Puppy Paw. Divesting his spread, right? Like he's making sure that he's getting resources here, resource boom in the center on the deer, and then he's still got stone gathering going on for another keep drop on the gold when it matters. For now, he understands that gold doesn't matter. He's got 4 relics. Food is more important to the Canadian. Speaking of that food, Anatan did try to sneak out here. Did not work well for him. Order the Dragon to get Gilded Siege. That's a great idea. I'm sure that would help Anatan in this game where he hasn't got enough gold for more than 1 mango. Congrats, that is the full raid power of Anatan quelled. He knows he's going to have to come out. He's basically playing a poor man's Chinese right now. Mass spears and, well, not quite nest of bees, but they'll have to do. My problem is there's enough men-at-arms to just run past you. It's kind of crazy to just look and see this many crossbows, and you're like, oh, well, spears don't really care. And it doesn't matter. Because this is the other ridiculous thing about the Delhi comp. It's all being buffed on its attack speed right now. Tower of Victory, right? 15% increase on all of his units. except for the 6 Lancers, which is just a small sliver of the big boy army. I do love the fact that Poppy Paw got... He's still got that men-at-arms. Anatan got 1 back, but Poppy Paw still has the other Gilded Men-at-Arms. Actually, you know what you do? Yeah, oh, dude, I was about to say, you just stonewall. It's so Giga Brain here. You keep drop the right side, you stonewall the left. You can actually just force a Sacred Site victory. Anatan doesn't have the ability to get out of siege. It's so far away to send a Treb or send a Ram. Flash coming in, Men-at-Arms. Ready to frontline this. Crossbows are going to take a heavy wallop. And Poppy Paw seemingly does not care. He's like, oh, nice. That hurt. It didn't hurt enough. This is going to be a GG call. I think Anatan knows it as well. His Spearman line is barely holding on at this stage. Horseman count simply is not high enough in this game. And GG is called. First game firmly in the grips of Poppy Paw, showing you exactly why he is one of the dominant kings of AoE right now. King of NA, baby. So game 1 will be a Poppy Paw win. Give me those points. Sorry, we have a 30-day invoice and pay protocol. You have to wait. Did no one dono? I guess no one wants to decide which flavor of protein I'm going to consume next. It was a good idea. Okay, so let me have a look and see if they've drafted yet for game number 2. Making the Western Hemisphere look good. Someone had to do it for you, know. Like, GUA can't really turn up anymore. Don't know what happened to Blade. I mean, you're running out of saviors at this point, you know. Okay, I have the draft for game number 2, and I believe we are going to Holy Island. Okay, this is interesting because we recently saw Zone on a water map, and it actually didn't look bad because you can snipe boats. Let me have a look. Have they got into lobby yet? I think they have. So we're probably like 2 or 3 minutes away from start. All right, let me pay out Poppy Paw. Boop. What's interesting is that Anatan offered up Zhuji a tool. That's kind of funky. I wonder what the thought process was to that. How long until in game? All right, we've got 2 minutes. What should I make for my second meal? Actually, maybe I'll make it after this one. Because we'll probably have an extra minute or 2 as Luciferon, whoever he faces, gets ready. I am tempted to try the Super Greens. High in protein, high in fiber. It's a plant-based green shake. So this... What are we cooking with here? So we've got quite a lot, actually. So 29 grams of protein. Well, can that focus? So we've got 29 grams of protein. Calories only 100, though. You use 12 grams here. That's an old prediction? Wait, what happened? Are you vegan? No? You can have greens without being vegan. I know you hate your parents for making you eat broccoli when you were 8, but it is possible to have greens, vegetables, fruits, and still like meat. Why do you eat protein from greens? Dude, it's apple and lemon. Sounds great. I think it said apple and lemon tart sort of thing. Sounds pretty baller. Are you guys ready? I'm not the temptation on the meat gets boring. Like I'm not gonna make a joke there. What is Anatan up to? game number 2 of this reverse draft series. Let me reverse that score because it actually was Poppyport opening with a win. Anatan offers up the Zhu and Poppyport accepts it willingly. Anatan is doing something here. He had to be, right? I'm checking the choices. He gave Poppyport the choice of Marlians or Zhu. There's no way Poppyport is ever going to pick Marlians on Holy Island. Zhu, on the other hand, is like a top 3 Civ on Holy Island. Anatan must have known to a certain degree this was coming. His options were Zhone or Marlians as well. What is he thinking here? Oh my... Wait. He's just... The immediate Rax opener. You've got to be kidding me. Our boy's cooking. Anatan and My Insanity looking to force a game number 3. You know, we actually watched Zhone on Water Maps the other day, and she wasn't too bad for a few different reasons. You guys know that ranged form Zhone is pretty good, actually, on water contested maps, because if you can force a fight near the coast, she farms a lot of XP, remember. These boats, the cheapest one ends up costing you 230, so 23 XP. I think that is the initial thought in Anatan's mind after he gets out of Dark Age. But for now, it's so much simpler. Me spear, like spear. It's time to go burn down a dock. Poppyport, there's no way he expected this either. So what does he do now? Because my thought is, if you now choose to build spears as well, does Anatan just pull Zhone? Because she's a 150 HP villager that builds much quicker. So you can just build an outpost in the middle of the fight, and if your opponent tries to stab you to death, great. You just walk away. Or walk into your spears. So I think Poppyport knows that, right? So for him, he just needs to get out of Dark Age quickly here. He might just have to forfeit that fishing isn't going to be in the repertoire here. Poppyport even checking, is this an all-in? Like that choice. Before he makes a fully commit choice, he wants to be informed, right? So he's seeing, okay, is this a bait from Anatan, like double spears and then I overreact? And he sees now, okay, no, this is genuinely Anatan sending everything. How many sheep did he get as well? Okay, 20 is more than enough, guys. He's fine with the strategy. It never has to stop. All right, get your numbers in. How many spears are we getting in this game? And why is the answer always more than 20? That would be ballsy to build that many spears up against Zhu. But here we go. Poppyport is going to react now. So Rax drop coming in. He can supervise, but keep in mind that means he's not actually supervising Eco anymore. But he has to do this to catch up. Zhone is not being pulled at all. Not too surprising, right? A long distance for her to walk. But I thought maybe we'd see Wheelbarrow eventually. Spear count's kind of out of control now. At this point, there's no saving this dock. You can supervise all you want. I just don't think you can get enough troops out quick enough. Your food income isn't good enough yet. That means Poppyport is going to have gaps in his economy. Anatan does need to commit the torch from the scout as well, though. Like, kind of a mistake not to do that. You just strip as much food away as possible. This game got kind of bonkers. I was really envisioning this idea of just playing feudal and then sniping boats with Zhone in range form, but Anatan has no chill. He's like, why would I ever go an extra age up? They burned Zhone in the feudal age. Got to thrive in the dark age. Back when people really appreciated witches. 9 spears doing their service, and 1 left to patrol now. Poppyport all of a sudden just behind. You can even see it in the numbers now. Are all the spears bald? No, they're wearing like early Gamsons type stuff, right? They kind of look like they're bald though. They look like they're wearing like those full body tights. You know those kind of like the non-black versions of what people wear at like drama schools. You know, kind of has that look to it. Wait, is he legit sending it to the other side? He is. Oh my god, what a choice by Poppyport. Fighting Anatan where he's weak. Wait, but do you now try to dive into the enemy base? It's so difficult with Dark Age spears. He's idled out the gold though. Anatan didn't rush gold, so he doesn't actually have enough for a tech up. It's Anna's choice now though. I think Poppyport's going to try to sneak out again. He kind of has to. Or is he just going to try to land eco? Because he does have gold access, right? No, that's the problem. I feel like the issue that Papipo has is this is a cool delay, but Anatan is still going to tech up quicker than you. Because you still have to boom more spears to win the fight now, right? So if Anatan just backs away like nothing happened... Hold on. Why would you back away when someone's trying to build something behind? Papipo, the patrolling spearman. Second one could easily be coming up. A little bit of a mistake there, actually, by Anatan. He didn't send the other spear up. But the cancel by Papipo is a little bit dicey here. Ano needs to go back in. Joan now gathering gold on the flank. Looks like the spearman did take out the scout. So a blind game now for Papipo. Spearman just need to dart right towards that villager. If that dot goes back up, Papipo is going to have a creeping smile on his face. Ano, instead, though, shies away. This is a mistake. Anatan needed to scout that out. The dot going back up means an immediate injection of 120 food for Papipo. And he's already on his way towards feudal age ahead of Anatan. Oh, Ano. Wait. Hold up. What are you guys doing out here? He wants the double stone. I think this is just a drop of the ball by Anatan. I feel like he just had Papipo by the long curlies here, right? Like, obviously we have God Vision. Joan is on the way, though. No! No way! He got level 2! Go for the villagers. Go for the glory. If he forces this cancel, it's GG. Spearman trying to body block. Joan coming around now. She just needs one cleave. One big one. What is this game? Over time, these villagers are dying. Spearman count is looking better right now for Papipo. Joan needs to get in right now. Papipo is outplaying him. One villager left building. He just splits them up. He's like, okay, 1 or 2 are going to have to die, but the rest will do what's needed. Joan not able to stop it. The final tap from the villager. Feudal age reached. Anatan, now outnumbered, has to back off of Joan. He has at least now got fishing coming online, but what an insane start to this game. You know, I wasn't sure if he could get enough XP together, but that was insane. The constant gathering, the dock being built up, the money cap, all these small details giving that level 2. The question now is whether it gave it too late. Big production advantage for Papipo. Second dock coming out. Junk ship already out. And the spearmen are in on the dock. I think it might be over. Anatan only has a fishing boat coming out. That's not going to defend him. He's spamming docks up just to try and stand a chance here. But this is going to be hard. Archer ship at least gets queued out of the second one. Spearman is going to chase for that villager. This is a ridiculous lead for Papipo. Remember, he also has the Meditation Garden, generating quite a nice chunk of resources here. Part berry on each side, and the double stone. This is all about naval arrow slits eventually. The fact that you're building an archer ship to defend, I mean, it's good against the spears, but it means you're not getting an edge against the archer ship that the enemy brought out. Meantime, other dock looks like it is going to be burnt down before you can save it. So what is Anatan's way out now? Ano, he has at least got Joan for land aggro. That's still the good news, right? The bad news is you're against Yuji, a Civ that can actually scale Chiganu pretty easily. And Chiganu aren't terrible against Joan considering the amount of instances of attacks, right? And her armor. Joan isn't too absurdly tanky, right? Only 2 ranged armor intentionally. So over time, Papipo can get an ideal defense, but for now, it is annoying. She will keep running around. She will keep finding kills like this. Doc, in the meantime, is going to be flopped. If he can just hunt in a little here, Anatan can creep a lead off of Joan alone. Correct call by Papipo to get the walls up. A little bit dangerous to not have the secondaries, but remember, he's got the villagers, he's got the outpost, the TC. He's got a lot of defense points here to retreat towards. Joan nearly going in for a freebie. Knight's now on the way. Am I delusional for thinking Anatan is still in this? That was an insane early game that really did lead to a big disadvantage for Ano. But Papipo, his issue is still kind of land focused, right? Is that you're massing spears against Joan. That's not an ideal position to be in. Wolves at least going up makes it a bit better though. And he is starting to starve out gold. The biggest issue is still on water, though. Okay, that's sick. I wondered if we were going to get the consecrations on docks, because remember, boats aren't that expensive on food. They cost 80 and 75 respectively. But he went for it because he wants to spam out military vessels, right? So down to 60 food cost on a galley and 56 on a warcog. You need it as well. Against the supervised, you need something to contend. Knight riding into his death. Maybe it'll be a distraction for this. In fairness, the food eco isn't really out of control for Zhu Ji. Then again, Anatan's is pretty pitiful too. Small ship. He isn't really going to be able to get enough done here. Once again, it falls on Zhone to deliver a victory. Archers now being added in. I think Anatan is kind of making this a subtle bait on water. Trying to get a bigger commitment there and then put everything into a land assault. And oh, you sneaky git. He's hiding demos. It's only one Smearl though. Like, this isn't the size of the trap you're looking for. You need more reason to commit this type of investment. Shown on land. Decent damage being done with the cleaves. Focus fire coming in with Divine Restoration Pump. And I love that Knight straight onto the Chuganu, but immediately the Spearman turn around. He needs some cleaves ASAP. Anatan at risk of losing his hero. No getting away from this. Chuganu will get the final hit. And GG is immediately queued up. You live and you die by your queen. Woo! GG. Props to him for at least making that look somewhat competitive, actually. That was a rough game, the way it played out. Interesting plan by Anno. I think Anno's critical blunder was walking away. He walked away at a point where he needed to just hang around a little bit longer. Could have changed everything about that game. But can't take anything away from Poppy Paw. The way he microed around the build-up on that landmark was sick. He just gave no value to the cleaves. So smart. But yes, another 2-0. But that means next up, guys, we're going to have Poppy Paw versus Lucifron. So I think they are probably getting ready for the draft almost right away. Let me have a look. It's hard to find right now because all the freaking AoE 2 stuff going on. All right, I think we've probably got 2 or 3 minutes until they draft. Because I imagine they might just have a quick leg stretcher. And probably Lucifron's not straight away at the PC. What I'll say, let me quickly go refill my drink so I have someone else to sustain me. Because we've still got a BO3 and then a BO5 afterwards. So we're probably going to be live for another 3.5 hours maybe? So what I'm getting at is why aren't you subscribed? Because you could be dodging ads. So let me run the ads now because I'm a generous guy. So you don't have to worry about it in prep for the next game. Because up next, we are going to have Poppy Paw versus Lucifron after a very short break. So just go out for a leg stretch. Go get yourself some food as well. Actually, you know what? Take this opportunity. Exclamation mark protein works. Go order yourself some of this. It works out at like less than $2 a meal, which is pretty sick. And they damn well taste good. Did I mention they also have peanut butter? People seem to be crazy about that stuff. All right, back in a sec. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's see. Put the music on for you guys. Be back in 2 minutes.
your best summer shouldn't be so hard. Scan your next Coca-Cola Zero Sugar and play for a chance to grab your pass to summer's biggest events, including Music Festival, the UEFA Euro 2024, and the Olympic Games Paris 2024. GB 18 plus only. Promotion ends 19th of May. For full T's and C's, visit coke.co.uk/app/summer2024.
Oh la la. The finest fragrance with lavender and a touch of mint combined with an amber scent. Parfait.
Oi, you're moving mad. It's Lynx Blue Lavender from the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Go get yours now and smell finer than the finest fragrances.
Darlings, I'm back. How are we looking? Okay, so let me check if they are drafting. Let me have a look. I'll check in with them. All right, I'm checking in with the players now to see when they're going to start. Guys, I have a choice to make. We're going to have another shake. This is water. You may notice it from your tap. Occasionally, it's a good idea to drink. But we're going to mix it up. What flavor should I go for, guys? What Protein Works flavor should we go for? We've got Millionaire Shortbread. We've got Speculoos Biscuit. We've got white chocolate and raspberry. We've got blueberry cheesecake. And then we've got apple and lemon tart, I think was the final one we were saying. Oh, sorry, apple and lemon twist is called. Which one? Oh. Come on, guys. Indecisive community, what is this? Apple and lemon twist, you don't want to get too bogged down yet. It's whey? I mean, it's not whey. It's a meal supplement type thing. We just had the chocolate raspberry. Is chocolate raspberry going to win again? Or shit? Like, the only ones we haven't tried is the Speculoos biscuit and the apple and lemon twist. So we can either try a new flavor or we can dial back on what we've had already. Oh, I actually have protein bars as well. Maybe this is the perfect time to try one of the protein bars while we wait. But if I have so much protein, I'm going to have to work out. Whoa! What's up, Marv? My boy. Thank you very much for the subs, buddy. Try the new flavor? All right, so, you know what? Yeah, let's make a new flavor. I'll let you guys quickly decide. It looks like a lot of you saying apple and lemon. We've got apple and lemon, which I haven't tried yet, which is the Super Greens. Or we've got the Speculoos biscuit, which is the meal replacement. I think the idea is the Speculoos because the meal replacement has more calories in it. It's like double the calories. We go apple and lemon. Yeah, Marv, you're a legend. Appreciate you, buddy. I did say thank you for the £10 dono yesterday, right? Like, let me know if you guys dono and it doesn't pop up in chat, because obviously it's muted when we're in-game casting. But I set the bot up to tell me in chat. But I noticed yesterday I didn't do it with Marv. But I did, luckily, glance the notification at the time. All right, should we go for the apple and lemon? I'll show you guys how you do this. Really easy. Wow, look at that. Even my brain can figure this one out. That's how damn simple it is. So let's pop this bad boy open. And you can see it's going to green screen out. Look at that, guys. It's a bag that leads to another universe. Stop. So these ones are a bit different. Usually the scoop's quite big in these bags. But because it's the Super Greens, it's different. They have very small spoons. There's going to be, yeah, so a 12-gram spoon. I have to get 4 of these, and you add them to 250 to 300 milliliters of water. Pause that thought then, because I've got 350 milliliters. Let me actually chuck some of that out. You know, it'd probably just be easier to drink some of this water. There we go. That works. It's a bag of holding. Dude, it's a bag of never-ending holdings, my friend. What was there's two types in D&D, right? There's bag of holding, and then there's the other one, like an interdimensional one. So let's get our spoon. A very tiny spoon. So there's one. Boop. I've never had super green ones before. So I'm very ballsy in that, like, this could all very easily just end up being something I hate. But we just keep trying them. Did it say 3 or 4? It said 4. One more. Yeah, the interesting part to me is, like, looking at this, it reminds me of matcha. It's literally just on my knuckles in green, like when I have matcha. How much protein is in that? So, per 12 grams, this is 2.9 of protein. So this is more about nutrients than the other one. The other one is more protein-based. This one's more nutrient-based. So we'll give this a try. Yo, Iminator! Thank you very much, my friend. £25 dono. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate the support, buddy. Whew. All right. It looks like Puppy Paw and Lucifron are now drafting, so we'll be in game in just a few minutes. Let me shake this baby up. And remember our rules. We mute the music so that if I gag, I can't hide it, right? You ever do some of those things where someone doesn't like it and the officer's like, "No, it's really good." I done that on a show once. Some disgusting carbonated water thing that they basically just only accepted sponsors for because they liked it for the hangovers. There we go. Quite green. I'll be real. Green drinks usually don't look appealing unless they've got like a lot of sugar and fizz in them, right? So we don't rank it based on how it looks. We rank it based on how it tastes. That's kind of interesting. It's quite kind of groundy, I guess you could say. You can definitely taste the apple. Yeah. The lemon is a bit more subtle. So I'd say it's like, it's a not overly sweet apple. More one of those kind of mid-tier apples, right? You know what I mean? So I feel like a person who doesn't like really, really sharp apples or super sweet ones, it's that type of apple. And these are basically, they're meant to have all your nutrients in, right? That's the whole point in super greens. Like, there's a big move with super greens right now. The lemon is quite subtle. And good guy, we're going to be casting that series on Monday. So we're going to be doing the English cast, the official English cast, a few days later of the show match because obviously there's a different tournament going on. Let me get you guys the draft and show you how things are tuning up between Puppy Paw and Lucifron. Japanese versus French. Okay, yeah. Dude, Puppy Paw's winning game 1. I actually think this is one of France's harder matchups. If you can get to the late game, arbitrary, not too bad, right? But like the mid game is torture. Because you just build knights and your opponent rushes castle and builds Mount Samurai. And you lose. Yeah. My recommendation with these, by the way, when you try them, make sure you use cold water. Like, make sure, you know, put it in the fridge or whatever. Best way to have it. That's not too bad. I believe is a little bit... I wonder if I actually should have kept a bit more water in there. That's the only thing I say. It's a bit harder to get to dissolve than the meal replacements, but just needs a bit more shaking. Lucifron French is no joke. Japan is no joke versus France. Do you know how hard this matchup is for France? I actually think it's one of the hardest counters. It's like Japan doesn't have many matchups that feel good still, but this is one of them for sure. Lucifron will show skill. Are you kidding me? Dude, it's Puppy Paw. Do you really want to think about that? Puppy Paw is podium level player right now. Like, Puppy Paw is playing better than Lucifron. Like, do I need to remind you of how the Elite Classic 2 went? Do you remember who beat the Spanish Bros? Do you recall? Because I can tell you how that side of the bracket went. Lucifron didn't even beat his bro, and then his bro got crotched on by Puppy Paw. Overall play by execution? Even then. Yeah, Lucifron and Vortex, what I'll say is I think compared to Puppypaw, who's been hard grinding AoE4, you can see that like they've been diverting their time a bit between Zero Space and other games as well, like Stormgate. Right, I think they're in game now. Let's see how long the countdown is. What was I going to show you guys? Oh, it's going to talk through the Super Greens. While we wait, because I want to check what the other flavors are. Because that's not too bad. Like I said, it just needs more of a shake. Where are the Super Greens on their website? Am I blind? Would it be under supplements? No. There we go, Super Greens powders. All right, guys, we've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes until we're live. There you go. You have a good matchup against Canadians. Gully, I could not disagree more. Did you not watch the Elite Classic 2 Vortex Puppypaw series? Vortex was getting out-aggroed by Puppypaw. Puppypaw, dude, like, Puppypaw 4 months ago, I agree. But Puppypaw now is so different. This guy is insane. He used to be, I'd say, a more, like, tempered, bit, maybe more, not passive, but more defensive player. But now, like, if he thinks he's got an advantage, he has a 0 chill. Why would we start the prediction? We're still 2.5 minutes in. You want a 2-minute prediction before we see the map? Oof. Chill. We'll get there. All right. So. Oh. We can actually have the music on again for a sec. So I'm having a look at the Super Greens flavors. So we have the apple and lemon twist. You can get Mojito Classic, Mandarin Orange, Original, or Tropical Punch, and they also have Summer Berry. Dude, I would have popped Summer Berry for sure. But nah, this one's still pretty good. I always think that the Canadians do well versus Marine Lord because they're slightly more greedy. I actually think that Puppypaw is insanely aggressive right now. Right? Like, you just fast castle them full aggro. Did B completely leave AoE 4? I think so. He actually said he didn't think that this meta was for him anyway, right? Gambaroni? Still too early. Chill. The Gamba will be up. Tits equal calmed. Alright, damn. That's some good acoustics. Alright, so... Puppypaw won that previous game. Let's get the predictions up. Vortex and Lucifron have way more win over you than the Canadians. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially with how much longer they've been playing at the high level. But I mean, Marine Lord will give you an unbiased opinion. Like, dude, Puppypaw podium level player right now, right? Definitely favored versus Vortex or Lucifron. Yeah, dude. Like, you remember that series between him and Vortex, right? Like, he actually was out aggroing Vortex. The Chinese Ottoman game, where he legit just Barbican Outburst rushed him. That's what I'm proud of with Puppypaw, is like he's such a more well-rounded player now. He doesn't just 8 mode all the games, right? Like he has a very robust strategy in mind. Sometimes it's long games, sometimes it's short. Well, there's an argument going on right now about who's better, Puppypaw or Lucifron. Let's decide it with this by giving them the worst civs in the game. That's right, because we're back with more of Mutez's Reverse Draft Showdown. A tournament format where your opponent chooses for you. Your opponent will choose 2 civs for you to pick from, and well, that's as good as it gets. In this situation, it turns into Puppypaw on the Japanese up against Lucifron the French. This is a really good matchup for the Japanese. I've seen it many times. Joan at least has an option of trying to play very late game, and if she can get to the late game into Imperial with Arbitrary Mass, great. But for normal French, your Arbitrary are less buff, there's no Joan involved, and the other really big thing to keep in mind here is Japanese stop you from even reaching him. Lucifron either has to go very hard in Feudal or play late game Survival, because if this turns into a Castle Age race, the Japanese are all over it, like a car bonnet, like a car bonnet, right? Like the problem with this matchup is you'd think that French Knights would win, but Mounted Samurai are ridiculous. Deflective armor makes it so easy to win fights in Mass Cav, and the follow-up play afterwards into Onimusha is a GG stamp from the Japanese. So expect Lucifron to be more aggro-focused. We might even see some sort of early Knight opening into a delayed second TC. His goal in this game is to keep Puppy Paw in feudal as long as is humanly possible. Scout Hall so far, Puppy Paw a little bit behind, so that's actually a good sign. Lucifron does need additional sheep. If this does somehow reach Castle Age, he's going to have to find a way of condensing his economy. He doesn't want to be stuck out on the map when Mounted Samurai start flooding. Lucy Prime 6 months ago would be slightly favored versus Puppy. Yeah, like current Puppy Paw is just ahead. I was just saying this before we got into the game on the cast. I think Puppy Paw is a top 3 player in the game right now. Actually, you know what? I'd say he's second place. He's really impressing me. And I love that it's kind of mixing up a little bit. I'd say Lucifron and Vortex have fallen down the rankings a little bit. They've got a lot to prove at the moment. And with an EDC tournament on the horizon, they're going to need to buck it up real quick and lock it in. Because with this kind of dilution of time between Stormgate and Zero Space, you've just seen the NA region, Wham and Puppy Paw in particular, close the gap and overtake them. But let's see if Lucifron's signature Civ can deliver him to greatness. School of Cavalry now on the way. Kura Storehouse coming on the other side from Puppy Paw. Back spawning gold, but berries on the other side kind of sucks for Puppy Paw because it means that against Knights, you're going to have to double down on outpost defenses or forfeit the berries. Ideal spawn for Puppy Paw would have been berries, gold, same side. You do get that sometimes, and that's when it's a jackpot because you can just defend very easily with outpost condensed. How did you guys vote? I'm curious. 81,000 points in favor of Puppy Paw. 15,000 to Lucifron. Good lord. Looking at the spawn as well, there's high value play to the idea of a delayed second TC in the south corner for Lucifron. Deers, berries, boars, gold, like everything you need here. And it's quite a defendable area, those tree lines. I'm not expecting Puppy Paw to want to hang around. It really is going to be on Lucifron to force him to do so. I'm actually curious if the most recent stats support exactly what I've been saying here, by the way. Let's have a look. March 19th patch, Japanese versus French. Yeah. Guys, it's only 7 games, so it's 85% for the Japanese. Even if I go to the previous patch, I'm pretty sure it's like over 70%. Okay, 63.6, but once again, 11 games played. Like, actually, I'm pretty sure France, on both of the patches, is the least played Civ. So maybe Lucifron can get unorthodox here, because something to keep in mind, what can sometimes be an edge is when someone doesn't see something for a long time, they forget specific details. I'm not sure if I'd say French has that level of dimension to its opening plays, but maybe Lucifron can get creative. First Knight on the way, outpost drop on the gold. Puppy Paw will have to forfeit the berries, but not before he gets the majority of them, right? So it's going to be, what, 4 of the 6 exhausted probably at this pacing? It's going to be tight, actually. Probably 3. Knight is now on the way. Notice that Puppy Paw did not bother getting Takazaiku. This is fine. If you're going for fast castle and you know you're getting blocked off for berries, Takazaiku is actually a waste of resources. Because you're going to minimize your walk time, right? Like, after you get pushed back here, it's going to be sheep, sheep, sheep. And bah humbug, he's got 12 of those boys. 14 on the other side. But with the Kura Storehouse, Puppy Paw's going to have plenty of resources to get to castle. Love this wall as well. Just trying to strip any sort of opportunity to kind of poke and prod with archers if Lucifron all-ins. Lucy. Knight has arrived, but Knight kind of feels worthless now, right? So now it's the big question we're waiting for. Lucifron, does he try to go eco? Does he try to go aggro? Answer is the correct one. Aggro is your only play here. If you go 2TC, Japanese get castle for free, and they'll also get all the relics. You can't afford that. The crazy thing about Japan is that at the moment, fairly predictable. They tend to do one build, but if you let them get to that build, it's very hard to shut the door on it. Mainly because of the production speed, right? Like, you have to remember, Yoroshiros are essentially mini Burgrave effects. And the difference is, when the HRE does it, there's only one building they can commit to. When you do it with the Japanese, there's all kinds of options. And surprisingly enough, Lucifron with a worker kill there. That's actually pretty big here. That's going to slow the timings a bit. Luciferon needs to ramp this up further, though. It's good that he's idling out the gold because that's the win condition for Puppy Paw. Food is never going to be idleable, but the gold is. And if you can shard the gold, you have to remember those mounted samurai are very expensive when it comes to gold. And although you have this floodgate effect, that Burgrave-like effect out of Yuroshiro, you're also tripling the demand on gold required compared to just a standard stables drop. Siege Engineer on the way. Everything's being done correctly so far. Puppy Paw will be able to initiate his tech up, but it's going to be made quite uncomfortable like this. Dare I say, yeah, he's going to have to floating gate at the front of the base right here. You're going to have to block some farms with a TC, otherwise you're going to get dove. We're probably looking at the Mounted Samurai. It's pretty standard here. And in fact, you know, Puppy Paw, if he gets 5 or 6 Mounted Samurai out, he'll break Luciferon. That's just how good it is. You have to remember that these Royal Knights, they get a charge in. After the charge in, they're going to get 3 attacks in with, what, I think it's 5 extra damage. But because the Lance charge gets deflected, you missed out on 30 damage already and taken 36 in return. Then you add in the fact that Mounted Samurai have extra health, 230 versus 190. It's not even close in these fights. There are a lot of civs where French are actually confident about fighting from an age behind with Mass Knights. This is not one of them. This front. You can see he's trying to bait Puppy Paw, but balls of steel here. Refused to give in early until he forces the commitment in range of the town center. Fortification coming on the outpost in the meantime. That's important considering the ram is coming up. And Luciferon, he's built it in range. I wonder if it would have been worth it to build it behind the tree line, because then you wouldn't have to deal with fortification as well. Stable drop coming in. A little bit loose here. Is that intentional? That's crafty if so. I think Puppy Paw is building the stable on the north side because Luciferon is sitting on the south. So the logic here is that he won't see it. He might anticipate it, but he has to be a little bit reluctant without having confirmation. Being said, Luciferon isn't going to be bluffed out of this. Spearman being queued up. Tech up complete. Puppy Paw has got enough for the initial knight here. He needs more though. Villagers are going to try for the torch down. This is smart. He's just trying to force Luciferon to commit underneath this outpost. If he can get 1 Mounted Samurai out here, the knight count isn't absurdly high. Scout. Wasting some extra time. Outpost likely to go down here. Puppy Paw, only 1 knight to his name. Villagers are going to start getting idled up. They drop off a little bit of gold, but that's not going to be enough. Puppy Paw is stuck on 1 Mounted Samurai. Oh no. Luciferon, it might be happening. Puppy Paw has to drop the marketplace to trade here just to try and get the Mounted Samurais out to recover. Quick reaction and a needed one at that. I wonder if Puppy Paw could have done this sooner though. He's still going to be heavily limited, heavily stunted. 3 Mounted Samurai with Spearmen already coming from your opponent. You need to cut the reinforcements. The problem is, if he doesn't commit towards defending the gold now, he won't get additional Mounted Samurai, right? So it's a hard choice no matter which way you cook it. Great use of the Shinto. Just topping off those Mounted Samurai. You have to treat these guys like they're made of gold. God knows they cost enough to be. And you're not getting many more after this. So Puppy Paw looking to cut reinforcements, but Luciferon already leaks in. Marketplace already being targeted. Puppy Paw needs to get as much gold as is possible here. He's just going to go for a raid. Okay, I actually don't mind this from Puppy Paw. He needs to slow down Luciferon's scale, otherwise he'll never win a fight. It sucks that you're giving over your one way of getting gold, but what other twist do you have here? You're fighting a losing battle into this. 2 spears, 2 knights. You need more. Not Samurai. Raid on the gold in the meantime. Spears are there to react. So just keeping the reinforcements at bay. Dare I say Puppy Paw needs Yumi? Yep. It's the Yumi play. It's smart, right? Like his opponent's going hard into archers and spearmen. Not so much in knights. So if Luciferon continues this trek of just going infantry, he will actually lose to Yumi. It's critical that Luciferon sniffs this out. I wonder, is there a world in which Puppy Paw can sneak relics as well? Oh, this would be big, actually. Where did he put the... No. I think that's a blunder. I wonder if Puppy Paw knows, because most people forget this. If you Yorishiro drop a marketplace, you get gold. He could have got gold. He didn't need to build a forge to do that either. Oh, that's rough. Shinto now moving out for the relics. Onimusha coming from Puppy Paw, so it's not even a Yuumi play. Wait, what? So, while not having gold, you decided to spend more gold. I'm not entirely convinced this is the way. And you get the same gold trickles you would for Euroshiro dropping a forge. Onimusha, when your opponent has mass archers and spears. He might be speedrunning a loss for the Japanese here. Puppy Paw doing his part to try and get Japan buffed. Villagers running home. Never got the level 2 wheelbarrow right. Not enough for him either. This goes turn into a massacre. Archers onto the back line. Puppy Paw, that's it. Game done. No hope in hell against this. Spearman already massing the defender home against the limited amount of samurai. This is just too much damage. Lucifer from the dive through will get plenty of kills. He even finds the Shinto priest. No drop off. No hope in hell. Game 1, no doubt about it. Lucifron on his signature French strikes hard. Woo-wee! We worried about that Castles, we worried about Beyond, but Lucifron was never worried for a second. Smart plays by the man, doesn't even allow Castles to really feel like it exists for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, what have these Mountain Samurai really done this entire game? Nothing. A grand total of nothing. Oh, sorry, they killed a knight. Wahoo! Well, he's at least going to Yuumi now. I have to ponder, like, could it have been better to have gone Yuumi first, right? Like, build a second archer range, get the upgrade, drop a Yorishiro in there, and then get the bad boys online. Because I think that was what was missing. Compared to Onimusha, Onimusha don't handle pressure well at all. Their attack speed is terrible, right? There's a reason they're on horseback, and it's because they always want to run away. Lucifron, funnily enough, now actually backing off. A little bit surprised by this. Did he actually scout the Yuumi detail? He may have done. The weird part is he's letting Puppy Paw back under the gold. This would be one of the most insane comebacks if he somehow pulls it off. And off the back of Yuumi. Alright, I'm not going to go that far. If he gets back in this, it'll be more due to Mount Samurai than Yuumi. He's on gold. He has dropped one relic off at home. Second one is also being pulled. Lucifron, what is he doing? I'm a little bit shocked by Lucifron's approach here. Yes, he had to come out into the deer, but I feel like he had this game on lock. Backing up just gives weird opportunities for a player who's actually got half your economy to get back in. Well, Lucifron just got the bad news. Relics are coming home. This is supplementing Puppy Paw's economy, remember? Right? So once he gets the Monastery up, double relic in, then he's got Yorishiros he can drop. He did lose the house on the front side in the stables. Like, this is really brutal right now. He has only got one Yorishiro in effect. Lucy. Oh, he's on his way back now. 20 spearmen, 12 archers, a few more knights on the way. Puppy Paw's standing army isn't really designed to stand as much as it is to fall. What are all these Sakura blue comments? Lucifron's in yellow. I don't care about yellows though, I care about greens. The super green's good. Code Killer Pigeon at checkout. Yuumi, they might be able to beat archers, but not in small numbers like this. Remember, being an age up basically turns you into a standard archer. Weird dive there by Lucifron. Unnecessary losses on the exit as well. There's no way. Alright. If Puppy Paw wins this, I want to hear no arguments. He is legitimately, like, top 3 player. Even the Lucifron fans will have to give it over at that point. Because Lucifron, this is almost autopilot, it feels like. Lucy prepping a farm transition, though. He's going to try to all-in feudal. Which means Poppy Paw has a very thin chance here. It's a small gap, right? A crack in the armor. Lucifron needs to be very careful about the way he patrols the map because once again, Poppy Paw is sneaking by to find another relic. This is crazy. Lucifron doesn't even know where the relics are down here. He's heading back towards the gold again. A lot of gathering over here, though. Poppy Paw with more than a quarter of his economy on the gold right now. Not to mention the relics. Yoroshiro drops. He prioritizes one in the house. Another, obviously, in the archery range. Lucifron getting ready for the dive. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a sec. You've almost got 30 villages? We got to do something about that. Thank you very much for the raid, Voldemar. We're catching your games on Monday, my friend. Hopefully the show match went well. Poppy Paw, you just tuned in to him attempting a miracle here. 25 extra worker kills one way than the other. I think Lucifron's finally had enough. It's ram time. Well, this is exactly what was missing for Lucy before, right? Like, if you just sit in the rams now with Archer Spears, Poppy Paw's in trouble. Poppy Paw needs to find kills. Canadian boys on the hunt. V for victory walls have gone up from Lucifron, but the villagers are not guarded right now by spears, so could be some chip damage done here. Textiles at least there to minimize it. In the meantime, rams are moving in. Dive in with the knights. Villagers, Poppy Paw, not again, not again. There's not enough room in the inn. There's a golden rule in this game, Lucifron says. If you're over 30 villagers, no. Yuumi at least give it a run away. I don't think you build units so they can just run away, though. That's not usually the intended design. Knights are hunting. Military lead that Lucifron had has started to shrink, though. Rams now being torched down as well. Looks like the stables is going to survive. And by God, Poppy Paw stays another execution. That's twice. 3 times, and we're going to have a problem here. Lucifron is up by 33 villages. Does it feel like it, though? I can't believe Poppy Paw's doing this. Yuumi killed these spears pretty damn fast at this stage. They also back off insanely quick. Mount Samurai just trying to delay the Night Charge. There's not many of them right now. Spear count is getting low. I can't believe this. Lucifron is starting to lose this game. Mount Samurai commit in. There's even a Shinto here to heal off the limited damage coming through. I can't believe this. Poppy Paw. Mount Samurai winning out. Night count now down to nothing. Lucifron maybe about to lose in one of the biggest comebacks we've seen. Incredible game by Poppy Paw. Second wave is coming in, though. He needs to get more troops out ASAP. He chose to prioritize tech. Ranged armor and damage on the way in. Third relic has been dropped home. We might see him sneak for a 4th soon. Spearman count just feels non-existent here. Every time. Just so on point by Poppy Paw. The micro is pitch perfect, right? Like, the Yuumi moves so fast, he keeps baiting the archers out of position. Lucifron still floating over 1,000 wood. For what? He has 12 farms right now. I can't believe what we're seeing here. It's like Lucifron is uncomfortable about the state of this game, right? Like, he's aware that the Japanese can just rise up at the beginning of castle each and every time, right? With the surging units, with the openness of the map and the lack of walls. There's so many things concerning him, but Lucifron just needs to calm down. Either you commit everything into a big strike, or you go back and go for your age up. But this attempted raid each and every time is gradually getting Poppy Paw back into this game. Well, how about this for a raid? Villagers have at least got textiles. Mount Samurai do not have the +1 damage to katanas. 3 of them won't insta-kill a villager. But the charging can help for that. Lucifron will have to pull away. 2 more villagers down. Make that 3. And the interesting choice being made there against 3 fully health Mounted Samurai. He tries to fight. He gets pinched up against the tree line. Luckily, reinforcements arrive. But now, with all your pressure here, what are you doing about the relics? It's a move out. This could be a 5 relic game for Puppy Paw. Yuumi count continues to scale. I actually think Puppy Paw is going to win this game with Yuumi at this pacing. Even the Knights struggle against Yuumi, guys. I think you're actually discrediting just how good Castle Age Yuumi are against Feudal Knights. 4 ranged armor, 9 damage with the Banner Menorah. Not to mention the fact, because they are faster than archers, you can't get on top of them easily. There is an increasing risk that Puppy Paw could just start building archers only and win this game. And I think Lucifron knows it. Guildhall now on the way. He needs to fix the mistake. Whew. Fans of the Spaniard can breathe a sigh of relief. Puppy Paw is still down by over 30 villagers. There's only so much 5 relics can do to offset that. He still hasn't even grabbed the 5th. Puppy Paw needs to force a fight right now. He's aware as well. Right, so far, Puppy Paw has been forced on the defensive, but now Lucifron hasn't come to him anymore. I'd be suspicious too. Canadian looks to strike. He's going to force the fight, and he needs it before Lucifron gets those veterancies. Lucy backing up, but really, how far can you go here? Tech up complete. He needs to buy himself a minute. Without those archers, this is a hard fight. Yuumi diving in. Chase is on. Villagers right off to the corner. Everything in the corner. Lucifron with a please don't hurt me strategy. Knight's about to be upgraded though. This might be the point where he tries to turn for a fight. Mounted Samurai count isn't out of control in this game. Yuumi a tickling though. He needs to commit now before he loses too much health. March in with the Knights. Veterancy from the Archers 20 seconds away still. Puppy Paw at risk here. He needs to clean up the heavy cav. Spearman almost getting on top of those Mounted Samurai. Barely anyone left. The Yuumi count is shrinking fast here, folks. I think he's done it. Puppy Paw, despite the best efforts to try and recover this, it looks like Lucifron will be comfortably in Castle Age with a 30 villager lead. Wow. What a game as well. The only upside, at least right now, for Puppy Paw is he can run away better. But what are you running away to? Back to what we were doing for the first 15 minutes of the game? You don't want that. You need to try and pin him here. Lucifron has lost most of the Knights. Keep that in mind. Mounted Samurai are starting to scale up behind this. The Archers slightly overextending. Remember, there's a big ranged armor difference here. That's the difference, right? Like, the level 2 ranged armor only just came through. He's still waiting on level 2 ranged attack. So Puppy Paw, he says, if there's going to be a time, it's now. Now or never. Dives in again. Spearman just not being focus fired down. Instead, he has to deal with the Knights. I got to give it to him. Puppy Paw is doing a damn good job of keeping this close. But unless he can clear these Spearmen ASAP, he's going to have a problem. He needs to allow the Mounted Samurai in. Knight count about to go down to 3. This is so uncomfortable. One Knight has made his way into the economy. Some chip damage being done there. Puppy Paw can't give too much attention to it, though. He needs to focus on the fight. Knights are getting cut down. Only 2 Mounted Samurai left the front line right now. How is he doing this? The fact that he's even keeping it this close with Mass Yuumi. You know, if there was one player I'd trust Yuumi with right now, it's this guy. Puppy Paw is the guy working hardest to innovate the Japanese with this unit. And he's making a reasonable argument for them as a recovery arc here. Remember, these units are cheaper, 65 resources each. But the longer this drags out in a tug-of-war, the worse it gets, right? With the villager lead as it is, the guild hall detail, the fact that your opponent is now getting all his blacksmith techs, the advantage you once had has now been removed. Archers, a little bit overkill there. Don't like the micro from Lucifron. Just focus firing down with 22 archers on 1 Yuumi. Feels pretty rough here. Now Samurai not counted anymore. Lucifron has shied away from spears. He's just going into men-at-arms. The army is suffering for it as well. Look at the archer count, guys. Like, look at the difference here. He may not have Mount Samurai anymore, but he's got enough Yumi. Next wave comes in. Bannerman Aura is there, and this is about to get bad. Oh my god. Can he do it? Bannerman Aura snipe comes in. Lucifron just can't contest with that extra damage. You know, Lucifron may actually have to pull the food sooner than you usually would with the Guildhall. Because if I was him, I'd start to get a bit worried about this. Somehow I'm getting outnumbered by an opponent who has half my economy. Knights keep trying to sneak in, but over time, this is just costing you more losses. In a game where you really lack a front line right now. This is sick. You know, we got into this game and everyone was really focused on Lucifron's micro. It's like, he's a micro king. How can you do this? All right, talk to me about Puppy Paw's micro a little bit. The way he's skirting these fights with Yumi is making it impossible for Lucifron to commit. But here's the other detail. Before anyone says, well, okay, well, if Lucifron can't commit, go back, build up a bigger army, then commit. That's the other annoyance of the Ashigaru here. The Yumi Ashigaru, in and out, right? Like a fast food restaurant. They just come and go. They force you to commit to a fight. And if you don't, they take more ground. Because the crazy thing about this unit that always freaks people out, whoever has actually faced off against a good Yumi player, this isn't just a fighting unit. It's a raiding unit. 1.38 movement speed. Lucy backing up. The other awkward issue is you think, oh, Mangonel at this point, right? Even that feels tough, right? You don't have a very big front line, and if you go for a Mango, you don't really have the means to defend it against a few Samurai. On top of that, because the Yumi are faster, they can dodge the Mango shots. And if you guys remember, Puppy Paw, I think one of the biggest ways he made a name for himself in the early days was he was arguably the best player at dodging Mango shots. Even before he reached podium finishes as a player overall, one of the big notes that Puppy Paw had in his favor is that he dodged Mangos like the Chosen One. He dodged Mangos harder than someone who never eats fruit. Size of this Yumi army. And somehow Puppy Paw is built up. Wait. Is he gonna do what I think he is? Elite Yumi? None? No. This surely not. On 44 economy, he's going Imperial Age. What? This is wild. Castle of the Crow as well. That's such a big brain play. Not a big brain placement. Like, the problem here is the wall off. Because you want this trade post, right? Otherwise, it's cross-map. For those that don't know, to get maximum value out of the trade caravan, you only need about a third of the map maximum. So actually trading this far doesn't get you more resources. It caps. Still, it does secure his gold. It secures food in the corner. We're going to get Elite Yumi. Oh my god. Imagine being Lucifer. He's like, whew, okay. He's calmed down. Okay, he's probably gone like, you know what, like, he's really far behind. He's got a lot of Yumi. I can't dive him yet. But, you know, I'll be able to get him in a few minutes because he's probably gone for, like, 2 or 3 TC, right? Like, he's behind by 40-plus villages at the stage. He has to go for recovery TC. So, you know what? I feel pretty good about my French. We're going late game with Guildhall. I'll get him. Watch this, kids. Lucifron fans out there, mark my words. I'm going to whip his ass and it's going to look simple. Whoa, what's that? And the Onimusha queue up. Alright, this is just getting wilder. So he needs to trade across map. That's one risk, right? Because you are up against Knights. Does Lucifron suspect Castle the Crow, though? Well, he's going to know it is now. Rocket launcher is quite effective against ponies. So, number one thing that Lucifron now needs to do... Oh, no. No. Okay, good news for Lucifer, for Puppy Paw. Lucifron isn't going to see this because of the pathfinding. It's going to be just out of range of the wall. The bad news is Poppy Paw now knows there's walls here, and I don't think he knew before. That is brutal. The good news for Poppy Paw, this is quite the distraction. The bad news, however, is that Red Palace is already on the way from Lucifron. Poppy Paw needs to go, man. I don't like that he slowed down at all. Diving in would have been the play, right? Mass Yuumi into the enemy base would have been huge here. Elite Yuumi would have broken this. This, not so much. Wow. All right, we officially have a problem here. Because I'm not convinced that Mass Onimusha is the way. Maybe if Lucifron doesn't see it for 5 minutes, builds like 20 knights, it could work. But if he gets a glimpse of it at all, you could just build Arbitrary and win that fight. Right? The crossbow turrets means they attack quicker, and the Pavise means they have more range and more defense. It's like Poppy Paw trying to mix it up. Interesting enough, risk of Arbitrary, and he queues up upgrades for Samurai. Onimusha reveal themselves. Yeah, one big thing is missing for Poppy Paw here. You need Kaburia. Kaburia would let you kill these knights. Now you're in a situation where you move at the same speed, right? Bunrei on the way as well, so we should be getting more Yorishiro drops, what, in the Forges? And a very delayed second TC for Poppy Paw now. 32.5 minutes in. Yes, you had that correctly, in a game where he only has 50 villagers. Yeah, I think Poppy Paw is looking to feed the world at this point. Royal Bloodlines queued up as well. And did we just see that correctly? You don't see it often. Elite Onimusha. If Poppy Paw somehow comes back in this still. I feel like if Poppy Paw wins this, this will be one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in AoE 4. This is wild. Another Samurai upgrade queued. This front has got mass archers. That's why I didn't like the Onimusha detail. You just always get clumped and in range of them, right? So smart choice by Lucy to lean hard into archers here. If it was Mass Yuumi, you can beat them, right? Because at this stage in the game, the limitation doesn't become, you know, how many can you get. Oh, sorry, it doesn't become how many you got, how many can you get, right? It's population. Yuumi are great until you find yourself at 200 pop. Then they feel like the worst unit in the game. I think that's another reason why Poppy Paw didn't commit into them. Is because there's a point at which they can't win you the game because they are the worst unit you can build for a population efficiency point, right? Like, anything else will be more value for that pop cap. Wait, Poppy Paw. Stand your ground, brother! They will never come near the Yorishiros. They'll think that it's a relic that will wallow them with. Okay, he did notice. They have a weird rally point for the floating gate. That's double Yorishiro drop for what? 2 more Forges? It should be. His issue is gold right now. So he needs to give himself some permanence there. Yeah, he's got Forges up here that he can drop him off in. Lucifron waiting for the Incendiary Arrows. Do we actually have Unitech yet? No University yet for Poppy Paw. I mean, he doesn't have the gold, right? That's why I want to see these Yorishiros dropped in those Forges. That's what we're going to get. Quite delayed, though. Okay, that's actually perfect what Lucifron just done there. You don't want houses at this stage. You've got enough food income. You actually need gold. So he's freeing up additional Yorishiros. That's perfect. If I was Poppy Paw right now, I'd all chat be typing Fangs. Diamond the main has one upside right now, and it's that Poppy Paw does not have the Shogun Castle. So no rocket launcher. Onimusha. He's frontlining with Yuumi. Are you kidding me? Onimusha just trying to snipe down the knights quickly here. Samurai are starting to emerge, but they are yet to be upgraded to elite status. Adachi Tech is on the way. Lucifron. I don't think he's got enough here to break this. Knight count is getting low. Only 6 of them left over. Yuumi versus archers, you think it'd be great here, but the difference isn't big enough right now. He has to stick to this dive. Onimusha on the backside are getting good value as well. They're not being sniped down first, so he's throwing away the trash unit and keeping the premium alive. More Samurai are just trickling out to distract the archers. Lucifron, remember, it's 70 to 41 military, but that's not all here right now. Only 30 of it is in the base. And you know what's more important is Puppy Paw. He keeps the Onimusha alive, which means the next wave of knights cannot dive in. This is huge. Well, Samurai being queued up. Lucifron just trying to deny the gold right now to stop this spam coming out. Elite upgrades now on the way for the Samurai, though. He's failed at the mission. You know, this is crazy as well, guys, because like Lucifron, this whole game has been dictated by his obsession with getting inside Japan's home when he could have forced them to come out. No sacred site attempt. Still. Now a harder dive. Onto the double TC on the flank. A free TC build. But the Shogunate isn't needed here. The Castle of the Crow is the makeshift defense you're looking for. Puppy Paw. Using mobility against Lucifron here. Dive in between the main base. Shogunate Castle's also online. This is now problematic. He needs to kill the army and raid between the two locations. It's the only way. What a play by Puppy Paw, rushing the stone just to make sure he had those strong defenses. Onimusha are now in trouble, though. They need Mount Samurai. They need Samurai. They need anything to front line for them. They don't seem to be getting it. Okay, so Lucifron has a wedge here between the two sides of Puppy Paw's base. But what he still doesn't have is a way of going into the base. That's the thing he has to solve for right now. Puppy Paw does have some significant idle time on food. He needs to fix that. And he also needs to stop trickling out Mount Samurai rather to the death. Then again, if Lucifron runs away like this, I'm impressed actually. Puppy Paw kept 20 Onimusha alive after all that. You'd expect a lot more to die here. If Puppy Paw realizes and gets Uma Bannerman, by the way, you're going to begin to shred. Another detail as well is he hasn't got a Katana Bannerman at all, even though he's starting to scale into Samurai. At this stage, that Bannerman aura is huge. The other thing to keep in mind is Lucifron does have some big tech edges, right? We are now, God knows how deep in this game, 38 minutes at this stage, and we do not have any play into Uni yet. If Puppy Paw could get towards Oda Tactics, he would hold. Without it, he's struggling. Hand Cannoneer is now coming. Smart choice by Puppy Paw. A little bit dangerous against mass archers, though. You need more of a front line first. Dive underneath the Shogunate. Onimusha. Just trying to deal with this. Samurai, I'll get a front line. Archers need to dive past it, though. Can he break it? It's a double military advantage right now for Lucifron. Front line is failing. Samurai not able to hold on. And Puppy Paw, I can't help but feel there's just not enough food income here. Lucifron once again doing this the hard way, but finally a cannon has been queued up. That's the thing that's been missing. Rams are also into the base. He's looking to deny the gold. And that is it. GG gets called. A hard-fought-for victory. Puppy Paw, in the end, not able to achieve the miracle comeback. Lucifron, on his signature Civ, will get the win. In the wildest of ways. What an insane game. That was incredible. GG. Game 1 as well. That was the first game between these two. I cannot believe that. Let me get the score right because we are putting a point on the board for Lucifron, folks. Let me switch it over as well. So game 1 goes to him. That game, incredible. G1. Hopefully I want a 3-game series, dude. I want more of that. What do we call that one? Probably Puppy Paw attempts the biggest comeback, right? It has to be that. Wow. All right. I'll figure out the rest of the title later. But that was incredible. So, let's have a look here and see where we're going next. Because remember, these are best of 3s. It's not over yet. But remember, whoever wins this will be through to the grand finals where, let me check. Do we actually have an opponent yet there? I think Beastie's still in his series up against Dumu. That's still going on. Oh, man. Order of the Dragon versus Delhi. What? I really think Order the Dragon are good here. So we might get a game 3. We did just watch Anatan versus Puppy Paw, where Order the Dragon got flopped, but I think that was an outplay more than anything else. So we got 2.5 minutes to go. All right, let me do predictions. Lucifron. If that had turned into his typical fast castle build, by the way, it actually would have been a resounding victory for Puppy Paw. Lucifron played that so right, and then played it a little bit questionable. I think that was more than Puppy Paw doing some wild things in that game to even make it look close, though. What an insane one. All right, there we go. Sorry, just checking something. No way Order the Dragon can hold Delhi Mass, though. I actually think you'd be surprised what the Order the Dragon can do in Feudal Age on a delay. They're very impressive. There's a few different ways that OTD can potentially approach this. We're on Frisian Marshes. Yeah, dude. On Frisian Marshes? Okay. I think we're getting a game 3. You just play it like HRE. You just fast castle. So the snipes were Lucifron couldn't pick Japanese and Puppy Paw couldn't pick Malians. God damn. All right, let me put the music on while we wait. I can catch up with chat. Hello, chat. I've got some new faces in the crowd. You guys just tuning in for the first time. It's fair. You're a few years late to the party, but you don't have to be late to them in the future. All you need to do is hit the follow button and turn notifications on, because we stream 4 to 5 times a week. We do about 35 hours a week. You could be a part of all of them if you were only following the channel. Admittedly, there is going to be a small gap in that next week. Going on my first holiday in over 4 years. So I'll be away, just to recap, so a lot of people here, a lot of people are still going to ask the question, where are you? From the 8th of May until the, I think, 17th of May, I will be on holiday. So last stream will be 7th of May, and then after that, next stream will be on the 18th of May. So mark it in your calendars. Going on a holiday with the family for the first time in a very, very long time. But yeah, I think the way you play this against Delhi is you just play into infantry, right? Going for Gilded Archers is very strong. I actually think Gilded Archers can compete with the Delhi Archers. They're that bloody good. You just play Arkin here, actually. Where am I going? I'm going to Menorca. So, family member on my partner's side is getting married. And I was like, well, these selfish mother duckers that have the weddings abroad, if we're going to have to go to it, we're going to have a holiday. All right, shall we get ready for this? After game 1 that could be argued to be the best game we will see the entire tournament, we hop into game 2 for what could easily be just as big of a banger. Frisian Marshes, Puppy Paw takes to the field with the Order Dragon. Lucifron on the other side with the Delhi. Delhi, not a highly desirable pick on this map, by the way. They kind of struggle due to the fact that it's a 2 Sacred Site map. And also, typically, Castle Age rushing civs get away with exactly that. We'll have to see which way Puppy Paw wants to go. Because although we're used to seeing HRE on this map, this is not quite HRE. We might be hearing the Holier Than Thou music, but we're hearing it for the cousin Civ. It is going to be Order the Dragon, a Civ that is more likely to actually play aggressive than just go for greed. So I'm curious to see what Puppy Paw's approach is going to be. We actually saw this matchup between Puppy Paw and Anatan a little bit early today. Anatan looked like he was onto something, but it fell apart as the minutes went on. And I think that was just more on the clean execution of Puppy Paw than anything else. So when you're talking about a matchup between 2 of AoE's greats, I've got a feeling we're going to see Order the Dragon do a lot better. And we talked about the statistics in this as well, by the way, that actually they do fairly well. Order the Dragon, there aren't many matchups where they have a positive win rate, but on the most recent patch, this was one of them, right? OOTD versus Delhi, a 61.5% win rate. Admittedly, only 13 games, but I can see why it would work for them. This front. How are we looking in the opening here? 21. Okay, so Puppy Paw got the worst of it. But I love this play. This is really cool. A very big difference to HRE because you've got the gathering rate built into your villages. So actually going out onto Shoreline Fish, very smart play. I thought we'd see something quite different to what HRE do, and this is already step one on that approach, right? Should allow him to get a very fast tech up, especially when you consider that Order of the Dragon build their landmarks quicker. Where's Lucy's win condition in this matchup? Lucifron's probably going to aim for a feudal all-in approach here. What we see landmark-wise out of Puppy Paw will tell us a lot. If it's going to be Minework, he's playing long feudal. If it's going to be Arkan, there we go. Good lad. So this could still be some feudal presence, but Castle gets some additional values you trend onwards. The reason you can still play feudal here is it's not about men-at-arms. This is one of the worst matchups to build men-at-arms in, so you get no value out of Golden Cuirass. So already Minework's kind of redundant. This is all about archers, spearmen, and sometimes horsemen. Oh no, you're right. We didn't see Chamber of Commerce in this game. I don't know how that happened. Is that just part me now? Whenever I cast Frisian Marshes, there's going to be Chamber of Commerce comments. You make one Phrygian slip to Winston, and this is what it becomes. So you may notice the tech up times aren't going to be that far apart. That's just the power of the build speed, remember. This Civ constructs a lot quicker. Shoreline Fish are being exhausted quite fast, right? So he might consider pulling back once the tech up completes, because this should be a stables opening out of Lucifron. Actually, his timings are kind of off, right? I feel like the wood gathering, maybe I'm wrong about that? He might actually have this pitch perfect. You want to get this perfect because you want the stables down immediately. The whole idea is to flood Ghazi to constrict the map, especially now that you know your opponent has decided to play under Fish. If you let him have this for free, you're setting yourself up for disaster. Tech up complete. Lucifron looks like he was a little bit off on the drop-off, so stable is going to be slightly delayed. Should be dropped right here so you can get the Scholar to walk straight in. Just minimize the downtime. Ramp up the production quicker instead. Let's go build it actually with the villagers over on the food. So plenty of sheep to hide in the corner. This is really important because sometimes this matchup turns into Horseman versus Ghazi, in which case neither player can really afford to be out of their base. Puppy Paw looks like he's actually going to go for the infantry comp. Brax opener. Pretty smart read. For those that don't know, whenever you're playing against Delhi, if you're not playing against a Civ that can force an alternative, always, always, always expect to see Ghazi. And Civs that can force that transitional point instead, Abbas's military wing's not too bad. Usually people will react with archers first as the Delhi. The other ones are usually Knight Civ, so Rus and French are pretty good at stopping Delhi from going Ghazi. They force them to go spears first. But there's only a handful of Civs that can really attain that, right? It's more or less the Civs that have feudal knights. Anything else, Delhi will always say Ghazi are better, and just send it. Pop forward with spears, but at least be able to defend Pocket Eco as well. We haven't seen a full intent, but that is now coming to the picture. It is going to be a longer feudal stables. Drop to assist. Lucy, do you just go spears now? Archers just feel so damn good, right? But the idea of going spears isn't terrible considering yours are better because you have the attack speed. Seems instead, though, it is going to be archers. You go Ghazi versus Knight Civs too? Yeah, if you want to lose. I've watched a lot of games, and I can tell you, the vast majority French versus Delhi, the Delhi player drops a Rax. Now, I'm not saying it's always the right choice, but quite often it saves their bacon. One Knight can do a lot more damage than two Ghazi at the start of the game. Scout gets taken out. Yeah, that's annoying. Lucifron immediately has to queue up another, so that slows down the ramp up into Ghazi. But it seems the focus is more on archers now. Puppy Paw, has he actually revealed the Horseman yet? No, he's holding it back intentionally. Smart choice. This is really cool because Lucifron, due to the difference in gathering speed, is going to feel pressure to come to you. When he does, you spring the attack. With 2 or 3 Horsemen, you can just wipe out the archers. I just love the way that Puppy Paw is using his base with that intent as well, right? To mask it in the back. You think Luciferon would check this, but losing that scout kind of reset him, right? So timings could easily be off here. In fact, it's critical if Luciferon wants to succeed here. He needs to sniff out the stables at the back right now. Might be too late, though. Puppy Paw moving out. He's going to contest the Sacred Sites. Bad news for Luciferon here. It's as he feared. Horsemen are in the field, and he does not have enough Ghazi to contest that. It's going to be a full retreat. He might even end up losing the Scully. He hasn't got piety yet. Sick timing by Puppy Paw, so blocks the win condition of Luciferon. And all of a sudden, you're not getting your eco upside, while, well, Puppy Paw most definitely is with the fish gathering. Luciferon now going for the spears. Yeah, I honestly did think he was going to go spears horseman to begin with, right? But it's once again, it's the design of Puppy Paw's base. He hid his hand really well. That's kind of a mistake from Luciferon that we usually see out of Delhi, is they play a little bit too confident with their production building locations because they want it near the mosque. So it's very easy to scout that out. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw put it as close to the edge of the map as possible so it couldn't be seen. Second Scholar is going to be hunted as well. So frustrating. If Luciferon loses one of those Scholars, it kind of puts you on the edge. You don't want to have to move on to Gold Gather at this stage. It just makes you suboptimal. So you have this awkward situation where you either drop the Scholar from military efficiency, which feels bad, or you have to now go on gold to get a second one. Make no mistake about it. It may take a while, but that Scholar is definitely dead. Luciferon now just trying to make the best of the situation. The good news is you can just spam Ghazi and stay away from the fight. The bad news is if you do this and Puppy Paw takes a more hunkered down approach, it could just be Castle Age. At which point you don't really have good tools for dealing what Order the Dragon can throw out. Good move of the spears. Scholar is about to take the final two stabs to the Tushki. Horseman getting ready to raid in. This is pretty infuriating for Luciferon, right? Like, he's failing to find a breach point with his own cav. There's a big risk that he might get dove himself. The only upside right now is that Puppy Paw doesn't have Undermesh, so it's unlikely he commits in too deep. So we're probably looking at Regnants here. I'm not that against the idea of Burgrave, actually, to be honest with you. Burgrave is kind of surprising sometimes. And oh, yes! So here's the reason Burgrave's kind of sick. Luciferon has pivoted into spears. He doesn't have Archer Mass. You'd be surprised what you can do with Lanceneck here. Just two of them. Two of them swipe this all down. Like, I actually think of all the units in the Arsenal Order of the Dragon, Lanceneck may just be the absolute best. They're a little bit overtuned. They're better than two Lanceneck in one. They're that good. Stats-wise, they feel almost impossible to kill. Now, it's also possible we may just be looking at Men-at-Arms beginning, but the chances decrease when you're against Ghazi, right? He can also immediately upgrade the spears, which is pretty important here. And yeah, bad news for Luciferon. He just sees it, but he can't stop it. Dive comes in, but tech up complete, and the spearmen were waiting. Reinforcements also being cut, so Luciferon has what he gets to the base and nothing more. And it is indeed going to be the Men-at-Arms spam. Different HRE, same end strategy. Tries to burn through the outpost, but E-Repair's going to waste his time. I thought he was going to upgrade the Spearman. A little bit surprised he didn't. But he only has one Rax, right? So he had to choose his poison. These archers are actually not defending the Sacred Site. Oh, this is so infuriating. And Lucifer on the dive, done nothing. Idle time, and that's it. He's going to try to commit onto the outpost now. Men-at-Arms absorbing all the blows, though. That is a Castle-Age MAA. If Puppy Paw just parks in the middle here, he can keep cutting reinforcements. Puppy Paw fast on his way up to 5 Men-at-Arms now. Luciferon's in trouble. Military is neck and neck on Pop. That's not a good sign when you're an age behind. Especially when you don't even have a ticking time bomb here. Sacred Site was never captured. Puppy Paw's playing this so damn well. Spearmen still haven't been upgraded. That's at least one positive for Luciferon, right? These guys aren't instantly just killing Ghazi. No upgrade for Horseman either. Instead, it's going to be the Gilded Knights now on the way. Men-at-Arms just need to start fighting, really. When you run away like this, it's just a losing situation. Does get back to the outpost, though, so he's going to have the extra layer of defense. And the Cav count is looking pretty pitiful right now. Only 5 Ghazi. People just so strategic in the way that he's carving this map. Like Lucifron, if he had this Congo line of troops moving in, he'd have a chance of breaking the gold and starving Puppy Paw out. But what the Canadian's doing so well here is he's stripping that ability. You only get about half the troops through, half the time it feels like, right? And these horsemen are so bulky, they're never just getting sniped out by a single spear. So you have to hold back a wave, and that means your front line is much weaker for it. I think front line, not much left of it now. We should be seeing Monastery soon, right? Remember, there's still relics to grab here. Puppy Paw's one issue is he'd love to go Lance next, but there's so many archers left over. He needs to start sniping them out first. Gilded Knight, what are you doing? This is like when you play one of those RPG games and you're wandering through the woods. You're like, wow, look at the beautiful trees. Oh, wow. What is that grizzly bear? He's just hiding behind a tree. You don't even know how he gets behind it. I think Puppy Paw has forgotten he's even existing there right now. Just focused on the men-at-arms. Horsemen are being a little bit of a nuisance, but Spearman should be able to eventually clean that up. The Gilded Knight is on the way, though, and oh, no. Guys, I've seen games where one Gilded Knight forces a GG. He needs spears here ASAP, but he only has 5 in total in the game. Men-at-Arms have hit into the archers as well, and Lucifron is looking distracted. There's still a Horseman and a Gilded Knight in here. No textiles either, and he turns for the A-click. Oh, wow. GG called. He's done it. Puppy Paw showing you why the Order of the Dragon can be the Delhi's worst nightmare. Whew. You just need Puppy Paw levels of skills to do it. Well played. We get a third game. First time in the tournament so far. Big Pog. All right. So let me go ahead and put the music back on. We'll mark that. Is that bear scene from Elden Ring? I actually haven't... Okay, is it bad that I still haven't played Elden Ring? I spend so much time watching esports and multiple scenes. I feel like I don't get enough time to play games. Is it best of 5? Best of 3. Too much Stormgate? Clearly. Don't forget Uncapped Games unannounced. Nah, I'm not important enough to get invited for that. So, looks like they're already in game. So we're probably about 2 or 3 minutes away. It's French Byzantine. What? This has to be a water map. If this is not a water map, like I don't know how Puppy Paw got Byzantines. That's full on Sudoku, right? That's death by Canadian Fire Squad. Let's have a look. It's 4 lakes. Wait, that feels better for Byzantines then. Like, it's not a committed water map, right? That's pretty decent. Yo, you know what else might be decent? These protein bars. Should we try them, chat? These are the cookies and cream flavored protein bars from Protein Works. Should we give it a try? I've got 12 of these bad boys in here. Why no prediction? Was there not a prediction for that one? Maybe because I just don't have enough mods. That would be why. Have to accept that you just didn't get it on that one. All right, here we go, guys. Let's try this. All right. Oh, actually, really nice packaging. I always love the gold engravings, like names. All right, here's what we got. My snackage. Oh, that looks nice and gooey, actually. Let's have a look. Do you find it disgusting when someone bites something and then shows you the inside, or do you find it actually quite informative and rewarding? Right, let's have a look here. Oh, I think this one's where he snapped down the middle. There you go. All right, let's give this a try. You know what? Yeah, You got the protein bar-y element, but it's very Oreo-ish to the point that you've even got like that, that typical kind of crunch feeling to it. Those are good. Here you go, guys. Yum, yum, yum. Oh. If you guys want to try these, they've got a bunch of other flavors too. Like, I think they have a raspberry one. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Go check it out. Enjoy this. Got my greens. Got my protein. We're loaded up, baby. All right, predictions online. Get your ass in. You're in a best-of-3 single elimination tournament series versus Puppy Paw. You had all the options in the world, and you gave him Byzantines. You're in a best-of-3 single elimination tournament series against Lucifron in a deciding game. You had all the civs in the world. You give him French. Oh, this is going to be a barn burner. One game to decide who is going to go through to that grand finals where they'll face off against either Beastie or Dumu. Lucifron on his signature French and Puppy Paw on his vicious and innovative Byzantines. This guy is possibly the most spooky guy in the game right now, Byzantines. He was on fire in the recent S-tier tournaments. He's been the guy to watch and one of the master innovators. But now they're both going to have to innovate in weird ways because we were on 4 lakes. This is the reverse draft showdown, which means you want to grief your opponent. You want to give them a trash civ. So, of course, they can only get such good civs for them on such a weird map for it. Now, I actually think Byzantines ain't too bad here. We're on a map where there is water, but usually the downside of the Byzantines is the fact they have to build Dromans, they have to play into a water fight. That's also an edge for Lucifron, right? Maps like Holy Island, he thrives on. This is a different map, though, with a very different approach. We have got Limitane opening coming out from Puppy Paw. Wait, he's in range for the production, right? Yeah, I was about to say, that would have been weird if he wasn't in range for the Conscriptio. So he's ramping them up pretty quickly here. This is cool. It's very expensive to do this. I remember watching when Byzantines first came out. They would have to do this against Mongols, but the negative is that you would run out of either food or wood. And that was a big problem, right? Big gaps for you compared to Mongols. This isn't the Mongols, though. Mongols don't have efficient wood compared to you. They will in this situation because they're going straight off for a lumber camp, but that's because of the fishing. This is a sick play by Puppy Paw. If he can actually permanently block out the fishing, he has a huge edge here. Because think about how Lucifron's going to open the age. He's going to open the age with a school of cavalry. You've already now got the counter unit to what he builds out of a school of cavalry. Does need to get the bad boys across quickly, though. And Lucifron, well, you can't really defend this, right? I don't think you go for Iraqs. I think you just accept that you're probably going to lose access to the fishing for a bit, and you go for fast feudal now. Wait, did that? No. Puppy Paw. That small detail might cost him the game. Did he really not see that? Lucifron, Villager walks right past the Limitane, and Puppy Paw doesn't react. It's the power of yellow and green, I'm telling you guys. Now with the wall in as well. Oh my god. In a deciding game. That detail could decide it all. This is a heavy commitment, folks. Limitane count up to 7. Yes, your opponent is going to have to build walls to get the dock up afterwards as well. That's expensive, but, you know, building, what, 60 wood worth of walls and 150 for another one of these docks versus what's been spent on the other side. 150 for the racks. And at this point, remember, Limitane costs more than standard spears. This is more than just a butt 50. He has spent a total of 720 resources on Limitane, and he's still building more. This is tough. He needs to scout this. Is he even going to sniff it out, though? This is interesting because right now he's patrolling the right side. He sees no dock. Alarm bell should be going off right now. Right? Like, you can't just be confident this is the win. Golf claps, right? Like, there has to be something else to it. He's found it. Oh, puppy paw, not like this. So walls to burn through. He's got to shift across now. At least one Limitane behind to guarantee the dock burn. Needs to be quick about this. He should be able to breach the wall fairly fast, to the point that Lucifron might not even be able to get a boat out because he's yet to go on the gold. Wow. Actually, if Puppy Paw had blocked the gold as well, that would have been GG. Right? Because it's one thing to get food, but where are you getting gold from here? I can't believe this. Will can repair, but keep in mind, usually in this situation, the villager gets close enough the Spinman can stab through the wall. Like this. Yep. Smartly done by Puppy Paw. He's not overkilling it, because sometimes you pull free and they just body block each other. Oh, Puppy Paw. On point. Lucifron needs more time. This isn't good enough. Villager down to just 1 HP, so no hopes in saving it there. He hasn't even started the tech up yet. He's going to have to rush this with about 9, 10 villagers, maybe. A new attempt over. Scout has already sniffed it, though. And the sheep get in the way. 10 villagers on the Skull of Cavalry. No freaking way. One Spearman peels off. Scout's going to go down. Limitane is here. Villager will win that trade. Right? Barely. The second Limitane should be able to kill it, though. The sheep need to move. Oh my god, more villagers coming. What is this game? The sheep is too slow. He's going for glory. He needs to go for gold. The sheep isn't going to be quick enough, though. It's a disaster. He can't actually get in. Other dock's going to be burnt down. Puppy Paw is on the way with tech up as well. In the meantime, he also does have fishing, by the way. So it's not the end of the world for him, but this game is an absolute clownery in the best way possible. Tech up complete. Lucifron knows he will not get a ship out of this dock quick enough, but that's why he built the one on the right. This game. It's wild to think if Puppy Paw maybe could have just instead have focused on the gold, maybe left two Spimmen here. Could Lucifron have even got his tech up? It's tough, right? Because you have to remember, you've only got 9 Limitane, and it really isn't only because on top of that, they cost more than standard spears. Great snipe there, by the way, on the villager. So Lucifron so far suffering 2 villager losses in this game. Limitane are guarding against any sneak in on his own pond. Puppy Paw did go up the Grand Winery, by the way. So we're not going to get any funky Hippodrome plays. Archer ship is going to come out to defend. This is the point where Puppy Paw is going to have to admit he cannot deny this pond. What he can do, however, is block the secondary. Lucifron, meanwhile, first knight hits the field. Will he find enough value here, though? Limitane on the way out. Villager. Oh, that was sick. Akratoid defense. This is what I love about Byzantines, these little tricks. Like, some things are kind of busted, but I think Akratoid is a really cool ability. That plus armor saved his life there. Remember, knights, if they get the charge in, due to the bonus damage they trigger, will 2-hit villagers. He survives with 1 HP. Wall's already up on the left side, so that's not an option now for Lucifron. Second dock now coming in on the left side for Puppy Paw. Villager is going to be lost here, though. Looks like Puppy Paw hung around a little bit too long on the fish. Actually, huge mistake being made. Wow. Lucifron getting quite a bit of value out of that. More than you'd expect. Puppy Paw, what's the play here? Because he's just adding in Limitane. There's no way he's just contemplating Fast Castle, right? This is just going to be a delayed play into Lombos. This game, like, you could actually go Javelins. Javelins works quite well. Lombos is better if you think you're just going to sit on your base, though, right? So it comes down to what Puppy Paw's goal is in this game. Is it a survival game or a pressure game? Pressure games, Marley and Javs always feel better. Survival games, Lombos tend to win out. Outpost also up, so these dives should get a little bit harder. Really needs to get that extra wood. He prioritized the archership as well as getting the second dock, so he doesn't actually have the Merc house yet, even though he's got 650 olive oil. Is there a world in which he does just castle it? It would be wild here. But there are ways you can make this work with the olive oil, because you can just exchange that for gold, right? You can sell it. He's definitely holding onto a lot of food right now. And castle really is a good win condition. You could even Varangian spam against Royal Knights. Varangian are that damn good because of the scale point. Looks like Limitane are going to sniff out what's coming. Archer was trying to move across there. This is Castle Age. Yeah, he's just building enough outposts to keep himself alive. He's also got the archership to guard against any knights around here. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Puppy Paw. He's trying to get back home. Luciferon is going to ride off. Limitane under the gold are going to need pushed back. The problem is I think Luciferon's been baited. Think about Luciferon's perspective in this game and what he sees. It's quite limited. He sees his opponents hunkering down, but he saw Spim and getting added in. He's yet to secure the second dock. So he might just think that this is a boom from Puppy Paw. But we can see, although he's adding fishing boats in, it's on such a delay, you know what his real priority is here. Food, gold being stockpiled up. We're looking at Fast Castle. And the interesting part about this is sometimes when you do this build, it's a really good idea to just spend the oil to buy gold. He hasn't done that. He's just straight up going for it. Instead, he's going to be getting those mercs in, and it is indeed going to be the Silk Road. That's sick. Remember how I said Varangian can beat Knights? Now they definitely can. Camel Riders. All you need to do on the opening of the age, you go for a Jav contract in the build-up, save enough for one Camel Rider contract, and Luciferon can't fight. Oh, that is so disgusting. This is why Puppy Paw is considered the great Byzantine right now. Like, this guy was ferocious. The best performer in the Elite Classic 2 on this Civ. Showing you exactly why as well. Such an unorthodox map. I mean, who really practices this Civ here? People who have had a few too many drinks would be the answer. Ram built, though. Dive coming through. He needs that Javelin contract. You know, this might be the one negative I'd give him for this build. He could have had that Merc house a long time ago. It's going to cost him. Puppy Paw may be the great innovator on the Byzantines, but Luciferon is the great raider on the French. Showing exactly why. Gold just got blocked out. Villager now moving in for a dock drop. In fact, it looks like the Limitane did lose aggro as well, so he might be able to sneak this one. Because Puppy Paw right now is distracted. Rax is in trouble. Oh my god. Game 1 is going to be longer than Game 2 and Game 3 combined. This is awkward. He needs more jabs. I can't believe this, man. If he just dropped the Merc House early on, to think how different this could look right now. Looks like the Ram is going to be able to get through the racks. Puppy Paw is kind of stuck with his hand in the cookie jar. He hasn't got enough grease to get it out right now. Gold is a problem. He's holding on to way too much food. He doesn't even have the buildings to use that food right now. Luciferon, he did get the dock up. This is bad. Springald ship now on the way. Demos are coming out to try and hold it hostage, but one alone will not get the kill. You need double demo pump in a game where you have no gold access. He rushes out again. Limitane have to throw their life away. Javelins go down as well. Second wave comes out, but now there's no Spearman to protect it. Hesitation sets in though. Luciferon, in a situation where he should be going in, backs up with the Knights. I can't believe that. That was the moment to break the game. If he just kills these Javelins, it's all over. And I can't believe what I just saw queued up. Get it off my screen. He has to build a drone. Ram in the meantime moves across the dock. Gold once again idled out as the Knights dive in towards the TC. He will still escape this with 4 of them alive. Swim ship goes down. Still, it's idle time, it's wasted effort, right? It's also a loss of a dock in a game where you can't get out to redock. This is huge right now. If this dock goes down, Puppy Paw is not going to have great food income. He's at least got fishing on the west side. But remember, he bolstered the right side first. Droman is not going to be able to get the kill on the Ram either. So there you go, dock removed. What a game. Lucifer on game 1 and game 3, proving why, while many players will not be able to make French work, he is not amongst them. This man really did carve his teeth on this one. He made his reputation off the back of this Civ. I remember interviewing him for Red Bull Wolo and asking him, you know, what is your signature Civ? He's like, I'm pretty sure it's French still. Even if you don't get many opportunities to play them competitive, they just fit like a glove. In fact, Lucifron, if I'm not mistaken, in recent tournaments is probably one of 3 players maximum that still picks French. Demo gets baited though. Villagers in trouble again. Poppy Paw with no wheelbarrow, no way of running away easily. And falling behind pretty heavily. It's now a 16 worker lead for Lucifron. Few Limitana here getting sniped out and immediately turns for the Knights. If he loses these jabs, he may just wave the white flag. And in fact, with the next wave of Knights coming in, I think that's going to convince him. There's just no backbone to this anymore. No javelins to defend. This is going to turn to a flood through. Villager line on the wood on the north side isn't looking good either, right? Not much wood left to work with there. You're not contesting the fishing either, which means there's a lot more Knights coming down the line. And then remember, although you did get another dock up, there's really nothing to stop a ram coming through to deny that. Are you kidding me? Poppy Paw with a patrol. How is he getting away with this? Poppy Paw does not even notice what's coming. Okay, I'm going to have to ask the question. Does he make, like, what is the term for when you kind of struggle with greens on yellows? It's a form of colorblind. It seems he sees it now. Luckily, the RNG is on his side there. Shots come in just in time. Army's looking big, though. Poppy Paw is kind of deceptive. Remember, a lot of his military is on water. Yes, some of Lucifron's is, but not enough. Demos. They're coming big here. Good detonation. It's just bogging him down right now, right? Like, he's at least got some fishing going on is the good news, but he has to keep reinvesting to defend it. That's why the Eco League is building, by the way, is Lucifron is just unleashed on these 2 ponds. Knights now just starting to probe on the west side. Oh, Daltonism is the term. Okay. So I know there's a few different terms for the different modes of colorblind. But I am kind of wondering, right? Because, like, there's a lot of sneaky plays that Yellow got away with here that you think would not have been seen. Would have been seen, rather, right? Like, the villager sneaking out at the beginning, Limitana didn't see. And that dock, even being that close to going up with an archer ship attacking, is wild. And remember, that was a gap in the assault. Lucifron wasn't going in at that moment. He's going in now, though. Villagers again. No wheelbarrow. This is killing him. The lack of ability to move away is butchering Poppy Paw in his own base. Archers will snipe down the few Limitane here. The rest are split up everywhere. I just think it's becoming more and more undeniable. It's taken a while to come to the realization, but I think Poppy Paw is just going through the motions. GG comes through. Lucifron gets all his wins against a top 3 player, and he does it with his signature Civ, considered to be one of the worst in Age of Empires right now. Woo-wee! Lucy's back. Look at this. French OP. It turns out Louis MT was right all along. GG. Well played to both players. So that means we are looking at a grand final showdown involving Lucifron and either Beastie or Dumu. And in fact... Oh, sorry. No. Beastie or Wham, right? Beastie and Wham is going on right now. Sorry, Dumu and Beastie was the round before. What game are they in, folks? Does anyone know which game they're in? Is it game 1 or game 2? We can hop in for some Beastie versus Wham. It looks like they're playing... Is this mega random or is it... Like, I don't even know what this map is. This is weird. All right, 1 second. Let's get ready for that. Why is Longbow better for defensive play and Jaff better for offensive? Because Longbows can hide underneath the TC easier and they have the best range, but they can't move. Javelins can actually move in and out of the base a bit quicker, so they can actually take risk. You can tell a lot at high level on what the game plan is for Byzantines based on that choice. There are some matchups where it's actually locked in based on a counter, but for example, Chiganu, but a lot of them come down to that. All right, guys. Does anyone know if this is game 1 or game 2? You have a confirmation? Should we speed through to live? What's that? Yeah, this is the mirror. Is this mirror random? No, it's just mega random. Hell, this is cursed. Game 1 was auto OD. Okay, did Beastie win that? I'm guessing Beastie was Order the Dragon? No. Beastie would have been autos. That's not a bad matchup for autos, right? Beastie lost. Okay, so Wham won with Order the Dragon. Ooh, this is going to be spicy then. Let me update the graphics and we'll get to it. All right, we're going to speed through the other game here because we're hopping in mid-series. Wham on match point up against Beastie in Mutez's reverse draft showdown. We hop into Mega Random for a wild spawn here. I glanced this on his stream and I thought that this was actually Mountain Pass for a second. What a wild one. I can't believe we're doing Mega Random instead of Mirror Random as well. So we're going to actually just speed up. We'll see if Beastie's able to come back into this series because he lost with Ottomans against Order the Dragon, right? Man, OOTD aren't doing too bad in these reverse draft situations. I think this may be because you're just not seeing enough to know how to like win it. Wait, did he win game 1? Okay, so chat, confirm for me. Was Beastie on Order the Dragon? Wait, is this game over? Can we hop into the third? Let me have a look. If we can hop into the third, we might as well hop in the third. No, this game is not over. This game is ongoing. Oh, wait, no, sorry, it just ended. Okay. So we'll speed through this to see what the outcome is, because the third literally isn't on. So Lone Alpha, calm your tits. He's literally in menu right now. So we'll check how this one played out. Okay, so Beastie. So we're getting a game 3, right? I'm just going to update that, prep. We'll see how this one plays out. Because we don't seem to have a confirmed answer on what happened in game 1. So Regnus comes out. Wham. Where are the relics at? Oh, dude, this is brutal. The wall's up. He shouldn't be able to get these relics. Also, yeah, no, dude, this is like a map win by default. This is why Mega Random does not get used. This is pretty rough. We'll speed through so we can be ready for game number 3. I'm pretty sure this is just a default win for Beastie. I mean, relics is at least something Wham can go for, right? But it's fishing eco. It's mass fishing. Jesus, look at this. The eco lead is kind of insane. It's tough because Wham has 2 deep water fish and that's it. Like, I really hope the Grand Finals does not have this map in it, as in Mega Random. Mirror Mega Random is kind of cool, but Mega Random? No way. What a brutal map spawn. It's going to be a breakthrough attempt. Wham did go for the Gilded Knights, but there's Mass Spearman against him. Castle Age came through for Beastie already. And just to update people, we are missing out on the third game. They are literally in the drafting phase. So stop with this random moaning. I can't believe this. Well, Wham has got 4 relics, right? So what's better, 4 relics or mass fishing for a boom? No way. He's actually going to get this. So he transposed ships to get the extra relics. He got his 3 relics. He's got Palace of Swabia. By God, I think he's done it. All right. Spawn may have been a scam, but also, why are there trees in the water? Am I the only one that kind of likes that? That's got a nice feeling to it. I didn't know it could actually do that. He's just transport shipping, even though there's no point right now. Like, there's not even a wall here anymore. If Wham wins this with that type of spawn, it's going to be wild. Then again, we did mention before, right? Order the Dragon is a really good counter against Ellie. But Beastie looks like he's going to Imp. All right, we're going to hit the speed up. I don't want to miss the next game. What do you think, guys? Would you favor Delhi here? I mean, they've got gunners coming, right? But you're doing it in the hand cannoneers with the buff. And I think the Wham's got this, surely. He's about to equalize the economy situation, but his villagers are simply better. The problem right now is that BC is attacking on the flanks, not allowing them to get at it. Hand Cannoneers are just chasing down targets they can't find. It is buying time for the Mass Scholars, but Beastie needs a lot more time. Remember, when you go Imperial this quickly, you simply do not have enough tech speed unlock. He did go for the Cannon Boys on Tower Elephant back, but that's going to take a while to scale out into. So, it's all about timing here. If Wham sits back and chills, he's in trouble. But if he plows on in right now, the Canadians should be able to get a point on the board. And it looks like he's getting ready to send it. Hand Cannoneers, Spearman moving in. Enough Hand Cannoneers to dent the first of the Elephants to come out. Mangonel's going to slow him down in the meantime, but the Culverin is already on the way. Second one being built up in the meantime by Wham. And map control is guaranteed to lock into here. Stonewall's on the flank means there's no flank attack from Beastie. This is his worst nightmare. He loves to play wide. He wants to play Nagazi. He won't have an option to. And meanwhile, look at this. The warships are just being ignored. Dive into the main. Breakthrough in the front line. And the Hand Cannoneers will beat the cannon on Elephant back. Wham. Pushing in even deeper, looking for the targets. Villagers may be in trouble as well. Warlord's going to come out, but it's not going to work out. He's just spamming the Warlords, but the Hand Cannoneers are like Gatling guns right now. Beastie has to bail. Eco shrinking. First wave for Wham, second one coming in. Spearman plus the second wave for Hand Cannoneers. The Bombard's behind it. This game looks solved. The Canadian from down under a bad spawn, able to do it and come out ahead. Dive into the base, and Beastie just can't get an army together at this stage. It's 25 pop versus 65. Even if the Elephant could come out, it's not going to last long here. The Hand Cannoneers dunk it straight away. And Beastie has to know that this game is done. Whew. All right, there you go, guys. Game 3. Let's have a look at that draft. What was that map? That was mega random. It's cursed. Okay, it's Delhi versus Zhone. Yikes. I think we might have an unexpected grand finals here. Actually, no, it's not. It's Wham's doing really well. It's not unexpected. The way it's going to get there, though, is this a water map? So we will be in time for this game. Let me load it up now. Let me name it correctly. Beastie versus Wham. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think they are literally just getting a game, so we actually hit it at a perfect time. It's 4 lakes. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then as to why, but still. I think this is quite good for Joan, right? I think so, yeah. Wham just proved that RNG is overrated. Damn right he did. Okay. So Lucifron won that last game, rather. Let's get predictions ready. Do the 2-minute. Boop. Cool, I didn't have enough water in that at the end. Oh, that final bit was rough. Give me a sec. God damn. I don't know, man. Maybe fishing's just overrated. I thought we'd maybe see more of an all-in pressure point from Delhi there, but it went up into castle. What are these civs on this map? This is an exciting game for Lisboa. Only the most serious of stuff in the reverse draft tournament. They picked them for each other, and I can't believe this way this played out. We're on 4 lakes, and Wham, in an exciting game, actually gets the dream. Delhi versus Zhone. This matchup is pretty heavily skewed towards Zhone, and statistics recently have supported that every turn of the road. But have those statistics ever met 4 lakes? A map where neither of these civs would ever be seen being picked. You know, I'm going to say it. I actually think Zhone's pretty good on these maps. I've been watching a few games now of Zhone on water hyper maps and water maps. There is something to it. The logic being is that where does Joan thrive? She thrives in situations where she's able to get fights. And when you play water maps, you're playing away from your base. Ergo, somewhere where Joan is able to get fights. And if it eventually turns into a water affair where you're trading boats and Joan's in range, not only can she finish off boats easily on low HP with the Divine Arrow, she can then get huge banks of XP for doing so. So yeah, I think nothing really changes about this matchup because it's 4 legs. It's still Joan favored. So let's see what BC has in mind to solve for that. It's not going to be a blind fast castle, right? I mean, maybe you could build a few units and just wall up, right? The cool thing about your Civ is you're more efficient at walling up. If you build into a few infantry units, then get the walls up for you. How did you guys vote? The hesitation right now. I remember we were watching Poppy Pool versus Luciferon. People were just dropping 100k prediction points. And now we got like 4k versus 2k. People just stroking their chin like, what will be the deciding detail in this spawn? BC got a really good spawn for wood. It's going to be very hard to actually raid this. If he gets some small walls in, I actually think that's one of his strong points in this matchup right now. But the reality of how this matchup typically goes is if it turns into a long feudal, it's going to be Knights versus Ghazi, but Joan's going to be bulking up XP off the back of that. That's the problem. It allows it to very easily get into age 3. Well, level 3. The interesting thought there, though, is on a water map, you can make the feudal age very short, which means that the value point of Joan is lower, right? Because if you go melee form and you don't get level 3 before Castle Age comes in, you feel quite weak. So it might be Wham takes kind of an arc of safety there and goes into the Archer form instead, which would scale him better into the late game. Then, again, against this Civ in particular, I just don't think there's as much value up against the Delhi. They're not really a Civ known for their siege reliance. And again, Beastie is as a player. So, we have got manuscript trades on the way. Remember, that's the one that allows you to just increase the speed here. Look, garrison the mosques, and then you increase your research speed everywhere. Wait, sorry, there you go. Boom. Production speed and research speed. That's a pretty cool detail, actually. It's very easy to forget about manuscript trade. I believe for a while no one done manuscript trade because it was actually pretty hard bugged. If I recall correctly, it had a huge issue where you would end up... What was it? The scholars... I think when the dock went down, the scholars would just disappear permanently. There was also another issue. I can't remember what it was, though. It very, very rarely came out. It's interesting, actually, because the only time Delhi have really been meta on water maps, if you guys remember, was when the game first came out. Do you guys remember those days with the weird full pull of fishing boats with the archer shots? It seemed so OP back in those days, but fell off the side of a cliff when people realized they were idling their entire economy on water to try and stop their opponents. Didn't feel good after that. School cavalry now on the way. Shown. How are we doing on XP? Are we close to level 3? Nah, level 2 now. Level 3, Jesus. Level 2? Like, how much did you got from this? Okay, that's not bad. I theorycraft the idea of this. I think I even saw 1 or 2 players try it on maps like Himayama. Shoreline fishing should be yielding more XP, right? So you get level 2 a bit quicker. The downside of this build, right, is you ran Joan out. There's no way you're building a school of cavalry here. So she's not involved in the build process, and therefore she's a lot slower to level up. Dome of Faith on the way. Beastie's going fast castle, yeah? Has to be. I mean, it makes sense, right? With the food you're going to get from the corner, and the fact that Joan tends to be kind of delayed, like he would have scouted her being out here, which means he knows she's not going to be getting enough XP. This is a smart read. So the question now is whether Wham is going to read into this correctly and say there is no point in me going for melee form. Range form has to be it. Shiv's out. Beastie. Yeah, that's not going to work. Not against Joan. You can't even try to fight against her. 150 HP on a villager is pretty strong. He's just building houses. You could just keep canceling the house and rebuilding for XP, maybe, but I think he does want the extra food in the meantime. Dangerous to Beastie? Knights are coming. As long as he gets an outpost up, I don't mind it. Looks like he settles on the racks instead. Yeah, kind of bold to just go for something other than static defenses here. But I think he's worried about the fact that Wham could have quite a lot of food coming in, right? Which means a lot more knights. So far, Wham only on 1 pond. Meanwhile, Beastie looked to block out the other. might just quickly convert it into a nice little economy pond. Economy pond sounds so pitifully poor, doesn't it? You know when like you're getting on a flight and they make you feel really bad about the fact that you can't afford business because they give you like Eco Light or something like that? Economy pond sounds like that. So, Wham, how are we looking right now? Oh, wait. Did he just notice? No. Wait, what happened here then? That's a misclick. Wham, yeah. He didn't mean to walk back. He was gathering food. It's so tricky because you think you know how much time you've got to look elsewhere, but then you have to remember shoreline fish is the quickest way a villager can gather. So Doc coming in. Beastie. Oh, no. He already queued up the Dow. He didn't go fishing boat first. Knight in the meantime is going to get pinched. And wow, he didn't even kill anything for that. Oh, that's brutal. 19 HP left means you're basically worthless. Dow comes in and Wham has to cancel the Doc. In fact, Beastie might even get a kill if RNG favors him here. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Still, that's pretty brutal. You now guard his Doc. There is no way he's going to get on here, right? This is now going to be 2 pond, possibly 3 pond versus 1. Guys, this actually might be a really quick GG. Yo, on like land maps, when you take water out of the equation, Joan pretty strong. I don't know if this is just a difference in civs or if it's the difference in skill here, but Beastie is making this look oh so simple. Is there a way Wham can contest? He's going to try to go for castle by the looks of it. He's adding in archers on a delay. Beastie could easily be in 3 ponds and still go in castle quicker at this rate. Santi is not even in yet, by the way, because you don't care about it when you're on water like this. There's a nice little trickle after the fact, but it's not really the thing that wins you the game. It's an interesting question. Do you think it's possible to personally fund AoE 420s and at least break even? What? You talking for like streamers? If you can get enough scale behind it, sure. That's my goal, is to build this channel up to a point where I can actually fund tournaments. That's what I want to do, dude. I mean, I've got the experience of running tournaments in different scenes. So I'd love to be able to actually do it here. But, you know, I can't, like, similar to the rest of the tech world waking up, I can't send thousands upon thousands of dollars into the abyss. Cleave coming in. Wham. Suddenly has quite a few knights here. This is bad. Trying to pinch Joan like this. The Spearmen seem like they're winning the fight, but that means the knights could easily just come in for freebies. Beastie. I mean, he did at least stop at 2 ponds, right? Like, he built this dock, but he wasn't really using it for fishing. But still, this idea to just go into castle is starting to look like it's not going to pay off. A bit too greedy. Has to go back for the Ghazi. In fact, on the subject of funding tournaments, that's basically what we're doing with the Patreon at the moment. The Patreon is going to be, like, for the time being, a funds committal or the coffee. I need to figure out the details around them on what else people would like to see. And maybe we make coffee for tournament funds, and then Patreon can be for, like, extra perks that people want. My Discord's there for people to suggest what kind of perks will get them incentivized. But the goal is to find a way of actually getting money together. Doing show matches, doing tournaments and whatnot. Wow, flowing a lot of food here. Gold has been lagging behind, though. He might just consider pulling the trigger. It's kind of crafty, right? Like, BC's doubled down now. He's had to replace the disadvantage he had. So it keeps him further away from castle. But I'm not really sure what the immediate value is for Wham. I feel that this is the type of game where you want to scale up to 25, 30 knights, and then go Castle Age with Royal Institute. That should be his win condition in this game. Beastie. Well, this is a bit early. House of Learning on the way. He's trying to sneak out the skulls, and that makes it obvious. Wham knows now, and now knows. It's so obvious what you're doing. And this is a big army, folks. 17 archers, 11 knights. Beastie really did shorthand his defense here. Is Wham going to commit in, though? I think he needs to be quick. He needs to go in. He should understand the tech up's happening. He just needs to find where it is. Ghazi have found the gold, though. Wham. In a bit of trouble on the backside. He needs to return pain. He needs to return fire. He goes for the gold, but really needs to be going for the landmark. Archers, Zhone. Targeting down the spears. What is going on right now? Wham! Only now seeing it. The House of Learning isn't getting denied. Bam, more cleaves coming through. Has got the Divine Restoration, but really, he needs to be going in right now. Denying the gold may be good enough, but remember, there's a backup gold on the right side flank. Beastie doubled up in military right now. Actually, I love the fact that fishing boats still show up here. Thank God they don't count in the military anymore. This is bad. Skull's now trying to front line. Beastie, Wham, a weird way to do it, but it may have worked anyway. Tech up is complete, but Beastie in peril. Knight dive to the back. If you start trickling out lances one by one, it's going to be a GG, and I think he knows it. Wham, diving deeper, looking for more economy. A heavy hit on the backside. The Ghazi did force idle time, did get a few kills, but you can see that Wham is relentlessly all in here. Looks like Zhone is going to pop. The villagers need to pop the shop far away from this. Second wave coming in. Knight moves across, does spell out the gold. I mean, the problem for Beastie right now is he has a Castle Age in name, but not in reality. He has no gold income. Even if he can get 5 men at arms together against this many knights, it's not going to work. Oh my god. What a read by Wham. Did not want to follow in the shadow of the tech up. Ghazi are proven to still be a nuisance on the other side of this, but their numbers are shrinking fast. Wham has not bought back Zhone. Cannot afford it. Needed the 250 gold. Beastie is at least gathering on that back gold. I'm a little bit surprised this is still allowed. You'd think he'd be getting blocked out right now. Wham needs to get around there ASAP. Otherwise, Beastie will recover in a miraculous way. Remember, although he had all that idle time on land, he has fishing on 3 ponds. He doesn't really care about the land eco, except for gold. Nice. Going up the charge. Spinman added in. The problem for Beastie is he just needs to get men at arms, but that's the beauty of what Wham's done here, right? Like, Spinman plus Knights wins this. Villagers now in trouble again. Beastie trying to back up. No play out into the relics in the meantime. No opportunity to even get out of the base. Now he's sneaking gold on the left side instead. But it's coming at a cost. Wham, now with the eco lead. More villagers being sacrificed. Stab from both sides means there's no garrison, ungarrison trick to be had here. The spearmen keep matching up against these lances. I think he's done it. Beastie looks broke. Wham still maintaining about 30 military. Zhone still not back in action yet, but she should be coming in, and here she is. She's ready for the party. Needs to get her across the map fast, though. Beastie trying to get into Spearman, but remember, with only 3 scholars, he can't even rush the veterancy here. It's a weak defense. Beastie has at least now moved down to the gold. In fact, he's rushing a gate up just to make sure he can retreat quickly. Wham needs to sniff this gold. It's going to be a movement to the north. Beastie will shift out. But once again, that's idle time. He gathered a little bit of gold and then has to run for the high hill. This is just a game of cat and mouse right now. No arrow slit, so no trade there either. Beastie's military is nowhere near as big as it appears. Remember, a decent chunk of that is on the water. 6 of it, in fact. Beastie basically, at this stage, gold is the problem. Food is not. He's got more food than our sponsor. Although he's not willing to share it with you. Protein works well, though. Scholar is coming back, though. This could be big. Beastie about to have some reliable gold. Big gold gathering on the right side. Wham needs to move fast. And a long wall to guarantee no raid, so he's all in on this. Wham is starting to stockpile, though. Villagers are going to pull back again, but there's just really not much here. 2 lances. That's it. Joe now marching in. Villagers need to get out fast. Textiles is doing God's work here, by the way. BC would already be dead without it. And the pull to the south side. Wait, what? No! He's just desperate for gold. Double outpost now being rushed up. Wham just needs to dive past it to get on top of it ASAP. Every moment you think Wham is going to go for Castle Age, he goes back for more. Outpost being rushed up, but even if you get them up, right, there's not enough room in there for everyone. Spearman Archer is now diving towards it. The military lead has shrunk for Wham, though. BC's army is growing. He needs to kill more eco or clean up the military fast. Double outpost now online. Wham. Can he keep this up? Spearman still yet to be upgraded. They're never getting upgraded in this game. That's the bigger problem for Beastie. He needs an extra racks and veterancy on the way eventually, because otherwise, there's no hope in hell you will ever be able to defend this. It's a big issue for him. Wham does need to consider going for a ram, because right now these outposts are starting to sting. Instead, it looks like Wham is getting ready for Castle Age. It's taken a very long time to get to this point. He has been relentless in his pressure. But Wham is finally admitting that Feudal will not end this game. And whoa, chill guys. The army is most definitely not small for Wham. Beastie, look at the military pop, and then also remember that 6 of that are Dows. Wham, now going for the Royal Institute. Pretty smart choice here. I don't think you want Guildhall, you don't want Imp. You can end this in Castle if you scale enough Knights. More at a time. Beastie just gets a little bit of gold and gets shut down. This is preventing him from just bulking crossbows, right? So smart choice. Men at Arms do not want to be trading up against the Knights either. Wow. So many villages in the area. So Beastie is going to lose more there. This dive is hurting though, right? The arrow fire is definitely adding up, but it's also a lot of idle time for Beastie. How the hell does Wham just keep this much army force with 1 pond? Royal Institute will be good at this rate, because I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, he's just been consecrating the right buildings. That's the thing that allows him to compete. It's crazy as well, because he actually hasn't got that many up. I think he's got 2, maybe 3. Wham. Veteran Seafood Knights now coming in. If BC couldn't hold him back when he was in Feudal, how does he do it now? Because I'm still seeing the same problem here, which is Beastie doesn't have veterancy coming. Crossbows, if you can get enough of them, maybe. Still may prove a challenge. That's gold gathering from Wham now. Royal Institute hasn't even queued up the Cantle Saddles yet. Nice Ghazi coming through from Beastie. He did get the veterancy right. He queued it up a long time ago because he didn't have gold for Knights, so that was one way of keeping it busy. Beastie once again idled on that gold. More eco kills. Difficult fight to have to take here. Only a handful of crossbows. Enough archers to snipe them down. Joan, meanwhile, is farming up. Level 3 has to be close. Especially considering she hasn't just died this time around. Clash comes in. Cleave damage out. Beastie, that's the exact way he cannot afford to fight here. Is this it? Military has reached equality in terms of numbers, but not in terms of quality. Joan gets sniped though. Big one. Beastie, exactly what he needed. It's one thing to hold this back. It's another to hold it back with level 3 Joan as well. So stay of execution here as Wham is going to reset, but now with more Knights than ever. At least in terms of raw military count, right? Half his army, a Cav. Relics are at least being blocked, so Wham could actually make this a free relic game. I'm still baffled and impressed that he's somehow still sticking it to Beastie in a game where it's 3 pawns versus 1. That's absurd. And yes, at this point, I think Wham may have forgotten about Wheelbarrow. In fairness to him, usually these type of games, you don't really get this deep, right? You think that this game would be over between these two civs in 15 minutes. So you aren't going to move your villagers too much, usually, but now he would. Beastie, crossbow count's looking good now, guys. Up to 10 with the attack speed aura as well. Wham may need to consider going for Siege. Siege Workshop of Consecration would be huge here. God, this is the most brutal part. It's like when Joan keeps dying like this, you just don't have as many consecration charges as you normally would. That's a big part of why we often just see buybacks come out. Not just the XP scaling factor, it's the fact that you're missing out on big discounts across the game. And no, I don't think WAM has got anything. No Cantled Saddles, which is shocking me right now. Cantled Saddles is so cheap and so worth it. Third outpost now hidden by Beastie. WAM's allowing that bottom pond because clearing it is kind of annoying, right? Like if your opponent has ships down here, you have to put something to clear in this instead of attacking BC's base. Then you will let him win the game. Being said, it looks like he's getting closer and closer now. Third relic being returned. He should be able to snipe this though. Bam. I mean, even if you now get it though, it's too close to home. WAM's going to go in. Slip the charge in. No point in a wall low here, right? Oh, that was sick. Beastie with the garrison. Gets away with it. So 3 relics versus none. Level 3 zone has arrived. This could be big. The cleave damage just ramped up. Just didn't ramp up as much as you'd hope. 30 damage now. Ghazi have somehow snuck in. Looks like there's a breakthrough on the west side here. This is getting out of hand for WAM. Like, before this, he was controlling the momentum, right? He had dictation over what happens in the mid. But now, that's what this walls was meant to allow him to continue. With them being burnt down and a few Ghazi getting through, it doesn't seem like a lot, but 15 damage per strike, an unguarded economy may prove a vulnerable point for WAM. He needs to go soon. It looks like he might be. Finally drops the monastery. He's going to be going for the remaining 2 relics. He also has got Royal Bloodlines on the way, which will also benefit Zhone substantially. And Beastie has at least finally got veterancy for archers. It took quite a long time to get to this stage, but finally, he's going to have it when he needs it most. The problem, though, is he's up against a lot of knights. Love the Zhone's Rider's detail, great against the crossbows, and always the choice when your opponent's already Castle Age. Charge comes in. Choke point fights. Actually good for knights, right? Bad for spears because they need to outnumber. Divine Restoration gets popped here. Army swarming. Mango comes out. Beastie, can he get some good shots out though? Zhone's going to go down. That's going to be a flood through. Beastie in trouble. Mango won't survive. Crossbows, can they hold this? It's difficult right now. The front line is starting to fail him. The Royal Bloodlines timing there was sick from WAM. If anything was going to do it, it was now. Archers need to get on top of the crossbows, though. The biggest problem I see right here is that WAM's ranged units are not attacking the squishies. Instead, WAM, losing a majority of the knights, has to shift away. Might still find value over here, though. Beastie trying to walk away. No clip. Might save him. Beastie, what is this gold? Was he considering Imperial? I mean, that would be wild. I think this is a death spiral, guys. Wave after wave, right? And worse after worse. Beastie now has the military lead. WAM, if you couldn't break the base with that Royal Bloodlines play, how can you break it with a reboom on one pond? It just doesn't work anymore. I think the outcome of this game has already written itself now. Beastie, great defense here. WAM made it incredibly uncomfortable, but in the end, Beastie, we know this is the playstyle he loves, right? This guy gets rated highly on defensive for a good reason. And now with the military lead escalating like this, I'm not really sure what WAM's way out is, right? Like, he went for Royal Bloodlines from the Royal Institute. He has at least got Cantled Saddles, but there's no way you get into Arbitrary now. Not with Mangoes in the field. And because you went for Royal Institute, Guildhall isn't there to bail you out with Imperial Age. Six Faction will at least be decapped, so a little bit less gold in the pocket of Beastie. But I think at this point, the economy is kind of undeniable. I mean, this is the insane part, right? 72 villages on land for WAM, 54 for Beastie. That's how much of a hit he took. But the ponds are making up for it all. WAM did at least finally deposit those relics. I think if there's one big thing I'd kind of hone in on here, WAM was very slow onto relics when he had full map control. I think he could have made this a 4-relic game, which would have at least given a better outlook for him, right? Beastie now with the siege. Wham. Doesn't really have an answer. If you had range drone, at least you could snipe, right? But you don't. You've gone for the melee form. You don't have Springles either. It's quite the pickle. Beastie, if he reads this for what it is, he can get a pretty relentless push going. So now being gathered. Beastie. He's somewhat hesitant here. He's showing a lot of respect because at the end of the day, you are up against Zhone with Raw Institute, which means they are essentially Cast Age Plus, right? They get the Imperial buffs in Age early. But this might be the momentum point you needed. Keep drop now coming in the center on the Sacred Sites. A wall in on the left side. Dive comes in from Knights and Zhone. Can't do enough damage here, though. Wait. Remember, we've got House of Learning. So we've got garrisonable houses with arrow slits. Unfortunately, this is quite a few cav units. Wham! What a big strike! Oh, wow. Beastie needs to get in the base right now. He needs to trade. He just doesn't have enough troops back here to defend this. Are you kidding me right now? Is this how Wham will win? Villages are being ignored. He's just gone for more houses instead. Cleaves are going to come through now. So 5 more villages chopped down. And all of a sudden, Wham, with a 16-villager lead. Beastie needs to break through now. He needs to return fire with both cylinders. I mean, this is everything that Wham relies on, really. What, a third of his army and most of the best are here. Beastie now forcing him to dive underneath the TC. So at least he's not losing the economy anymore. Warlords are going to come out very early, way too early here, in fact. Wham. Will look to just shift out the back, but now Beastie looking to shift in the center. Okay, that was sick with the houses. It wasted so much time of Wham's. Remember, torch damage isn't any different from a spear to a knight, really, that matters. And then on top of that, you're talking about a situation where these houses aren't as squishy as you'd think. Not 750 HP, but 1125, and they fight back. And all of a sudden, after all that, Beastie is about to age up. Palace of Sultan on the way. If Wham could find this, if he can deny it, maybe another 10, 50 Nico down would be great, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to scout it in time. He's being chased by Lancers right now. Troopers have found the gold, and immediately Beastie turns. One target in mind. Wham. Not with a strong enough defense force to hold. Villagers are going to be found in the gold, but it looks like it's going to be the end of Zhone. Wham praying for a way out with June de Blast, but I think the only thing that's happening here is our ass is getting blasted by the Deli. Crossbows not quite able to finish her off, so she barely stays alive. Backstab now coming in though. Beastie may have overextended. Mangoes are going to get the hits out, but the Knights are going to clear it up. Somehow, Wham, with half the military pop, is holding. What are we watching here? Lancers going deeper though. The main fight, maybe a slight stabilization for Wham, but Beastie has other ideas in this game. He's hunting. He's an age ahead. And Wham knows there is no hope. GG called. It will be Beastie versus Lucifron in the grand finals for a best of 5 in the reverse draft showdown. Woo-wee. Well played. That was actually a really cool game. So let's see. The weirdest civs on 4 lakes. Delhi Water OP. Can't believe Wham didn't stop the third pond. It's tough, right? He's putting everything into the dive. I think he was convinced he could end the game by hitting the main base. Otherwise, he probably would have seen him divide a bit. Okay, so let me check where we're at, because we've got one more series in this tournament. Beastie versus Lucifron. Looks like I'm going to be eating dinner late. Because we are... How deep are we now? 6.5 hours casting. We'll probably be... So I reckon this one could end up being 2 hours long. Nice casual 8.5 hour stream. Don't mind if I do. All right. Are they hopping straight in? Let me check the DMs. Let's get some nice lobby music on. Whoop. Be nice if they hop straight into it. But I imagine Beastie might want a stretch quickly after that. Yes, the finals are going to be best of 5. So we've got one more series coming. A BO5 between Lucifron and Beastie. Awesome. Okay, guys. Yeah, it looks like Beastie has got up for a stretch. So I imagine he's going for a toilet break and whatever. So if you guys need to do something, now is the time. Just make sure your asses are back in the seats and ready to go. Really cool tournament, though. Really big shout out to Mutez for funding this. Was it $710 was the total prize pool? It's been a fun one. Who am I getting a frame request from? Like, what was that frame? Get me out of here. No, you can stay in this list. Have fun there. Good job, you. Good series so far. Yeah, I think the best of the tournament had to be that Lucifron Puppy Pool. I don't think anything else is going to beat that Lucifron Puppy Pool. The fact that Puppy Pool almost pulled off the biggest comeback in the history of AoE4. I think it might have been, actually. Let's get our protein bar. Yeah, nice try, evasion. You've been evaded. I mean, I'd like to be wrong, but I have a feeling B won't be coming back. I think he's gone. I think he's going to... You know, I don't think it'll even be Stormgate for him. I think he'll focus on Zero Space. Okay, so... Let me see. Where are we at right now? I reckon we have like 5 minutes or so. Let me catch up. I haven't been checking too much on YouTube. Hi, I'm Silver and Rank. Don't play much. Why is everyone picking English? Lombo OP. It's a very comfortable civ. English was designed as one of the kind of entry civs alongside French. Although, considering the playstyle of a lot of low-ranking players when the game first came out, French didn't really fit it as much as English because French was more aggressive. And at least when the game first came out, definitely low-ranked players like to play more kind of casual, chill, and almost SimCity-like, which English fit well because they were very, very good defensively. All right. So, Grand Finals. Well, let me check the full map draft. I'm kind of curious on this one. Oh, wait. I'll say it wasn't tournament. Was it bracket? There we go. So, map pool is Mega Random, Holy Island, Dry Arabia, Regions, Gorge, Four Lakes, Frisian. So, we'll see all but 2. I think Lucifron will ban Mega Random, and Beastie will probably ban Holy Island, right? I have a feeling that's probably what will happen there. As the scene grows and tournaments get held regularly like we have the past couple of days, he will probably find it worthwhile to stick around. No, I don't think so. What you are describing there, if we're being totally real, like, it's not a quick route to recovery. With the state of esports as it is, and obviously the lack of good marketing from Microsoft around AoE4, the game isn't just going to reboom tomorrow, right? It's not just going to magically evolve. Can we get more ties? I mean, you can make me change ties. That's how it works. You pay me money, I'll do pretty much anything. Wait, that's dangerous. But yeah, I've said this already. It's now a long route to recovery. The problem is, like, a lot of people won't be able to justify hanging around. Oh, miss. Excuse me. Like, it's still a challenge for me to weigh up in that, like, it's important that growth continues to be witnessed across the months, because I think I said before, like, I am losing money, right, each month when I focus on AoE4. Especially, like, as someone who's worked in multiple scenes. But I do it because I love it, right? And because we're building an incredible community, which hopefully you're all followed and a part of. But, like, for a lot of people, they're not going to have that hope. They're not going to have that element. You know, the reality is you're talking about a scene that, like, if AoE4 makes it, and I think a big part of this is legitimately down to, like, the failures of the publishers and the marketing around it, it's going to probably take AoE4 a few years to start to see, like, you know, some real boom up. Like, you have to remember, we literally just had the most successful expansion in the history of AoE. But then, obviously, like, we aren't announcing 4 lands the next year or something like that, right? We just need an oil baron? Yeah. Get some rich sugar daddies, right? Find some people that absolutely love AoE4. Alright, so I think they are getting ready. Let me check if they've done their draft for the series. Not yet, but I think they're getting ready in a sec. Okay, there we go. They just started the draft. Here, I'll pull it up on screen for you guys. Do you think this that is more of an RTS AoE thing or more of a general gaming industry critic? Well, pretty much every single scene is seeing a shrink. And in fact, there has been reports out of Saudi Arabia, who's been funding a lot of esports events, that they're looking to shift towards mobile games because mobile games are the one area that's seeing a lot of growth still. And also is probably the industry that can be treated more as a marketing endeavor in esports, whereas traditional esports, as in non-mobile ones, have started to move towards a fund themselves market, right? It's a very different style. You can see this in developers' behavior, right? Like, Valve is not going to fund a CSGO tournament, a Dota tournament. They'll only pay part of the prize pool, best case scenario. In fact, I think they've stopped doing that entirely now. However, if Valve tomorrow released Dota Mobile, they would probably pay full price, a white label production. So that's definitely one element. But it's definitely, there's elements from the RTS. The biggest problem I see, so one, marketing endeavors are terrible around AoE4. I think when we watched, to be bluntly honest, when we watched the stream, the announcement stream, where they announced a logo, I said whoever scripted this show actually should be fired. And anyone who's watched me for a while knows I'm not like that, dude. I don't call for someone's job, but like, it was that bad. I was like, I don't know how someone has a job doing this, and that's how they come up with things, right? And then there's other elements around the marketing that just don't make sense. Because the reality is there should be a budget funding tournaments that aren't actually just 1v1 pro-centric. It should be focused on getting some, you know, variety streamers outside the scene to then partner up in 2v2 events with known players, for example. You want to be cross-pollinating, bringing new people in. There should be showcasing in the game. Like, literally, in this screen right now, when you get into the home screen, any new tournament should have a news update, and then occasionally you should be showcasing streamers. So 1 week, me, 1 week, Warman, 1 week, Tim, 1 week, Beastie, 1 week, Dumu, 1 week. And it doesn't just have to be the biggest people, it can be small people as well. But like, this is something that the Battle.net has, right? Like, they do this all the time with Diablo creators, WoW creators, whatever. Those small details go into growing the directory, and that then helps actually push more money in because the viewership is there to go get sponsorships. But outside that, there's just many more obvious things that need to be solved. For a start, the capture age doesn't work. That's a bad look. Who wants to run a tournament with an incorrect HUD? Then you've got the issue that the game is solely balanced around 1v1s with no real thought process going into 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s. Maps are far too big in Age of Empires 4. If you go past 2v2s, it feels unplayable. And they don't have character. The bigger they get, the weirder the spawn looks, and thus the more generic it looks. I still remember casting a 3v3 tournament where you sometimes actually had to press escape and check to know that it wasn't Dry Arabia. FFAs are not fun to play. I'm going to shut that one down right now. The first 20 minutes of FFAs feel very snoozefest. The pacing is off. The size of the map is wrong, right? At least with the Dominion detail, there's a value in playing early games, but outside that, That's the reason we do micro map free-for-alls, by the way. If you want to be part of those, make sure you're tuning in regularly so that when we stream them, when we have enough people, you can hop on in. But the micro map free-for-alls, the half-size free-for-alls, they're incredible. Disagree with Dominion, it's really fun. I didn't say that it's not better, but it's still bad. The size of the map and the boom approach is not good, right? Because the game hasn't been designed around team games and bigger maps. It's been designed around 1v1s. It always has been, right? And then the modding. God damn, do not get me started on the modding. I have got modders who are part of this community that love this game, that put hours in this game. And what is their reward? They are given a bunch of tacked-on tools which are hard to understand and hard to use. And then they get blindsided by patches out of nowhere that change things that break their mods. Those are huge problems. If they actually bothered to unlock the full power of the modding tools and put them in the hands of the talented people in the scene, we might have a chance. Because here's the thing. I remember reading this recently and I kind of nodded and thought about it and they were right. When it comes to AoE 4, if you don't want to play 1v1s, there isn't really much to do. Free-for-alls at least added a little sprinkling in. But free-for-alls has like another issue, and actually RTS in general have this issue. If you don't have a controlled space where you can guarantee a certain length of game, it's bad. We actually talked about this. Yeah, they're getting ready, they're not in yet. We talked about this recently on a stream where like one of the big fundamental flaws with RTSs is that you don't know how long a game's going to be. So it is inherently, by that definition, anti-casual. Why do you think Call of Duty, despite people feeling like it's failing year after year, still does so well? These type of games have a hard cap, 10, 15 minutes, right? 10, 15 minutes. You hop in, you get a game, get out. Now, someone's going to argue, oh, but, well, hold on a sec. No, it's fine because, like, I don't care, right? Like, if I have to go because I've got a meeting, I'll just leave the free-for-all that I'm an hour into. Let's be totally real. What really happens in your brain is you're actually annoyed because you've got sunken cost fallacy. Because you're now like, I spent an hour in this game to not even get a conclusion. That sucks. But that's like a fundamental issue with RTSs that has existed for a while. It's why you saw StarCraft go to like from the 6 to 12 worker start. It's why you've seen other RTSs try to accelerate. It's why Company Heroes came up with a victory point system to guarantee an endgame state. Because this is a big challenge you have to go up against. And also, by the way, that's why mobile casual games are like so widespread, is someone can open a mobile game, just play it for 5-10 minutes, drop it, go on, right? So like, that, by the way, is also why Red Bull tried to use Empire Wars, because they wanted quicker finishes. That's the reality, right? I actually would love to see, I'd love to see a mod, and I'm asking one of my modders to see if he can create it, that brings the victory point system from Company of Heroes, put some conditions in it, so it's not just Delia OP, and then you can just shift into this game mode where playing out into the map is required, and it's actually the real win condition. Play everything other than 1v1s. You might play everything other than 1v1s, but do you actually honestly feel that the game is balanced around your experience at all? Be honest. It's not. And that's where RTSs fundamentally have been getting it wrong for years. The next great RTS will be focused around team games. It won't forget about 1v1s, it won't forget about modding, but it'll have a big focus on team games. The reason why all the biggest esports and biggest games are team-based is because no one wants to admit that they suck at a game. I think I've explained this time and time again. It's so true. Like, why would... think about it, right? How many players actually want to improve versus just have fun? It's so much easier to have fun when it's Timmy's fault you lost, right? You hop into a game, you know, like that's actually why I'm going to start queuing with Cal. I'll have someone to blame, and it'll feel great. All right, we can explore this a little bit more later. But, I don't know, maybe that'll make some people hate me for that opinion, but, it's the reality. Doesn't mean that AoE4 can't get it right. It does mean that, marketing needs to change, and development and publishing really need to optimize. There's hope if they make the right choices. That's the big if. This isn't a doom and gloom. No, I'm sorry. Don't just please do not just pan this off as doom and gloom. I'm telling you what's wrong with the game. Doom and gloom would just be saying the game sucks and let's be done there. I'm actually providing feedback on what we could do to improve it. That's very different. The fact that I'm even putting the effort into trying to explain this and streaming AoE4 for 35 plus hours a week tells you that I want this game to succeed, not the alternative. We're kicking it off, and we're keeping it normie. Dry Arabia will begin the grand finals of Mutez's Reverse Draft Showdown. That's right, a best of 5 where you get to choose your opponent's Civ. You will ban 3. Those cannot be picked for you. Your opponent will then pick 2, and you will choose 1 from those 2. And we kick off in an interesting one here. French versus Delhi. A little bit of a classic, and, well, it fits the play as well, right? Beastie at home on the Delhi. Lucifron, signature Civ to kick this one off. If he wins with this, it's going to be an immediate morale booster, I'm sure. Well, I've got to give it to him. Lucifron's been looking pretty good right now, actually. I've been impressed with his performances in this tournament. He was able to take out Poppy Paw 2-1, and he'd done it with 2 games on the French. Could it be Beastie's kryptonite as well? It's definitely a matchup you have to dust off the books and think back to a long time ago, right? Like, if we actually went all the way back to, let's say, the September 2023 patch, and we thought about this matchup, Delhi versus French was actually a pretty rough matchup for the Delhi. French were winning, I think, 65% of the time. And something similar is happening in tournament play. It was a little bit closer because the thing you have to remember is usually Delhi doesn't get practice match on the maps, on the pubs, and French did. Nowadays, it's the other way around. A lot of people are playing Delhi on ladder. Not many people are playing French. And I think that could be an advantage for a player like Lucifron, who knows this Civ like the back of his hand. And also, Beastie may not be as familiar with the most recent movings of the Civ. Because things have to change with this Civ for it to function again. I'm going to find out which way Lucifron's going to be able to do that. Looking at the spawn as well. Sacred Sites are fairly balanced. Quite an open mid-battlefield, but an interesting spawn to the north side that Lucifron could look to exploit. For a Civ that likes to play pocket economies, you could easily wall this in and start to extract a lot of value with the double deer, boar, and berries on one area. So how are you guys betting? Because I just know someone's saying no bets. Wow. Okay, I think some people have been convinced by Lucifron's performance this tournament. A big bet on the Spaniard. Honestly, I've been impressed too. I think Lucifron will admit he hasn't really been on pitch-perfect form recently. But today, I've loved what I've seen. You know, it may not be the most clean. I still remember that game 1 between him and Poppy Paw. But what matters is results. And so far, they're speaking for themselves. Able to beat Louis and able to beat Poppy Paw to find himself here. Skull of Cavalry is coming in. The question is whether we're going to be seeing multi-TC. You really shouldn't in this matchup. Traditionally, the way this always went was cav, 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 cav. And then you try to sneak infantry in. Now, what's interesting is the more it trends towards infantry, the more it favors the Delhi. But the more it sticks into cavalry, the better it is for the French. And although we've been seeing a lot of Joan recently, which, by the way, Joan really beats the crap out of Delhi. The difference here is, although you don't have the XP, what you do have is a creeping economy. Over time, you're just going to get more and more value, right? Remember, at this point in the game, Lucifron is now producing villages every 17 seconds. Our victory as expected out of Beastie, and we'll have to see if it is going to be the Ghazi or the Spearman. Usually you go Spearman here, because it's very hard to outpace the initial knight with your opening Ghazi. Beastie. Ooh. Okay, now we're getting spicy. He's actually going to go for the Ghazi opener. This is pretty cool. Quite ballsy. I find this works better if you suspect your opponent is being greedy at all. If he's just pumping knights, it's a little bit more difficult. Especially against the French, because theirs, compared to Rus, their knights are better, right? They get the charge buff damage. But also, School of Cavalry allows you to produce every 29 seconds instead of 35. That means, even when you have military efficiency going, you're more or less locked on cav count, 2-1. Lucifron just with one knight, and he is going for that wall we talked about. Makes sense. You can't just stay in your home here, right? Like, you need to get out on better resources. Especially if the Delhi are going to try to do the same, because berries will just eclipse what you can get on sheep. You need to be on the deer or the boar to contest. And sheep count, not too bad here. 13 sheep. Only 9 for Beastie. And remember, Beastie shouldn't have had to have come home quickly due to the berries. So that's a really impressive haul for Lucifron. Love the racks, by the way. I actually think that French can do Raxes a lot more easily than Joan can, because of the Blacksmith nerf. Remember, they nerfed Blacksmith recently for Joan so that she doesn't get melee techs for free. That's still an edge that the French have. So by going for Knights plus Spearman, you have the best bang for buck out of an immediate Blacksmith you can get at around 12 to 15 minutes. Blacksmith already dropped Beastie, and he is going for Steel Arrow. So everything going as expected here, right? Like, optimal comp for Delhi is always going to be Ghazi Archers as the opening 2 if you can get away with it. This will eventually turn to a 1-1-1 build, though. So Lucifron is going to have to start extracting value with these Knights. He can't just afford to chill and bloat. Not unless he's planning a multi-TC plan, which is just really unheard of in this matchup. I think we have actually, funnily enough, got Horticulture on the way. Is he planning to go... Well, he's got the sheep, right? I thought he'd actually moving out into the deer already. Oh, deer. Night fight coming in up against the Ghazi. It's going to be a trade. Scout for a Ghazi here is actually a good trade for Lucifron to be taking. It's always tough when you retreat like this because you have to keep turning around. Otherwise, the Ghazi just whittle you down. Over time, this won't matter once Chivalry's in, but we're not there yet. Spearman arriving. Beastie committing to the fight. A weird one to want a part of here, and unfortunately, he misreads it. Doesn't quite get the kill on the Knight. Luckily for him, it looks like the Ford Ghazi did manage to give a little bit of survival hopes over to the remainder. But that almost ended up even worse. Beastie does at least have the military lead right now, but the quality is undeniable. With Chivalry in the way, this is a really big deal for Beastie. It's going to force him to commit much harder to fights he might not want a piece of. It's always the annoyance, right? We talked about this before, about how Feudal Age healing can feel kind of OP. It's funny because the reason we think it's OP at the moment isn't because of Chivalry on French, actually. It's because of every other civ. Even things like Scholars here. Love it. And Textiles is indeed in for Beastie. Walls already up is a really good sign for Lucifron, though, that this is very important to have. You just need to try and block that 360 rotation by the Ghazi. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime, Kefka. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. Don't forget those Prime subs, guys. We've got a best of 5. I'm expecting 2 hours of raw gameplay. I would hate for ads to get in the way. Did we get the Blacksmiths? Yes, we do. Does Lucifron feel like he needs to pivot into Archers now? He should be expecting this to be a 1-1-1 build from Beastie. Speaking of which, Beastie looking to make his move. There is a danger to going in here. Because once you go in, you can't come out, right? If Lucifron reads this and he lets you go past the threshold, he can block you on both retreats. And then all of a sudden, you're going to be several Ghazi down, right? Which is really the difference maker here. It's small, minuscule differences in these two that can make and break it. So far, you may be noticing BC is not playing for relics. That is because you simply can't, right? When it's outnumbering and chasing, great. But when you funnel a fight down to a Sacred Site, that's where Lucifron's going to get an edge. And you can't even sneak Sacred Sites because if one Knight's in the area, you've just thrown away 130 gold. Ghazi on the back, though. Lucifron was making a move. Beastie should be able to find 2 to 3 worker kills for this. In fact, Lucifron, mistakes made there. He actually turned around for the attack. What? Without Textiles. What a blunder. Lucifron all of a sudden down 4 villages, and he realizes the mistake. Textiles coming in far too late. Beastie just got so much value out of that. Not only does he get the army home. No wonder, is this where our boy from Serbia is going to look to sneak a Sacred Site? This is the perfect moment, right? Lucifron taking a heavy hit in the eco like that means he's no longer ahead. Archery ranges are now coming in from Lucifron, but the Ghazi is still kind of a big problem here. He's at least going to wall up. I'm actually baffled he didn't do this before. If this wasn't a bait, a laid trap, why would you leave it so long to wall in? It's a great read by Beastie to use that open battlefield on the south side to get in like that so freely. Sacred Site's now being locked in. Walls going up, smart choice. Remember, Lucifron doesn't have range, actually, so if these walls go up and you try to fight anywhere near it, you're just going to take bad trades. Ghazi. Still prone to be a nuisance here. Textiles at least is going to make this much harder this time around for Beastie. But even if the Ghazi eventually die, it's fine with the military leaders building. Remember what we said. Lucifron wants to stick cavalry, Beastie wants to switch infantry. That's the long-term objective here. Tower of Victory just dictates it. factor against Knights in Feudal Age also dictates it. Luciferon refusing to be dictated to here. Goes into the main. Limited spears to defend with. Luciferon just trying to actually min-max the damage, right? Just pull the injured ones back, send in the fresh. Looks like he will be able to pull out one of the injured ones. Beastie needs a better trade, but the army is going to be slow to retreat here. So Knights getting in. They force some idle time, but they ultimately do not get any eco kills. Really what Luciferon now needs to do is go all the way around the back. He's checked the south side. He's seen no berries. He's seen barely anyone out here. There should be one thought in his mind, and it's that there must be mass food gathering outside the base. This could be big as well. What we got? 15 villagers out here. Has at least got textiles, but Knights compared to Ghazis, right? Like, Ghazi will be held back by textiles. Knights, not so much. Charging the wood line. Beastie, slow on the reaction here. Run straight into it. However, Beastie is getting eco elsewhere. He may be losing villagers at home, but right now he's starting to lock in those sacred sites. Luciferon will just shift out again. Does cost him a few knights. I actually prefer Beastie's position right now. Luciferon has a very big question mark dangling over him as this game goes on. We're getting deeper into the Feudal Age, but what we're not really seeing is an insane boom on knights, right? We're actually seeing quite a few sacrifice to get any value. Or maybe they could get some for free. Beastie with the creep on this guy. Luckily, it's only one villager. But I think this is where Luciferon might just consider splitting the groups. Right? Just kind of raid into the wood line, into the food at the same time. Unfortunately, he just learned that there's wolves up here as well as he tries to walk out. Knights. Wait, the villagers still catches them out here. Remember, every villager lost is doubly damning because at the same time, the French are building more villages in the same span of time as you, right? So you're falling further and further behind. Sacred sites are his crown jewels, but unfortunately, considering that Beastie pulled almost half the military back to base, he's going to have to forfeit the center. Okay, this was really well played by Luciferon. I think that raid early by the Ghazi put Beastie a mile ahead. But Luciferon has actually done a fantastic job to play his way back in this game by doing his signature move. This boy loves raiding more than people that play Shadow Legends. Villagers are going to make him break through the tree line, but more going down, right? Like, walls may be keeping you alive, but what it's also still causing is this huge idle time to Beastie when he needs more food. Ray better pay me for that. Can't believe I just done a sponsor segment for free. Oh, it's not a sponsor segment. I'm an idiot, I didn't get paid. Beastie, not getting paid as much anymore himself. Only down to one sacred site. In a game where he's now 7 villages behind, I mean, this sacred site isn't paying for you anymore, right? Like at this stage, Luciferon is starting to find an eco advantage here. Especially with the berries becoming more and more risky. Luciferon now knocking at the door. His army is smaller. The knights are kind of threatening, but Beastie has an ungodly number of spears. He's got more sticks than you find in a toothpick pack at this stage, actually. Luciferon does want to open opportunities to raid, but he still doesn't want to commit to a main fight. You have to realize that with similar numbers of archers and similar numbers of spears, Delhi will always rout you. Looks like someone got caught out coming in for some pig. These walls have proven so valuable. It's kind of weird, right? Like, you think the longer feudal goes, the better it gets for Delhi. We did talk about the infantry quality, but the thing that really you can't take away from France is the eco. Even on just one TC, that lead is building in a game where they've both killed the exact same number of workers. Wait, Luciferon, Luciferon. What? Oh no. Are you kidding me? An unusual mistake out of the Spaniard. That eco lead, he worked so big to build up, just got thrown away. Lucifron, buddy, you're in the feudal age. This isn't the revolution. That happens a few centuries later. Do not arm the peasantry so early. And now Lucifron has a big issue. Not the magazine. Actually, maybe he was reading the magazine because he clearly wasn't looking at the screen in that moment. Beastie just gifted a huge advantage in this game. Lucifron is going to have no fight. No choice rather to fight anymore. Beastie goes in for it. Spearman on Spearman. Night count. Looking bleak. This game is over. Beastie can just stand here and A-click at this stage. Just enough Spearman to clear out the remaining Knights. Scholar's even here to sustain that line for longer. And now it's Archer and Archer. Not only is your count down, but Beasties are simply better. This 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Terrible fight for Lucifron to take. At least before, when the military lead was with Beastie, the Knight count was scary. Now, almost feels irrelevant. Ooh, so it looks like we're going to be opening with a win for Beastie at this pacing. He's also got the resources halfway towards going Castle Age. Honestly, makes a lot of sense right now. His opponent can't all-in him. If he tries to fight into him, he knows how much smaller the army is, right? And also, you'll be pushing into production. It's a recipe for loss. Lucifron can't commit to that base. He's just trying to take the Sacred Sites away. I think he knows what's happening here. He has to. And you think if he knows, he'd go for economy, but like you just can't. With that type of fight loss, you can't commit into the back lines of the enemy. Are you kidding me right now? Beastie has snuck out under the enemy berries. Pretty important considering the gathering rate difference, right? Also, keep in mind Lucifron's running out of food. 800 boar left here, then the final deer. He's even building farms right now. I mean, this would be great if the feudal age lasted another 4 or 5 minutes, because Beastie isn't building farms. But feudal age is over for kids. Get back to school. Compound of Defender now on the way. How does Lucifron now win this? He has got Castle ready to go himself, right? He's almost there. The problem in this game is if it's not Royal Institute, it's very hard to find a clean recovery arc. You're going to be playing a bit of a survival game, right? Because Beastie will be favored in Castle Age. French can be favored for Lucifron in the Imperial off of a guild hall. So the choice Lucifron makes next decides a lot here. It decides the roles they play. If it is Royal Institute, Beastie will take a more defensive outlook. If, however, it's guild hall, then Beastie's going to be the one who needs the pressure. Attack up now on the way. 3 Sacred Lights once again locked in. Relic spread, a good one actually. A nice little plat for Beastie to sink his teeth into. That's actually a very big problem right now, is that Lucifron may be teching up, but because he forfeits map control, all of a sudden you've got this beautiful spread for the Delhi to immediately pick up 3 relics if they get in position. Beastie, 1 relic from the north side being pulled already. Moves out for the central as well. South side is an easy peasy. He might even try to snake the riskiest relic of all. Lucifron may have the guild hall, but now we do enter the survival phase of the game. He needs to buy himself 8, 9, 10 minutes here. He needs to make sure that guild hall is stockpiling food to allow him to pull the trigger on a red pass. Beastie marching north. Does he know about the deer? He should, right? He saw it up in this area before. Lucifron has already done the right thing in vacating the area. We dive in. Scholar pulling back the central relic. Beastie moving his army south, but he doesn't have that veterancy coming in for a while on the archers. That could be an edge for Lucifron. Warlord gets dodged out. Veterancy about to complete. This is a bad fight for Beastie to have to take. Light upgrade already in. Veterancy about to trigger, at which point Beastie, the attack speed difference isn't going to be good enough. Knights are committing. Second wave coming in. It is going to include some men-at-arms. Crossbows taking out the Knights. Beastie actually not looking too bad from this trade. Despite the fact that the veterancies come through first for Lucifron, the clump, the size, and the quality of the units mean that actually Beastie isn't too bad off for it. Lucifron still has a push ahead of him, but he needs more out of this. Especially with men-at-arms and crossbows now coming. That's the thing that's going to solve for this. Archer's going to trade out. Crossbows are being targeted down. Lucifron on point with the micro. The men-at-arms are starting to hold back the knights, though. Both of them reducing their army fully, but behind this, if Lucifron doesn't have a TC play, it's only a matter of time before Beastie gets his own type. Well played by Lucifron, actually. He got the best trade possible out of that. The time on the veterancy, it looked a little bit dicey, like he was actually still going to lose the attack speed. He at least makes this look competitive. I expect nothing else out of possibly the best French player we have. Well, Marine Lord might have something to say about that, but Lucifron always considered a top 3 for sure on the Civ. Remember, these men-at-arms are no pushover, by the way. You'd think you'd need spears, but remember, with that attack speed, they actually handle knights reasonably well for the same cost. Lucifron now is in trouble. Reduced down to 16 military. BC still up at 32. And Albatri aren't on the way for Lucifron. That's the biggest problem I see here. You've seen men-at-arms, and your reaction is, I'll build knights. This is harsh, man. It's because he doesn't want to get into an infantry slog. Ruder mentioned how bad it is in Feudal Age. It's just as bad in Castle now because of Tower Victory. So food has been denied out, so all of a sudden Lucifron may just have to mass farm. Oh, he comes out for the berries. Oh, sorry, were you going to eat this? Not anymore, you're not. Get off my lawn. Scout also sniffs out the back gold. So Beastie might lose a few villages, but farm transition coming behind this. He's on the stone already. Village fortresses is coming through in a minute and a half. He can afford to lose 5 villages to deny food and force Lucifron into a farm transition too. Especially considering this is now a 5 relic game. Are you kidding me? He actually done it. This is brutal. Lucifron, just as he's starting to get a little bit of a ramp up in villages, it's not going to matter now. And arms crossbows. I think this is a tough fight for Lucy. If he backs off, the men-at-arms are going to jump the archers. Time being, they just front line. Crossbows are moving in to try and snipe out here. MAA going for the clubbing. Crossbows are just going to have to commit. It's going to be trade out. Still an expensive one, right? Like losing this many knights, the crossbows. Archers will at least be able to clear up that anti-armor. But we said about these men-at-arms before, like they're not the worst possible unit to have to face off against knights. Especially when there's no raw bloodlines. They see. It's going to be reset, but behind this we have now got keeps on the way. A drop in the center, a second one soon to follow. Sacred Sight's also being locked in, so he's looking to turn the screws on Lucifron. And Lucifron, he's not ready yet. Only 800 food in the guild hall. Lucifron finally getting into the counter saddles. And Beastie has admitted it might be time for a switch. Spearman now being queued up. I actually think if he just plays mangoes and plays this slow, right? Because like Lucifron's issue is he's going archer plus knights. So it kind of makes him a little bit slower on the move. And give you time to react. Lucy just trying to get more time himself. Tough part is you have 3 knights to burn through a wall. Unfortunately, that does mean that BC could get enough reaction here, right? He's got enough time to work with. Whoops. Good ID by BC. That would have been a big mistake. Keep drop now coming in. Oh, this is snaky. BC, is that free now? No, that's the second one. Remember, these are TCs at this stage. So BC's lead will inflate in economy. Breakthrough coming in. Great bait with the men-at-arms, actually. 2 of them pulling Lucifron to the side. I mean, he has to react to this before it finds his economy, right? But that means the decap seems very unlikely here. Lucifron, he just saw what happened. Can he get this? I actually think BC could just run onto the Sacred Site and block it now. He needs to. Decap attempt north. Spearman are going to block that out. And here we go. BC rides out with the spears. Lucifron should get this decap, but it's going to be expensive. Trying to trade out the crossbows to make it a little bit more worthwhile, but the castle archers, oh my god, he's not even going to let him have it! Beastie forces Lucifron off of the site. Timer resumes. 8 minutes away now. That was disgusting, actually. Beastie, he dragged it out until the very last second to force Lucifron to commit. It's that sunken cost fallacy, right? Like when you're down to a quarter, you will stand there underneath a keep. And it looked like for a second, BC was going to allow it, but what a tease. Lucifron now getting the bad news that there isn't a farm transition to come. It's already here. 30 deep for Beastie. Other side of this, Lucifron only at 12. I think there's no more gaps to break for either, right? That knight snuck through before the walls on the north side went up. No more. Treb's now coming. Lucifron, correct approach here. If you dive a keep, you lose this game. You have to strike BC now before his eco inflates. The upside you have is right now, yes, he is free TC, but that means he's spending 450 food a minute on villagers. It means he's not going into a standing army. But it's a small window to try and exploit. Guildhall's probably at, what, 1,400? 2,000, okay, a little bit deeper. He could go for the pull. This would actually be really smart, a red pass drop in the center. The problem is if you drop it in the center, you're not securing the gold, but the gold is so far out there, I feel like you need to imp landmark the center or you die. Is he massing an army? Has got the mango here as well. In fact, Lucifron should have to retreat from this, but BC right now, the mango isn't playing up. Castle is going to flop dead. BC plenty more where that came from. Immediately drops another castle in the same location. And Lucifron, oh my god. He's not even looking. He's paranoid about getting sniped by the Springalds. As he should be. You give this guy the smallest bit of space and he does this to you. But look at what Lucifron's now doing. Guildhall has been pulled. Red pass on the way. Springalds in the meantime do snipe out on the Trebs. Mango smash to the backside. Lucifron. An unorthodox slow reaction there, but that is the power of the Stealth Forest. Well played there. BC just looming in the trees. So he's now down. Red pass has been seen. BC knows that's coming. He's prepping Trebs already. Lucifron. Now that he's teched up, what's the comp going to be? Knight Eco, arbitrary scaling feels a bit difficult right now. Farms are still a problem in this game, folks. This is what I like to call a hollow Imperial Age. You're 19 farms deep. You've exploited pretty much every limited food piece you've got on the map. You're going to have to go hard into farms. And he doesn't have the wood right now. Meanwhile, Beastie, remember, maybe an age behind, but he's 34 farms deep. He's free TC versus 1 and a bit. It's fair to say that BC can easily catch up in age, especially with the relics and the sacred sites behind this, and he's now only 5 minutes away from securing Game 1 of this Grand Finals. Trebs at least are going to try to take out another castle. Return fire coming on the red pass. BC's trying to balance himself here, right? He wants to reach pop before he goes for Imperial. Decap now in the way. Lucifron has to commit underneath the keep. Army is marching over, but they'd have to dive a Red Palace. This could be very risky. BC says to hell with it. Get off my lawn. Few Spearmen hanging around. Mangoes, big wallop in. Good micro. However, have you met our Arbalest emplacements? Elite Knight upgrades now in. Looks like the decap is going to complete. So Lucifron, deep sigh of relief. Win condition for Beastie removed. At least one of them. But another one might be creeping. Imperial is close by. Scholar count is not great for Beastie though. In some ways, it's a bit hollow because of that. You won't get your quick tech unlocks. Then again, Lucifron still, without mass farms, doesn't really have much power behind the cavalry spam. The first wave, at least, should be able to do some magical things, though. Beastie does see them coming. No immediate reaction coming through, though. Men arms and crossbows now moving through. Lucifron committed to a wall that may end up getting him killed. There it is, folks. Parcel Sultan now on the way. Beastie looking to get the army in position here. Wait, you have forced march? Okay, a little bit of a blunder there. Missed opportunity. I think he just used it, though. There we go. Forced march for the chase down. Unfortunately, he cancelled it halfway through. And a castle surprise up north. So Lucifron gets no value out of the Knights. And Lucifron is now in for bad news. Parcel Sultan about to complete. In the meantime, the Red Palace. This is insane. 20 villagers being wasted to keep this alive. That is a fifth of your economy to try and keep a landmark up. Not only that, it is compromising more of your economy because you haven't just got 20 idle villagers. You've then got the villagers gathering wood that are using it to do this. It's making it hard for Lucifron to get that bulk together. Beastie in the meantime goes to the rewall. Army isn't looking for the fight just yet. A little bit surprised by that. Smrills getting good trade outs in the meantime. Army trying to burn through, and that's going to force the reaction out of Beastie. So movement north. That ranged blob is just too big. It's 31 crossbows. The Knight's going to try to dive in, but the men-at-arms and the body blocks just in time. And the castle assisting from behind. I think Lucifron's put himself between a rock and a hard place here. I don't care how good Elite Royal Knights are. They aren't that good. And that is GG. Game 1 will go to the Serb. Yes, Lucifron may have started with his signature civ, but we are reminded quite swiftly why the Delhi are still meta and the French are not. Woo! Game 1 only as well. We've still got potentially 4 more games to go. I am excited for this. Let's have a look and see where we're going to be going for game number 2. So let me check. Was I a bit too... No, there we go. Okay, draft is now live. Beastie, I believe... So I'm looking at... It looks like French, Delhi, and Ottomans is what is being banned away. And then Beastie, in return, has said, you can't pick Ottomans, Yuji, or Order the Dragon for me. Oh, overlay still says Wham. Let me fix that. It's because the names were manually typed in before. Hate it when it does that. There we go. Use Wallman's overlay for Slapfest. Ah, thank you. Let's have a look here. Now you tell me. Wait, what? What do you mean? Do you mean Wallman? Use Slapfest overlay for Wallman. What way do you... Like, those are two different things, you donkey. What does that even mean? Rodent Energy Slapfest, right? Do you mean is it the Wallman Cup special? That one? Yes. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, so BC has Order the Dragon or Juji. And Lucifron is French or Jaune. What map are we on? It's Order the Dented versus Jaune. Alright, let me import that. This has to be a water map, right? Kind of feels like we're heading to a water map. So let me have a look here. Because the draft... So we just had Dry Arabia. We've got Frisian Marshes, Four Lakes, Mega Random, and Gorge still to go. Thank you, Ufasa. You know, you got to dress the part. You know, it's a special occasion. We've got Lucifron versus Beastie in the grand finals. That's an old school Grand Finals matchup. Moment all these new gen kids coming in with their Zuma strategies, huh? Certain Canadians. Oh, upsetting the old world order. Alright, so let's see. I think they're hopping in now. Oh wait, did BC just have to restart? I think so. We should probably hydrate with some water as well.
You know, finding your best summer shouldn't be so hard.
Tell us more about you.
Your next Coca-Cola Zero
So I'm a
Sugar
Taurus.
to grab your pass to summer's biggest events.
I'm sorry I had to. What do you want to know? I know you can't know my mother's maiden name, my dad's city of birth, or the name of my first pet. I can't believe there's people that really buy into that. Yeah, I'm Taurus. I'm a Sagittarius. Your whole identity is defined by the stars. Do you know that, folks? What's my favorite color? Take a guess. It's definitely pink. I love pink. Alright, looks like BC's in game. Let's get ready for it. Was a 3-digit number in the back of your card? It's 969. There you go. Are you colorblind? Don't think so. How would I know? I read, like, I think, if I read somewhere, like, most people are colorblind to a certain extent. They just don't know it because, like, it's extremes, right? Like, a lot of people see colors slightly differently. Are you wearing pants while streaming? I'm wearing shorts, baby. You're not going to get to see them. That requires a big subtrain. Subtrain level of 6 to show off my shorts. Boom. Love traveling, nature, and photography. Oh, I'm just a gaming goon, dude. I love games. I love esports way too much. I also love performing. Kind of realized that being on-screen talent for esports in a way is kind of performing. And I love to be an entertainer. You want the no pants content? Yeah, that's right, dude. I've got a second camera set up on Kick, which is just recording my legs. Oh, there you go. That's the strategy. I did give you a wink. You just can't see it anymore. We've switched to you. Yeah, let's see. Wait, is this Mega? It's happened again. We're on Mega Random again, and BC has got the kind of silly spawn. It's going to be Order of the Dragon versus Joan this time, though. What a coin flip to come out with. Relic's situation also kind of grim for Lucifron, because if I'm not mistaken, there's literally one way through to the center of the map, and it's right here. So if Beastie just blocks that off early, Lucifron might be in trouble. Why are we doing a tournament with Mega Random, by the way? Like, not Mirror Random. Like, I get Mirror Random. That makes sense. But Mega Random gives this type of absurdity. Let's get the predictions up. I'm noticing people begging. You little gambling addicts. I've got you covered. Look at that. Do you guys know that you get more points to gamble with if you're subscribed to the Twitch channel? True story. So Doc's coming up from both players. Lucifron right now is like, what the hell are these spawns? The good news, at least for Lucifron, is actually he's got very tight deep water fish, whereas Beastie's got very loose ones. So it's kind of less value there for him. It's deceptive. Long term, Beastie's spawn is better. Short term, Lucifron's wins out. And that's actually a really good thing when you're playing Joan. Joan versus Order of the Dragon in itself is quite an intriguing matchup. I think on the limited sample data we've been seeing, Joan does do reasonably well here, from my understanding. So Order of the Dragon versus Joan. Okay, let's not talk about the recent patch. Go to the previous patch. I'm pretty sure on the previous patch, if I remember correctly, Joan was doing quite well. Yeah, 55%, but only 30 games played. The current patch is more like a 65% win rate for Dragon. But it's kind of a double-edged sword is the way I've always described this one, right? It's like if you get the opening play correct as Order of the Dragon, you're doubly ahead because you're just double impact with your units. But the thing that always hurts with Order of the Dragon is if you get the read wrong, the opening comp is incorrect, you feel like you're a mile behind. Because transitioning units, having failed to get the right unit type opening, puts you twice as far behind as other civs because your units are twice as expensive. And then that's where the snowball begins against Zhone. Because if you get that initial read wrong, not only have you just fed some XP over, you've fed a ludicrous amount of XP. Remember, your units are going to cost 160 resources, 240, right? Zhone milks that all day, all night. Love that we've actually got Zhone building up the docks over here. I doubt we'll be seeing a School of Cavalry rush by her. Usually the trade-off of doing this with her on the pocket resources is that you have to accept she's going to be a little bit slower to level 2. But you can actually build houses and whatnot out here to at least kind of inflate yourself a bit quicker. I wonder, has he seen it yet? Neither player has seen that corner. They're both going to find it about the same time. And they're, like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I check BC's stream and his eyes widen and you hear a jackpot noise. Lucy has better spawn only if he's the one walling the gap. That's very important because then he can flood the map and BC can't. But like from a relic gathering perspective, if BC sniffs this out and does something to intercept in the mid here, this should be a very easy game to just yoink all the relics in. Sheep pull won't matter too much in this game, by the way. Good thing as well, because I'm pretty sure one of them did not get much. Yeah, BC has a grand total of 2 sheep in this game. And yes, BC's got the full sack up here. I don't think this game should go deep enough that that amount of wood should matter. This game should probably be decided by about 25 minutes. That being said, of course, we know BC is more of kind of a defensive player who is willing to play that hyper late game. But realistically, with Order the Dragon, it's very difficult to take a slower approach to execution. And the map is mega random. It's mega random Lipany. Face not wrong. This is pretty much how half the spawns look on Lipany right now. Lucifron, is he... Oh, this is sick. Lucifron, the only unfortunate detail is the timing is off here. Beastie is coming back. And Lucifron, are you kidding me? Beastie, he didn't see that. Lucifron. He sneaks in with the dock. I love the fact that I whispered and just heard, what? He's going deep with it as well. I can't believe that. That was millimeters away. There was a millisecond glimpse where Beastie saw the villager, but clearly didn't. Oh, that's brutal. And they both have the same idea. Beastie now trying to contest the water as well. The worrisome part is that you're scouting what your opponent's doing much later, right? Like, Beastie ran all the way to the back corner. He's going to see this very late. Scout isn't going to be able to get the kill on the Gilded Villager of all villages. Zhone, yeah, interesting. Lucifron was originally intending of sending her across, but realized it was going to be too slow. Dock up. Minework, School Cavalry about to complete at the same time. Yeah, Minework's kind of tricky one here, right? Like, I'm not sure what the thought process is behind Minework over Arkin. I guess it gives you the edge in getting Steeled Arrow and Undermesh, but I hate it against Zhone. The reason is that Golden Cuirass isn't very effective against Night Civs. You just get Cycle Charge down. You don't get to trade well. And Zornhal could be good if you can get into the castle, but this matchup feels like one that should be quite fixated on the feudal timings. Beastie, did he spot the dock indeed? I don't... Wait, are you kidding me? I don't think he did. I think he just missed it. He's in for a rude awakening. Meanwhile, Archer Ship is going to come out. Springle Ship is on the way to contest this. On the other side, though, Beastie, here we go. Springle Ship is coming, but on a delay. Lucifron yet to react. He's too busy microing the injured fishing boats. He's keeping them alive so far. Now it's time for return fire. Beastie is going to have to shift away. Springle Ship is coming out soon, at least. Beastie also already prepping the demo ship. Big problem here. However, the fishing boats will save the day, so well played there by Lucifron. Takes the hit to the shin. Keeps the Springle Ship alive. Other side, losses already incurred for Beastie. It's like Archer Ship should be able to back away, and a Springle Ship is coming in to do the dance in the big lake. Meanwhile, Beastie, a little bit of a rough one here, right? Galley goes down. He has got a demo ship coming out. Lucifron has got the man the sails to run away here. He needs to be quick. Lucy. Oh, big mistake. Not paying attention. Now, this is where the game gets interesting. I've been watching a few Zhone games on water maps, and I've got to say, guys, she's no joke. Range form Zhone is sick. It gives you a way of getting that final hit on boats, and if you do just kill a few boats, remember, these are very expensive. 230 resources, over 300 resources. Big opportunity to farm here. If I remember correctly, there is one annoying thing, which is if incendiary ships blow up, you don't get the XP. I have to double check that. You definitely don't if they detonate themselves. I'm not sure about if you snipe them. I think if you snipe them, you do get the XP. Bit of a weird interaction. Demo ships are like that generally, right? For anyone who plays Dominion, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's the fact that, for example, if you demo ship a king, you actually don't get plus 50. Okay, Lucifron is just wasting so much effort from Beastie here. He just can't get this kill. Fishing boats do need to kill, to heal rather ASAP. 1-1-1 in the second lake though. BC a decent defense together, but Zhone now hunting. Yes, interesting because usually Zhone in range form feels kind of rough against Order of the Dragon because it takes extra hits to get villager kills. But when your opponent hasn't got any military at all on land, it tends to do quite well. Demo? Oh, this is just a wasted value attempt. BC now going back for the archer ship. Lucifron has got another Springald coming though. This is an eternal battle of archer ship versus Springald ship. Who's winning this right now? I mean, Lucifron does have a notable eco lead, but that's usually just mainly because Order of the Dragon produce villages slower. The fishing does dilute it a bit, though. Springald again. Just can't get a break here. I mean, you are at least idling the fishing boats to try and heal this up, but not getting these kills hurts. And now Knights have arrived. Gilded villagers need to rush up the racks. It's going to be a dive into the base. Steeled Arrow should mop up the Knights fairly fast. It's going to come at cost, though. One villager down. The other Knight is going to shift away. Zhone, where the hell has she gone? She's around the back now. BC kind of has a problem here. He's not gathering wood right now. He's losing the dock on the pond. And also, if you get idled on wood, what happens over here? Lucifron, big mistake made, though. Whoops. What was this? The RNG of that hits the demo instead of the fishing boat. I could just keep going in here. Like, Zhone could be a sore sight for Beastie right now. He's having to react to the Knights with spears, but that means Zhone is kind of unanswered. This front is distracted on water right now, though. He's at risk of being pushed off this pond. Demos have been queued up. Beastie waiting in the wings with his own. Springald ships. Wait, is he going for the body block? Kind of looks like he's trying to target out the archer ships in the back. Demos do get denied on both sides. Galley's being lost now. Good target fire. Tonefire not quite able to get the galley, and he knows he can't get closer to the boats coming out here. Is going to be a demo ship to deny. Galley stays alive. Good recovery there by Lucifron. Land seems to have been a shutdown. Zhone and the scout in the base die. BC might thank him for that later because it currently looks Lucifron may be able to eke out an edge on water here. Lucifron now prepping the archers on land, so we are going to get quite a bit of land aggro between the two. It's interesting, right? Because like the argument that could be made that if you just ignored land, you could all in and shut down the water, but it's just not worth it long term, right? Especially in this matchup where you know there's a possibility your opponent is going to go Castle Age because of relics. And in fact, that's exactly what BC is looking to do. Dangerous point to do it, though. He's kind of playing a risky affair here, assuming that Lucifron isn't going to attack him. He may be wrong about that choice. Demos. Chasing in. He's going to get the detonation and a kill on one of the Hulks. Return fire, though. Demo not able to find it. Knights are arriving in the base again. Regnit's now on the way. Beastie trying to play sneaky snake here. It's one thing to get the tech up. It's another to get the relics. It's a rough one as well. Like, can feudal French knights really handle Gilded Knights? They are quite impressive for their damage buff, to a certain extent, yes. Although, I think the bigger issue now is Joan's going to struggle to stay alive, because those Gilded Knights can just snipe her out very quickly. Second wave of boats coming in. Sec up now complete. Beastie is starting to rebolster the fleet. Right now, Lucifron, with the edge and count, not in health, though. Skirmish ships go in. Nice little freebie. Beastie doesn't really have much fishing. He's down to 6. Lucifron's up at 14. Demo's coming in now. He's trying to bait those archer ships out of position. Turn fire demo from Beastie. Micro, a little bit delayed there. Does get denied. Demo is going to be taken out in return, but right now, second demo's coming in at the perfect time. Archer ship not reacting. Shots do come in just in the nick there, though. Galleys are gone. That means Lucifron is going to have to get away from this. Tries to micro it out. Has got a new demo coming in. Beastie about to get baited by this on land. Archers and Joan are in position to deny a relic grab. And Demo is going to find a kill. Beastie, he's going to lose water. I mean, we expect this, right? Lucifron, this is where he feels most comfortable. The elegance with which he's stripping this back. Demo, looking for value. Isn't going to find it, though. Doesn't get anything for it. Boats about to be cleared up, so no fishing eco for Beastie. It's a good thing that those sheep were donated, because he's going to need them. He's only got 7 sheep to work with on land. Woodline has now been blocked out. A sick play by Lucifron to guarantee there is no prolonged fight anymore on the water. Bad outlook now for Beastie. 18 military to 39. A lot of it is admittedly on water, but a lot of it also on land. 20 archers and climbing. Relic's situation is looking dire. He can't move out to pick up a single one. He has to try, though. Double Prelate making for the south side. And arms have at least been upgraded. The cool thing here is actually the fact that Joan can kind of get those kill secures on the low HP units. Does need to get more knights out here, though. Relics have been picked. Meantime, Doc has been shut down. Does Lucifron just all in feudal here is what I'm wondering. You can actually frontline with Joan here. She can absorb a lot of damage and move away afterwards. Divine Restoration is going to be popped. A lot of shots coming out from the Divine Arrow. Knights yet to arrive here, but I think they are now on the way. Instead, he raids into the economy. Good choice here. Remember, Beastie's limited now. Camping on both wood lines. Interesting choice to just kite the men-at-arms. New knights are arriving, though. This is what I was talking about. You wall up pretty hard. Yeah, these are bad trades for Beastie. He just doesn't have the mass together. He has gone in for the Golden Cuirass now, but, I mean, at this stage, do you really have the economy to get enough meat out? Has at least got 3 relics coming home, so that could be his redeeming quality. Beastie also now setting up the outpost to ensure he has gold. So this is about to turn into a game of mass gold versus mass food. What can Beastie do with that, though? I have a weird feeling that Lucifron can just boom knights now. And Beastie doesn't really have a great answer because the counter would be food-oriented with spears, right? Having all this gold, like, I don't know if it really gets you enough. And also, Beastie gets spotted returning that 3rd relic. Has at least got 1 home, 2nd one on the way. Lucifron now with a dive into the wood line. Yoda Knight is going to come out. He could actually just fight this off with the 1 knight. Interesting choice being made not to. Finally he starts to move in. More villagers being sniped. I can't believe he's just doing this with archers like this. This is actually really impressive from an age behind. Gilded Knight should be able to pull away, but you need to be quick about this. Otherwise, a lot of XP. And remember, Joan does have the Divine Arrow, so he does time it right. Beastie's starting to stabilize a little bit. More knights are being queued up, though. Gilded Knight has found his way into the base. This is big. This is exactly what Beastie needed. Remember, Lucifron hasn't prepped spears. He's now switching, but on a delay like this, his losses can add up. Oh my god, he actually tries to pinch him. Not going to work out, though. Beastie on his way home with another 2 relics. You know, he could actually recover this game with just this detail. Lucifron doesn't have insane fishing yet. He's trying to fix that. The problem right now is, he's flowing a lot of wood. It's almost like he needs additional docks to convert that. There is a length at which you can take with this feudal approach, but then it evaporates, and we're getting close to that. Beastie now on his way back with the remaining 3 relics. Knights are going to find the snipe, though. Prelates not going to be able to return this one. 3rd relic now banked in. He's got the 4th on the front line, so he could easily upgrade for a Springald Emplacement here. I think Lucifron's going to have to age up. It doesn't feel great, but I don't know if you have another choice. Level 3 Shonen is at least in. This is pretty cool. 100 damage can snipe out the men-at-arms easy peasy. Not to mention the fact that this is now a 16 base damage unit. Not bad. Lucifron. Maybe he doesn't need to go for castle. He is going to need some rams, though. The meat is starting to pay off, guys. Wood and gold is holding up, but the food is still disappointing him here. Dive comes in underneath the outpost. Villagers on the front line. Beastie does not want to have to farm transition. You can tell by the risks he's taking here. 3 Gilded Knights. It's like one barely survives there. And now, 0 food income. This is what we were worried about, right? Like, he's not setting up farms behind this. The raids just keep coming in. He needs to find Pocket Eco right now. Order the Dragon and HRE have done some disgusting things over the years with static defenses. This would be a new all-time high. It is admittedly a feudal versus castle situation, but not for long. Lucifron, now with the Royal Institute. Looks like Ram is going to try to shut down the docks. Remember, though, Lucifron did sneak out for docks over here. So this won't starve him out of food on the 2nd pond. Tech up complete. Lucifron now quite a mile ahead. Regnant's is at least offsetting a decent amount of that, but we still have to worry about farm transition. Beastie's in the midst of that right now. Lucifron, if he gets the timing right on this assault, could catch Beastie before he gets any real reward out of the farms. And yeah, agreed. I said this about Minework, right? Like, especially on a map like this, in this matchup in particular, like, you don't want to be using Golden Cuirass against feudal Knight Civs, especially Zhone. Yarkin also would have made this farm transition a bit smoother. I think it also would have potentially allowed him to win the water, right? Like, the days of value out of blacksmiths on water are kind of gone. We don't really see mass galleys anymore where the Steeled Arrow and the Undermesh make the difference. I know. Minework, the order of priority I give is Golden Cuirass, Zornhao, and Bodkins. Like, the ages you get them is the value points. Bodkin is the least valuable. Situationally, it's good, but it's very situational. Good Knights. Textiles is at least there, so it's a little bit harder to get these kills now, right? If you don't get the charge, you're not getting the 2-hit. Beastie, I wonder, is he going to try to find Imperial here? Crossbowman, Spearman, everything being queued up. No, he's committing. The one worry I have is Lucifron has not reacted appropriately to the facing of Knights here, right? Like, the moment we saw the first one, there should have been some short walls. Like, it's insane. We talked about this at the very beginning of the game. Just a nice little wall set up in the center here changes everything about the dynamics. Whoever gets it has good control. Where was it? Lucifron did not respect these Gilded Knights. Now he's having to waste a lot of time chasing them. Lucifron now prepping the Rams. Arbitrator laid in a smart choice here. The cool thing about Arbitrator versus Gilded Crossbowman, in equal numbers you will still lose, right? But in equal quantity of resources spent, it's a really good fight for Arbitrator due to Pavis. +5 ranged armor, and it brings you up to the range of Gilded Crossbows. Nice, getting ridiculous. Beastie, meanwhile. This Ram's on a mission. Wait, he actually inspired it as well. Luciferon needs to break this soon. Beastie's farms aren't looking that good still. 10 farms only. Beastie's farms actually sounds like a brand of food. Double relic outpost. 2 defend. He repairs. Not in range here, so these aren't strong point defenses. Rams trying to bring it down. Archers diving in, looking for those Gilded Crossbowmen. Divine Restoration Pump does come out. Rams look like they might actually get cleared up just in the nick of time here. Knights are going to turn around now for them in arms. And the Archers continue to dive towards the crossbows, keeping them away from the fight. Yeah, this is looking pretty good right now for Luciferon. He just needs to break the defenses is the problem. He needs additional Rams. Actually, a Siege Workshop would go a long way right now. He has cleared the front line, but the Gilded Crossbow mass is still a problem here. Bloody hell, no, not these. These units are disgusting. Little raid here on the gold. So some return fire. But honestly, guys, Gilded Lance Techs are a little bit overtuned. Their stats don't really make sense. What did we talked about this before. Isn't it 85 health on a standard Lance Neck? These guys have 180 health. It's pretty nuts. They don't get sniped as easy as you'd think. Luckily for Luciferon, he has got the right comp. It's why I'm a little bit surprised by Beastie doing this, but then again, you've got to remember this is a game where he should have plenty of gold, not so much food. So I think that's the reality for him, is that he can afford Lansk. He can't really afford men-at-arms as easily because it's mainly meat. We have got Zornhal being queued up. The difficulty is going to be touching these units. It's mass archer, mass crossbows. Royal Bloodlines also on the way. 5 more Knights being queued up, and 4 Rams this time will be enough to break. Lansk revealed. Spearmen are going to splinter the formation a bit. Archers start to ball up, but I mean, are the Lance doing anything here? Swipe's coming now. A lot of Archers are going down, but I don't think Luciferon cares. Just dives onto the Gilded Crossbowmen. Behind this, the Arbitrary are winning out. Rams now able to start brute forcing this. E-Repairs is going to come in clutch. They're just going to switch targets. And this is the thing, right? If you stand here now in Pavis, you can snipe these guys. Boom. Straight away. Has the same range. Lanks just trying to sneak in. Luciferon standing his ground on this. Rams are finally going to be able to break through the outposts. However, Luciferon has thrown mind, body, and soul at this, and it's cost him dearly. He took that fight before Royal Bloodlines, guys. That's a big problem. Rams will at least deny the relics on the front line, and the double down now is going to pull them away. Beastie unable to reclaim the 2. Okay, this is actually really big. Also, keep in mind, we've been going so long with this fight now. How much XP is Joan getting? Let's have a look. Joan, halfway. But that can snowball quickly. Remember, these units give an insane amount of XP. You guys ever realize that Joan's abnormally large for her Civ? Do you ever think that maybe Joan was like the long-lost Order of the Dragon kid that got left on the mountain? You know, like the Moses? Came to deliver the French against their overlords, the Order of the Dragon. Beastie. Mainly just crossbows now. Map is getting a little bit claustrophobic for this lad. Only upside right now is the monks haven't picked up the relics yet, but Luciferon is on the way for the goodies. Military lead has been removed though for Luciferon. This Gilded Crossbowmen are insane. 6 tower range, 1.75 attack speed. They basically have crossbow stirrups. I believe that is what is missing here, by the way, and yes, it's now on the way. It's weird, Luciferon, if he had crossbow stirrups earlier, I actually think he'd just be winning these fights right now. Now, he is doing damage, but it's becoming quite expensive to just approach at this point. And the relics are going to be too late to be grabbed. He might be able to yoink one away. Every little counts, right? But the other thing to keep in mind is Beastie has uncontested gold on the north side here. He's not going to draw up too soon. And now a second TC coming in for Beastie to try and close the eco lead. I wonder at what point you consider triple Mangonel here. It's interesting because as Zhone, triple Mangonel is more optimal than Master Arbitrier because you get them cheaper. I've said I'm not the biggest fan of the Mangonel play, right? Because the biggest problem with going for the Mango against Order Dragon is their units are more chunky, so it takes a very long time. But it can be quite worthwhile here, considering your opponent doesn't really have any way of sniping Mangos. They are fairly tanky. Typically, you want double the Mango count to guarantee the kills quickly. 3 can work okay, but like compare on the other side, like 2 Mangoes would clear this up, right? No, Beastie's crossbows do not destroy Siege. He needs Imperial for that. Do not forget, Bodkin Bolt only comes into the picture in Imp. The interesting part is that Lucifron can play this game insanely deep. He's got 16,000, no, make that 24,000 more gold still on the south side of the map. This is insane in eco advantage. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that Beastie grabbed 5 relics when he did, this game would already be over. Lucy now trying to mass him the Horseman. Gambeson's is now coming in. Fairly delayed here. I kind of feel like Lucifron's choice to go Biology was a mistake. He went Biology, he didn't cancel it after he threw away all the Knights, and then he could have cancelled it and had Crossbow Stirrups in the next wave. He has at least got those techs now, but the numbers speak for themselves. That's Crossbows. Horsemen need to just break through fast here. They're running past. Landsnake not getting the best shots out. Zhone goes down. That's important. Without the Varus Inspiration, it's difficult to kind of brute force this. Horsemen are just trying to stick to their targets. Arbitrator following it up. Beastie, I mean, the crazy part is these guys hit so hard that Horsemen don't count as easy as you think. Pavis now gets dropped. I mean, the good news about this is you're just locking Beastie into the H. Because I think if you do allow him to just upgrade these guys, the Lanceneck mixed in, I could see Order of the Dragon kind of weirdly winning this. The most important thing for Beastie, though, is that Zhone isn't reaping these fights. If she's level 4, this game is over. Yeah, do you guys really prefer this far out? The tiny view? I'm trying to remember. This is panorama. Panoramic, rather. This is normal, right? I think. It's easy. I don't think it's easier. You kidding me? With Twitch's encoding quality, I feel like it's a lot harder to see what's going on because it blurs. I've noticed this in the replays, actually. Military Academy now coming in. Lucifron, he's just looking to Zerg it then. Beastie, this is big though. The castle drop. Lucifron is at least going to get eyeballs on, but isn't going to have the appropriate reaction right now. He's prepping Trebs, so that's going to take some time. Night Vision is fine, dude. Like, I casted Dota 2 for multiple years. This is a cakewalk comparatively. The issue is legitimately Age of Empires 4 is very weird from a recording perspective. The quality depreciates very quickly with zoom out. Kind of like the quality of this Cav battalion for Zhone. Used to be Knights, now we Horsemen. Oh, what? Springwoods! Lucifron's kind of struggling to get enough food out of this pond now. Horsemen need to find some kills. Lucifron marching in around the back. Spearman perfectly mirror the move though. Is it me or is this starting to reek of Imperial? Now Lucifron is going to have the edge there in terms of age up timing. The question is whether he's going to have the edge in terms of quality. In theory, going with the attack speed aura, getting that online level 4 Zhone, yes. But we're still looking at level 3 Zhone. Horseman, find a decent raid on the backside though. Several villages going down. Beastie took quite the walloping there. We're starting to close the gap. 79 to 102 now. It's just so annoying to chase down. That means he's forfeiting the keep, right? Red Palace now on the way in the center of the map. E-Repairs is on cooldown. Lucifron could take out this castle. Beastie, he sees it, right? No. That's perfect positioning. It's just out of range. Beastie is ready for his own tech up, though. Do you go past the Swabi still? Elsbach is kind of insane if the focus point is on the center here. That damage redark allows you to use static defenses to pad yourself. And yeah, he agrees. Elsbach now coming in. A very defensive one, though. Tech up complete. Lucifron now reaching the backside farms. Level 3 zone is gone. Junderblast has arrived, and an immediate cannon spawns out of... No comment. She's a witch. That's all I've got to say. This Elsbach is going to be tricky if you can get it online in time. That will allow you to start protecting the siege. Big ask, though. Now with Trebs plus the cannon, you need to remove that equation. Otherwise, you're going to lose the 4 defenses. Beastie, in the meantime, is sniping out the guarding units, and it looks like we've got a creep back onto the water coming out from red. This front needs to start plowing it. Was that a misclick? Wait, no. That's a misclick. Lucifron, there's no reason to be upgrading archers here. I think he misclicked. He was meant to get the Arbitrie. Oh, no. Is he even going to realize? You'd think for the spears, but no, there's no reason to go archers over Arbitrie here. Arbitrie are your final form of Zhone. They're the best unit you have. Starts to march in. Mangoes. Freebies. Elsbach proving a little bit too strong of a defense here. Is going to slow Lucifron down. I can't believe he just upgraded archers by mistake. That's a waste of 1,000 resources in this game. Stonewall's now coming up. Beastie could actually sneak back onto the lake with a Carrack here to blow up everything. I'm wondering, is Lucifron going to realize? This could actually lose him the game. Horseman now going to go in on the eco. I actually like that Lucifron's leaning into this now. And we also do have the improvements coming in. Ordnance Company on the way to get those additional discounts. But something is still missing. Can you put your fingers on it, guys? There's a slight issue with these Arbitrie. And it's not that they're getting crushed by Trebuchet rocks. And here we go. Carrack is out, so that's going to start shutting down the food income. Lucifron is really not ahead at the stage. No Royal Institute value at this deep of a point, right? Like, you've not got Guildhall to help scaling you. On top of that, although you've got a lot of gold, food may become a problem in the upcoming minutes for Lucifron. Beast drop comes in. Arbitrie now getting upgraded, but he finally realizes a little bit too late. He's up against Gilded Crossbowmen here. Imagine how good this trade would have been if you had your upgrades as well. Carracks. Demo ships coming out to play. Wait, what? Oh, big mistake made. Lucifron stacks the 2 Carracks together and loses out. He has at least got another Carrack coming through, so we were to protect the fishing eventually. On land, Beastie now with a transition into the hand cannoneers. Demo will be able to get the clear up here. No way that Beastie will be able to get away. An interesting time to build a galley as well. So fishing will remain from Lucifron, and that's critical here. Without that, he's dead. And again, is it going to be usable? Some of it just getting blocked out now by these dock players. Interesting detail, by the way, if Beastie drops some of the relics in these docks, his Carracks will just win. You can get a 5% attack speed increase per dock relic. Looks like Beastie instead is now going for the Corvs. I actually think Lucifron might be dead at this rate. He's struggling to break in. This is the disgusting part about Elsbach. I honestly kind of feel like Atri or the Dragon might need a full rework on Imperial Landmarks. Palace of Swabia just feels insane in so many games. But on the occasion you can justify Elsbach instead, you become one of the hardest civs by far to breach. Remember, he's getting a 33% damage reduction on all buildings in range, then add in the fact he garrisons a relic and gets an extra 50% armor. It's absurd how hard it is to take down this landmark. Consider the fact he can also repair it with wood, and also the fact that E-repairs gets mixed in. And it's no wonder that when you see this landmark, you ask the question, how is it still a thing? Still finally at least getting low on HP, but E-repairs is about to come in. Carrots have shot Beastie out. Well played, but Lucifron, that's insanely expensive. Population-wise, that's quite the investment, right? They can at least start blitzing some of the buildings, but right now, he's got quite a lofty 15 population on water. Fact. He just made a fort, which feels like a mistake here. You can't really siege much of the map. Maybe if you were allowed to just type in the Flying Dutchman cheat, it'd be a different matter, but this doesn't really feel worth. This spawn's pretty rough as well from Lucifron in terms of getting these sacred sites right. Like, one is so far out there that it doesn't seem easily attainable. Crossbow stepping up. Those are the Bodkin bolts. They are. Trebuchet is about to be sniped. Valorous Inspiration just gets activated, though. It's going to be a charge out. Horsemen send it into the Spearman, though. Pavis hasn't been dropped yet. Arbitrier. They are at least going to clear up the Spearman, but a mistake made here. Lucifron is going to go for the deploy. Joan is still in the mixer. She hasn't been sniped out yet. Mango does get a good wallop. But Beastie buying time there. He snipes out the Trebs. He slows down the siege. Lucifron. They need to reassess how he approaches that. Like, sending the Horseman into the spears instead of right past it. Felt like a little bit of a misclick. I wonder, would you ever consider a Baltic? No, I'm not going to go there. You don't want to build Baltic against crossbows. That's a death sentence. He has got the free mangoes, though. This is big because when you walk in, remember, these are slow-moving units. Free mangoes will almost just decimate these guys. Beastie, how much gold we got left? Only 2,000 gold remaining. At that point, it's passive gold. And compared to the HRE, Order of the Dragon can't really handle just being on relic gold. Right? Their units are a lot more pricey. They can more easily be lost in late-game fights. And the backbone of what makes your armies work tends to run a higher gold value. For the HRE, you can kind of just get away with men-at-arms spam. For the Order of the Dragon, quite often you're going to be looking at men-at-arms, hand cannoneers, and gilded crossbow. Now, it looked a little bit close for a while there, but I think it's starting to become a little bit undeniable. Beastie. Lucifron is somehow doing this with barely any food. 1,000 food income is absurdly low. He's gathering a hell of a lot of wood and gold, as well as stone. What's happening from Lucifron, guys, is we are 41 minutes into the game, and he doesn't have a single farm on the map. That's what's happening. In fact, does he at least have the fishing eco upgrades? He does. Just still doesn't feel that good. Especially when you're spamming horsemen like this. Looks like he's going to find his way in. Bunch of villagers kind of scrambling and panicking. Meanwhile, though, look at this. Beastie making a move through to the back of the base. So Lucifron. Lucy is going to peel off a few arbitrary to go hunting, but it's going to take a long time to get here. Has he got the torch AoE? Because if he starts burning down houses, Lucifron's going to have a problem. I can't believe Beastie's defended this well this long without this. Incendiary arrows now only coming in. These arbitrary counters in the form of Gilded Crossbowmen are about to become that much more of a pain. Thank you, Sassy. Okay, so yeah, he does have the torch. Honestly, if Beastie just dives in looking for the houses, this could be big. Remember, the torch spreads, and you want to use buildings this small. And no, there is no trading going on. Different kind of trading. Murdering each other trading. Mangoes. Beastie, he needs to kill them right now. Reload coming in. Big wallop. Big hit. Dive comes in deeper. He's now in range of the red power stone. Jean de Blast moving in. That is a trade that Beastie cannot afford. The massive crossbows has been reduced. He's now just raw spears. Oh, God, no. This is exactly what I was worried about. Look at Luciferon's Arbitrary count. This is it. He's switching into the archers. He's going for the ranged armor as well. But the reality is, scale armor may sound insane, but compared to a Pavis drop, it's nothing. This is pretty brutal. I think Beastie can afford to play mass Gilded Archers for a very long time. My issue is believing the mass Gilded Archers can beat mass Arbitrary with Jean. If this was standard French, I could see it. But the Valorous inspiration is absurd. Looks like Luciferon is changing gear here. It took, what, 10 minutes of headbutting an L's back and a keep? And wait, Beastie is trading. What? It's only at the beginning, though. Arbitrary. They've overextended slightly. Remember, they have got the Gambuses, so they're quite tanky with 10 armor. I'm going to stand their ground. Valorous Inspiration gets activated. But Luciferon walks out of range. What? And Beastie is sneaking for a Snaken. Rams to go into the back of the base. Luciferon still does have the mass Arbitrary here. This is not a great fight for Beastie. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, it's a battle of attrition from Beastie's POV, but Luciferon is never really getting a bad trade now. Now that it's spears and archers up against mass Arbitrary. It's been those spears, they're going to move in. Arbor's there to mirror. Spirals get queued up by Luciferon. There's no way he thinks he can get a landmark snipe victory. I think this is just about drawing attention back while Beastie tries to get a full army back online. Rams will be able to get at least through the Royal Institute. Beastie, I don't think he's scale trading too much, right? Only 4 right now. It's a sliver of gold, but it's something. And yeah, I think Horseman, Spear, Archer does look pretty good for Beastie in this game. Because the biggest issue is if you're talking about a fully fledged Joan economy with good food, I actually think Joan's fine with that because you spam Horseman Arbitrary. We're talking about a guy who has 1,000 food average income for the last 15 minutes of the game. If he ever gets wiped, he's dead. So Spearman not going to get chased down. Beastie. He's still got to contest this red pass. Trying to brute force this is probably the hardest way to go about it. Cannon placement's now coming in. I don't really know what these trebs are meant to do for Luciferon. It just doesn't feel worth it anymore. It just kind of almost feels like wasted population. Okay, shut up, Killjoy. Who could have predicted this game would drag out this long? Okay, we probably could have. I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, Luciferon won water. Should have been able to push in, but the obnoxiousness of HRE and Order of the Dragon when they defend knows no bounds. Luciferon now just trying to rush up a keep to defend the flank. This is starting to slip away from him. I can't believe it. If Luciferon loses this game, I could already imagine the tilt. Imagine how drained you'd be after 50 minutes of this. After being in a position where you felt like you should win this so easily. To just tap out in the end. I mean, Beastie isn't going anywhere, guys. You know, some people come on Age of Empires 4 to play an RTS. Beastie, he used to be a really big fan of the Facebook game Farmville, but then it kind of went downhill. So Age of Empires 4 is his new Farmville. It's just there with the little numbers popping up the screen. It's like, ooh, 1,000 wood. Ooh, 1,000 gold. Ooh, 20,000 food. Castletropolis coming in, so BC will be denied the gold in the flank, but they come at price elsewhere. This sneaky Ram plays. He's sending him. He's trying to deny the gold. What you have to realize in this game is like Luciferon is on a timer. He's eventually going to run out of gold on the map. He doesn't have Guildhall. Luciferon's down to 300 food. Oh, we are heading for a 3-0. This is genuinely the type of game that would just make you want to get off for the evening. To come so close and yet feel so far. Beastie, military is at least shrinking down. He needs to reboom there. Luciferon, I still think we are now almost an hour into this game with no farms. He has not got a single farm. He's still relying on the deep water fish. Keep is at least going to survive. 2.7k gold left over here. Then you've got the 4k in the high ground. I mean, how does Beastie ever not be the one with more gold left over? And how do you play Zhone in Imp without Arbitraire? And yeah, pretty much what's happening here is Luciferon has way too many fishing boats. They are just immediately draining and then running. So his income is delayed by like an extra minute on drop-off each time. Beastie just trying to reclaim on the gold. Well, the wood line is almost looking as naked as Beastie's head in the subathon. That's all I'm going to say. We're getting close. Once he's out of woods, Luciferon then just needs to beat his army 4 times. The problem I'm seeing in this game is like Luciferon, he's still not able to dent the main base, right? It's an uphill battle in a game where you're running out of gold quick. And if you don't have gold, you don't have siege to do it. I mean, looking back at this game, I think Luciferon maybe should have been flank raiding more. He had the right idea initially with the horsemen down the south side, right? But like, if we're being totally real, the 8k gold in the north, I'm wondering if Luciferon even originally scouted it. It's kind of wild the way he tried to brute force the central defenses. It looks so good when he stripped those 2 relics in the outposts, but after that, he hit a wall called the Elsback, and he did spend a very long time trying to find a way through it. Lucy does at least have Sacred Sites locked in. So Beastie is going to have to frontline this. He can't just keep flank raiding. But Luciferon, make no mistake about it. If Beastie can get a direct engagement, Lucy's in trouble. There's just nothing in reserve. Beastie instead playing his classic style. Like, you know, people are wondering, like, why is Luciferon not able to win this? Why is Beastie not just winning this? Because Beastie can assume certain things about Luciferon's economy, but that's how you make an ass out of you. All right, assumptions could be your enemies in this one. He doesn't know that there's no food left. He might suspect it, but because Luciferon's army's never been flattened like a pancake, he can't confirm it. Arbitraire are starting to fall apart though. If these guys die, it is over. Zhone gets sniped down. Did you guys know that Bombards are the perfect counter to Zhone? They do siege damage. Culverins do range damage, so Zhone reduces it. But Bombards will do 100 damage per strike against Zhone. Kind of makes her not so tanky. Just like this Arbitraire mass isn't feeling that tanky now. Bombards sniping out pretty much everything. Springles are at least there to try and counterplay this, but nothing to guard. Horseman could just go in. Beastie's about to give him a freebie. Raid on the gold as well. In both areas, I think this is over. If Luciferon can't somehow miracle hold for an extra 6 minutes, then this is only going one way. Horseman now diving in, looking for that siege. Immediately go for the Springles because he says, you know what? Bombards can deal with the mangoes. All siege going down. Luciferon, expensive rebuild here in a game where you are fast running out of gold, my friend. Fast running out of front line. It's got 400 food income. This is over. It's going to be 6 Bombards marching out to the Red Palace. Strongest defense in the game. It's just gone. And now Luciferon What a tilting and frustrating situation to find yourself with your back up against the wall. Match point for Beastie, and what a way to claim it. How can Lucifron come back now? Whew, brutal one. Hello, Aragon. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. I think this actually might just be a 3-0 now. No cap, nothing of the sorts. Like, this is the type of game where you take like this deep huff, you shake your head, and you just it looms in your brain. I've seen this before out of like, you know, Lucifron, and more, I'd say like it can happen with Vortex too. It can happen with any player if we're being totally fair. But like, you know, that type of game, it's not even specific to the Spanish bros. That type of game would frustrate anyone. This is going to be brutal, man. If Beastie gets the read on the draft right, this is going to be a 3-0. Let's get ready for the next game. I think they should be prepping the draft in a sec. Yep, just came up. We're watching it live. In fact, let me pull that up on screen for you guys. Yeah, I actually think that Elsbach is kind of dumb. I can't believe that game. Fishing is not OP. I guess it's going to be what that one gets called. What do I call that one? OTD seems good. No, we don't talk about that. What do I call that game? Like, what was the focus point? I don't know if it's the food choice as much as the stupidity of the defenses of HRE OTD. Man, BC must have felt so at home in that game. So cozy. With 20 siege engines, yeah, it's kind of insane how much population has to go into breaking that. Like, imagine you're in a game like that. It kind of goes the same way sometimes with Red Palace, where congrats, you need to add in a lot of trebs. But the difference is like the Elsbach reduces a lot of damage, then you get the relic for extra armor, and then, because we're not dumb enough at this point, we need to add more in. Let's add in e-repairs. So like, at least with Red Palace, to keep that alive, you have to take villages and spend wood and repair time. Order the Dragon or HRE with Elsbach don't. It's absurd. Yeah, I think the focus point in that game became fishing. Maybe the title of the video is imagine winning water and well, it baits you to lose the game. And it loses you the game. He thought fishing was good enough. Well, nah, I stick with fishing's not OP. Okay, so Ottomans versus Chinese. What map are we on here? That's not 4 Lakes. That has to be Gorge, right? Gorge of... No, it's not Frisian. Chinese on Frisian? Psh, nah, it's Gorge. 100% we're heading to Gorge. If it's not Gorge, then something's gone really, really wrong here. Alright, let's have a look. Update score. Boom. Let me have a look. Are they hopping in the game already? They're browsing customs now, so they'll be in a sec. There's no way with those picks and bans that it's not Gorge, right? It's kind of one of those awkward things as well. Like, the static defenses of Age of Empires 4 does make the game in some ways more inviting to slower players. I mean things like the TC or whatever. But it's almost like the scaling point's a bit weird. It's also probably very polarizing for people that are used to most RTSs that exist in like the scene right now, right? Because like you think about things like StarCraft, Stormgate, you think Red Alerts, all these games over the years. You don't really have these strong point defenses, right? think about StarCraft games where like 2 Marines come into the main, you lose all your workers. That happens, right? That doesn't happen. Like, you don't have 2 archers, 5 archers, 10 archers go into the TC and kill, right? So it's like the foundational level of AoE4's defensive balance has already set up this expectation, and then things like keeps really snowball out of control. How's this tournament set up? So the way it works is that your opponent... So what you do is you pick 3 civs that you can't have picked for you, then your opponent picks 2 civs for you, and then from those 2, you choose which civ you're going to play in. Boom! I know my maps, I know my matchups. It is indeed going to be Gorge. All right, possibly last game of the night. Hype it up, babies. Let's get ready to go. Of course, Sassy wants to buff Knights. Where's Crackety when I need the counter argument? Oh, let me get predictions ready before we start the recording. Night Sock card? You just need to play Byzantines and build all No, I'm not going to do that. Quite possibly the last game of the night, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a quick one after what just happened in game number 2 between Luciferon and Beastie in the grand finals of the Reverse Draft Showdown. Brutal game to lose for Luciferon. The way that was trending, the way it looked, I wouldn't be surprised if he's exhausted and tilted here. Beastie has to be feeling cozy. We hop into Gorge. Remember, the way that this tournament system works is you don't get the civs you want. You get the civs you don't want, which is why we, weirdly enough, have Ottomans versus Chinese with Beastie on match point. Interesting matchup, actually, right? Like, I think the way this should play out is Ottomans might lean into feudal pressure. There's not many matchups where they typically do that right now, but this feels like one of those more genuine ones. In theory, arriving in your hyper late game, Ottomans feel better, Great Bombard's incredible, especially if you get the full Stonewall length on the map. But I think there's an opportunity towards the late castle, early Imp, where China can just feel a lot stronger due to the Palace Guard flood. But it all comes down to the opening of the game. And thank you very much, Uga Uga. Love the name for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm, boys. So looking at the spawn as well, 4 gold on both sides. I mean, that is kind of a pressure point. Stone as well, although Luciferon does at least have options retracted. The deer points are a bit annoying, but jackpot far out. The tough part is like some civs will play out onto these risky resources. China won't do that. And I do see you as well, Samson Leaf. All these people with the Prime subs, I appreciate you. If I don't shout you out in the game, I'll shout you out at the end. Get a sub train going. If you're watching this later, by the way, I don't know, drop those Prime subs. They're free. So Beastie is going for the standard. This is pretty much just ingrained in Ottomans at this point. Military school always comes out first. It's not bad actually up against the Chinese because they're usually going to be going for the Imperial Academy first. So you can force a little bit of idle time on their gold. And you also guarantee they go for a tight TC. That's almost always guaranteed anyway. I'm actually wondering, because what's Sassy in the chat? I know he's always going to be an Ottoman fanboy. How do you feel about the military school meta right now? Instead of just faster feudal? I feel like it's valuable if you push the deer, right? That's the biggest point of value you can get out of it. Other choices I'm not so sure of. Like, often we see people rush out to try and do damage. Like, this is not going to work out. Sick choice, actually. Luciferon sacrifices the Imperial Academy advantage to guarantee he can stay on the gold. So this gives him a little bit more value. Actually, he needs more villagers here. Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. Luciferon is going to recalibrate it now. 2 more villagers being pulled out. So Beastie actually getting decent value out of this play. It's quite a bit of wasted time for Lucy, right? Has to walk villagers back and forth. In fact, yeah, I don't know. Is he in range? He's on the very verge. So Barbican will eventually go up. This is already kind of an edge for Beastie because you have to remember you always want to go for Imperial Academy. It feels a lot better. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie goes for some sort of deer shoving. Then again, this is a matchup where you don't really need to shove deer. Usually, I like this type of build more in matchups where your opponent is trying to be greedy and then he's going to attack you afterwards. Because the logic is that you run out, you poke at them, you force a reaction, and then you come back and get eco. But against the Chinese, you're not really expecting the Civ to come out of their base quickly. Which means that Beastie shouldn't really need to worry about walking out to deer or to berries. These things should just be a given up until the mid-game. So Lucy will likely be going back for the song. Beastie with the Madrissa. So no innovations there. Sadly, right now, the only person willing to build Sultani is called Louis MT. He got knocked out much earlier by Lucifron. If you guys think these games are long with Beastie and Lucifron in, that's a kind of interesting thought. Imagine how long this Grand Finals would have been if it had been Louis versus Beastie. Nice push here. We talked about the fact that there's a lot of value in this area. So this is really smart. Beastie just laming the deer. It's like, wait. Push them all around. And yeah, I mean, this could very easily be a 1 hour game. It hurts me. There's two kinds of games on Gorge. It's kind of ballsy, actually, that Red Bull World LoL Legacy used this map. Luckily, the meta hadn't developed enough at that point for people to go late game. But I always say there's two kinds of games on Gorge. There's those with no walls and those with all the walls. You very rarely get in between. So the games are either done in 20 minutes or you're hunkering down for an hour fest. I think if I had to do a repass on this map, I would nerf the wood. I still believe wholeheartedly that this map, it's incredibly good, but there's just a bit too much wood on it. I do like some elements of that, like people hiding behind tree lines and chopping trees. That's pretty sick. I wonder, like, how against it would people be if we just decrease the amount of wood in general by going from 150 to 100? I guess that you'd have to buff the chop down time. But I do think that, you know, a lot of the best maps we have aren't absurdly out of control when it comes to wood count. It looks like Beastie is indeed going for 2 TC. Now, he does have some flexibility here, right? We've seen 2 TC or Feudal, 2 TC Fast Castle. I think this is a 2 TC Fast Castle build. Lucifron is going to try to do the same. Although, obviously a little bit less optimal about the opening because he had to wait until the Imperial Academy came up second. It looks like he is going to be moving for a loose TC. Yeah, the correct call here. Beastie should just be looking for a fast tech up. He hasn't gone for the Anatolian Hills yet, right? It's 11 sheep to 11. Beastie, there it is. You always go Anatolian Hills. It's actually really good for a fast castle build. It gives you the food safely at home, which minimizes walk time, means you don't need to get wheelbarrow. On top of that, it also increases your gold gathering rate by 10%. It's a pretty big deal for an optimal timing here. This should just be a castle race on both sides, right? I mean, there's no way you can commit if you're Lucifron. Sipahi are going to start being queued up, but they're out of the military school, so no insane surge coming out from Beastie. One tough thing about going Anatolian Hills here, if I had to highlight one negative in a fast castle, is you're not going to have the immediate Imam pull, which is a little bit rough because Chinese can actually erase those relics, remember. They can supervise a monastery to pump the monks out every 10 seconds. Villager pull, Beastie. He's going to outpost rush the gold to block the castle race. That's really crafty. Or does he go for the food instead? I mean, food seems tempting. I think the gold is more valuable to start off with. Let's see. Moment of truth here. Beastie beelining towards that gold. And Lucifron, uh-oh. He didn't want to build a single unit. Classic Chinese. He's going to get punished for it. Stone's already been gathered, so we are indeed going to be getting an outpost for Arislitz. Reaction outpost coming up. Beastie needs to dive this. He needs to idle it out. 2 spears and a Sipahi. Is that going to be good enough, though? He needs to be killing these right now. Villagers are being pushed back. Lucifron. I don't think this is good enough for him. He might be able to get the outpost up. Getting enough villagers inside it might be a different matter. He needs to target down these villages straight away. Beastie. I love that. He moves the scout in position to try and absorb fire. Villager is going to be pulled back. Spearman aggro switched over on 2. It's 2 villagers still. Beastie's done it. He actually gets it up, surely. Just out of range there. The outpost is unable to kill it. Arislitz now on the way. That costs Beastie dearly, but if it idles the gold, it's worthwhile. And villagers have to be pulled straight away. Appropriate reaction by Lucifron, right? Expensive for Beastie, but look at what he's doing. Even if he now loses the outpost, the difference in food and gold is what worries me here. That's insane. What a sick micro battle between these two players. Villager Prepare also coming in to keep this up longer. Arislitz is about to come through. The Villager's just trying to get crafty about it. Sick dodges so far, and a lot of idle time. Lucifron, his entire villager lead and more is wasted on trying to shut this down, and he's even losing villagers for it. This is so infuriating. More wasted time. Villager is going to go down, and that is with textiles. Lucifron only 6 villagers ahead, but now behind on his tech timing. Mehmed Imperial Armory now on the way. That was disgusting. I can't believe what I just saw there. I mean, it was a little bit shaky on the dive initially. I think Lucifron probably got that outpost up quicker than he ever had any right doing. But Beastie made up for it on the tail end. The block with the scout to try and absorb fire from the outpost, the micro on the 2 villagers in and out just to waste more time. And you have to remember, that was a big difference there. Textiles versus none. That's another 200 resources that Lucifron put into something that wasn't a tech. Or rather, tech up in age. Tech, yes, but not the one you needed here. Beastie. Now aged up. Lucifron a little bit slower. Stable drops immediately coming in. We are getting a Lancer pump. Bad news for Lucifron now, because if he tries to rush out for the relics with a monastery supervised, he's going to die. Sipahi, in the meantime, aren't going to find as much value due to the fact that there are textiles, but they are going to force reactions. Remember, these guys were free. Military schools produced them. Beastie, he did go for the Imam point. I wondered if he'd have enough generational Vizier points, but it looks like he did. Well played. Spearmen are moving out for the relics. Lucifron, he knows that's exactly what this is about. You see him queuing up his own monks. First Knights are about to hit the field, though. So Lucifron is going to split 2 and 2. Imams. Beastie may need to slow this down. It looks like he's just going to run by. If he goes for the wall straight away, he'll buy time for the Knights to arrive. There we go. Wall low activated. Lucifron. Lucifron? No way! Did this just happen? Second wall low coming in. This one will at least be able to deny, but the price has already been paid. Villagers have shivs out to try and deny this. It's not going to work. Even if the Imam goes down, it's too late. Knights are now here. That one mistake just cost him. Lucifron is in trouble. Monk is going to try to snake for the second relic, but we already see that the cavalry is chasing here. Mass Spearmen are at least on the way. Maybe he can recover this with this wave. He needs to be quick about it, though. Beastie queues up 2 more Imams. And turns out Lucifron, it is a supervised play. He may have just saved himself here. Relic now on the way home. Lucifron, after what felt like an uncomfortable situation, he actually clutches up here. Double relic pull from the center means he's still alive. Whew. That had to be so uncomfortable. Quick reactions out of a talented player, though. Lucifron, smart choice to supervise. Without the supervision, he doesn't do that quick enough. It's small differences like that in a moment of panic that makes the difference between a high-level pro and an amateur. Not just a high-level pro, but one of the best in the game. Lancer Raid is now coming in. Lucifron. Sipahi just about dodges out. Relic is going to be dropped off, so 2 now secure. Villagers are getting raided, though. These Lancers are starting to hurt. Wall on the backside. Beastie. Whoops. Out comes and goes, right? You convert, I convert, we all convert. Lancer is now marching up, though. You can find this. It's like Lucifron hasn't started to pull back home yet, so Beastie is going to waste time looking for a returning monk. It isn't coming back yet. I actually think Beastie has a little bit of a problem here. He needs to keep raiding non-stop. Right now, Lucifron is doing that very obtuse, one-dimensional thing Chinese players do. Spear, 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 spear. And then Nesta base. So Beastie could actually beat him with just mass archers and a bit of siege bump, right? Archers and lancers actually is pretty sick here. You just need to make sure you don't fight into the choke points. Lucifron just lost a bunch of spears, though. Did you not have more than this? I could have sworn he did a second ago. Maybe we're just getting too deep into the night. His army doesn't really look that threatening. And veterancy for archers is coming in, so Beastie getting the appropriate answer here. Lucifron getting an insane advantage elsewhere, though. It's going to be a 4 relic split. That's huge for him. That's a lot of gold. If he hard commits onto the wood line, this could be mass siege to try and hold. Beastie, in the meantime, prepping siege engineering. Not something I was expecting. What an incredible turn of events here. Lucifron, at the beginning of the age up, looked like he was going to lose out on the relics big time, but now he has the gold bank to hunker down. Lancers are still proving annoying, and that's important. Beastie needs to find these kills because it's Song Dynasty 2 TC, right? You'll fall behind if you don't keep raiding. In a way, Beastie's kind of ahead if it wasn't for the relics. Because remember, he's got 4 of these military schools in the Mehmed Imperial Armory. The cool thing now is because Lucifron's playing a very defensive Civ, if Beastie now just captures the sacred sites, not only does he force Lucifron out of the base with a terrible comp, but he also comps the difference in relics. He gets enough gold to balance this out again. Lancer raid coming in, though. And Lucifron... Wait, why is this not walled? Luckily, the Spearmen aren't going to be there just in time. Beastie. An interesting commitment in here. You need to get fighting. Okay, that was a little bit uncomfortable. Lucifron apparently had a plan there. However, sacred sites are now being captured. Mass archers being prepped. Rams also alongside it. I don't like the look of the next 5 minutes for Lucifron. His comp is not designed to come out of the base. This is classic China, right? Like, it's why actually, you know, there's a lot of games we watch where Chinese win because their opponents don't tempt the sacred sites, right? This is the way you force China out before they're ready. Lucifron now with a switch into Palace Guard, but if we're being totally real, food isn't eternal here. Got to get those farms online soon. He's at 90 eco. It starts to become feasible. 3 Nesta Bs and climbing. Beastie starting to march in the weirdest formation I've ever seen. I don't know what's happening there. Nesta Bs flurry. Lancers, I mean, if they'd gone in straight away before they got actually hit there, they might have been able to snipe one out. Beastie needs to bait him out of the base. He's going to bail on the Rams. Nesta Bs are hunting. Mangoes. Could turn for a wallop here. The problem is it's clock tower, right? Like, you just don't kill quick enough. Instead, he gets sniped out. Okay, Beastie's going to have to consider going Springholds. The problem is you're already seeing Lucifron queue it up. This might have been exactly what Lucy needed. He was back up against the wall. And the best of 5 is starting to come together. So Almonds need a buff, right? No. Beastie's trying to go Imperial Age. Now, this is interesting because Lucifron is at a stage now where the farms still have to come. Your economy's not great. So Beastie could get an imp advantage here. And Lucifron's comp now is at a point where it can fight mid-map, but it isn't designed to dive the enemy base. And yes, I agree. China is the easiest Civ to play in the game. OP. Can we just, like, nerf Chuginu now? I don't care about GG. No one does. Lucifron. This dive may give a recovery to Beastie. Mass Spear's moving in. Beastie going back for some crossbows now. If he can just get a snipe in with the mangoes here. Problem is 2 isn't quite enough. So Lucifron about to get a big edge here. TC going down. Dive continues. We might have a series on our hands, folks. Springhold trying to get rid of the anti-siege. Nesta Bs are going to get rid of the anti-siege too, though. This is the stupidity of this thing. It's tanky. It kills all siege. What more could you want? And Beastie, look at what he's just done. All the gold is gone. The tech up is not coming. He has to defend, but Nesta Bs! right in the kidneys. We may be on our way to a game number 4. Beastie immediately has to recommit all the resources he was thinking of putting into greed, into fighting now. But this is not a fight you win, not with mass archers. Nestabees just camping in the production line here. Beastie now down to just 17 military. And Lucifron somehow finds the critical fight when his economy is weakest, in the middle of the farm transition. 2 Nestabees still left over. He's got no front line anymore. Does BC just go to a game 4? Because this one is looking fairly done. He took everything he saved up. He broke the piggy bank. He didn't put it into a Christmas present. He put it into going to the dance. And Lucifron stood him up on this one. All those resources so close to Ottoman Imperial. He had to put it back into a Castle Age just to lose more. And there's still, for the love of God, there's still 2 Nestabees here. I hate this. I hate this unit so much. What an absurdity. Balance of OP Siege, right? But Ottomans have to wait into Imperial for theirs. Springel's trying to trade out, but we clocked out Springel's here now. The problem as well is BC's got loads of archers, not enough melee, right? And the Palace Guard Spearmen are diving in. Beastie about to get idled up the back. The good news, at least, the Nestabees aren't here, thank God. The bad news is, well, pick your poison, pretty much everything else. Lucifron now up to 110 eco. That's a 20 eco lead. 2 TC versus 1, and the 2 is Song, and not just that. The farms are online. 38 farms, a double granary setup. Beastie trying to stay in this by snatching the gold away. Maybe a smart choice. Is it going to be enough, though? You remember when everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe Mangoes beat Springald. And we fixed it. But then this still existed. He's just walking around the enemy base with a siege clump. If Beastie can somehow weather the storm, like 10 more minutes, Lucifron will have some gold issues. But they're not substantial to the point that you can't overcome them, right? Especially when you consider that Lucifron is playing a civ that taxes. Beastie. Credit to him, he's up to 49 military again. Lucifron may have overextended here. Nestabees are down. Only 1 left. Trying to protect it. Good dodges out from Beastie though. The dive comes in. Lucifron may have hung around a bit too long. Oh, now he discovers the bad news. The keep drop to secure the gold. Is Beastie really doing this? I mean, Lucifron is getting the Palace Guard. He's got just enough gold to get him there as well, right? 3,000 left over. Stonewalls are up, though. Beastie was really smart about this. Wood walls would not work, but it seems he suspected that Palace Guard were coming. Beastie is going to have a harder time gathering the gold. Actually, he can just fix that, yeah. Just another mining camp either here or here makes it harder. Weirdly enough, the castle is not attacking the thing it could kill. Spearman placement coming in on towards the ball. Military is back to even here. Now, Beastie, if he could just sort his food, he'd be able to get a tech up. He's holding a lot of stone, a lot of gold. I'm missing the key ingredient to go in Imperial, though. Why is this now a reverse of game number 2? Where Beastie had all the food, Lucifron had none. No, I don't want to bring that game up. I don't want to tilt him. Springals are going to trade out. Asgard do need to be solved for, though. Janissary's crossbows being added in. Keep in mind, we're going to a very deep Castle Age here. More Vizier points are unlocking, right? So Ottomans are kind of getting that Castle Age plus effect. God knows they need it. 50 military now to 38. Palace Guard flood begins. We're up to 28. It had a little bit of a shaky ground there for a few minutes, but I think we're there now. Lucifron, this is going to be non-stop. remember, even when he runs out of gold, he's going to have an ability to pump extras courtesy of the taxation, and I love this. Lucifron, going into Imperial will kill your game. You can't afford the techs. Yuan Dynasty breaks this game wide open, though. Two-legged cavalry now coming in, the Chinese. Well, at least it's not Nesta Bead. But another unit I think many of us have come to hate. This Pass Guard, you'd think they'd just be weak because of the lower armor values, but it's just never true, right? The movement speed is king here. Movement speed that's about to come online. Upgrade complete, 1.588 movement speed, and I would expect Beastie to call the game now. He's one to hang around if he thinks he's got a shot, but when you see this flood coming through, when you see the movement speed, ranged units just can't kite anymore. Military Academy also following it up. Plenty of gold behind this as well. Food is maybe the only limitation for him. So game 4. What have we got left over? They've still got to play 4 lakes. They've still got to play Frisian Marshes. I think we might be going to Frisian. Beastie's back eco has now been found. I mean, he just doesn't have the stone walls up here, right? It'd be different if he at least had a corner he could camp in and gradually build farms in, but it's not the case in this game. The strategy to take gold wasn't a bad idea, right? Like, he understands that if Lucifron gets it, it's GG anyway, but you sacrifice so much food to do this. Keep drop now in his own base. Beastie just trying to protect himself. Textiles makes it seem somewhat feasible. But what cost? Okay, that's it. No, the Nesta Bees are back. Oh, get this man a towel. This game just got real sweaty. Castle can't go up. Beastie's like, just end it. Like, let me have this win, Lucifron. Let me have an early evening. I don't see it happening here. The Nesta Bee is just proving too powerful. Villager pool is going to be big. But at this point, you can see the Nesta Bees getting queued up. It's knob after knob after knob. What a knob. 55 eco lead. Sacred Sight's now locked in for Lucifron. Beastie with 59 food eco. Okay, Almonds have some insane things they can do with passive production, but there's limitations. Mango's barely holding on here. The Pass Guard can now just access it. What a crazy game. It's crazy to think how close this was to an easy tilt GG. Beastie, if he pulled back those 2 relics, it feels over. But you know, the big problem I see in this game, Beastie, he tried to go for a slow comp with the Lancers. He had to build stables on the backside of the base, delayed him arriving. And more importantly than that was a sick play by Lucifron to supervise that 1 Rax. Spam spears to a victory. From there on out, put the ball in Beastie's court and just kept tickling his elbow as he tried to take shots. And then do we need to discuss, however, the disgustingness that is mass Nesta Bees. Beastie's still refusing to call it, though. Well, he's going to try to transition farms near the keep. Gold soon to be accessed again, right? I think we've actually got a Treb taking down this castle. So Beastie will not be able to block the 6k gold. At that point, it should be Imperial and then GG. Because the problem is Beastie needs like an extra 10 minutes to get food online, right? Lucifron, it feels like it's an inevitability here. He's popped out. He's got the resources. Imperial is about to come in. Beastie, I mean, he could buy some food here. Does he not have a marketplace anymore? I don't think so. Did he ever have a market? Okay, he's got one somewhere. Maybe the exchange rate is just too bad. I wouldn't be surprised if we've already done this once. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. Oh boy. Remember, this is also Chinese, so they can supervise for quick unlocks and the upgrades. Beastie at this point just trying to retire from Age of Empires 4 and open his own banking clan. So, about game number 4. If we go to Frisian, do you force Ottomans? And what do you force on the other side? Otto Delhi, maybe? If it seems like I'm doing BC a disservice, it's because this game is getting out of control. He's down to 55 economy. Oh my god, he's actually gonna do it. Now, that is what we needed. 55 eco sounds like a perfect time to call in the passive production. Istanbul Observatory now on the way. Oh my god. If Beastie now wins this game, he's gonna get Ottomans nerfed again. This can't be happening. Lucifron is up at 3.5k food, right? So lost your defense here. Choke point oriented, Janissaries. Mango's behind it. Gonna find out. Lucifron. The issue I see with Beastie's idea here is he is gonna have to come out. The Sacred Site win condition is still ticking. I actually think Lucifron just needs to calm it. Going in directly down the center may be the biggest mistake you make here. Unless the Mangoes don't react. Beastie, what is going on? Siege being targeted. Mangoes turn for the shots. Lee Army tactics still not in yet though. Palace Guard look to mop up the Mangoes in the meantime. Janissaries stand their ground at the choke point though. Should be enough to keep Beastie alive. Lucifron, barely any of the melee units are actually attacking here. But that's going to be enough. GG, he finally admits defeat. 3 times the eco is what it took, but Lucifron is able to finally get a point on the board and keep his hopes alive. We will see a game 4. God, I was actually legit getting worried for a second there. I was like, I've seen some dumb crap out of Ottomans before. Say it ain't so. I feel like Beastie called it a bit early. That's true. He did still have 50 villagers left in that 35-minute game. Okay. So. Let me quickly update the names. And then I need to... So I predict Frisian. We've got 2 maps left over. It's going to be Frisian or Holy Island. No, sorry. Frisian or Four Lakes. Actually, it's Beastie's pick. Does he go Frisian here? Okay, why is my PC lagging? I'm going to restart my game a bit. Give me a minute. It's a little bit laggy. I was feeling it in that game, actually. I was feeling it in game 2. Am I only allowed to eat protein? It'd be nice to, like, go for my pizza at some point. But I guess that's not happening now. You know, guys, just a casual 9-hour stream. Thank God I did have Protein Works. Otherwise, I'd be screwed because I haven't had dinner. So Protein Works basically kept me alive here. Not bad. Should have prepped a third shake. All right, so bear with me, guys. We're restarting the game now. Community games after this. Jump into a fire pit. Yo! What is up, Marv? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, you absolute legend. Follow Marv's suit, guys. It's a 9-hour stream. Are you not entertained? Marv's like, $25. Bargain. This much entertainment. Well, you pay like $25 to go to the cinema to watch one movie. Are you not entertained? Alright, let's have a look and see where we're going for the next game. Draft just complete. Perfect time. Hey! Thank you for the gifted sub, Packer. Also, sorry, did I not say about Saris earlier? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I'm pretty sure I said about Satnuave. If not, thank you to you too. You're all legends. Appreciate you. It's cool. Also, like, you know, especially guys, if you do have a Prime, it also helps extra because the way that Twitch works is instead of being on sub basis, they want unique subs. If you crack 100 unique subs or 300 unique subs, you basically get a bigger split from Twitch. Yo, Genetizer, you're incredible. Thank you, mate. 5 gifted subs. We're a bunch of legends. Oh, hello. Order the Dragon versus French. We are going to... This has to be Frisian. I think we're going Frisian. Dude, what? Andy with the 5 gifted. Look at you legends go. Insane Shepherd in with the Prime. Keep it coming, baby. Oh, you'll make the dream of going full-time content creation more and more possible as each day passes. Legends. All right, so let me get the draft in there for you guys. They aren't quite in game yet. They're now setting up. Subtrain? Dude, I mean, if we keep going like this... Wait, did the subtrain not activate for some reason? There should be a subtrain, right? I don't see one. Is there one? Maybe. Oh, ready gamer 1! I am ready indeed. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Look at all these people. Welcome to Swarm. Did Puppy Paw just get some of the best emotes available on the Twitch platform? You know what? I think he did. Thank you very much, Narakatsi. The gifted sub. You guys are incredible. You're making this even extra special. Appreciate you all. Return lost prediction. That's true. Now all these people are going to get extra points. They want them. So, Lucifron, able to get a point on the board. Yeah, give me your money. I need money. Being a content creator ain't cheap. Thank you, guys. You're incredible. Means the world. Change necktie? Do we have enough time to change necktie? I don't know. Oh, guys, seeing as you're, like, keeping it up, that's a lot of subs coming through. Appreciate it. There's someone I should show you guys. I said that I'd show you, like, look. We're shorts. We're wearing short shorts. Short shorts. Oh, dude, we don't have time to change tie. I guess we're just taking the tie off. Have to remind me if we get to game 5 to switch ties. And it looks like I was right. We are indeed heading to Frisian Marshes. So let's get ready for this one. Turn the music off. Thank you very much, Marv. You absolute legend. Keep them coming, guys. I think there's a subtrain. I can't tell. Is it showing for you guys? Is there actually a subtrain? Might be able to break a record at this rate. All right, let's have a look. Beastie's still up by 2. And let's get ready with predictions. 2 minutes. Off you go. And keep rolling, guys. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. What? God, look at the subtrain. You could have been a part of this if you're watching it late. If you're not watching it live, you just need to make sure you're watching live on stream to be able to catch these type of momentous moments. Incredible out of the community. Incredible out of Lucifron to recover off that brutal game 2 and get a point on the board in the 3rd. We head into Frisian Marshes, rather. Game number 4. I was about to say matches. We are on the 4th of this match. Remember, best of 5. Beastie's still a match point. And we get in with Lucifron on the civ he has not failed with so far in this tournament. His signature civ. It is the French. Beastie, meanwhile, not quite where he's most comfortable. It's not the HRE, but it's not too far off. Order the Dragon, and this is a repeat draft of game number 2. That infamous game where Beastie was able to grind Lucifron down to a pulp. Could he do it again here? Let's find out. Definitely a good map to defend on, right? Frisian Marshes, the beautiful thing about HRE and why they're so good on this map is they can just camp in their base for so insanely long. They don't have to come out. And it's kind of similar with Order the Dragon, right? Love the double scout opener. Lucifron opted for only 1, and that may be a blunder. Okay, no, he's fine. He actually grabbed enough sheep in the center. He's up to 20 already. And Shoreline Fish as well. So well played to him. A little bit surprised that Beastie didn't do the same. At least before the tech up comes out, but it kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Moving out to the Shoreline Fish without Wheelbarrow, pretty painful when you know you're going to have to immediately go back due to the fact that your opponent is playing French Cav. I wonder, is this the type of game where you could go Chamber of Commerce? That depends how badly Lucifron wants to lose. I'm still not convinced Chamber of Commerce works, even on this map. When we've seen it win, which is rarely, it feels like an outplay more than a good choice. Mine work now on the way. Beastie really seems to believe in this. I'm still not entirely sold. Arkin feels pretty good. Arkin and then like Burgrave works quite nicely. Get there quicker. I guess Burgrave after Mine work can also make sense here if Beastie's looking to lean into the Golden Cuirass. We saw Puppy Paw was able to leverage the build quite well, even without Golden Cuirass. School of Cavalry as expected on the other side. Luciferon, I don't expect him to go multi-TC here. He needs to build a lead. This is always a good sign, though. Like, playing French versus Order the Dragon, when your opponent goes for Mine Work, the value point is going to be Golden Cuirass. So if you're planning to build Men-at-Arms, this is a really bad matchup. French Knights will disintegrate Gilded Men-at-Arms. The reason is that you just don't stand still, right? Like, if you stood still, then Men-at-Arms would be favored. The whole idea is you cycle charge in, you get your bonus damage, you tap twice, and then you back away. And then you wait for the recharge. And then it's annoying because for an Order Dragon player, you don't have any heal in Feudal. Over time, a French player can, though. Really can just put you on the back foot the longer Feudal plays out. So Sheep Check at the end is going to be 20 to 22. That's actually really impressive considering that Beastie did opt for the double scout opener. The fact that Luciferon almost gets the exact same number of sheep, it's a little bit disingenuous though. Remember that one player was gathering sheep, the other was not. So it's more likely that Beastie had about a 9, maybe 10 sheep lead. Because Luciferon only has 3 villagers on the sweep. So Sock complete. And with the outpost up, I indeed agree. It does begin to look like a fast castle build. Carrying just enough stone as well to make sure that he's going to have that outpost upgraded. So pressure is on Luciferon. We've seen him exploit this fully, though. If you guys remember, earlier today, we had that incredible game between Luciferon and Puppy Paw, game number 1, Japanese versus French, where Japan tried to fast castle, and Luciferon found the way of threading the needle perfectly. We could have a similar situation on our hands. First Knight is marching out. Luciferon, is it going to be an immediate archery range follow-up? He's got quite a few people on the wood. It would suggest we're looking at 2 archery ranges into a quick blacksmith here. Exactly what you need to break through this. It's a little bit tougher than the Japanese game because remember, the Order the Dragon do have E-repairs, so they can offset this damage. But you can brute force it. The logic being that if you shut out the gold, your opponent can't even value the tech up. Even if they somehow get 600 gold together, going into Castle Age's Order the Dragon with no gold is a terrible way to play. Beastie, looks like he is going to be going for the stables. Bold choice into the Knights, but I think he's anticipating the archers. Instead, Luciferon. This is fantastic. He saw it. He sensed it. He's got the Spearman. This is kind of wild, actually. I prefer this to archers for French. The reason is that you get so much value out of the melee tech, right? Blacksmiths gives you free melee tech. So your whole army gets buffed up, and then you go for siege engineering straight away. And then follow up with Undermesh. Gives you the break-in. And we've mentioned this before about Order of the Dragon. One of the risky things, the rough things about playing the Civ is your opening choices. If you are wrong, if you choose the wrong opening production building, you are so far behind, right? For a start, obviously the entry cost 150 anyone would pay, but the downside comes much deeper than that. It's the cost of building these units. Standard player builds 2 horsemen, discovers his bad choice, pivots out. Beastie is now double that resource count in compared to another Civ. That's not to mention before we get into the detail of like, then once you switch, all of a sudden, another expensive detail to get into scaling that comp. Yeah, that's why compared to other Civs, Order the Dragon struggles with the 1-1-1 build the most. They have to take a very, very gradual trek towards each one. That's why most of the time, when they see it's going to a 1-1-1 build, you're usually going to see an Order the Dragon player just go castle instead. And it looks like that's what Beastie's going to do. Luciferon actually goes to the Undermesh straight away. This is difficult. This is a very different game to what we saw against Puppy Paw. Beastie is already past the threshold of 600 gold. Food is the thing lagging, but think about what he's got at home here, right? He's still got 17 sheep to work with. As long as he gets enough gold, when he arrives in castle, this could easily just be Spearman upgraded and a push. Because remember, food and wood is the things that Beastie's going to have plenty of in this game. How did you guys vote in the end? I'm kind of curious. 69% on Lucifron. Nice. Has got the 1-1-1 build going. It's always possible. Beastie. Should be a Burgrave, right? Nah, he's going to be greedy. That's kind of wild. I rate Burgrave a lot better against the French 1TC all in here. It just efficiently gets you into the defense force of Spearmen and Men-at-Arms. Now this is going to be a bit more pricey. So it's very important that Beastie gets enough gold to pull back here. And he's being greedy about this. Wheelbarrow and the Broadaxe gives glimmers of hope for Lucifron fans. Ram now being built. Beastie does see it. It's on the very edge. Wait, did Lucifron realize? Was this just a mistake? Okay, so Beastie now knows what he's up against. Horseman raid coming in the meantime. One Spearman's not going to hold that back. Needs to get more out ASAP. He's going to idle out the gold. So Lucifron is going to struggle to get too many more knights out. I think he's got other ideas in mind about going in. Villager pool. Oh, that is sneaky. Beastie, look at what he's doing. He's going cross-map to gather gold. This is sick. Wheelbarrow's already on the way. He knows he's going to need more gold to stay in this. And this might actually just bait Lucifron into double down that gets him killed here. It's one thing to idle out the gold. It's great if you can just stop it indefinitely. But if your opponent's snaking elsewhere, this isn't going to be good enough. He reverse, slowing this down. I actually think Beastie needs to chill and just go for the 4K. Going all the way to the 8K is a lot of extra idle time here. Gilded Knight gets queued up. Oh my god, what a play. What a reaction out of Beastie. You have to wonder, you have to ask the question, would he have moved like that if he hadn't seen the Ram on the very edge? Horseman also trying to cut reinforcements. Outpost gets taken out. Now Lucifron has to have a smile on his face. Maybe a little bit proud of himself, like, I've done it. There's no way that all the dragon can play Castle Age without gold. Little does he know, Beastie is on tour across all of Frisian Marshes. Not a single sheep, boar, or gold vein shall miss out on his concert. Getting gold where Lucifron is unlikely to ever look here. Lucy, a weird dive in as well. Wait, what? Okay, that's one hell of a bad misclick. 5 archers lost. It's like one might at least be able to get away. Not ideal from Beastie. Really, these Gilded Knights need to be heading to the enemy base. Just idle him up at home. Ram is going to be at least a little bit of a nuisance. And actually, weirdly enough, Lucifron seems content, but the Ram's done enough. Throws it away. Perfect. Remember, Gilded Knights have very high base damage. Add another 20% in. And funnily enough, that means that this Knight is hitting for 54 damage per strike into a unit that only has 370 health. Pretty powerful. Love the patience from Beastie on the flank here, by the way. He's waiting for Lucifron to exhaust his sheep and move for the fish. Credit to him, Lucy's been smart about this. He didn't greed too early. He got his opening and then he pulled back. But he's reaching a stage where he doesn't have a choice. He's down to just 5 sheep left over. Meanwhile, Beastie a little bit more to work with here. 7 sheep before he's expired. Knights creeping in. Horsemen from the other side as well. This is turning into a pincer maneuver. That wood line looks ripe for the taking. Lucifron's still not really playing with urgency here. He doesn't realize the gold situation. What's worse is he probably won't realize it until it's too late. The way Beastie's playing this is very crafty. Going into Spearman makes you look poor, but he's getting Blacksmith Techs alongside it to make himself much more tanky. Night dive comes in. Other time achieved. He's going to have to shift out the other side. Ranged Armor 2 just came in. These Gilded Knights are insanely tanky. Just a casual 6 ranged armor against your TC with, what, 8? 9. Is Lucifron getting suspicious now? Second scout coming from Beastie. Needs to see what's happening elsewhere on the map. Lucifron, this is tough. You really don't want to feudal all in the Order of the Dragon. He's being passive, but for good reason, folks. What you need to realize is this is one of the hardest civs to ram down to end the game. You're much better off just going Castle Age to defeat them. But Lucifron, the problem is if your opponent is getting a Spearman upgrade and just builds trash and you go Castle, you can lose this fight and lose control of the game. That's why Lucifron is very reluctant to go in, but also very reluctant to go Greed. If he only knew about this gold, the game could be over. Instead now, Beastie with a double archery range drop. If he snakes into Gilded Archers with ranged armor, Lucifron's going to be pushed out. The worrisome part is like Lucifron wouldn't anticipate this, right? Think about the cost associated with what Beastie's doing. The scale armor and the veterancy are not cheap on gold. What Lucifron's probably thinking right now is, oh, Beastie is using a marketplace to trade to stay alive. The weird part is Lucifron hasn't checked the back corner, so he doesn't know there's no marketplace. Otherwise, this would be obvious what's happening right now. Because now, with Beastie having 5 villagers out on that gold, he can afford the 500 gold access point to the unit that will win him the game. Lucifron, he's starting to save up though. This is going to be Raw Institute. Oh boy. This could be big. And yeah, don't get baited by Lucifron's eco count. He's not that far ahead. Remember, 28% better for Order of the Dragon villagers. You need to add 28% onto this count. Okay, this I'm not sure about. Guildhall. Royal Institute, I know he's only got 12 knights, but... it's the things that we know that he doesn't, right? He's not looking to commit in. Really, he kind of needs to. If, however, Lucifron's able to snake out into the relics, different game, right? Beastie does need to be quick on his ramp up. It is triple archer range. Veterancy is coming in. Lucifron's not going to be able to hold him much longer. Knights are still raiding as well. Finally a worker kill. It took a long time. Knight upgrades, archer upgrades also coming in from Lucifron. You know the interesting part is actually here, if BC just built a monastery out here, he could have grabbed the relics, right? He could have grabbed all 3 in the mid, which would have just allowed him to surge this game. It's actually wild. Like, Beastie, one big brain play going out to that goal, but if he genuinely just turned that into a monastery, he'd be a mile ahead right now. It's that detail that's keeping Lucifron in this game. Now the push out. First relic, now on the way home for Beastie. That's wild. Lucifron has to be scratching his head about this, right? Like, the numbers just don't add up that your opponent was able to get all these techs with no marketplace. And even if he had a marketplace, like the amount of wood, the food he's been selling, the army size doesn't really equate here, right? This is the type of game that Lucifron will probably look at afterwards, regardless of whether he wins or loses, and be shaking his head at that detail. He'll respect the fact that Beastie done a pretty cool clutch play, but it's going to tilt him a little bit the way it happened. Lucifron, is he going for those relics yet? We haven't had a monastery drop. He's actually adding in more military. Seems he's getting a little bit scared about the size of Beastie's army for good reason. Scale armor now on the way. Knights, trying to force it. Love the prelate race, but that's a little bit pricey right now at the 250 gold mark. Archers to dive in. Ranged armor's not in yet. Melee mosh pit begins. Knights are just pulling all the way away. Can he actually kill them quick enough, though? It doesn't look like it. Spearman. Count still at 9. This doesn't work. Lucifron sends it into the enemy base far too late. New Spearman should be coming out soon. Gilded Archer count, start stepping back. Dive continues through. Lucifron, has he lost too much here, though? The Archer count doesn't really feel out of control, and the ranged armor just came in. So as long as he clears out the Knights, he should be able to boot Lucifron out of his base. So close. If it wasn't for the ranged armor, it could have been a good trade, but now it's a terrible one. 5 ranged armor means you are tickling with 3 damage. Lucifron behind this is still not going relics. Beastie is sneaking out for the 2nd and the 3rd. I can't believe this. This is why people hate playing against this Civ. Same with English. These defensively oriented Civs are so hard to break. But you can't take anything away from Beastie in this game. That Snark Gold Vein has kept him alive and on life support. Now, after a fight like that, he gets what he needs at the most critical points. He was running out of sheep. That type of trade puts you ahead. It gives you the opportunity now to go into mass farms to start accelerating your mid game. I can't help but wonder how different this game could have looked if Lucifron was at least going for those relics, but it's hindsight, right? It's God vision. I don't want anyone to think bad of Lucifron in this game. Like, this is a classic example of a small detail that sneaks through, that's very hard to see with the way he played this game. And that small detail is why Beastie could win this now. 2 more relics on the way home. Lucifron, I think he knows something's wrong here now. Oh, this is brutal. He's going to find the gold, but by the time you see it, the reality is your opponent got 2,000 gold from here. That's what kept him alive. Beastie finally gets found out on the vein. If only he'd found it sooner. Lucifron is at least now playing into Monk, so he's trying to pull relics. Beastie still looks like he's going to get the majority, though. 2 more on the way home. 1 just got banged. He could even actually snake the center relic before Lucy sees it. If Lucifron doesn't move up, find this, and guard it, he's in trouble. The other issue is you have to remember, Lucifron, look at his map scouting. He only sees 1 relic on his side of the map. The other 2 from the enemy side are gone that he scouted. This is looking like a 4-relic game. Which means Lucifron has to move with some urgency here. Forward Siege Workshop. He's going to try to slow siege this with Trebs. Can you actually break it quick enough, though? Like, you're about to try and treb the Order of the Dragon. I always come back to that critical detail of emergency repairs. It is absurd just how powerful this tech is against slow siege. Rams, Trebs. The amount you need to break through is insane. In a game where before you could have economically been ahead, I wouldn't really argue you are now. Wololo, looks like the Knight did actually find the target. So well played there. Beastie is going to be blocked. Prelates with army now on the way out, though. Wait, is he actually... Okay, here's the good news, kids. He's going to run straight through into that relic due to the weird pathfinding. So, although he won't be able to take this one, the good news for Lucifron fans is he's at least going to find the second relic himself in the center. Outpost coming up from Lucy. This is much better. I love this. Mangoes. Beastie could just react with Springles, though. Remember, he's got a lot of gold. Yeah, Lucifron cuts his losses. It is going to be 2-3 on the relic split. Does this work fast enough for Lucifron, though? Mango moving up. Beastie having to give way. He's hard harvesting on that gold, though. Siege Workshop is up. The Springles are not out yet. Dive's coming in. Beastie held hostage in his own base here by a single Mangonel. It's going to be difficult to reach into. However, 1 Mango is not scary enough against gilded units, remember. They are insanely tanky. 145 HP each. Beastie in the middle of a transition here. A fragile point. Lucifron could have a big advantage, but he needs to be quick about this. Gilded Crossbowmen are now coming. Springle comes out. Mango. Oh, that should be dead. Beastie. Oh, he didn't move it. Mango gets out of range. Springwood is just chasing, though. 1 Mango's going to go down. Heal just offsetting the damage. It's not enough to just injure them. You need to kill them. Men-at-Arms holding back the cavalry. Lucifron, this is over. It's 85 military to 35. There's no way. Beastie. That sneak under the gold was prestigious in this game. And it has given him the world. Golden Cuirass in now. This is all looking thumbs up for Beastie. He could go Imperial Age or he can go all in. I think he'll look to send it. Lucifron barely holding a front line together anymore. It's just too many Gilded Crossbowmen. The Knights are getting insta-sniped out. This is done. GG called. Beastie in for the sneaky proxy gold to save his game. And Lucifron so clean on the French in this tournament, but Beastie one step ahead with his subtle espionage into the mid-map. Woo-hoo-hoo! What a game. What prestigious means? The prestigious, like the pristine and the S-class play onto that gold is what I mean by prestigious. GG, well played to Beastie. That was sick. Wow. What a game to close it out. So Beastie takes it in 4. What do we call that? Sneaky gold, I don't know. Secret gold saves game. The most prestigious. Of saves from Beastie. Wait, actually, we call that Beastie saves his game from Disaster. Alright. Really cool one there, though. So that does mean final game of the tournament is now done. Yeah, that was a very interesting tournament. Shout out to Mutez for providing the funding for that. That was a really cool one. I really enjoyed that. That was fun, man. Just kind of unpredictable in the Civ choices as well. But wow. Like, how long have we been live now? That went a little bit longer than expected. 9.5 hours. Dog, I skipped dinner altogether. You know I was able to do that? You know what I'm going to say? Protein Works. So while I got you all here, reminder that we are sponsored by Protein Works this month. They believe in the channel. If you guys actually are in a similar position where you want a game and you don't want to have to eat, be sure to check them out because they do supply words so deep in the night. They do supply meal replacements rather. Just a shake and a drink away, basically. They're really cool though. Good flavors. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the flavors. Like, I wouldn't endorse something if I didn't believe in it. And we literally, each of the flavors tested live on stream. You guys could see my genuine reactions in the past. So I really do like the blueberry cheesecake. The raspberry white chocolate is incredible as well. Really was impressed by the Millionaire Shortbread. We still do need to try the biscuit flavor ones. But I've got a feeling they'll probably deliver. But yeah, big shout out to those guys. They will be sponsoring us throughout all of May. So you will be seeing the pop-up. Make sure if you go across, take advantage of it now. Like, just before we round out, I really want to point this out to you guys because this is actually a really cool deal. They, right now, have a really big discount on the website. So if I quickly show you guys. It's actually kind of crazy. They are down from, yeah, like 30 quid to 15 quid. Like, they're basically 50% off. Some cases even higher. Like, they've got a really big deal here from £26 down to £10.39 converted to your local. But I haven't, yeah, what ones, so this one's the one I've had. Blueberry Cheesecake Rye is incredible. I kind of wish I had the Banana Smooth Sundae as well, though. But they've got Caramel Latte, they've got the Choc Mint Brownie, they've got all kinds of flavors. Salt Caramel Bandit does sound slick. But yeah, the cool thing about this, by the way, we have got a code, Killer Pigeon. That code works on top of the discount. So if you go here and you go down to redeem code and you put in Killer Pigeon, not spelled with a D, remember, you'll also get another 10% off. So great time to try them out. Definitely recommend it. And shout out to them again. I wasn't sure if I was going to like the product. I hate that feeling of like being sent goods and be like, sorry, this is not going to be the right fit. But I was willing to do that if it came to it. Luckily, like what we got. Guys, that is going to bring us to a close. Incredible tournament. Really, really good fun. Some sick games. I've got just so many things to upload. I'm going to have to figure it out. But what we'll do now is we will get ready to close this one out. Let's see. Who are we going to raid? So obviously, so one was doing a noob cast, and I'm pretty sure they're about to end. So let's see who we can find. Where's Wham? Wait, Poppy Paw, you're in the chat still. Start a stream. Nah, I think he's going to be chilling. I think Poppy Paw is playing in this tournament tomorrow, right? But yeah, incredible all the subs coming through. You're absolute legends. I appreciate you all. And reminder to people down the line, don't forget, this is the place to drop your Prime subs, right? If I'm not working events away at home, we're doing literally like 35 to 40 hours a week of casting content here. So pretty cool. But let me have a look now, and we'll figure out someone to raid. Should we raid a small streamer, do you guys think? What do you think? Maybe like a 1 to 5 viewer streamer? That would be cool. It is pretty cool to see the reactions sometimes. A lot of non-English streams, though. I'm looking for one with camera. I want to find someone with a little bit of panache, a little bit of charisma. Let's have a look and see if we can find one. So... Oh, he's broken his restream. Free for alls. Ooh. Do we just go to Rising Empires?
Everything died, however, we did a lot of damage. And you know that entire time, I managed...
Just have a look now. Oh! This is one of the players in the level. Oh, that's cool. Should we raid one of the players playing? Yeah, I'm gonna send it over this guy. I'm in the mood to raid like a small streamer today. So let's send a raid through to Tabo. So this guy is playing in the Rising Empires tournament. If you guys want to catch the caster view of the Rising Empires low elo tournament, go across there. But why don't you guys, first of all, at least go give some love across to Tabif. They are a small streamer. I always love to, like, you know, send one to someone that I know, like, the raid feel like an insanely big deal to, right? Because, like, I imagine I haven't seen this guy before, so he's probably new to streaming. So go give some love. Much love to everyone tuning in, though. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast this one. I will not be live tomorrow because tomorrow it's my grandfather's birthday. We're taking him out for a meal. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time with the family. But 5 streams this week, man. 5 streams this week, and I don't even know how many hours. Quite a lot, actually, because 2 days of 10 hours at least. So definitely good bang for buck. I will be back on Monday, where we will watch the Voldemort... Oh, did he really just... Did he just go offline? Oh, he's raiding. All right. That ruined the plan a little. Well, at least we waited a little bit long. Should we send it across then to Rising Empires, I guess? I wanted to raid a small streamer. I'm upset now. It's kind of breaking my heart. Damn it. Alright. Whatevs. We'll send it through to Rising Empires, I guess. What do you got? Actually, 1's if you want a tournament. 2's if you want just a streamer playing. We'll figure this out quickly. But yeah, just to like explain the end of that. Basically, we were back on Monday. On Monday, we are going to be casting the Voldemort versus Alyona show match. Because we had to make a choice today. So we're going to make up for it tomorrow. I really want a small streamer to raid. We'll get that fuzzy feeling inside, you know? I'm looking for someone with the charisma, you know?
Longbourn does lose half his health and lose all of his
Hammer,
health.
why'd you go flying?
Good volley there.
QE we wanted. Alright. Duck it. You know what? I'm going to send it through Rising Empires. I would send it... Actually, like, they're interviewing...
Be honest.
Beastie, right?
So, my questions are more of like...
Okay, guys. Like, I'm pretty sure Warman's probably going to raid through to Rising Empires afterwards, so I'm going to raid across because they're doing an interview. I thought they were just closing out the show, but since they're doing an interview... Guys, go across to Warman's channel where they're interviewing Beastie. I will be back on Monday. Much love. Hope they'll see you all then. If you're not already doing so, make sure you're following the channel so that you know when I go live. Keep notifications on. I'm typically streaming most weeks, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, guaranteed. So hopefully I'll see you all again soon. But for now, toodaloo, have fun, and go listen to Beastie's interview. And I'll see you on Monday. Toodaloo.